Hello everybody and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! UK Open here in Sheffield. My name is Charles and this is my wonderful co-host Alex. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing great, thank you. I'm really excited to be back here in Sheffield.
Yeah.
Obviously here with the UK Open, we've got roughly $400 here today, and let's just see how it goes. Straight after Bologna last week. How are you feeling about the day?
I'm very excited. I think what Bologna really showed is the diversity we have in the current format we're in at the moment. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's only 2 repeat decks in the top 8 of Bologna. There were some fantastic matches that we saw as well. And I think today we're going to see some fantastic Yu-Gi-Oh! Get played by some very talented duelists.
Exactly, and I'm really hoping we can get one of my favourite duelists right now on stream round 1. But obviously, UK Open, some amazing prizes, so hopefully we can go into that.
Hopefully. See how it goes.
So we've got the top 16 players. Everyone within the top 16 will be receiving 1 whole booster box, which
Cracking.
for me, maybe if you miss out on that top 8 placement, getting 9th, it's okay. You get that booster box to take home with you.
Absolutely.
Going to top 8, everyone gets a regional game mat. Same as some of those other events. Back into top 4, getting a deck box as well.
Lovely.
But the big prizes, first and second, that's what we're really here to play for today.
Absolutely.
So second place, getting an oversized card. Personally, for me, I always want one of those. I want one of those at home.
I want one on my wall. I want one on my wall so much.
I want a nice little frame, get it there.
Every time I go to an event, I try to play for one. I never win one, but I'd like one real bad.
And then obviously 48 booster box, booster packs. Again, really nice.
Yeah, very much.
Then going into the first place, the winner of the event will get the trophy. Always feels nice getting a trophy.
Absolutely.
And then a Switch 2 as well.
Also, that's very nice.
Exactly. And I think that's just the best way to really get on with these events is taking home one of these massive cards. Comparing it me to you, it's quite big.
Quite fun, yeah. I'm very glad that this is not being given to me because I would take this home immediately. This is taken out of my hands as soon as the camera turns off.
Exactly. So round 1 will be starting very, very shortly. And we've got, as I said, one of my favourites here, Josh Kelly. He won the UK Open just a couple months ago back in London. And once again, you can see him on his Mitsurugi strategy.
What he's become known for, I'd say.
Exactly. And it's a little bit odd, I'd say, because you see more of the yummy variants at the moment.
Absolutely.
But he's gone back with the pure variant. I believe we saw one get just out of top 8 YCS Bolognia. But yeah, I'd say he's known for this strategy. So I'm really excited to see how he can take this one on. And his opponent,
on my favourite deck,
exactly,
Drekatail. Also playing the King of the Swamp package, even as well as the Branded Fusion. So really just trying to play on his turn. Like you're going to have a tough time stopping this person from fusion summoning some kind of monster. Yeah.
And I think that's one of the niches that you don't see as much now with that strategy is they're not playing those King of the Swamps, those additional like ways to perform that fusion summon, right? They're playing, I don't want restricted, playing those Drekatail cards, maybe playing that Branded Fusion, maybe not, and then just kind of going from there. So I quite like the idea of that King of the Swamp being involved.
So the roll coming out now, so Josh going for a 5 and Jakuda going there for a, I believe it's 8. Yes. I would imagine that's Jakuda going first.
I would imagine as well. Looking at Josh's deck, it's a little bit of a really good, phenomenal start there, isn't it?
Kicking off with the Branded Fusion. We'll see. I don't know if Josh knows what his opponent is playing, so obviously you kind of have to roll the dice here. If he's on a more pure Branded variant, there we go, stopping that.
Yeah, the impulse coming down there, it's a bit weird because Branded Fusion is such a phenomenal card. Every time I see it, I'm just like, I need to stop that. Doesn't matter what strategy it is.
Well, it's fascinating because obviously in Branded, it kind of does everything for your strategy. In the Drekatail thing, it just gets you to Drekatail.
Yes.
So it's actually not even as big of an issue to stop. But we do see the Famena coming out, fusing, I believe, the Malulu and the Cartesia for the Arthalion. I imagine that's going to be targeting the Malulu and I would imagine the Famena, and then of course the Malulu activating its effect to set a card from the deck as well.
Exactly, and I think we're just going to see him kind of just filter through these spell cards, create an even more powerful field, and then you just want to get to all 3 of your trap cards, really, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And that Famena back into your hand. And I think we're just going to see him kind of just filter through all of these cards. And what I find really powerful about this strategy, I guess, is that one card gets you to everything else, right?
It gets you everything straight away. Yeah, it's such a it's the branded Drekatail is such a powerful variant of the deck because whereas Drekatail can kind of struggle, it was only on 1 or 2 cards in hand. The branded variant gets you everything from 1 card more or less. As was here going for the Kitu though, adding I believe that is a Lucius Tam by the looks of things.
No, I think is it Pan?
It might be Pan. Quite
yeah.
like it out.
So maybe he's got some additional cards to get those fusion summons started. We've already seen the Phimena, the branded fusion come down, and we'll see how the rest of this turn takes. Obviously, again, you just want to get to all of those really, really powerful trap cards. I think that's what sets this Drekatail strategy just so far ahead, personally.
Absolutely. I think that was a pass turn there. I'm not really sure what happened there.
Maybe just deciding to keep some of these resources available.
And going immediately for the Mitsurugi ritual there.
Exactly. One of my favorite plays is just anytime you hard open this Murakumo with the ritual, it just feels like you're getting so much advantage just out of nowhere.
Immediate Raigeki type effect on the field, along with something that actually Drekatail does struggle with. We do see the Phimena coming down here though.
Well, it's the value here is you get to now you can chain that Murakumo, and it just means that there's 1 less card available to be used for that fusion summon.
Exactly. Yeah. It is an issue for Drekatail to have to deal with.
Exactly, and you're about to get so much advantage on the side of Josh. We're talking about the Drekatail strategy, how it can generate all of these additional cards as your fusion summoning, right? But the Mitsurugi deck does the exact same thing with ritual summons.
I've had this thought many times. They are a very similar play style of deck in the way they work, but one with rituals and one with fusions more so.
And now we're seeing again a bit of a different approach, I'd say. We're seeing more of a go second approach, I would say.
A field-breaking approach with some very interesting tech options in Josh's deck.
Exactly. So starting here with the Fallen the Virtuous, obviously just using to kind of get rid of an additional card from the field here, and I feel like he's just kind of run away with it now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what Jakoda has in his hand, but it would have to be something quite impressive to deal with what Josh is able to put onto the field in this turn.
Exactly, and I think based on what occurred just there, so for what you might have missed, the Murakumo came down, the Phimena was then activated in response to the ritual summon and the attempt to destroy all monsters on the field. The Murakumo was then chained in response to try and get rid of another card from the hand, and especially when the Phimena has been used. There's only 2 cards in the hand.
Absolutely.
And then the Fallen the Virtuous then added onto that to then remove the Arphalion from the field. The Phimena doesn't resolve. No. There's no way for it to get there.
Nothing to fuse with. It's just fizzles.
And then unfortunately Jakoda's just left to watch now, just as it feels like the game's kind of just coming to a close already.
It's kind of running away from him at the moment, which is a real shame. Oh, bit of a hey, happens to all of us. No we've all been there. We've all been there.
And that, in my opinion, that's more than enough damage to take down the game.
I think very much so. Yeah, I don't think anything here has been summoned off of prayers, and therefore everything of attacking yet. That is Jakoda going to scoop up his cards there and go to game 2.
Exactly. So we're going to go into game 2 here. Obviously, I would say Jakoda's probably going to go first again.
I would imagine so.
Try and get those trap cards into circulation. Just looking at the side deck here, is there anything that you would think that would come in? I can see a couple of Bestials are being involved.
The Bestials, I think, could be very impactful in this matchup because obviously, if you can use the Bestial targeting the Murakuma before it can summon itself back, or even, for example, if they tribute something off of prayers and then you quickly do that before it gets the tribute effect it has, that can be very powerful, almost like a call by the grave in this matchup. It's very, very strong in that sense.
Yes, exactly. And I think the big thing here, what you're trying to stop the Mitsurugi deck doing from when going second, is you're just kind of trying to stop them getting so much advantage with the ritual, the big ritual monsters being tributed off and then getting their value coming back onto the field.
Absolutely.
So I think that will help out here. Don't see too many other cards that I would say can get involved. Back into the main deck, we do see main deck Stronglockbird.
Only 2 though, so that might be a bit of an issue there in a 44 card deck. Only 2 of them. I mean, you could still see it's not as if they're not achievable, but yeah. Interesting on that front.
So if we look into Josh's deck just as well, obviously we said looking more like a go second approach, having lots of these.
Really does, yeah.
These cards available to him that I don't know. Traditionally, I'd be expecting Molcharmies,
Yes.
maybe the Ash Blossom, maybe even Drawn Lockbird.
You
All
know,
these things
I'm not
just,
kidding. I didn't notice the lack of more charmies there.
Yeah,
I just was looking at. It's a lot of field-breaking effects and whatnot going on. Which, to be fair, Murakamo is fantastic at,
Yes,
and
yeah.
it is a very good deck for that. But it actually might behoove Jacoda here to go first.
Yes,
To
exactly.
go second, sorry, I should
Yeah.
say. Because Dracatel is a very strong going second strategy, so it might actually do him quite well here.
Exactly. I think both decks can go second here.
Absolutely.
For me, I think you always want to try and get that first advantage, and especially as we only saw the Fool and the Virtuous, we didn't see any of these other go second options really within Josh's deck. I'd say it makes it a little bit harder to decide that, right? If you really want to try and commit to going second versus not only a great player, but a great deck as well.
Absolutely.
Looking into Josh's side deck there, I do see that the one-off Dimension Shifter, which is
absolutely game winning against Dracatel, to be fair. It is something that, if it were me, I'd absolutely be siding in a heartbeat.
Yes,
this
yeah.
matchup.
And you can see some double cyclone as well. Again, respecting the Dracatel matchup
Absolutely,
there.
absolutely.
And I think that's going to be really pivotal. I think double cyclone is one of those cards that anytime you're just able to get that little bit of advantage trading into the Dracatel traps, again, it can just be the difference between losing to a Gudamel or not, right? So
Very interesting.
the players are still siding,
I believe they are.
So I guess going back to what they could be doing, Josh is playing some of these Radiant Typhoon cards, which I thought was really interesting when I saw that mystical space Typhoon located in the deck.
It's a fantastic little draw engine to put into almost any deck. Any deck that has a lot of quick play spells can play the Radiant Typhoon vision, which, if anyone doesn't know, is basically a draw to Allure of Darkness type effect, to draw to discard a quick play spell. It's very powerful. Or add Mystical Space Typhoon to hand, which again in this matchup can be quite powerful.
Yeah, it could be quite powerful actually. I didn't even think about that application. Actually, that's quite funny. So we're going to see game 2 starting off.
I do believe we have Jacoda going first again by the looks of things.
Yes, I would say so. Looks like there might even be a Bestial in the hand there.
It does look like that. We do. I think that was the Dracatel Flame being set there. You never want to see that. Unfortunately. Happens to all of us. We all have those hands that just, you may as well be building a house. There's nothing going on there.
But, I don't know if you called it there was a Drawn Lockbird in the hand.
Oh, that is always good.
I'm going to assume here.
I think draw phase.
You're still in the draw phase and locked in there. Going to be resolving the prayers there just to add the Habakiri. Habakiri for me, this is the Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Yes.
This is
gets you to so much for so many decks and so much advantage everywhere.
Exactly. And I feel like this is one of the strongest cards I've seen in what feels like a very, very long time. Just being able to not only summon from deck, get that tribute off, but then also get that additional add from the deck to the hand when it is tributed.
And we do see the draw coming down now. Yes, the draw phase prayers was very powerful, but I don't think there's any tribute alongside that, and therefore it is just a single add.
Yeah. Which is fine as we just navigate through the rest of the turn. It depends what we can do following this. Obviously, we've added the Mitsurugi Ritual. We've got the Habakiri. So we still have access to that Murakami from the deck if we so wish.
This flame may be enough here to stop the ritual coming down. Obviously, even if there were Dracatel cards in graveyard now, so that is spicy.
So going to use the Full Virtuous to destroy the Mitsurugi Ritual here.
Dodging the targeting of the...
And also stopping the draw as well, I believe, right?
Well, under
draw as well. Yeah,
absolutely,
that's true. But either way, if Jacoda doesn't have the most powerful hand, let's say, it's going to be even more difficult to get out of that.
We are on draw, so this might not be the end of the world for Jacoda here. We may see a turn 2 for him, but I'll see how it plays out.
Obviously, Kusanagi's going to get an additional card back here as well. I think Josh just trying to decide where he kind of wants to navigate through the rest of this turn now. Obviously, still 4 cards in the hand as well.
Lot going on here,
Exactly. So, just deciding what to add back here. Probably the prayers. Yeah,
Prayers is solid. I think it looks as if Josh is gearing up for a let's make it to turn 2. Let's make it turn 3, turn 4. It doesn't seem as if he's going to be able to go for game this turn through that draw on Lockbird.
No, I definitely agree on that. And it's just depends where you really want to go from here. Do you want to maybe try and make a Dynamondo, or do you just want to keep these 2 bodies on the field, really?
Set 4 pass is, I imagine attacking as well, but goodness me. That is that's an impressive. Did he attack? I don't know that he did.
Yeah, I believe so. And then going to get the additional
So
add
set 5.
or sets,
That
yeah.
is quite an intimidating sight to see from the Jagoda there.
Yeah, especially from the Mitsurugi side as well, where traditionally I would not be expecting a set 5.
No, they do have
seconds.
very powerful spells and traps. In all fairness, in their strategy, the trap enabling them to negate an effect, and of course there's the Mitsurugi. I think there's 2 quick play spells,
Yeah,
Magatama and the prayers, which are both incredibly strong.
Exactly. So the Magatama here, again, really phenomenal card. If he had access to be able to ritual summon as well, that can help perform that.
Absolutely.
So maybe there's plays with the Magatama and the prayers just to try and force a Murakumo through as well. Obviously, great purification. Maybe not the trap card coming in going second here, but we're going to see.
We do
Could stop playing now.
Oh, I mean that is where you imperm.
Yes.
That's where you do it. To be fair.
Just stopping those ads, that little bit of recursion.
Absolutely.
Feels like
it shuts down so much of the power of Drakentel if you can negate the Arthalion from being summoned or from activating. But we do see the Q2 being set here as well, which is not nothing.
No, exactly. And I feel like that Q2 is just going to help push through maybe some more of these interruptions hidden in that spell and trap card zone, which is so fast.
We do know one of them.
Exactly. So we know the Fallen Virtuous already.
And we can make some guesses as to the others.
Yes.
That was in the imperm column, I believe. He activated the Q2.
That is really unfortunate for
That is very unfortunate. Goodness me.
Maybe some of the on-stream nervousness getting to
Yeah, it again happens. But I'm able to get rid of the Night-Told Serpent there with the Arthalion, deal some amount of damage.
Which is, it's not something to be sniffed at, just being able to get rid of at level 4 can really be impactful going into that next turn for Josh.
We do see a prayers here activating during Jagoda's turn, which is of course going to add just a huge amount of advantage to Josh's hand.
Yep. I'm going to assume there will be a monster summon back off of this prayers as well.
I would have thought so, yeah. Because you get absolutely. It does so much for the strategy. You can summon that back, which lets you get a spell from deck to hand. You can search off of the Habakiri now. You can re-summon the Habakiri. You got the Murakumo to hand with the prayers. It's just everything.
Yep. So going into this turn, obviously we've got the prayers, we've got the Murakumo, we've got the ritual, we've got it all going on, and all this really in a way is Arthalion and one single card in the hand. So I think all that really needs to be respected from Josh's side is just making sure that this Murakumo comes down and there isn't a way for that Arthalion to just be able to activate its effect in the graveyard and come back to the field. Just as that's the only real thing I can think about that might be able to stop
absolutely
plays there.
I think there's the draw in Jagoda's hand, so but through all the damage already on the field, it might not be enough.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking about here. I think you have to activate the draw here. You can't try and hold on to it. But there's already been a huge amount of damage dealt on the previous turn. So I think there's already enough there on the field.
Yeah, I think this is
and that's exactly what we're going to see.
And I think Josh is going to wrap up the game here. Well done to Josh, and also well done to Jagoda. I don't think he did anything particularly wrong there.
No.
Both players played well, but that's how the cards fall sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. And that's some of the nature of some of these strategies, right? You may not just have all of your abilities just to be able to play through more than a single interruption. Obviously, going first, we saw didn't really have much going on there,
absolutely.
Right? So a bit of both going into both games. Obviously, Josh just kind of ran away with it, right?
He really did. He
He had the opportunity to, and he just took it, right?
And
exactly.
fair play. Yeah. Who can blame? You know, very well played to both players, as I say. But yeah, Josh is going to take that there with that first match of the Open. Very exciting stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully we'll see him again throughout the day.
Hopefully.
Maybe you have the two-peat. So we'll have to watch and just see how he performs throughout the rest of this tournament. Obviously, a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh to be played today.
There is.
An awful lot more. And I'm quite looking forward to it, especially if such a known player as Josh is taking something maybe a little bit more fringe, being the pure Mitsurugi, right?
Yeah.
So I'd like to see just exactly what else is going on. I've seen Jordan Gallagher out in the room, and that get really excited whenever I see him play because it feels like I'm almost watching just a machine. The accuracy with the plays, it's really hard to compete with how well he plays.
You simply love to see it.
So we'll be back ever so shortly with the post-match interview with Josh himself. So we'll catch you then.
輝けしドラグマよ。ああ、愛しき神の子らよ。赤き血の時代を終え、白き光の時代を始めよう。祈り手を天に捧げ、福音の時を迎えよ。聖魂よ、神の子を守りたまえ。聖魂よ、あだなす者を滅ぼしたまえ。聖魂よ、我らが極北の地に常しえの栄光をもたらしたまえ。ドラグマータ。
エクレシア。
お姉様。
今日は立派だったな。
ありがとうございます。
懐かしい。鎧すらまとったことがなかった少女が立派になった。
もちろんです。お姉様との約束ですから。
これから一層国の期待に応えねばな。
はい。私、この国の規律は理解しているつもりです。異教徒への処罰も。ただ、私は言葉を交わせば分かり合えると思っているんです。聖魂がなくても皆が祝福を受けられる世界になると信じて。
甘い。だが優しく強い。困難な道に進もうとするお前を教師様が次の聖女に見据えた気持ちも理解できる。
ありがとうございます。お姉様がそばにいてくださって心強いです。
お前とこの国を守るのが私の責務だ。私が神器をまとう際はお姉様ではなく騎士団長と呼ぶのだぞ。
はい、お姉様。
まったく。
お姉様。空が。
Hey guys, we're back with round 1 champion, Josh Kelly. How are you doing today?
Good, good.
So obviously round 1 feature, it was a little bit different to some of the other times we've had you on. It was quite a quick and cut one. Unfortunately, your opponent just didn't really seem to get going either game, right, I would say. Then obviously you kind of ran away with it both times, being able to push through any interruptions game 1 and just take the win there. And then game 2, a little bit longer, there was a drawn lock bird involved, which I guess for you in that situation, how do you feel about the draw there?
Yeah, I mean, draw can be a little awkward.
Yes.
Especially because I've already been through prayers, so I can't do the standard combos I do. But I had so much non-engine, my opponent didn't have a ton of engine.
Exactly,
so,
yeah. And then we obviously saw like, even just the infinite impermanence being flipped, that was more than enough just kind of in my head for you to just take that there and then. So quite quick and cut there, but obviously well-known player, Josh Kelly, you're working towards qualifying for the World Championship next year. So how do you think your run's going for that?
Yeah, so it started off really well.
Yes,
So we go to like all these regionals to try and get points for a playoff. And it started off really well. And I'm still going quite well. I didn't have the best experience at YCS Bolognia, but I got points at the French Open, the Swiss Open, and a lot of like European regionals.
Yeah.
So it's going quite well.
I think that's the important bit, because it's not a sprint, which you're more accustomed to, but it's more of a marathon here, right? Like you're trying to get through not just like 1-2 months even, you're trying to get through what, like 8-9 months really of competitive play. And I think that's like the hardest bit. Me, myself, I've tried a little bit, and both times I've gone for it, I've hit that like stumbling block where I've just had a couple of months where it's just like, I'm not quite getting enough points here. But you're top 10 currently right now in Europe. So that's really, really good start to the season, especially going into 2026 essentially. So what are your thoughts on it really? Just like, how do you think you need to like prepare for these events, and how do you think you're going to navigate through the next like 6 months essentially of competitive play? Yeah,
I mean, it's actually a really interesting format to kind of like prepare your decks for.
Exactly.
So like today, I'm playing the Mitsurugi deck.
Yes. Yeah.
But last weekend at the YCS, I played the Yami Mitsurugi deck, and I played the pure Yami deck, like K9 decks. It's kind of like a triangle format.
Yes. Yeah.
And every week, a different deck is the correct choice.
Yes.
So it's actually a really interesting kind of circuit, and like, can you figure out what the best deck is for this weekend? And the players who can do that do really well those weekends. Yeah,
and we saw that last weekend essentially, right? We saw the Vanquish Soul like K9 deck almost come out of nowhere, right? Yeah. And it kind of just storms the event. All of these like really well-known players, Joshua Schmidt, Juho, every other name in the book really. They kind of just stormed into like that top cut area just with this strategy that I would say it hasn't really been top contender for a few weeks now, right?
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, as you said, I think it's really, really unique that you're kind of like competing every single weekend, obviously, but you're trying to play the best deck for the event, right? And I think it's a little bit different to sometimes where heading into that like YCS season, you're like, this is the best deck, I will just play the best deck, right? You want to play the event almost, right? Not the deck. So I think that's a really, really like niche and really interesting mechanic, especially going into this weekend where you're playing the pure Mitsurugi deck.
Yeah.
So why did you revert back to your famous deck?
I mean, we've kind of just gone in full circle.
Yeah.
So the last UK Open when I was playing pure Mitsurugi, Vanquish was really popular and pure Yami were really popular. And I expected a decent amount of Vanquish decks. And then people planning to counter the Vanquish decks with pure Yami.
Yep.
And those are pure Mitsurugi's best matchups, and they're where like the games really shine and it feels really strong. And so it just felt like I have so much practice with this deck. It feels like a great call for this weekend. So I'll play it this weekend.
And see how it goes, right?
And then next weekend, it'll probably be an awful call.
Yep.
And I'll have to put it down for another month. But yeah.
And then you'll come back and shine again with another win.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that makes perfect sense, especially with how you've kind of built your deck. In my head, it looks like you've taken your pure like Mitsurugi deck and you've kind of made it a little bit more geared towards the Dracotail matchup as well. Because I don't know, how do you feel about that matchup anyway going forward?
Dracotail is definitely the worst matchup.
Okay.
And it's the reason I stopped playing the deck for a while.
Yep.
Because it's just so difficult to interact with 5 mana. And like Sting is really powerful, Flame is really powerful, and they're drawing so many cards.
Yep.
It's just a really, really difficult matchup. So I feel like when you build the deck, you build it for those really difficult matchups like Dracotail.
Yes, yeah.
And so then your non-engine will really carry in those matchups, and then the matchups where you feel really confident, like into pure Yami.
Yep.
I can draw a lot of engine and I can win the game too.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's kind of how your deck's built. And yeah, I just found it really interesting to see. So the real big question today is, are you going to win the UK Open here in Sheffield?
I'm feeling good.
Okay.
I'm feeling like it's a victory today. You'll see me round 9.
Well, that's exactly what I want to see. I'm hoping we see you again today. But if not, good luck anyway. So yeah, we'll be back shortly with round number 2. Next episode. Okay.
あなた何者ですか？大丈夫ですか？あなた。
シュライグの方始まったようね。さっきの地鳴り、やっぱり作戦がバレたみたい。ナーベルたちに救出を急がせて。警備が戻ってきたわね。ルガル、どうする？
信徒どもは厄介だ。ついてこい。陽動に出るぞ。エクレシア様、そこをどいていただけますか？
なりません。
トライブリゲード、成功を宿さない異教トラメが。
あなたたち。
なんだあいつ。
攻撃してはなりません。私はこの方を救いたいだけです。
何を言っているの？ドラグマの奴らがアザツキ以外を救う？そんなことあるはずがない。橋本の子は明らかに亜人だし、罠。
私に争う意志はありません。どうか武器を収めてください。
動くな。
エクレシア様、なぜ異教をかばうのですか？
武器を収めなさい。
ああ、いけませんね。エクレシア。
Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Birmingham.
Our duelists can compete in a lot of different events. We have over 2,500 players attending, and you can compete to get some amazing prize war tickets.
You can even win a giant card. This is where most of the magic happens over the weekend. All the feature matches that you see happen here. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way.
Venture back in time with Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available now.
精魂が食われている。まさか。やはり教えを汚す危険分子だ。排除せよ。
やるじゃねえか、フェリシット。
助けてもらっといて、上から目線。こっちは派手に暴れとくから、ナーベルたち頼んだわよ。
シュッとやつめ、私の邪魔をするな。
取ったぞ。
したなんで
知るか全員無事か。
ええ、あんたほどやられてないわよ。ナーベルたちだわ。
救出はうまくいったようだな。よし、引くぞ。
あいつらはどうする？
放っておくわけにもいくまい。連れて行こう。
ここだよ、ここ。ちょっとお話ししない？聖女さん。
コナミ。
With the release of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen, the Virtuous All Fall Edition, there's also two completely new cards coming into the TCG, and we're going to break them down to you here right now.
The first one I want to mention is the Fallen and the Virtuous. Quite fitting, huh? I am already absolutely in love with this card. Look at this stunning artwork of Ecclesia and the Fallen of Albus, of course. But what's even more cool is the effect. It has two, in fact. And the first effect is that you can send one monster from your extra to the graveyard that mentions Fallen of Albus and then destroy a face-up card on the field. So it's generic, good removal. This card is a quick play spell, so it works as interruption on the opposing turn. And to break a field here, you can of course use this to gather more resources in your branded deck, or you play this in decks that do not have a lot of extra deck cards in there, so you can just play somewhere Albion the Branded Dragons and just loop this card the entire time. For example, in Genesis, in your Fire King deck perhaps. But the other effect also, if you have on your field or in the graveyard an Ecclesia monster, you can use this as basically a quick play spell monster reborn. You can summon back a monster from your or your opponent's graveyard, and that just gives you countless possibilities to play through fields or to disrupt your opponent further.
Yeah, you're having plenty of plans with the Fallen and the Virtuous, but there's another card that is more so very much for the branded deck, and that is the dragon that devours the Dogma. And that one is really cool, as it is a new fusion monster using Fallen of Albus as fusion material, as that is the first fusion material. But additionally to that, you just need a light or a dark monster and an effect monster. And the fusion materials alone will already give you some information on how that card could have impact, as it is first of all a really good target when you're just normal summoning out Fallen of Albus or special summoning it out to use two of your opponent's monsters But additionally to that, super polymerization could also be used to bring this card out together with the Fallen of Albus, which is very, very powerful. And then actually it has also multiple effects again. One of them is on its summon, you can put back 2 cards from the graveyard or the banishment into your deck. So you're recycling, or extra deck as well, recycling resources. Sometimes when when your Lubellion, the Searing Dragon, is banished, you can't really access it again. You can get it back into the extra deck with that though, which is really, really powerful. And then additionally to that, also connected to the Ecclesia, you can make this card actually unaffected as well. You can make it a card that is so hard to deal with as soon as you have the Ecclesia in the graveyard or on the field. And then it will be really hard to deal with this card, as it also is gaining attack points when that Ecclesia is around. And then, as all of the branded fusion monsters essentially, when it is in the graveyard in the end phase, this one is able to search for a Nogmatica or a Tri-Brigade card in the end phase as well. So plenty of new tools with the 2 new cards that you're getting from this new deck. So make sure to tell us how you are using those new cards to your best advantage. With the release of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen of the Virtuous All Foil Edition, everyone is trying out their branded combos. Everyone is trying to understand how to best use those branded cards. And in this video, we're going to give you a little more background on some of the cards, even the more basic cards where you think, oh, I already understood those cards. We're going to give you a couple more background stories to fully use their potential. And Leo is going to start off with basically the heart and soul monster of the deck.
Yep, of course, the card. Without it, nothing works in this deck. It's basically material for every fusion monster. Fallen of Albus, what a card. This card, you basically have the entire deck working around it. Every single card says, search for a card that mentions Fallen of Albus or something like that, and you need it for basically every branded fusion monster. But of course, this card also has a crazy effect. When it's normal or special summoned, you can discard a card and then fuse, of course, with itself as material and monsters from your opposing side. And let me tell you one thing, you can use this card on the opposing turn. If you summon it out on their turn, there are plenty of opportunities in the deck, so setting up a Call of the Haunted plus Fallen of Albus in your graveyard, that's already a crazy interruption on the opposing turn.
I think people see this card as just their way to resolve branded fusion, but it is so much more than that, because also playing into fields, just having this as a normal summon even, is applying a lot of pressure to your opponent. And especially now with also the new fusion monster, the dragon that devours the dogma, actually it's even more powerful, because that one can use 2 monsters from your opponent's side of the field. So this card went up even more in value for the deck. But yeah, you already explained that plenty.
Yeah, but if you are playing versus dragon decks, you have Alba Lenatus in your extra deck as well. That just takes away Fallen of Albus and every dragon monster on the field. So you can just, if you're playing versus Blue Eyes, you can just fuse away everything.
You can. Then of course, the most powerful spell card of the deck, Branded Fusion, the card you always want to resolve. Every combo kind of cycles around and just trying to get to Branded Fusion, trying to resolve Branded Fusion. And with that card, of course, you're always going to send that Fallen of Albus and you're going to try to think about the best option to get out of your extra deck, because sometimes on your opening first combo, it will be the standard procedures of just going Albion, going Lubellion, then just trying to summon out Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon as your boss monster. It can be, when you're playing into fields especially, can be a bit more versatile though, because sometimes you want to summon out other fusion monsters. For example, you want to summon out Titaniclad. Usually you only see Titaniclad, the Ash Dragon, in the graveyard, but when your opponent has a monster with a lot of attack points, Titaniclad can actually get a lot of attack points itself to just attack over opponent's big monsters, for example.
If you've ever played versus Lunalight and then they have a Liger Dancer, Lunalight Liger Dancer on the field, which also threatens to destroy everything you have with 3,800 attack points, Titaniclad is just an easy out to this powerful card. So that is very strong. If you're now thinking, hey, okay, Branded Fusion, incredible card, but I only play 2, in fact, that's not the only one in your deck. You have other cards like Aluba, the Jester of Despia, that just searches out Branded Fusion, but that's also not all that does. If this card is in your graveyard, it also kind of sets up another interruption, or protection rather. If your fusion monsters get destroyed, you can summon it back on the opposing turn and then negate a card from their side of the field. If your opponent summons an Access Code Talker, destroys your fusion monsters and then wants to attack for 5,300 damage, for example, you can just summon back Aluba, the Jester of Despia, and just negate the Access Code Talker. I learned that the hard way.
Aluba really, when it comes out from the graveyard, has been a surprise to many players, so it shouldn't be a surprise to you when there is Aluber around. Be cautious with those fusion monsters that could possibly leave the field. Main way to get to Aluber in the deck is, of course, branded opening. And I think everyone, when they see branded opening, they think, okay, discard a card, essentially summon out that Aluber, which is the most obvious and the common used way, but there's other monsters that you want to summon out in your combos from time to time with the branded opening. Because branded opening, for example, can also give you access to the Guiding Quem, the Vitreous. And summoning out Quem on top of your already established maybe branded fusion combo with the Mirror Jade already in the field is providing you with so much more interruptions. Also, branded opening is, of course, providing you with that graveyard protection effect for your fusion monsters as well. So if your opponent activates Raigeki onto your field of a Mirror Jade and more fusion monsters, guess what? Branded opening is there to protect your field.
And not only that, if your opponent chains a Mulchami Fuwalos to this card because they think you're going to special summon Aluber, the Jester of Despia, from your deck, you can activate the other effect, or you can resolve it in a different way by just adding it to your hand. You don't have to special summon to the field, and then you can just normal summon it and don't give them a draw. But let's now get into the fusion part of the deck. One of the best fusion monsters that the deck has is Albion, the Branded Dragon, a card that on fusion summon lets you fuse again by banishing materials from field, from hand, or from the graveyard.
Yeah, it's actually so good in that part of the effect, but it's not only that, because the graveyard effect is really what makes it so strong. Of course, getting your fusion summons going, the whole deck evolves around. You will always somehow be able to fusion summon, but then in the end phase, which is the so crucial phase for the branded deck, having that opportunity to either get your follow-up to the hand with the Albion, the Branded Dragon in the end phase, and already pre-planned for your next turn, or set more interruptions to your spell and trap zone with that effect is so good.
Yeah, branded banishment, branded in red. There are so many cards. You just name it. These cards are incredible. If you set them in your end phase, you have extra interruptions. So this card gives you a lot of play versus your opponent. It can, for example, also summon out another fusion monster that works on the opposing turn, Basti.
Yeah, for example, of course, the one that you're always trying to go for, Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. And that one is actually so good because it is not only providing you with that so important banishment effect. You do not target, you just banish one of your opponent's monsters by sending one of your cards from the extra deck to the graveyard, to one of your fusion monsters, and then your opponent is kind of forced to react to it, but also they can't really know what you're trying to banish as you're not targeting, so it is really good because it can really be catching your opponent by surprise. It can go after the card they don't expect you to go after, so that part is really good. And you might be thinking, I have to give up a resource in my extra deck for that. I have to put a card from my extra deck into the graveyard. But as we just explained, for example, the Albion, but also other cards within the branded deck have good applications and effects in the graveyard. For example, sending the Albion will give you value in the end phase. Sending Titaniclad, which we talked about, also gives you value in the graveyard. But what about sending, for example, a card like Rindbram already, which gives you immediate impact on the opponent's turn, even by using its quick effect there?
That is just another form of interruption. Of course, Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, can be used in the graveyard or any other time it leaves the field under its owner's control. In the end phase, you can destroy all monsters your opponent controls.
Which is pretty powerful because it will just always destroy them all. Like, if that card activates, your opponent already has to plan, in the end phase it is going to happen. In the end phase, I will lose my monsters, so how do I build my field the best way around that? Which is a pretty tough thing to do, because how do you build a field when you know it is going to be destroyed in the end phase eventually? So those are the basic cards, but I hope we could give you some background on those cards. Maybe you learned a thing or two about those branded cards in this video, and we will catch you for another branded video soon here on the channel.
Remember the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh? Collecting the trading cards and rushing home to watch the latest anime episode and playing the very first Yu-Gi-Oh video games. It's been over 25 years since that journey first began. Time has gone by quickly, but we all still have that inner duelist inside who believes in the heart of the cards. And now, the early days are back. It's time to duel, as over a dozen classic Yu-Gi-Oh games return. Duel alongside old friends and rivals. Explore vast worlds. Become the true king of games with unique challenges to master. Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available on the 27th of February on Nintendo Switch and Steam. It has been a while. I hope that was okay.
Oh, that was perfect.
You think so?
Yeah.
That was all right?
Yeah.
I like the way you guys sound better.
No way.
All right.
Attention duelists! Welcome back to the coverage from YCS Lille and Turn. We like to show you guys a little bit around what you're missing, so let's take a look at the venue. Bathed in the light of the French sun is the play hall. Thousands of duelists will all be working their way through these tables, trying to make their way into our top 8 cut on day 2. This is where the magic happens. All of it happens in this very spot.
Don't hesitate to jump in now.
Don't go anywhere, we've got loads more great coverage coming your way. And turn again. Perfect.
Winning the WCS was too much of emotion to describe with mere words.
I think it would feel wrong to play with other people because we've been there together, we won it together. That's everything you could ask for.
A lot of my longest friends and closest friends are from this game.
Now that we're all already familiar with the basic structure of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen and the Virtuous All Foil Edition, we have some intermediate tutorial on some more cards in those decks that are not as self-explanatory as the other ones were.
Yeah, indeed. Albion the Shrouded Dragon is the first card that I want to talk about, and Albion the Shrouded Dragon actually has its main purpose either in the hand or in the graveyard, because when you activate its effect, you send one branded card or Fallen of Albus to the graveyard from your deck as a cost, which is really important. Then, when it came from the hand and you put it back into the deck, you get to draw a card, or even when you just activate the effect from the graveyard, you still put back the Albion the Shrouded Dragon, but you're not getting to draw a card. But the important part of the effect has already resolved. You already got that branded card to the graveyard. It is very important to get branded Retribution, or sometimes branded in red, or sometimes even branded Fusion into the graveyard. Sometimes you actually need the extra copy of Fallen of Albus in the graveyard as well, to bring it back on the opponent's turn as well. So Albion the Shrouded Dragon, even though initially it doesn't sound that important, and also a major thing about this, in the graveyard and in the deck, it is considered to be Fallen of Albus. So sometimes when you have to bring back a Fallen of Albus with, for example, Guiding Quem, you can use the Albion the Shrouded Dragon with it instead.
So this card provides you with extra consistency and of course an extra layer to your end feel sometimes. Helps you with all sort of extensions. But you talked about bringing back a Fallen of Albus, and the card that does that like no other is Guiding Quem, the Virtuous. This one on normal or special summoning is sending a Fallen of Albus card, or one that mentions it from your deck to the graveyard, which is already strong. We talked about sending cards from the deck to the graveyard is pretty strong with this one, but also it has another effect. It triggers when a card leaves the extra deck, and then then you can special summon back a Fallen of Albus from the graveyard or a card that mentions it. So if you combine it with cards like Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, activate the effect of that, send a card from your extra deck to the graveyard, this one can also summon back the Fallen of Albus, and then you can fuse on your opponent's turn with it.
Yeah, it's sometimes funny when you just have the Titanic Lad in the graveyard, bring out the Guiding Quem, and then in the end phase it looks very little what you have, but it can lead to a lot of things eventually on your opponent's turn, which is where the branded deck thrives anyways. Like playing on your opponent's turn, that is what that deck is very good at. Next card, also a Virtuous, but it is the Blazing Cartesia. The Virtuous is very important to the deck as well, as on the field it has a quick effect in the main phase to fusion summon using monsters on your field or in your hands, and that usually will fusion summon into the Grand Guignol. And then Grand Guignol is another connecting piece for all of the combos, being able to send another monster from the extra deck that mentions Fallen of Albus, or even a monster from the main deck, for example, the Bestial Saronir as well. So you usually in a lot of your combos are trying to connect your different parts of the deck, and the Blazing Cartesia helps you with that a lot. And additionally to that, it also helps you dodging opponents' interruptions. Yes. For example, when you bring out this card, you can exactly bring it out with, for example, Fusion Deployment from your deck by revealing Grand Guignol in your extra deck. So you have that on the field, and then you normal summon out an Aluber. Then you can, when your opponent, for example, has Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence, just chain the Cartesia, make sure your Aluber is still resolving, and you get the Fusion Summon on top with the Cartesia, which is just so good. One more thing about it, in the end phase, if a fusion monster somehow manages to get into the graveyard there in your turn or in your opponent's turn, which always is going to happen because you're a branded player and that is the whole concept of the deck, you can just put that card back into your hand from the graveyard.
Yep, phenomenal card, gives you back some resources, has also seen play in other decks because it's just so generically strong, like in the Draco Tail strategy. But we have talked a lot about sending cards to the graveyard, and there are also some other engines that do that. For example, Bestial Saronir, not only a strong interruptions versus some decks, because this card, if your opponent has a monster on the field, it is a quick effect. You can target one light or dark monster in either player's graveyard, banish that, and then special summon the Bestial Saronir. So this one works a little bit like DD Crow versus some decks. Really, really strong. Huge attack stat as well. 2,500 attack points is absolutely massive. But also, if this card is sent to the graveyard, you get to send either a Bestial card or a branded card from your deck to the graveyard, and then you can send something like Branded Fusion or maybe other cards, Basti?
For example, another card which turns out to be Branded Retribution. And you may be thinking, why do I want to send a counter trap to my graveyard? What am I going to do with a counter trap in the graveyard? Branded Retribution is an easy answer to that, as it has a graveyard effect as well, as so many of the branded cards do. And you can banish it from the graveyard to add back one of your branded spell trap cards from the graveyard into your hand, being able with that to recycle either Branded Fusion or Branded in Red or whatever branded spell trap card you like at that very moment. Additionally to that, that is the main application in the deck, I will say. The graveyard effect will be used more often than the on-field effect. The on-field counter trap effect of it is pretty good as well though, because when your opponent activates a spell or trap card or a monster effect that would lead into the special summon of a monster, you can either return one of your fusion monsters that mentions Fallen of Albus on the field to the extra deck, or two that mention Fallen of Albus from the graveyard back into the extra deck to negate the activation and destroy the card. So Branded does not have a lot of hard negation effects. Branded Retribution though can provide you with that.
Very powerful extra ceiling for your end field. Another card that is very much almost in your standard combo, maybe Branded in Red. You mentioned it earlier. This card is a quick play spell, and this card lets you add back either Fallen of Albus or a Despia monster from your graveyard to the hand, and then you can fusion summon with this card as material by banishing it and another card from your field or your hand. This card is incredibly powerful and versatile because sometimes you still want to have your Branded Fusion on your own turn. You have Aluba, the Jester of Despia, in your graveyard. You can just activate Branded in Red, you add back the Aluba, and then you normal summon it. But of course, also on your opposing turn, you can fusion summon something like a Guardian Chimera, or you can go into your extra copy of Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. There are plenty of ways to utilize this card to finalize your end field or to just push through a field.
Yeah, honestly, there is so many different cards in the branded universe, so let us know what your favorite card out of all of those branded support cards is in the comments, and then maybe we will play against you next as the next branded enjoyer.
If you're just getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! And you think the Chronicles deck, the Fallen and the Virtuous All Foil Edition is a good way for me to start the game, you are absolutely right, and I am going to help you with that a little bit while explaining the basic combos of the deck. So let's start off with your most important card, Branded Fusion. While we do not have Branded Fusion in hand just yet, there's no need to worry because this deck has plenty of ways to access your most powerful fusion card. For example, by normal summoning Aluba, the Jester of Despia. If this card is normal or special summoned, you get to just add a branded spell trap from your deck to your hand. In this case, of course, your centerpiece, the Branded Fusion. This card is so important because it can summon out a fusion monster or fusion summon a monster that requires Fallen of Albas as material by sending material from your deck, hand or field to the graveyard, which is of course extremely powerful. So let's just do that. We activate Branded Fusion, we're going to send the Bestial Lubellion, which is going to come in handy later, and Fallen of Albas from our deck to the graveyard to summon out the oh so powerful Albion the Branded Ring. This card on summon lets you fusion summon another monster by using material from your field or your graveyard, banish them. So we take the Fallen of Albas and a dark monster, which is Aluba the Jester of Despia, and we summon out Lubellion the Searing Dragon, our next fusion monster that is going to fusion summon further. This card lets you discard a card and then fusion summon by shuffling back material from the field or graveyard or banishment to the deck. So in this case, we're going to choose Lubellion the Searing Dragon itself and Fallen of Albas. Going to put those cards back, and we summon out Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, one of your most powerful tools to win games. Because during either turn, this card can just put a card from your extra deck to the graveyard that mentions Fallen of Albas as material to banish a face-up monster card on the field without targeting it. This card is super good. So this is not quite your end field as well. You still have Albion the Branded Dragon, and this card, while it has a powerful summoning effect, really thrives in the graveyard. We also still, from the beginning if you remember, have our Bestial Lubellion in the graveyard. This card can special summon itself out by tributing Albion the Branded Dragon from your field easily. Now, this card has a really cool effect to activate a card from the deck, but the most important feature is that we have Albion the Branded Dragon in our graveyard, so we can add or set a branded spell or trap card in our end phase to the field or to the hand. This is your most basic Branded Fusion combo that you can play basically in the entire game, but there are many ways to just accelerate from that point and go for bigger combos. But this is a nice way to start off your Chronicles, the Fallen and the Virtuous journey.
What's up, Branded friends? With the release of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen and the Virtuous All Foil Edition, everyone of course is excited about branded cards. But how to use them is the question. Today I am going to show you a combo with those branded cards, and it's not only going to be activate Branded Fusion, but we're trying to be a little bit more complicated, so stay tuned to see what I can do with the new cards. For this combo, I have brought Branded and High Spirits plus Fallen of Albus, and then 3 cards, which could be any card in the deck. Of course, your combo is going to vastly differ in many ways as soon as you draw additional pieces to the combo, and that is the beauty about Branded. The combos always change a little bit, but here in this one, we're just going to go with these 2 cards in our hand, which are Branded and High Spirits and Fallen of Albus. Key thing to do is to activate Branded and High Spirits in draw phase already, to play around cards like Droll and Lockbird, which definitely have some relevancy in the format right now. Branded High Spirits then is going to put the Titanicrat, the Ash Dragon, to the graveyard, and as we have Fallen of Albus in hand, we're going to put that into the graveyard as well to go for a search with Branded High Spirits as well. And the card we're looking for is Springin's Kit. Heading into our main phase now, we will be able to summon out the Springin's Kit and use the effect of Springin's Kit to get our so desired and at the moment semi-limited Branded Fusion to our hand. And as we're searching it with Springin's Kit, we also have to put back 1 card from our hand back into the deck. And now we will activate Branded Fusion, sending, as we all know, the fusion materials from the deck to the graveyard. We are going to send, of course, Fallen of Albus, and then next to it we're going to send one of the most powerful Bestial cards, the Bestial Bellion, and that is a light monster. That leads to us summoning Albion, the Branded Dragon. And now we can use Albion, the Branded Dragon effect. Not going into our deck, of course, but into our graveyard, banishing 1 copy of Fallen of Albus, and then also, as we do not necessarily need it anymore, the Springin's Kit from the field to bring out our next Dragon, Lubellion, the Shining Dragon. This one immediately is going to activate its effect as well. Going to discard Triple Tactics Thrust, just another generic card that we can discard to put the Fallen of Albus into the deck again and put the Lubellion into the extra deck as well to bring out Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, into the extra monster zone. Now, as we have sent the Bestial Lubellion to the graveyard through Branded Fusion, we can summon that out by sending Albion, the Branded Dragon, to the graveyard, can activate the effect of the Bestial Lubellion on the field to activate from our deck. Where is it? There we have it. Branded Lost. And now, the beauty about honestly all kind of Branded combos is that in the end phase, you're still adding to your combo. And here in the end phase, as we're going into that, we can activate, first of all, the effect of Albion, the Branded Dragon. And here is where we can now actually decide on what to do. Usually, in regular, before the release of the Fallen and the Virtuous, we would always set Branded in red to have further fusion summoning on the opponent's turn, search for Branded Lost on the opponent's turn, mostly Tri-Brigade Mercurier. But now we can also go for the Fallen and the Virtuous and set it to our Spell and Trap zone, which is now providing us a really good interruption on the opponent's turn, or summon out another monster from our graveyard or even from our opponent's graveyard if it comes to that. And then we're not done with that. At the beginning of the turn, we also send Titanicrat to the graveyard, allowing us to special summon also the Guiding Quem, the Virtuous, from the deck. And with the Guiding Quem, we can, on its special summon, also then send the, where is it? There it is, the Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous, to the graveyard as well. And now, that is our turn, but the beauty comes from the interaction on the opponent's turn as well, because now, on the opponent's turn, as soon as they summon a monster, we can use the effect of Mirror Jade to put the Rindbram into the graveyard. Let me get that Rindbram, there it is, to just banish 1 monster from their side. That allows us to activate the effect of Guiding Quem as an extra deck monster left the extra deck, and that can bring back the Blazing Cartesia, allowing us to further fusion summon on their turn, which is really, really essential to, of course, the strategy, because it will also allow us to activate the effect of Branded Lost, and then with the Rindbram in the graveyard too, that gives us a chance to bring back Fallen of Albus as well, to go for further fusion summoning even then on our opponent's turn. So, as per usual, Branded is all about fusion summoning, and that does not change quite with the release of the new deck, but we can of course find new ways on how to fusion summon, on how to sequence our fusion summoning, and how to build the best Branded field possible. Let me know what your favorite combo for the Branded deck is down in the comments, and then we can all become Branded masters together. What's up, branded friends? With the release of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen and the Virtuous All-Foil Edition, everyone of course is excited about branded cards. But how to use them is the question. Today I am going to show you a combo with those branded cards, and it's not only going to be Activate Branded Fusion, but we're trying to be a little bit more complicated, so stay tuned to see what I can do with the new cards. As you can see, this is not just going to be a combo of Activate Branded Fusion and see what happens, but instead we're going to start with the combination of Albion the Shrouded Dragon and Branded in High Spirits. Note that we also of course have 3 other cards in our hand, but for this combo they're not going to be relevant right now, so we took 3 cards that we can just discard or put back into our deck later on in the combo. But with Branded, when you draw more combo pieces, your combo always is going to develop and you're always going to find more different routes to make the combo, to make the field bigger and even stronger. But for this one, in the draw phase, we're going to activate Branded in High Spirits. Importantly enough, you should activate this in
Welcome, duelists, to the legendary 5Ds deck introduction video. So today we're going to be talking about the brand new product where you not receive just 1 or 2, but you will receive 3 ready-to-play decks straight from the box. So, Alberto, tell us what our duelists can expect to find in this product.
Well, what's that? Because our duelists will be finding 3 ready-to-play decks, as you mentioned, themed after the iconic characters Yusei Fudo, Aki Zezishiki, and Crow Hogan. And essentially, in each deck, there's 40 cards in the main deck, 10 cards in the extra deck, plus a 51st card in the form of a secret rare Chibi art version of each character's main monster. Stardust Dragon for Yusei, Black Rose Dragon for Akiza, and Blackwing Dragon for Crow Hogan, which is something incredible, especially because we also get the chance to put our hands on a lovely Chibi art version of tokens. I'm really looking forward to play with those decks, especially because this is not only about gameplay, but it's about nostalgia as well. I think we all grew up with Yu-Gi-Oh! And the 5Ds era. It's something that we cannot ever forget. And I remember myself buying boosters of the Duelist Genesis, showing off the Stardust Dragon on the booster pack itself. And the Synchro Summon mechanic has changed Yu-Gi-Oh! Forever. And here we are with those cards in front of us years later. Yeah.
Exactly that. So we're going to be able to go through the legendary 5Ds decks. So it's about time that you pick these up at your local stores, and let's rev it up. Welcome back, duelists, to the legendary 5Ds deck breakdown. Today, we're going to be talking about something extra special inside these decks, and they are going to be some amazing reprints that you're going to want to get your hands on one way or another. Starting off with the classics. So not only will you get brand new cards and free ready-to-play decks, but you're also going to be getting a host of reprints, and these reprints are going to be massively important for the competitive scene. Starting off with the classics being Effect Veiler and Drow and Lockbird, backed up by
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, of course, Ghost Ogre Snow Rabbit, Ghost Motor and Molly Chill, and Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogbot. Those classics have been played in the TCG format over the last years, and honestly, I mean, I really can't see a deck playing these cards also in the Genesis format, because you get so many different options in the Legendary 5D decks. But not only that, because we also have some new ones.
Yeah, so branching away from the classics, we're now moving into the more modernly used cards that you're going to be seeing everywhere you turn. So you can now get your hands on Molchummy Perulia, Molchummy Fuelos, and Molchummy Meows. These cards are absolutely incredible because they will provide you with the ability to draw cards when your opponent summons from a specific location. So with Molchummy Perulia, from the hand. With Molchummy Fuelos, it's from the extra deck or the main deck. And then with the Molchummy Meows, draw a card when they summon from the graveyard or banishment. And that's not all, there is one final card, and that is, of course,
the Infinite Impermanence, a card that we have seen over the last years being played most of the time in 3-ofs in every single deck. And it's fantastic because not only you get the chance to put your hands on those cards, but also to counteract them with Cross-Out Designator, Cold by the Grave, one of my favorites, and Forbidden Droplet. I mean, I think you cannot ask for more.
The Legendary 5D's decks give you everything you need. The decks, the staples, and the beautiful chibi artwork. So make sure you head to your local stores to pick these up while you can.
Hello, we're back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5D's decks discussion, and this time we're gonna be showcasing you duelists our beautiful secret rare chibi art versions of the new released Synchro monsters and tokens for each characters. So first of all, I see in front of me 3 of the most iconic cards in the game: Stardust Dragon, Black Rose Dragon, and Blackwing Dragon. But I wanna ask you, which one of those is your favorite?
Well, it has to be Black Rose Dragon. It's just iconic in regards to the red and the blacks and the darks. And what really looks even more spectacular with these particular prints is the fact that they have corresponding backgrounds. So each background corresponds to the attribute of the particular monster. In regards to Black Rose Dragon, of course, it's the Burning Fire. And then one of your favorite ones, the Blackwing Dragon.
I mean, I'm a Blackwing enjoyer, and honestly, I remember also seeing Crow Hogan in action in the anime. I mean, it was something else. Like when he summoned the Blackwing Dragon onto the field, it was a very special moment. And honestly, having the chance to play those cards in our decks is something that I'm really looking forward to do. And this is something that I think we have been summoning these Synchro monsters a lot of time throughout our duelist careers, and having finally the chance to see them in front of us, it's something else. Make sure to put your hands on a complete guaranteed set of Chibi art version Synchro monsters and tokens coming in the Legendary 5D decks. Hello and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5D decks breakdown. I'm here with Dale, who's gonna guide us through Yusei Fudo's decks and showcasing us the newest card that have just been released. So first of all, I'm incredibly excited to see these new cards in action, but also tell us a little bit about, how to play them and, the newest interaction that can be seen with the new release.
So I absolutely love the new cards that have been added to Yusei's arsenal on this one. We've had a lot of revamped cards from his classic Sonic Chick now becoming the Crossroad Sonic Chick, and the Cobalt Hedgehog now becoming the Anchorbolt Hedgehog. It is looking very, very promising for the Synchron strategy. The whole idea behind the Synchron strategy is you want to be able to completely develop your entire field with Synchron monsters being tuners, and then some cards that will act as non-tuners or just non-tuners in general, to work your way into the brand new Ace Monster Junk Warrior Extreme. So being able to utilize cards like Junk Synchron and Scrap Synchron that can replace itself from any Synchron named tuner just makes getting access to these Synchro monsters even more viable. There is an amazing combo that comes all at the back of one of Yusei's original starters in the form of the Speed Warrior, now the revamped Full Speed Warrior, and we're definitely going to be able to show you how to rev it up with that one very, very shortly.
If you really want to see those decks in action, now is going to be the moment to guide us through some combo. Let's check them out.
This combo is going to start from a very lonely full speed warrior, but it will eventually turn out to a full field of the Synchron family. So by normal summoning down our full speed warrior, this will allow us to add a spell or trap that mentions Junk Warrior from the deck. Very, very specific, but it will allow you to get hold of the Synchro Fellowship, as this one does mention Junk Warrior. You can activate this card to add 2 monsters from the deck to the hand, 1 Junk Synchron and 1 monster that mentions Junk Warrior or Stardust Dragon from the deck to the hand, and then discard 1. So we're going to want to add the Scrap Synchron that does mention Junk Warrior, and then we're going to add the Junk Synchron. We will, in this example, decide to discard the Junk Synchron, as we are going to be working with this 1 card combo and maximize its potential. Then, using the hand effect of the Scrap Synchron, for a Synchro summon, you can substitute this card for any 1 Synchron tuner. As an added benefit, if you Synchro summon a monster that mentions a Synchron tuner as material, this card from the hand can also be used. So using our level 1 tuner and our level 2 non-tuner of the full speed warrior on the field, we will be able to Synchro summon one of Yusei's new monsters, being the Scrap Warrior. On Synchro Summon, the Scrap Warrior will then allow you to take 1 Junk Synchron or a card that mentions Junk Warrior from the deck and either add it to the hand or send it to the graveyard. We're going to want to add the Junk Synchron back to the hand. We will then be able to use the secondary effect of the Synchro Fellowship in the graveyard. You can banish this card from the graveyard, then target 1 Synchro monster you control, reduce its level by 1, and then you get to normal summon 1 Synchro monster during your main phase this turn, in addition to your original normal summon or set. So by banishing this card and reducing the level of Scrap Warrior down to 2, we can then perform a second normal summon of Junk Synchron. When this card is normal summoned, we get to target a level 2 or lower monster in our graveyard and special summon it back in defense vision. So the level 2 we have sitting in our graveyard is going to be the full speed warrior. By bringing this card back from the graveyard, we can now perform another Synchro summon using our Junk Synchron and our full speed warrior in order to Synchro summon out our Junk Speeder. Now, for the fans of the Synchron archetype itself, you should know what Junk Speeder can do, but just to show you how the Synchron family enters the field of play, on Synchro Summon, Junk Speeder will allow you to special summon as many Synchron tuners with different levels as possible from the deck. So we are going to be able to summon out Revolution Synchron, being a level 3, our Will Synchron, being a level 5, our Jet Synchron, being a level 1, and our Assault Synchron, being a level 2. Now, as it currently stands on the field, we have 1 noticeable non-tuner in the form of the Scrap Warrior, but we also have a very special effect thanks to Will Synchron that allows you to use it as a non-tuner. So we're going to be able to use our Will Synchron as a non-tuner level 5, and we'll use our Revolution Synchron as a level 3 tuner to perform a Synchro summon and summon out Yusei's almighty ace monster, Stardust Dragon. It doesn't end there. The rest of this combo's potentials are endless, as you still have plenty of tuners and non-tuners left on your field to keep on going. It'll be amazing to see what you guys can Synchro summon with this particular deck. So make sure you go down, pick up your legendary 5Ds decks, and have as much fun revving it up.
Very shortly, we've got a little bit more of an interesting one, I'd say. We've got 2 different Yummy variants, let's say.
We do.
We've got one with the more on the rise, let's say, Mitsurugi variant, similar to the likes of what you'll see names such like Philip Weidinger playing out in the European scene. But then we've also got a little bit of a different one.
An interesting one, yeah. I'm almost a little bit apprehensive to spoil it for the people watching, but I feel like it's going to be interesting to talk about, and they'll see pretty quickly.
Yeah, so we've got more of like a pure variant with a little bit more of a fringe way to start.
Yeah, it's interesting. Because obviously a lot of the time when people are playing a quote-unquote pure variant, it will be Sky Strikers on the list.
Yes.
Something that gets you, so, one card combo gets you into your plays. There are a handful of different cards that can do this. My personal favourite is Regulus the Fairy Beast, which is, if anyone doesn't know it, that's full yummy combo. But also can get you a TG Harp Librarian on the field. Just saying, just saying. Anyway, but what we have here is actually Altergeist Yummy, which is really cool.
So for me personally, back a few years ago now, I was a huge fan of the Altergeist engine.
I see.
Maybe with some unpopular cards, like Mystic Mine, but that's just me personally.
Fair.
But today we've got Joshua playing just the Meloseek and then the Malwisp as well, which acts as that just a little bit of extension. When it's added from the deck to the hand, it will summon itself, and then on summon, it will summon back the Meloseek there. So the Meloseek acting both as a little bit of removal, with its attacking directly to then get rid of a card on his opponent's side of the field, but then that little bit of extension as well, once the Meloseek's linked away and you get to add to that Malwisp from deck to hand. It's quite creative, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned to me earlier as well, when we sort of discussing this deck, is that it is also a level 3 tuner, so you can hard make the Herald with that.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is quite hard, quite interesting. We have words. I do believe we saw the special summon of the Marshmallow and then the normal summon of the Saji, I think that is there.
Saji, yeah. So obviously going into game one, James taking it away here. Already been hit with the Fuelos into a draw, which, at least from my opinion, like it's just, I guess you're just trading that one draw you're getting off the Fuelos for the draw and Lockbird there.
Absolutely.
Which I think, if I see a Mitsurugi card, I'm more than happy to go ahead with that trade.
Oh, 100%, yeah. It does just shut down their turn more often than not.
Exactly.
I do think, yeah, we are still playing here, so I think we actually started with a pretty strong hand, actually. Yeah.
So we've already got the surprise, which, at least as a Yummy player, I think I just want to see that going ahead.
Oh, we do see the Ghost Bell coming out, though.
Exactly, which maybe it's not so good now. But, but we're going to see James most likely link into an Almirage here.
I would imagine
maybe,
so.
we'll see how it goes, actually.
But Joshua just seeming to have all the answers here.
Yeah. Looking at James' hand, maybe there's not actually that much ways to extend now. You've already been essentially triple hand trapped here.
We are just going to an SP, which, hey, not a terrible thing to end your field on by any means.
No, exactly. And I think just getting rid of a resource here. Obviously, as James, you don't know exactly what your opponent's playing at this point. So getting rid of Drawn Lockbird means that maybe if playing against Dracotel, you're just trying to prevent yourself from getting it hit again.
And then not a daft thing to do in the slightest. We do see the Marshmallow coming down now, immediately kind of letting James know it's a variant of a mirror match of some variety.
Especially, I guess both players starting with that Mao there is quite funny.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's a powerful card. It will do a lot for the strategy. And we do see the, not a Croaky, it's the Mignon. That's
which here will just be that little bit of extension. Another Ghost Bell.
Another Ghost Bell. Hey, I mean, it's good cards. Another Marshmallow. I think the normal summon there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I think this is just such a strong way to be starting this turn. Just getting into your names now with the Cup C, it's getting these additional resources. It makes it really hard for the SP Little Knight to actually get some value across here. Right?
It really does, yeah.
And we're going to see it discard of the Black Goat last as well, which is
that is powerful. Wow. It's it's one of those decks. If you can't, almost like Malice in a sense. If you can't stop it early on, it can really get away from you.
Yes, yeah. At least for me, I feel like we're about to see something like that going on now here.
Absolutely. With the Cup C Yummy being summoned and adding, I would imagine a surprise to hand, but it could be anything obviously from here.
Yeah, I think the surprise is a very good hit, especially now. There's no more Ghost Bell for the turn as well.
Oh, yeah.
So we can see that's going to be like a really good way just to get that additional resource on the field. And then that Marshmallow, add it back to the hand.
And even though the summon from the graveyard effect was negated, if I'm not mistaken, the attack boost effect of the field spell is still in effect.
Yes. Yeah.
So these small little tasty kitty cats are going to become very powerful very quickly.
Exactly. And we're just seeing Joshua kind of going through the motions here just to try and get some additional resources on the field. Do you think it's possible for him to go for game hit? Yeah,
oh, absolutely. Well, it all depends on what that face down card wants, what the card in hand is. It could all go belly up in a moment's notice. We don't know yet, but it's looking like he's starting to push for game here. Which who can blame him with this level of advantage that he's got going on?
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to see that the second statue coming in here, and going to what I can only assume is the battle phase here, just to at least clear the SP Little Knight.
And of course,
off
we
the
do
field.
still have that surprise, in which you can, I think, scooping it up.
Sure, yeah.
Which fair,
Yeah,
enough.
completely fair enough. The triple hand trap essentially was quite much
It's
a turn
quite a
under
lot.
there.
It's quite a lot. Kind of negating one of them, the full loss, with the draw the next, but it's still enough to get you through.
But I think whenever you see Drawn Lock Bird, it's always such a huge payoff, especially against the Mitsurugi strategy, but just generally speaking, whenever that is activated, it's kind of just turn ending in most cases,
Very much
right?
so,
It's
very
I think if your deck is able to play under that Drawn Lock Bird whilst getting through all of the other resources that you need to get through to end on whatever field you're aiming for, that's the sign of a really powerful deck.
Absolutely.
But here you can see Drawn Lock Bird into both the Mitsu and the Yummy engine. It's can
be quite painful.
Exactly, it's
Can
turn
hurt.
ending. So if we look thinking into game 2, I'm going to assume James is starting there.
You'd think so.
And I guess in my head, if he doesn't really see the Drawn Lock Bird there, it's quite easy for that deck to play around all of the variations of different like Molchami cards, Go Spell, Ash.
Absolutely.
Different types of interruption here.
We do see the Metaltronus and the Bestials in his side deck, though, so we could see those coming through. Maybe not Metaltronus if you're going to be going first this game, but as I understand, it's more of a field-breaking card.
Yes.
But the Bestials, I don't see why they wouldn't be put in, because they're good against the Yummy strategy.
Yeah, you just want to decide like what kind of approach you want to take when you're going first here. Do you want to take out some of your non-engine that may not be as impactful, but they have a wider range.
Yeah.
Especially as we're seeing James playing Crossout Designator, which again you want to make sure you've got like the variance there. That this Crossout, if I see it, it covers every situation that I want
It really
to.
does, especially as I say in the mirror match, because it's not just for the hand traps for the non-engine. It's also for that powerful Yummy engine. Those cards that you can just say, actually, during your turn, no, I'll set that and I'll stop you from doing something.
Yeah, exactly. And you can kind of starve your opponent from some of those resources as well, just by having that there. So, no, it'd be really good to see just how they try and navigate this one.
Very exciting to see.
Then if we look into Josh's Alter Guy strategy there.
It's so interesting. I mean, if he's going second again this game, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Dark Runner No More will do a lot.
Yes.
That's in the side deck.
Yep.
We do see some powerful going second options here. Dark Runner No More. We have Nibiru, which again also can be very powerful here. We have the Molchami Meows, which is very good into Mitsurugi Yummy.
Yeah,
Something a lot from the graveyard on both turns.
Yeah, I think Meows is definitely an auto include for me. Maybe even that Nibiru, the primal being as well.
Absolutely.
Just trying to gain as much hand advantage from these Molchamis as possible, and then try and punish them with the plethora of other going second cards.
100%.
That Josh is playing here.
We do see them now going into game 2. I would imagine James going first, but we'll see.
Yep.
And yes, it does look like that. Can't quite make out the hand, but great start.
I saw the Mitsurugi Ritual there, which you never want to see that one.
No. Are we going to see the Drawn Lock Bird again? Doesn't look like it. Okay.
Sigh of relief there from James, I'd say.
I think the biggest sigh of relief anyone will have is when you ask anything on res.
Yeah.
No. Oh, thank goodness.
So we're going to see a Snatchy here. Most likely getting the minion out of the deck just to keep extending these plays, especially just from this one card. Starter card, really.
It does get you everything. That single card will get you the entire strategy working for you, so it's very powerful.
So yeah, going most likely into the Cupsy here. Looking at Josh's hand here, I can't see any
Can't quite make
interruptions
anything.
either there.
No, it might be some field-breaking cards. Or we do see the Ash Blossom coming down, which this is a fantastic target for it.
Yeah, perfect time for it.
Tagging back out into these two as well.
Exactly. So it's not... It's one of those weird ones where I feel like any of these sort of like mid-range, like these hand traps that kind of trade for one card essentially, right?
Yeah.
I feel like they're not very strong against this... the pure Yummy cards anyway.
No.
Because you're trading one of these cards, they still have so many monsters available just to keep on making these synchro plays, making these link plays, and just establishing the field that they're aiming for, right?
Yeah, and it is the sheer power of this strategy as well, with you combining both of the powerful Mitsurugi and Yummy cards. You get that access to, not only can you, it doesn't seem like he's going to be doing so here, but you know, some games you can get stopped, like maybe burn through 3 of your opponent's hand traps using your Yummy combo, and then, by the way, Habakiri. And you just carry on playing. We do see the start here, Marshmallow from Joshua.
Once again here for Joshua. Going to start the turn off, I assume in a very, very similar way to what's happened last time.
You would think so. Ooh,
Infinite
the Infinite
Impermanence there.
Impermanence. Powerful. Good.
Let's hope he just remembers about the zones here.
Let's hope so. Not a repeat of last time, unfortunately.
There's no Croaky there, summoning the Cupsy. Going to go for the effect there.
Again, you'd imagine the surprise coming out here.
Yeah, it depends how many forms of extension, in my opinion.
Very true, very true.
I left there. Obviously, surprise is the extender there, but just if you want some additional
Hey,
names.
you might already have it in hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Forming Synchro Summon. Again, I'm going to assume we're most likely going through Cupsy here.
You would imagine so here, yeah. You definitely imagine so. And we do have the powerful effect of a Croaky happening here to be able to destroy some of your opponent's cards as well.
Trying to just force James out here, I would say, and just kind of, yeah, just force him to like, make a play. Obviously, he's left the Snatchy available for use, right?
Absolutely.
But I think that's just allowing James just to decide that maybe I want to make a play into an aggressive Synchro monster.
Absolutely. It is a very interesting mirror match to watch, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think there's loads of layers, and it's just like trying to decide when's the most opportune time to tag out and like return one of your Synchro monsters to the extra deck, get those additional 2 monsters back onto the field.
Yeah.
And then just how you navigate through the turn going for each different Synchro monster.
We do see that Optigeist get discarded there.
So
Which,
yeah,
it's a shame we didn't get to see it in use, I guess. But I guess, you know, maybe there still could be a game through. We're not sure yet. We'll see how this goes.
Unfortunately, Joshua there just seeing the wrong part of the engine.
Yeah. Ooh, the Ghost Spell stopping the tagging out there of that Synchro monster.
Yeah, I think that's really, really strong here. The only positive thing, at least, is we've already got that surprise available if we so need to.
Well, this is the thing. It's you've got the surprise available still. It's your turn's not over.
Yes,
by
exactly.
any means. It's a powerful place to use it, but your turn is by no means over if you're Joshua here.
Very much agree there. So we're going to just see extension into the Snatchy there, and then the next one of the little pieces coming down. Almost feels like
so cute.
Just an endless supply here just from Joshua.
An endless supply of cutie patooties. It's wonderful. We just love to see it.
So yeah, we're going to see the Cookie come down, and we're just going to decide again now where...
Oh, I think we do see the Synchro summon coming out now. I'd imagine for potentially the Lollipo. Yeah, the Lollipo way, I think, is the way to go here. It's going to be tagging out from James, going for some summoning from the graveyard, going for the Snatchy and for the Cupsy, which, hey, very strong, going to get either a draw or a search off of that. Probably the draw, maybe try and find some more non-engine into the hand, and we do see the Cookie and the, what we're going to have, what Josh are we going to go for? And the Lollipo coming out. Negated because they'll summon off of the initial summon effect of the Lollipo way.
Exactly, just double checking the text on minion there. Always worth reading cards. This is something that sometimes when you feel like you know exactly what's going on, you're like, I don't need to read that. I know what it does. It's in my deck even, but
I mean,
it's always worth it.
Not to harp on a point, but about a month or so ago, I think it was YCS Pittsburgh, we had, of course, the fantastic and talented player Aditya who won that quite famously. Occasionally, we'll just forget to read a card. And again, it happens to all of us.
Yes, yeah.
So it is definitely good to make sure you read the cards, and also, by all means, ask your opponent, hey, what does this do? I think most people will be happy to explain things to you as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's one of the most important aspects of playing like trading card games such as Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just you need to make sure not only do you know what every single one of your cards do, but the important thing for this card game is just knowing exactly what every single card your opponent can play. Not even every card they have.
Yeah,
every single thing.
I think I think that is the what I would call the secret sauce of this game. It's such an interesting part of the game is you can learn your deck pretty quickly, pretty easily. In most decks you can pick up in a day or two, but you then have to learn how do you play against every other deck with your deck, and it's a really a fun way of thinking about the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think it's all about getting that little bit of advantage out of it. Be it, I'm just trying to make sure I know what they do, so I know exactly how to use my cards and get the most full value. Make sure that I can use one of my cards and maybe I get to trade for one of their cards or 2 of their cards, sometimes even more than that. And I think that's, massive skill for this game. I do
think James is doing an admirable job here as well, considering that he ended his turn on just a Snatchy plus something to synchro with. He's doing a lot with not a lot of resources. It's quite impressive to see.
Exactly, and it feels almost like he's kind of getting there, really. Joshua's only really got the surprise here, just to kind of live on, I would say.
Absolutely.
Especially once this Metal March just came down. what are you really going to do with it? You can make a Herald of the Arclight, but nobody really wants to do that right
no,
now.
I wonder what option. No, I think it is just Herald in the deck that you could use here.
Yeah.
I mean, how much attack does Herald? I don't think enough.
No, it's only about 600. I believe.
Yeah, wow, that is small. I knew it wasn't a particularly attack or stat powerful card, but goodness me, I didn't realise that. Wow, yeah. So he might see Joshua. I mean, also the fact that a lot of James's cards will be boosted by that minion on the field, so we're not really sure what's going to be happening here, actually.
So yeah, we're just gonna watch the infinite impermanence there on the marshmallow just to stop the surprise from coming back.
2 infinite impermanences in the opening hand is
yes,
not nothing.
Yeah.
And that does mean that there are now 2 columns that Joshua has to be aware of.
Yeah.
And it's important to keep in mind, it does come up. It does come up.
Yeah, and I think at least whenever I'm playing into an opponent's field, I'm just trying to avoid any columns that they have any cards in. Even if I have to go like somewhere where maybe I don't traditionally play my cards, I'll go anywhere I can.
It's the worst thing is when you have a habit of putting your cards in a certain place, and I think that is Joshua scooping it up there.
Yeah, I think so as well. I feel like even though I would say he had a really good start, to be honest.
Absolutely,
he had so many ways to extend through the plays that James had and the interruptions, but the yummy cards, as we know, they're quite like sticky. Let's say they're very hard to remove, hard to like kind of grind them down to 0. They'll just keep on returning to the extra deck, summoning 2 more back, and just replacing themselves essentially, right?
Even without using that Mitsurugi engine in his deck, it's enough that, and as I say, I wouldn't call the field that he ended on particularly powerful.
No,
it was just the Snatchy, something to synchro with, and then 2 imperms and a surprise. Which is it's not nothing, but it's also not the most unbreakable field in the game, and yet it's enough when you pilot the deck well and when you understand the strategy well enough, you can play through a lot with that.
Exactly. When I'm Josh there, I'm probably thinking, I've got 3 spell and traps.
Yeah.
A Snatchy, a monster. I feel like I can
probably
do this.
fine.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah.
My hand's good enough. I can make it through that.
Yeah. I mean, the 2 imperms as well. That is a lot to have to deal with.
Yes,
That's a lot to deal with.
Especially as you're just trying to make that push through, right?
Absolutely.
So the other thing is, we didn't really see much from the Mitsu side there, right?
No, not at all.
So there's ever a world where Joshua just doesn't think about it. He maybe thinks there's a slimmed down version of it, maybe. But we're just going to have to see really how he kind of navigates going into this game too.
I do think going first, this has some very interesting options here with Joshua's list, because in the extra deck, we do have the Silo Hat Rabbit, which if you, in the side that you see, there is the Apophis cards, which we saw in YCS. I want to say Pittsburgh it was. We saw these have a very powerful showing in that tournament. So we also have, of course, the going first Anti-Spell Fragrance and Solemn Judgment. Very powerful going first cards in this deck. You might even leave in the Nibiru because it's not going to do you that much. You leave it to your last resource, you know, but it's not... It's not nothing.
Not completely out, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're just trying to take the multi armies that are in your list out of the deck. I think a lot of the non-engine's pretty good though. You've got a good amount of like DD Crow, Ghost Spell,
DD Crow's actually kind of a sleeper pick, I think.
Exactly.
It's solid.
Especially in this matchup as well, right? Like
it's very good into Mitsurugi.
Yeah, and even the yummy cards, right? You can trade as well, like with the minion. It's just all feel like they're kind of cards that are like just trading well, right?
Absolutely.
And that's kind of what the advantage of this yummy deck is. You just want your 1-card play, do what it does, right?
Yeah.
Make a little little board, and then the rest of it you're just trying to get through with non-engine there, right?
Absolutely.
Then going into the Mitsurugi side of things,
some interesting choices for going second in this deck as well. I think the Metal Trainers we mentioned earlier is quite powerful, as well as these Bestials as well. So there's plenty enough here to go second with this strategy, as well as a Harvey's Feather Dust and a Lightning Storm.
No, definitely agree there. I don't think there's enough hand traps. I would elect to put Nibiru the Primal Being in there, personally.
Yeah, by all means.
But I think if I was on Josh's side, I'd kind of consider it as well, even going first. Once again, with the Marshmallow here.
Marshmallow starting 8. It's a strong card.
Yep.
We love to see it.
So we're going to see, again, I think we've seen this from him every single game so far, isn't it?
It's a classic way to start out your strategy with Yummy. Marshmallow into Snatchy, into Mignon, into other stuff. It all works, and we know what it does, and it's powerful. There's a reason why it's so popular.
All working up to really just into the Cupsy Yummy way here. So Josh checking he's getting the right Synchro Monster out of his extra deck here.
Go for the Cupsy Web, the looks of things, to hopefully try and search, and it seems that is going to go through.
Not met with an Ash Blossom or anything of the means. Again, it feels like very hard to interrupt with this, right?
It really does.
James, known for his infinite impermanences.
Yeah.
You cannot stop that here.
No, not at all. You can try, but it's not going to go very well for you.
If anything, it's probably more advantageous, right? Isn't it?
Absolutely. Discarding the ghost spell off of that is confident. Maybe signaling he might have one in hand still.
Yes, potentially. So we're going to see the Cup C come down here, probably once again grabbing that surprise from the deck.
We're shocked if it weren't.
Yeah.
No, it might not be. It might not be. We don't know.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Yeah, there we go.
Hey, there you go.
The
one time you predicted it.
Looking at James's handout, I saw pre-preparation of rights, which...
Okay, it's a lot. Does a lot for the strategy.
It's, for me at least, I think that's one of my favourite Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Just with the sort of range that it can kind of enable, not just for the Mitsurugi deck, but just all of these different strategies. I always talk about the way that like you're trying to get this advantage, right? But not only does it normally get out your monster, but in a lot of other different ritual-based decks, it gets out both parts of the puzzle, right?
Yeah,
and that's just so key. But especially within this deck, Habakiri
and Mitsurugi Mirror, it's a very powerful card. Very powerful card. It's interesting to see him discarding the ghost spell. I have to assume he has another one in hand if he's just going to discard that so freely, because it does do a lot to pretty much all parts of the Mitsurugi Yumi strategy. You can use it on the pre-prep, you can use it on the Mitsurugi Mirror, you can use it on the Mitsurugis wanting to summon themselves from graveyard. There's a bunch of Yumi cards that don't like it. I just have to assume he's got one in hand. But we do see the Herald coming out here, which is obviously an extremely powerful card to see on Joshua's side of the field here, and also carrying on the Yumi combo as well.
Especially just into this this sort of matchup as well, where the Mitsurugi cards are available. Because it means that if the Mitsurugi ritual's ever activated, those cards will be removed from play. Which, although it's not like a massive factor when you're playing the normal deck, you've got Kusanagi to add those resources back. But when you're playing even less of these Mitsurugi names, and I only see 5 monsters, including the Saji there. You just don't really have that much to work around if the Herald or the Eldlight's there.
You really don't. We do see the Silver Hat Rabbit coming out now, which is I'm very happy to see, because I just like that card. It's a cool little guy. He's a good little guy. He's a little guy.
And I think just for Joshua, this is just adding so many extra layers. There's a lot of conversation around what makes like a deck really good in Yu-Gi-Oh! And for me, it's always if there's a spell or trap you can search in your deck that makes an interruption. Obviously, you have your monsters on the field. You may have layered interrupts within the hand or the graveyard as well. All these types of things. It just means that you're really flexible in not only how you respond to your opponent, but also what kind of really good cards they may have. Like you can play around cards like Dark Ruler No More, for example. Even like Super Poly, or even just like the plethora of hand traps as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is such a powerful card to throw out there, because it not only is it effectively a bit of an MST itself, Silver Hat Rabbit, but also you have that negate coming out from the Apophis trap.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, we're seeing the surprise, summon back the Mao, get back that surprise.
All fairly standard fare here, but it is powerful, standard for a reason.
Yes.
I'm quite sad we haven't really seen an Altergeist card. That was the whole thing.
I was so excited to see that, being a big fan of Meluseek myself. But we're going to see the Apophis engine here.
Reading the card, got to be done. It's useful to do. I don't think, I was going to say, I don't think you can reset that. I think but mistakes happen, it's all good.
The one thing for Joshua and James to remember here is that just like we're very close to not having enough zones.
Very true.
To get maximum value from
that is
Synchro monsters.
A genuine concern, because if you can tag out that single Synchro monster to summon 2 things, which is fair. After that, you're going to have a full field, so it's going to be tricky to deal with. You see the prayers coming out, I'd imagine in the draw phase. You'd hope so, at least.
I would imagine as well, just to give a little bit of respect to a possible John Bird.
Oh, the Solemn. Just coming right out there with the Solemn Judgment. I do not blame him, just saying no for half your life points. I do not blame that.
Yeah, I think it's quite a big cost there, actually. It's just, I'd be a little bit worried if there's any other cards that maybe James has that can interrupt. But I guess Prayers is one of the best cards within the Mitsu Yumi deck.
Absolutely. I mean, Solemn Judgment, it's one of those things, it is a big cost, but it's usually used as part of your end field of this is your winning end field. You can't, it's a big swing and you have to kind of win with that.
Yeah, very much agree with you there. Just looking at the handout, I feel like James might have drawn the pre-preparation and the mirror.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, does it, unfortunately?
I was starting with the Saji here, going for the Mitsurugi ritual. I guess a little bit of difference there. James is only playing one copy of that Mitsurugi Ritual, so if it is negated here by that Herald of the Arclight, it can be quite tough to recur some of that advantage.
Very difficult to get back at that point, yeah. Oh, we did see the Amaraj coming out, though,
yeah.
which very good in this strategy, yeah. And the Cup C being summoned as well.
Yeah.
Going to be seeing an add if that is not negated.
I really like the sort of bridge here, going from one archetype into the next here, going from the Saji into the Almirage, into the Cup C, and now able to push into some synchro plays potentially as well. So that...
I'm always consistently in awe and surprised by the ingenuity of Yu-Gi-Oh players to be able to just quickly, you know what, these decks that have no theming in common, I can make that work.
Yes,
and I love
exactly.
it. It's great to see. It's so creative.
Especially with like such a iconic card as well, being like Herald of the Arclight, I would say. Like, that card has been around for what feels like maybe a decade at this point.
Absolutely. It's very strong.
Even now, it's doing so many unique things. Back in the day, you'd never even looked to summon it. You used to send it off...
Divider of the Herald?
Even back before then, it was Necro's Kaleidoscope.
Oh, of course,
to summon your Unicorn. You never even summoned it in that deck. Now, in this strategy, you can summon it, get your engine, and then make another one.
Who'd have thought that add ritual cast to hand is a very strong, very strong thing to have?
Exactly. It's only taken just a few years. So we're going to see the Arclight negating the Snatchy here, which I think is a pretty good line here. Just as you're trying to like starve James off of the sort of field presence here.
Yeah. I mean, ending your field with two very powerful negates, with another one with your Apophis Trap as well. There's a lot of negates going on here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that James has to play through here.
Yep. But the thing is, what I think is, I guess you have to use the Apophis Trap here to negate the Mitsurugi Ritual. And I think it's... If James had another way to, like, pressure right now, I think it would be...
that is curtains for James, unfortunately. But well done to both players there. They both played exceptionally well.
Yeah, looking
that is an unfortunate hand. That is
and he's got the Havakiri, and there's only one target for it, being that Saji, which is in the hand as well.
That is a real shame. But hey, that's how the game plays. That's how it goes sometimes. But both players did exceptionally well. As said, both very good, both very talented players, obviously. So very interested to see how they go going forward.
Yeah, it's one of those little bit of an issue with the Mitsurugi strategy, I would say, is with the Yumi cards especially, is if you're playing that more like condensed, smaller package, you just don't really have lots you can do if you draw maybe one or two of those like engine requirements that you don't really want to see. You want to leave in your deck until later.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, James drew two of them there, along with the two pairs.
It does just happen. It does. I think more than one game there, he normal summoned Saji, which he just...
That's true.
Happens, just happens sometimes. It's unfortunate. It reminds me, I used to play Goblin Bikers a lot, and you never want to see Attack a Tomborg in hand.
No.
It just and every game you just see it. You know, it happens. So
he's always there.
It's always there. Hey, you know what? If no one's got my back, I know Attack a Tomborg's got my back.
That's true. That is more true. Well, we'll be back ever so shortly with our winners interview with Joshua there, and then hopefully maybe we can go over some recaps on some recent events.
Absolutely.
And we'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5Ds Decks Breakdown. I'm here with Dale, who's gonna guide us through Yusei Fudo's decks and showcasing us the newest card that have just been released. So first of all, I'm incredibly excited to see these new cards in action, but also tell us a little bit about, how to play them and, the newest interaction that can be seen with the new release.
So I absolutely love the new cards that have been added to Yusei's arsenal on this one. We've had a lot of revamped cards from his classic Sonic Chick now becoming the Crossroad Sonic Chick, and the Cobalt Hedgehog now becoming the Anchorbolt Hedgehog. It is looking very, very promising for the Synchron strategy. The whole idea behind the Synchron strategy is you want to be able to completely develop your entire field with Synchron monsters being tuners, and then some cards that will act as non-tuners or just non-tuners in general, to work your way into the brand new Ace Monster Junk Warrior Extreme. So being able to utilize cards like Junk Synchron and Scrap Synchron that can replace itself from any Synchron named tuner just makes getting access to these Synchro monsters even more viable. There is an amazing combo that comes all at the back of one of Yusei's original starters in the form of the Speed Warrior, now the revamped Full Speed Warrior, and we're definitely going to be able to show you how to rev it up with that one very, very shortly.
If you really want to see those decks in action, now is gonna be the moment to guide us through some combo. Let's check them out.
This combo is going to start from a very lonely Full Speed Warrior, but it will eventually turn out to a full field of the Synchron family. So by normal summoning down our Full Speed Warrior, this will allow us to add a spell or trap that mentions Junk Warrior from the deck. Very, very specific, but it will allow you to get hold of the Synchro Fellowship, as this one does mention Junk Warrior. You can activate this card to add 2 monsters from the deck to the hand, 1 Junk Synchron and 1 monster that mentions Junk Warrior or Stardust Dragon from the deck to the hand, and then discard 1. So we're going to want to add the Scrap Synchron that does mention Junk Warrior, and then we're going to add the Junk Synchron. We will, in this example, decide to discard the Junk Synchron, as we are going to be working with this 1 card combo and maximize its potential. Then, using the hand effect of the Scrap Synchron, for a Synchro summon, you can substitute this card for any 1 Synchron tuner. As an added benefit, if you Synchro summon a monster that mentions a Synchron tuner as material, this card from the hand can also be used. So using our level 1 tuner and our level 2 non-tuner of the Full Speed Warrior on the field, we will be able to Synchro summon one of Yusei's new monsters, being the Scrap Warrior. On Synchro Summon, the Scrap Warrior will then allow you to take 1 Junk Synchron or a card that mentions Junk Warrior from the deck and either add it to the hand or send it to the graveyard. We're going to want to add the Junk Synchron back to the hand. We will then be able to use the secondary effect of the Synchro Fellowship in the graveyard. You can banish this card from the graveyard, then target 1 Synchro monster you control, reduce its level by 1, and then you get to normal summon 1 Synchro monster during your main phase this turn, in addition to your original normal summon or set. So by banishing this card and reducing the level of Scrap Warrior down to 2, we can then perform a second normal summon of Junk Synchron. When this card is normal summoned, we get to target a level 2 or lower monster in our graveyard and special summon it back in defense position. So the level 2 we have sitting in our graveyard is going to be the Full Speed Warrior. By bringing this card back from the graveyard, we can now perform another Synchro summon using our Junk Synchron and our Full Speed Warrior in order to Synchro summon out our Junk Speeder. Now, for the fans of the Synchron archetype itself, you should know what Junk Speeder can do, but just to show you how the Synchron family enters the field of play, on Synchro Summon, Junk Speeder will allow you to special summon as many Synchron tuners with different levels as possible from the deck. So we are going to be able to summon out Revolution Synchron, being a level 3, our Will Synchron, being a level 5, our Jet Synchron, being a level 1, and our Assault Synchron, being a level 2. Now, as it currently stands on the field, we have 1 noticeable non-tuner in the form of the Scrap Warrior, but we also have a very special effect thanks to Will Synchron that allows you to use it as a non-tuner. So we're going to be able to use our Will Synchron as a non-tuner level 5, and we'll use our Revolution Synchron as a level 3 tuner to perform a Synchro summon and summon out Yusei's almighty ace monster, Stardust Dragon. It doesn't end there. The rest of this combo's potentials are endless, as you still have plenty of tuners and non-tuners left on your field to keep on going. It'll be amazing to see what you guys can Synchro summon with this particular deck. So make sure you go down, pick up your legendary 5Ds decks, and have as much fun revving it up.
And we're back with Joshua. And for me at least, I've known you a little while now, I know how much you love these Altergeist cards. So we're here with your yummy Altergeist deck. Obviously, 12 start, really great start to one of these really long tournaments.
I was quite excited.
How are you liking these Altergeist cards?
They're really good when you don't draw Malvis, obviously, because it's just like the issue is it completely falls apart because it only works when it's added. So it's a bit awkward, and that's why I was like, 42 cards. Hopefully, the likelihood of seeing it won't happen, but it's happened both rounds so far. So other than that, though, they're really, really good, and it was like. It is an excuse to battle guys, yes, but specifically into Mitsurugi. That's what the Meliseek is there for, to force prayers, and to at least be able to float into engine when you do get Rieki'd.
Yeah.
I suppose that's not so bad against Moonlight in theory as well, but...
Yeah, it seems like not too bad across the board, really, because you're able to... Not only you can just like be a little bit more aggressive, right, but without actually showing the rest of like your yummy cards and what else you have available, just being able to go battle phase. And you can just see what happens, really, right?
Yeah, as well, especially if you like your normal summon Meliseek, send it to the grave, summon your Armorage or something. People probably Ash the Meliseek in all honesty.
Yeah.
And then if you've got any yummy name in hand, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
so I really like
beyond good, yeah.
It makes the deck, the deck's already insane as a hand traps, as we know, but it just makes it a little bit better into it in some ways.
Yeah, I feel like compared to some of the other like sort of one-card starter cards you may play, like the Sky Striker cards, etc., I feel like the Altergeist cards are quite unique where they give you that little bit extra advantage, right? You get that Meliseek, that gives you an extra card, which gives you another available monster, gives you your full combo, right?
Yeah.
But also, like, if you want to go into that Herald of the Arclight further down, maybe even a little bit earlier than normal.
Yeah, doing that really early is not so bad as well. I was playing Samsara before today, specifically because, like, if my hand's got no yummy names, I manage to get to Yummy Way, I will more than likely want to Herald negate the Ash.
Yes, yeah.
I was playing Samsara for a bit to recycle it, but it wasn't needed. I feel like at that point, if you've added 2 and stuff, you should be in a pretty good position.
You should be,
you know what
exactly,
I mean?
yeah.
But until yesterday, I was playing that. Often making that Herald ASAP just so it protects the Yummy Way, which I think is a choke point. As you saw when I ashed him in that game, it was pretty rough. Like, you know what I mean?
Exactly. So yeah, going back into the match now, obviously just a little while ago. Game 1, I'd say didn't really have much going on after the Fua loss into the draw, into the bell on the last card to play.
Fua lost into him first. Like, it felt so bad because I realised I am going to neg now, but I thought he was on pure. So that's where like some of Marshmallow, I thought I expected him to go into a Link 1 or something. I threw it and I was like, looking at the draw, I was like, no, you kind of have to use it now. And it just feel a bit mad because I felt like I handled it myself, but it worked. It worked. So.
Yeah, I feel like in that situation, whenever you see like these Mitsurugi cards come down, you're like, I cannot not use this draw lock burst.
Exactly.
Like, so that kind of ended quite quickly. You just kind of went very aggressive the next turn, swung for the game. Game 2, we were looking at like your opponent didn't really end on like that crazy of a field, I would say.
No.
Just on the Snatchy, I think it was a Cupsy and 3 set spell and traps. How were you feeling going into that game?
I was looking at my hand and it was all right from what I remember. I just like even just his end board being Snatchy plus a name, like this deck floats so much. If you don't have like a ghost spell, if you don't have an impulse or anything to stop the tagging out, it floats endlessly for so long. So even though like the average deck, those 2 cards might not look great, it's very like quite scary. And I'm aware of him like being able to go into the Book of Moon and stuff. That was like quite scary. I feel like I misplayed a little bit as well because I totally forgot he added surprise for some reason. I don't know why I forgot. So I wanted to like probably do like an SP line, but I think overall I would have lost anyways because he had a non-engine for that game.
Yeah, I think just like when I was thinking about it, it's like it felt like you just had infinite ways to extend and keep putting monsters on the field.
That's what this deck is like. That's why I really enjoy it, to be honest.
But then like when I was watching your opponent, it's just like those 2 little monsters, they just kept on turning into more and more. And I was like, you're never getting through. And that's just how it felt watching it.
Sometimes it feels like an impenetrable wall. Genuinely. Which is cool for a little level 1 deck, but yeah, I like it.
And then into that game 3, your opponent didn't open the most formidable of hands.
No.
But
I think it was just engine. Like what? Like, it was just prayers. Really.
But then for you had it all, really.
I had Judgment. I when I discarded the bell as well, I should not have done that. I should have discarded one of the Yummy names. Because I ended on an additional Yummy name I didn't necessarily need. And it got to a point in that game where I did clog my board when I summoned the Apophis Trap. So that's why I had to Herald on his... very like, not early, but like in a spot.
A little bit earlier than maybe you wanted to, right?
And it also made the draw a bit dead in my hand having the Herald, but like, you know what I mean? Because he had Ritual, didn't he? And I was like, this draw's not doing anything. My Herald's still there. So in hindsight, I might have attempted to Herald early, but it's so hard to predict with the amount of board breakers and this like and obviously we know Mitsurugi cards are cracked.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much that could have potentially gone on, right? But then seeing your opponent just had like the mirror, the pre-prep, like just everything there, unfortunately.
And the Apophis traps were really good just for that additional negate and stuff. So obviously, because I feel like this deck's biggest weakness is Dark Ruler.
Yep.
And I saw a lot of people were main decking that, not necessarily the last YCS, but the YCS before that, people were main decking it.
Yeah.
And I was, that's one of the reasons I went off the Mitsurugi cards, because I was just so scared to turn up today and getting like, everyone just go Dark Ruler and then winning. You know what I mean? I wanted a bit more into that specifically.
Yeah, and I think that's the way Rabbit just added like that little bit of extra layer into your field, right? You had the Herald already, you had the Apophis traps just giving you that extra little bit of interruption. And I think together just with the infinite loop of the Yummy, as we already talked about, it was just too formidable. Like even if your opponent was able to like play with some additional cards in the hands, I don't think they would have been able to get through personally.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
But either way, you're 2-0 now. How are you feeling for the rest of the tournament? 6 more, I think, 7 more. Yeah, we should be all right. So you're going to win?
Who knows? I'll try.
Well, hopefully you're back. And if not, we'll be back with round 3 ever so shortly. So stay tuned.
Welcome back, duelists, to the legendary 5Ds deck breakdown. Today, we are going to be looking at the beautiful Black Rose Dragon. Now, we will be getting to its most recent support from Doom of Dimensions very, very shortly, but it did start way back for Time Wizard format, and Alberto is going to take us through exactly what you can find in here for that.
I mean, absolutely, especially looking at those cards, the first one that comes to my mind is the Lone Fire Blossom. I think is the card of Time Wizard, honestly. It's so powerful. You can revive it back, for example, with Call of the Haunted, and it's always been one of those cards. Every single time it's onto the field, it brings one another plant monster and gives you easy access to most of your deck, essentially strategy. But not only that, you can pair it up with Miracle Fertilizer, and there's also the Black Garden. These cards have always been used throughout the years during Time Wizard's events, and I really feel like they've always been amongst the most consistent and strongest cards of the current format. I really feel like if you pair it up with the new strategy as well, this is something also out of the extraordinary, yes.
Yeah, exactly that. Talking about Black Garden, leading into Garden Rose Maiden, an absolutely amazing reprint in the Akiza deck for the legendary 5Ds, because it opens up the door for so much collaboration with the brand new Doom of Dimensions cards, utilizing Bramble Rose Dragon and of course that Rage Rose Witch. But just straight from the deck themselves, they have a very cool combo that can lead you to the beautiful Black Rose Dragon Chibi artwork that we're going to be able to show you in a second. This combo is going to consist of 2 Rose Dragon monsters, being White Rose Dragon and Red Rose Dragon. Now, it doesn't matter which one you choose to normal summon here, as both will have the ability to enter the field of play. We'll start off with the Red Rose Dragon. There is no effect to trigger at this exact moment in time, but we will now go back to our hand with the White Rose Dragon, whose effect is if you control a Dragon Tuner or a Plant Tuner, you can special summon this card from the hand. Red Rose Dragon is a Dragon Tuner, so we will special summon the White Rose Dragon. Now you have two synchro options here. Option number one would be to go for the ace monster of Black Rose Dragon. We don't want to do that just yet. We want to push this combo a little bit further. So we'll be using our non-tuner White Rose Dragon and our tuner Red Rose Dragon to perform a synchro summon and summon out Perillis, the Empress of Blossoms. At this point, the Red Rose Dragon effect in the graveyard will trigger. In doing so, it will allow us to special summon a Rose Dragon monster from the deck, and the one we want to go for is our Rox Rose Dragon. As part of Red Rose Dragon's effect, we will also get the choice to choose one of two cards. Those cards being Frozen Rose or the Blooming of the Darkest Rose. The Blooming of the Darkest Rose will be a trap card that you can set up to interact with your opponent during their turn, or you can choose to take the Frozen Rose, which will allow you to send your Empress of Blossoms during the end phase of this turn to draw two cards and discard one. For this example, we will choose Blooming of the Darkest Rose, and our Red Rose will continue to stay in the graveyard. We will now be able to trigger the Rox Rose Dragon's effect on normal or special summon to add a card that mentions Black Rose Dragon from the deck to the hand. The card we're going to want to add is going to be the Basil Rose Shoot. And in doing so, this is going to give us the ability to special summon back a Rose Dragon monster from the graveyard or from the hand if we have another one there. Now, as you read the rest of its text, it also does say you can target one of your Black Rose Dragons or a monster that mentions it. So because it mentions that bit of text on it and the name specifically of Black Rose Dragon, we can add it with our Rox Rose Dragon. We are now going to activate the Basil Rose Shoot, and in doing so, we want to bring back our level 4 non-tuner in the form of the White Rose Dragon. This now sets us up with a level 3 tuner and a level 4 non-tuner to perform a second synchro summon. So at this point here, we want to perform a synchro summon using the Rox Rose Dragon and the White Rose Dragon to work our way into Akiza's beloved ace monster, Black Rose Dragon. Now you could choose to clear the entire field should you want to, but we're not going to want to do that right here. I think our field presence is pretty good as it stands. So you'll set the Blooming of the Darkest Rose, and then you can pass your opponent to play their turn out. So make sure you pick up the legendary 5Ds deck if you want to be just like Akiza and be able to present your opponent with the Black Rose Dragon. Welcome back, duelists, to our legendary 5Ds deck breakdown. This time we are going to be looking at Crow Hogan's Blackwings, and who better to take us through where Blackwings first started in 2009 than Alberto. Take us away.
Yeah, I mean, it all started this way. So essentially, with the Black Whirlwind and the normal summon of a Blackwing monster, you got easy access to any of your Blackwing monsters deck. So what you did back in the day was, for example, activate the Black Whirlwind, normal summon Blackwing Border the Spear, and then search, for example, Gale the Whirlwind. At this stage, you get to special summon Gale, you go to Synchro Summon, and then you essentially can special summon the Blackwing Armor Master onto the field. And then, if that was the case, you also had Icarus Attack to essentially also use the Armor Master onto the field to destroy 2 cards your opponent controlled. And this was the tactic pretty much, essentially having easy access to any monsters from your deck thanks to Black Whirlwind, which was a phenomenal card and still is.
Exactly that, a very nice combination from monsters, trap cards, spell cards, and even the synchro mechanic itself. So, where is the next stage of the evolution for Blackwings?
Yeah, absolutely. With the next stage, we have Blackwing Value the Emblem of Honor, which changed Blackwings entirely, because once essentially values into the graveyard with another synchro monsters, you can special summon a synchro monster thanks to Value's effect. And for example, we got to see in action Blackwing Silverwind the Ascendant, which has always been very popular, especially because of the attack points. 2800 is a very, very big monster. And with Value being played, you also get to play with the graveyard, which is something unbelievable, because there are so many different cards that have been used throughout the years to get you access to the graveyard. I'm thinking, for example, of cards such as Blizzard the Far North, a Blackwing card, which is incredibly powerful, that triggers also the Black Whirlwind, get easy access to valued Memory of Honor. So, unbelievable cost. Yes.
And Blackwings don't stop there, they continue to progress. So, as we sit here right now with the legendary 5Ds deck, where do Blackwings now go?
Well, the deck has changed quite a bit, especially in Duel Links. We got to see some of those cards in action. And at this stage, essentially, you can use Typhoon in the hand. So essentially, you get to banish from your hand one Blackwing monster to search the Black Whirlwind. And this is what really changes most, because back in the day, Black Whirlwind is one of those cards that you really wanted to see on your very first turn, and you have very easy access thanks to its effect. So essentially, you can place it face up onto the field, and at this stage, you can also normal summon the Typhoon, even without tributing, which is something very, very unbelievable, honestly. And that's purely because you control no monsters, correct? Exactly, exactly. This is very nice. And at this stage, the Vara can also be used and special summon. And once a special summon, you get to synchro monsters using this effect and sending them to the graveyard. So to make a level 8 to special summon from the extra deck, the Blackwing Dragon. This is something that I really like, especially because it really gives you easy access to this card. And on the other side, if you really want to use, for example, the Sudrid has a very cool effect that essentially you can tribute one monsters onto the field to bring the token. And given that you have so many different Blackwing monsters and Tuna monsters into your deck, you have a lot of variety of combinations. And this is what I really like about the deck. The more monsters you can put up on the field, the more pressure you can put into your opponent. And let's not remember that you also have the Whirlwind active, and every single time one of your normal Blackwing monsters is going to resolve the effect of a Whirlwind and search for a new one.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible what Blackwings can now do. The fact that you have a card like Vata that lets you send your materials from the deck to the grave to perform a Synchro summon is something that is very, very unique to the Blackwing strategy. And being able to produce your ideal ace monster for Crow himself, being the Blackwing Dragon, is absolutely amazing. And you can do this straight from the box of the legendary 5Ds decks. So make sure you go and pick them up while they are available. You do not want to be missing out if you want to become a Black-winged master, just like Crow Hogan.
Hello and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5Ds decks breakdown, and here we are talking about a little bit how this is gonna change our format, not only the TCG but also Genesis format and Time Wizard format. I really like that we got a variety of new cards coming in, but also how we can adapt these cards during our format. I'm thinking, for example, as a Time Wizard enjoyer, how, for example, the Crow deck will have an impact and like the accessibility of those cards in the Time Wizard. But for example, on the other hand, I also really feel like that for the Genesis format, we quite have a few options in mind. And for example, if you will be approaching a tournament for the TCG or the Genesis format, how would you be adapting those decks?
So the one that stands out the most for me is the Stardust and the Synchron capabilities that you now have. So what you have the ability for within the point structure is you can adapt utilizing the new cards to not rely so heavily on the higher point cast cards like your Junk Speeder. Utilizing the brand new cards like the Full Speed Warrior gives you quicker and faster access to a much more wider range of Synchron plays, which is really, really good to focus on either a Stardust outlet or just a pure Synchron operation, for the pure fact that you have so many cool and core reprints in that one. Then if you move over to Black Crows and utilize the brand new cards from Doom of Dimension, like your Bramble Rose Dragon, your Black Rose Garden, and of course your Rage Rose Witch, you don't need to rely on Black Garden as much, which does take a bit of a higher points cost for your total, but it still gives you the ability to utilize Black Rose Dragon itself and its completely destructive field power.
And I really feel like it's all about fantasy, it's all about building your decks and feel confident about the deck that you will be playing, whether it's on your local store or with your friends. And I really feel like we really want to give it a chance. You already have some very good ideas, but now it's your turn. So if you want to put your hands on those decks and see what you will be playing next, if it's going to be a YCS, if it's going to be at your regional, if it's going to be at your local OTS store, get your hand on the newest Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5Ds decks and bring your Genesis deck to your next level.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Enjoyers, don't we all love destroying spell and trap cards of our opponent? Because this is the deck for you. We have Radiant Typhoon that has just released in Doom of Dimensions, and it is a super fun and controlly spell and monster card deck theme that is super flexible and brings a lot of fun to the table when you play it.
Let's start off by looking at the level 3s for the Radiant Typhoons. Starting off with Radiant Typhoon Megala. This one has the added benefit that if Mystical Space Typhoon is in your graveyard, or if your opponent has no spells or traps, you can special summon this card from the hand for free. As an additional effect, if Mystical Space Typhoon or a Radiant Typhoon quick play spell card is activated by yourself or your opponent, you can special summon another Radiant Typhoon monster with a different name directly from your deck. The next level 3 for this deck is going to be Radiant Typhoon Eldum. This has the same summoning mechanic as the previous Megala, where if you have Mystical Space Typhoon in your graveyard or your opponent has no spells or traps, you can special summon it from the hand. As an added benefit, if it is normal summoned or special summoned, you get to add a Radiant Typhoon monster or Mystical Space Typhoon directly from the deck to your hand. The final level 3 that we are going to be talking about is the Radiant Typhoon Sven. This has the same summoning mechanic as the previous two, but on normal or special summon, this will allow you to add a Radiant Typhoon spell or trap from the deck to the hand, or you can add Mystical Space Typhoon.
Well, let's double the level and double the cards added with Radiant Typhoon Crosea. This card has a few more layers to it as well, because if your opponent controls no spell or trap cards, this card can't be destroyed by battle or card effect. You can special summon it from hand if a quick play spell is activated, and then on normal or special summon, this card adds a Radiant Typhoon card and or a Mystical Space Typhoon from deck or graveyard to the hand. Then, of course, also for the rest of this turn, just like with Radiant Typhoon Megala, this card locks you out of summoning anything except for wind monsters. Then we have Radiant Typhoon Varurune, the Vibrant Vortex, which is one of the boss monsters of the deck. This card can special summon itself from hand, just like the others, if a quick play spell has been activated. It can also summon itself from the graveyard if Mystical Space Typhoon has been activated, from either side of the field. Just saying. This card, if your opponent activates a monster effect, you can actually, if you have one Mystical Space Typhoon in your graveyard, negate that effect. If you have two, you can also destroy that card.
The final boss monster for Radiant Typhoons is Radiant Typhoon's Phonix, the Great Flame. As its predecessors, it also has the benefit of if a quick play spell card activated by yourself or your opponent resolves, this will then special summon itself from the hand. If a quick play spell card is activated, except during the damage step, very, very important, you can target up to 2 cards your opponent controls and shuffle them back into the deck. If Mystical Space Typhoon specifically is activated while this card is in the graveyard, you can special summon it back from the graveyard as well. Moving on to the first quick play spell card for the Radiant Typhoons, being the Radiant Typhoon Chant. So if this card is specifically destroyed by the effect of Mystical Space Typhoon, you can set this card again. You can only activate one of the following effects once per turn of Radiant Typhoon Chant. So you have the benefit to either add a level 4 or lower Radiant Typhoon monster from the deck to the hand, or add the coveted Mystical Space Typhoon from the deck or graveyard to your hand.
Next off, we have Radiant Typhoon Manifestation, which of course also sets itself upon being destroyed by Mystical Space Typhoon, and then you can use one of the 2 effects. The first one is sending a Radiant Typhoon monster from the deck to the graveyard. So, for example, your Radiant Typhoon Varurune, the Vibrant Vortex, or Radiant Typhoon Phonix, the Great Flame, so they can summon themselves back out from the graveyard. Or you add a Mystical Space Typhoon from your deck or your graveyard to your hand. Then the most versatile card of the theme, Radiant Typhoon Vision, of course, sets itself back when it's destroyed by Mystical Space Typhoon. The spell cards share that. The other effect is draw 2 cards. Then if you have a Radiant Typhoon card in your hand or another quick play spell, you can discard the card. If not, you have to discard your entire hand, so it shares this with Allure of Darkness, for example. And then, of course, you can also just choose to add a Mystical Space Typhoon from your deck or graveyard to your hand. And then we have the meme dream negating machine, Radiant Typhoon Mandate, continuous trap card, amazing. Has firstly a fun effect. You target 3 quick play spells in your graveyard, and then you use one of the following effects. One of them is shuffle them all back, draw a card, just like Jar of Avarice. The other effect is win monsters you control, gain 300 attack and defense. So that might be a little threat in the damage step, but then the other effect is once per turn, if Mystical Space Typhoon is activated, this card chains to it and negates a face-up card on the field. So you can now actually, if your opponent activates Raigeki, chain Mystical Space Typhoon, then chain the Radiant Typhoon Mandate, negate the Raigeki, and then destroy it with Mystical Space Typhoon. You are finally able to negate cards with Mystical Space Typhoon. And also, if the Radiant Typhoon Mandate is destroyed by Mystical Space Typhoon, it sets itself back.
Since 2002, we have been waiting for Mystical Space Typhoon to finally negate, and that day has now come. With the brand new Radiant Typhoon theme, Mystical Space Typhoon is a core component. It was amazing to see it feature at YCS Lille, and I cannot wait to see even more Radiant Typhoon builds coming out in the upcoming months.
If you already liked Archmages, maybe Doomsday is another deck for you, as Doomsday also completely evolves around Medius the Pure and has a very unique playstyle. And why don't you introduce us to that, Dale?
Yeah, exactly that. The playstyle of Doomsday reminds me of the good old days of Infernoble Knights and, of course, Evil Eyes as well. Ooh. Because the way they like to work is protecting one particular corner piece, whether that be the Doomsday 12-0 Drastia, or whether that be, of course, Medius the Pure, to lead you into either rank 4s or rank 8s. Both of them have their own unique abilities, but the one you want to be aiming for is the Doomsday 12 End Drastrius. And the reason for that one is once it is equipped with an equip spell, it gains some additional effects to not only absorb one of your opponent's monsters as an equipped spell once it utilizes its effect, but on XZ summoning, it also allows to do the exact same thing, taking care of one of your opponent's probably more problematic monsters without really giving them advantage or your opponent having access to that monster.
That's very strong. So Archmage was all about fusion summoning. Medius is enabling Exceed summons here in that case by summoning out the power patron Doomsday. So that's really cool. And you brought it to the Drastrius already. But then possibly if you get Drastrius with 3 equipped cards to it as well onto the field, Jupiter, the power patron of destruction, could even be Exceed summoned on top of that. And when it has an Exceed material as an Exceed monster as material, it gains additional 3,000 attack points. So that brings it up to 6,500 attack points, which is massive. And then you can even summon back a Doomsday monster, destroy another card on your opponent's side of the field. So if that card comes onto the field, the game is almost over, let me tell you that.
Exactly that, and that's before you even take into account their own in-archetypal equip spell, Doomsday Command Doom Durg. And the benefit of that one, as you've already mentioned, Jupiter is an insanely powerful monster on itself, but then being able to destroy another Doomsday monster you control, it will gain attack equal to its rank times 100, pushing it way above the 7,000 attack stats.
Yeah, I actually feel like the Doomsday cards are still a little bit underexplored. There's still a lot of room for experiments to have with them. So you at home should try out what's the best way to play the Doomsday cards and maybe even show us at the next Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series event.
It's been 5 long years since Gouki have stepped into the ring, but we now have some brand new support for this theme in Doom of Dimensions, and we're going to be able to go through them right now. So how about you show us exactly what Goukis have now received?
Of course, so first of all, we have a brand new main deck monster with Gouki Machine Super X. This card is a tuner as well. That is a rather new feature for the deck, but also this card works a little bit like K966A Jokul. While you reveal reveal it and another Gouki monster, and then you can special summon them both at the same time. And when you played Gouki back in the day, for example at Euros 2018, then you know what happens if you have two Gouki monsters on the field. You can start doing link shenanigans and searching for cards, because this card also says when it's sent from the field to the graveyard, you can add a Gouki card, something like a rematch. So after you have searched some cards, now you can, with the deck, also bridge into some other engines.
Gouki's overlap with two other themes, one of them being G-Golems, and another one probably a little bit more familiar in the form of Dino Wrestlers. Who knows the good old card of Dino Wrestler Prankatops being a mainstay staple for most people's side decks in and out of formats.
Yeah, but you can access those themes now with Gouki Game Face, a card that lets you use your Gouki Link monsters to get into those other engines. But then also we have a new game-ending card. We have Gouki, the Tyrant Ogre, which is a fusion monster that needs Link monsters. You can use one Gouki Link monster and one Warrior, Dinosaur, or Cyberse monster as materials. And then this card is so quick in ending games, it destroys monsters on the opposing side of the field, or cards rather, for the amount of link rating that you have used for its fusion material, and your opponent, they cannot respond. So duelists, I think you're now literally ready to get your Gouki Game Face on. Bring the deck to locals next time, possibly a regional, and we will see you there.
Engage! Rose, 今行くからね。
Welcome back, duelists. We are going to be taking a look at another theme inside Doom of Dimensions. This time it is a fan favourite from the duelist Akiza herself, being the Black Rose Dragon. Absolute beautiful piece of artwork here, but we're going to be seeing how we can summon the brand new boss monster in Bramble Rose Dragon. So Sebastian, show us what we're starting with.
Absolutely. We do have, first of all, the Vengeful Witch. And when the Vengeful Witch goes into the graveyard, you can actually send it there into the graveyard with a Synchro card we're going to talk about later on, but also just by Synchro summoning it off in the first place. Then you can discard a card to special summon out actually the Twilight Rose Black Knight from the deck. For example, it would be one plant type monster with 1,500 or less defense points from a deck, but the Twilight Rose Black Knight fits really well, as when this one is summoned out, you get to special summon back the Vengeful Witch from the graveyard. So they just work perfectly well together, have a direct synergy, and immediately provide you with a level 4 non-tuner and a level 3 tuner monster, which is really what we need here. Interesting though, the Twilight Rose Black Knight can even increase or decrease the level of another monster on the field. So if you are aiming for a different level in terms of Synchro summoning, you can still get to that point as well. But the Synchro summoning we want to go into is the one you already mentioned, right?
Exactly that. So when you get a level 3 plant tuner and a level 4 non-tuner, you can work your way into the brand new monster of Bramble Rose Dragon. Now this one is a little bit like a sticky thorn to get rid of, as every time your opponent wants to activate a monster effect to try and deal with it, they will be taking 600 life points of damage. Once they do eventually try to get around to getting rid of this card, it has another added benefit of being able to use it during the main phase to tribute itself and special summon out the almighty Black Rose Dragon. And the added benefit of that one is it's treated as a synchro summon. So you all know what that means.
We all know for sure that card has been making problems for players since a long time, destroying all cards on the field, which is really powerful. And it's actually even more powerful in this new version of the deck, as there is some tricks next to it, which you can even protect your own cards with. So you don't even necessarily have to destroy all of the cards, but best case scenario, only the cards from your opponent. But there is another really powerful Synchro monster, isn't there?
Exactly that, and the Synchro monster we're going to want to highlight now is the Rage Rose Witch. The benefit of this card is all of your plant monsters cannot be destroyed by card effects, and moving back to the Vengeful Witch, it also has a very, very nice effect that you get to send up to one plant from your main deck and your extra deck to the graveyard, which is why we have highlighted here this beautiful Garden Rose Maiden, as you'll see it a little bit later on, that should Bramble Rose Dragon end up in your graveyard, you'll be able to bring it back very easily. But how do you protect all of your cards when they are plant monsters being protected? That is where Sebastian's next card, Black Rose Garden, comes into play.
Black Rose Garden. From the name already, a little bit of a reference to the infamous Black Garden. The effect of the card continuously is turning all of the monsters on the field into plant-type monsters. So that's good for your side, because that means you can protect yourself against the destruction of Black Rose Dragon, as you have previously explained. Also, though, turning your opponent's monsters into plant-type monsters sometimes can be really, really good, as they just want to work with, for example, dragon monsters or something, and when their monsters all of a sudden are plant types, that sometimes is causing them a little bit of a problem. And additionally to that, also on the activation of it, you can search for a Rose Dragon monster from your deck additionally to that, so it gives you even further resources and further plays that you can extend your combo with. If you have been craving to summon Black Rose Dragon again in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, this is your opportunity now, so definitely make sure to get familiar with the new Rose Dragon cards and summon Black Rose Dragon at your local store.
Hello everyone, today we're going to discuss the impact of Doom of Dimensions on YCS deal that just happened a couple of weeks ago, and we have quite some cards in the set that, made an impact.
Cool enough, we do have actual statistics. We can give you numbers on how impactful those cards were at YCS Lille, and I'm going to lead off with Marshmallow Yummy, and that one was in 17.3% of decks. So that's almost 1/5 of the players that were using Marshmallow Yummy in their deck for YCS Lille. And I mean, plenty of reason to do so, because it's not only so strong for the Yummy deck itself, for the pure version of the deck, but also a strategy that has been evolving a little bit and has been seen already in top 8 of YCS Lille was of course also the Yummy Mitsurugi deck. So Marshmallow Yummy, with its flexibility, gives you more pushes because it's another special summon of a Yummy monster to the field, which is very strong, makes the deck overall less impacted by opponents' interruptions, I would say.
Yeah, Yummy decks have been popping off left and right, especially with Mitsurugi lately. But if you have heard the broadcast in Lille, then you know that I'm a big Dracotail fan, and of course I can say that I'm very happy with the support the deck received in Doom of Dimensions. 13.8% of decks in Lille had Dracotail Sting in it, and Dracotail Sting that banishes a card from your opponent's graveyard, or even two if you take a Spell and Trap and a monster, and then of course recycles another Dracotail card and draws a card, just really helps you with the grind game. Having access to 3 different trap cards that get to recycle cards from your graveyard or banishment are absolutely crucial for the deck. And then of course Dracotail Frixel, the monster card, it has a really important attribute actually, because it is the only light Dracotail main deck monster, and that is crazy because if you want to summon Albion the Branded Dragon with Branded Fusion, you can actually just send Frixel Dracotail and the Fallen of Albas together, so you can immediately set up your Mirror Jade, the Iceblade Dragon, and of course also have a Kato Dracotail or a Rahu Dracotail setup.
Yeah, interesting enough, that was only in 13% of decks, so more people decided to play Sting and a little less of the Dracotail players decided to end up playing the Frixel. Do you have an explanation for that? It's just probably Sting is more generic, right?
I think Sting has also been added to many side decks if players decided not to play this card in the main deck, and Frixel most of the time has been played in the branded version. There it's an absolute staple. In the other decks, you can still decide if you want to play it. I would argue for it because it gives you quite some resources. If your opponent, for example, destroys one of your fusion monsters, you have a Pan in the graveyard, you can put back the Pan on bottom of your deck, summon back a Frixel, Frixel summons Lucius, adds back Frixel to the hand, Lucius adds a 5 mana, and then you have so many resources just from your opponent destroying your cards.
Yeah, that's true. Another deck that was introduced, of course, in Justice Hunters, but now got massive support and another staple in the new set Doom of Dimensions was the K9 archetype. And K9 got the K904 Noroi, and that is the normal summon you always want to have now with this deck. As on its normal summon, you get to special summon a non-machine K9 monster from the deck. And then, as long as that monster is on the field, you can only go into K9 Exceed monsters. But after you've done that then, and usually you want to go into the Ripper anyways, then you are free to do whatever you want afterwards again. So this card was in 11% of players' decks, so more than every 10th player has decided to include Noroi, and therefore probably also include a bigger K9 package in general, which is interesting to see because the second effect of Noroi is actually really good as well. As if you started or if you somehow went through a case for K9, which of course is a continuous spell card, you can send that away basically for free to look into your opponent's hand. And we know historically in Yu-Gi-Oh history, having knowledge about the opponent's hand, being able to adjust your turn, adjust your strategy, adjust your field towards the needs of what your opponent has for their turn already ready, makes it so much easier, makes it so much better. You can have such a clear plan to go into the duel then.
You can just set up your interruptions better. And you mentioned something interesting, that usually with the K904 Noroi, you want to always go into the Ripper. But in this case, there is also another K9 Exceeds monster that was in 8.5% of the decks, K966X Jax. And this is of course a card that you can summon with Noroi, but this card, when it is Exceed summoned or when your opponent activates an effect in hand or graveyard, you can actually just detach one material and then destroy a monster on the field. So this card is just extra removal, helps you play through fields, or if you use Lupus on the opposing turn, you actually get to pop a monster.
Yeah, I think with Lupus it has major applications, and therefore also people included this. This probably not only necessarily in those heavy K9 decks, but also just with the small K9 package of Izuna plus the Lupus, having that opportunity to summon it out on the opponent's turn seems valuable, seems important. Let us know what you think was the most important card releasing in Doom of Dimensions for the current metagame, or maybe the card you are using the most, and then we see you for another video here on the channel.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the UK Open in November 2025. How are we doing, Alex? Are we excited for this next game?
Yeah, this one's a little bit different, I would say. We've had some main archetypes, I would say, in the last couple of rounds. And now we've got something a little bit more fringe, let's say.
Indeed, something that's been very popular in the Genesis format, which obviously a lot of our players are here to play and understand and have fun with. We have a Radiant Typhoon deck in this current game. The advantages of the Radiant Typhoon deck, obviously, is very strong at destroying your opponent's spell and traps, but also those powerful Dominus cards that you can use. You can use Dominus Purge, Dominus Spiral, which it can use freely. It can also, if it really wants to, use the Songs of the Dominators. So it's very powerful. We see our pilots here, and up against the Dracatel strategy, which is also, obviously, a very strong one.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to see Solomon start here.
Rahu Dracatel. It's a powerful start. It's not, I would say, the most powerful start in that deck, but it does get you playing. But I would argue probably the most vulnerable to interruption going first straight away, but still very powerful, of course.
I feel like it's one of these kinds of cards you want to like navigate through whilst you're going through the other pieces of the puzzle, right?
Absolutely.
It's not something you traditionally want to start off with.
But we do see it fusing with the Urgula, I think, from deck, and then the Lucius from hand, or maybe the other way around there.
Yeah. Alfali, I'm going to trigger it as well. Going to set some spells and traps there
Absolutely.
as well.
You simply love to see it. Which, I mean, as we see May piloting the Radiant Typhoon deck, might have already just drawn the Mystical Space Typhoon and be able to out a lot of those. Setting, I believe that was the Flame and the Kitu there.
Yep.
Which is going to be very strong here. I'd imagine getting that Lucius back indeed, normal summoning it, adding another Dracatel monster to hand, hopefully.
Mostly looking for 5 mana here, yeah. There we go. So I guess you just want to really start progressing into getting more of the traps available. You've got one in hand already available.
Yeah. Couldn't make out which one it was, but there is one in hand already.
Yep.
Which is not always, you don't mind drawing one, to be fair.
Exactly.
If you don't have the right amount, the requisite amount of engine in your hand to get going, sometimes you don't get all 3 onto the field at the end of your turn. So it's nice to draw one, so you just make sure you get all of them.
Guarantee you get all 3 of your most powerful interrupts, let's say, as well.
Very powerful, very, very powerful.
Going for a Gugamel here, and again, saying more of these spell and traps here. What do you think is like the real like push here? Do you think the 5 mana would be used here? I don't think so, right? I guess you're just going to use the
I mean,
to add back a card.
This turn is plenty enough, I would say. I think this is a very powerful turn as is. I think there you go, set 1. That's all 3 traps, I believe.
Yep.
With the 5 mana in hand. Nothing wrong with this turn. It's very powerful as is. Scene may go.
Oh, straight away, just acknowledging that.
Is that
maybe
a scoop immediately?
Yeah.
May have just been an unfortunate hand for May there. May have just been a very unfortunate hand. Happens. Does happen.
How do you think this matchup goes for the Radiant Typhoon deck, would you say?
I think it does depend fully on, one, going first, obviously, because you need your opponent to not have spells or traps, or for you to have Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard, for you to be able to get the full effect of your Radiant Typhoon cards. So if you don't have access to that, if you can't make that work, so maybe you just can't play, maybe it just doesn't work for you that turn.
Yeah, exactly. And potentially also may not have just been able to see one of those 12 or so non-engine that'll just maybe it just really helps you push into the straight time matchup.
Absolutely.
Which may be the important factor there. Maybe just drawn too many monsters. You never know how it could be.
Don't know what happened. Don't know what happened there, but it's unfortunate. Hopefully game 2 will go a bit better.
Yeah, exactly. So for the Radiant Typhoon deck, what do you think are the side decking options looking into game number 2? Going
side decking
first, I would
options for
assume.
going first. Well, we do have a rather powerful card in the side deck in the form of course, Solemn Judgment. No, that's there. But no, it's a Harpy's Featherstorm, which the Radiant Typhoon deck can very easily get a win with. They're not all winged beasts. They are all wind, and some of them are winged beasts. So you can very easily get one of those on the field. So if we're going first, I'd imagine that's going to come in. Potentially not a lot else there, actually, aside from the Solemn Judgment.
Yeah, and I think that's fine as well. You just want to get rid of those Mosh armies really in your main deck there. I guess you never were considering draw or anything else like. So yeah, maybe it's just those 4 options.
Yeah, which I think is fair. It definitely seems like a more of a going first strategy.
Yes,
a lot of the side deck options here are going second options, like Evenly Matched and Lightning Storm, things to clear those spells and traps.
So let's see if we can get into that game number 3 and we can see how it fares going second once more.
Hopefully.
So
see what May starts off with here against Solomon. Is that a set 2 pass? Oh dear. That is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. And then a normal summon Lucius here from Solomon.
Going to be immediately hit with the Infinite Impermanence.
Which is by no means a bad thing to do.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't look like Solomon has that much going on as well. In all honesty.
We go. Hey, maybe just a bit of a simplified game step we're going to be dealing with here.
But looking at the hand there's a Bell, there's an Effect Failure, there might even be double Bell there actually, and the Urgler.
Oh dear, this is so unfortunate.
Yes.
I mean, I'm hopeful that we can get a decent game going here, but we do see the normal summon Malulu, which is also very strong here.
It's quite terrifying because even if you did have a form of interruption, right, it's just not going to be.
It gets a lot going here.
Yep. Yeah. So going straight into that Orphalion and just going to start triggering effects and. If there's nothing really going on for May here, it feels quite unfortunate.
Starts accruing a lot of advantage.
Exactly.
Quickly, yeah.
And it's going to be a very similar situation to game 1. Oh, that's the...
Oh, Dominus Spiral. Okay, so sending that Orphalion back to the extra deck as well, which is, again, not a bad thing to do.
Again, it's quite good there because it will stop them being able to just recur that Orphalion at a later date, right?
Absolutely.
So we're just going to see...
Set the key to here as well.
Yep.
Which potentially that set monster might be to May's disadvantage here because it means the Q2 is going to be able to fuse as well.
Yeah, exactly. So we're just going to see how Solomon just keeps on navigating this and just really takes advantage of just how powerful these Draco Tail cards are, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And then grabbing that pan, I believe, from the main deck to send that to the graveyard. It has a non-targeting destruction effect when it's used as fusion material, which does seem to be happening here. I'd imagine for the... Oh, Secretarial Dragon, okay. Does do a lot here. Doesn't do a lot into May's strategy, but I actually don't think Solomon knows that.
That's true. After seeing after that game 1, really, anything could be happening.
We don't really know what May has is dealing with here. So this is going to be interesting to see how Solomon plays here. Destroying the Maghala that was set there, which I think is not the best card you particularly want to see by itself in your opening hand, unfortunately.
Yeah, it feels like one of the options that once you've got some cards to get going, right, it's that type of option.
Extends your play a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah, we do see the Rahu coming here, fusing with the 5 mana from deck and a Ghost Ball from hand.
Yep. Do you think Solomon has enough just to try and force this game through right now?
I am not one. Yeah, actually, yes, I think he does, because you have to use Secretarion to reborn basically some monster from the graveyard.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this might be, unless May has some very powerful hand traps here, this might be curtains, unfortunately.
So we're going to see
the Pan getting summoned again.
Yeah.
Oh, this is unfortunate. Again, it does happen. It does just happen sometimes.
Yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate just to see not be able to get a chance at that Radiant Typhoon strategy here. Obviously, just
I believe another fusion, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I believe it's just adding that 5 mana back just here.
Oh,
isn't
yes,
it? Yeah. Is that enough damage with the panel?
It absolutely should be enough damage because of the damage from last turn as well.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I don't know, because May's not scooping, so I'm not sure what the strategy is here. There might be some play in hand. Oh, that is
that's
well done to both
there.
players there. That just happens sometimes. It does just happen. Very unfortunate, but sometimes you just don't draw the cards you need in your hand. Sometimes that can just happen in your games. Very unfortunate. Obviously, both players did the best they could with the hands they were dealt. But yeah, there you go. That's how the cards fall. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're only talking about the Radiant Typhoon side. Obviously, Solomon played well there.
Absolutely.
Was able to get a solid amount of advantage out of the cards in the situation. Obviously, having to deal with that impermanence there, not too much to say. Obviously, just really getting full value out of the Dracotail strategy there, fortunately enough. So, I think we've got a little bit of a chance now to go over some of the most recent YCS event, so
Absolutely.
YCS Bolognia, just to try and have a little bit of a deep dive into what occurred in that really miraculous top cut, I would say.
I loved watching those games, and the top cut was wonderful to see as well. Look at that. There's a day one breakdown as well.
Yep, so going into day one, I think no surprise to anyone really, Dracotail was the most represented deck, right?
Dracotail has really come out of nowhere, I think. I think after the more recent Forbidden Limited list, and obviously the new cards coming out in Doom of Dimensions, it really seems to have become so much more powerful, and obviously the Fallen the Virtuous.
Yes,
as well.
exactly.
Adding that powerful Brandon and... What is it? Brandon and... This is Quick Play spell. You know the one.
Is it the Fallen the Virtuous?
That's the one.
Yeah.
I said it as well. Oh, goodness me.
So yeah, I think the Dracotail strategy as well, just it gets so much advantage just from inherently playing.
Yes.
I know some of these other decks like the Mitsurugi cards, even the Yummy cards, all of these types of things, they get so much advantage playing, but every single time one of these Dracotail cards is used for a fusion summon, it's just another card that's added into the mix.
Yeah.
And especially with just again, the layered interruptions that are ongoing with that deck, makes it really, really strong going into an event such as Bolognia.
Absolutely.
However, as we go throughout the rest of these, we'll see how it goes. Obviously, Yummy Mitsurugi is second most represented. That doesn't really seem like a surprise.
Not shocking
to me.
at all. It's a very powerful strategy. It's very popular. Does not shock me in the slightest.
Exactly. We've got Malice Bestial as well. Again, a little bit of a rise, I would say. We've seen some really, really strong players back in Europe being able to just pilot this to really great success, I would say. Then I guess the big elephant in the room really is that Vanquish Soul Canine deck. As we go into day 2 in a second, we're going to see just how that converts, especially...
You can see the little just increase there, because there's more of them stayed in. It's something that I was shocked didn't do particularly well is Lunalight, because I find that a very powerful, very confident strategy at the moment. But I guess, it's just one of those things doesn't quite have the power to keep up with these main decks.
I think for Lunalight, at least from my perspective, I think it's one of those decks that if it catches you off guard,
yes,
it will definitely go ahead.
If you're not prepared for it.
Exactly. Just not even one Liga Dancer, but 2. It's so difficult to deal with.
Sometimes you can't deal with the first one, and then they summon the second one. You're like, well, I guess I guess that's me done,
Yeah, so we see Dracotail kind of remain in the same place. I think that's kind of expected as well, with just how much representation it had. But obviously, as we said, that Vanquish Soul Canine just moved up ever so slightly.
Malice Bestial doing numbers there as well.
Exactly, and I think both decks are kind of capitalising on the Dracotail matchup.
Yes.
And I'd say both have a decent enough matchup into that Dracotail.
Absolutely. I think Malice as well also capitalising on the fact that a lot of people are taking Artifact Lancia out of the side deck.
Yeah.
So if people are not prepared for it, like Lunalight, if you're not prepping for it, it's going to do very well.
Exactly.
It's gonna do extremely well.
Any one of its starters is just going to end on such an
Everything.
incredible
It's
field
so much.
that you can never compete with.
There aren't as many what you might call one-card combos anymore, but it doesn't matter because you start with a 5-card hand.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have something playable, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And then if we start into that top cut, we're just going to see just where this Vanquish Soul Canine kind of comes in. It's there in the red. It's at the top of the list. And obviously we did see it getting taken down the entire event in the end.
Absolutely.
Even with names like Joshua Schmidt reaching that top 8 cut, which is after 15 rounds.
It's impressive.
So impressive.
It's the endurance needed for that. The mental ability to be able to keep doing that is really impressive.
Exactly.
But look at the variety in that top cut as well. So we do see some repeats here. I would argue Yomi and Mitsurugi Yomi are not particularly repeats.
Yeah.
There's variance in the strategies there.
Exactly.
But seeing the Vanquish Soul Canine, the Malice Bestial, 2 of those. Draketel, Mitsurugi, a couple of Mitsurugis there as well. But Mitsurugi Canine, something we don't see very often either. But it's really cool to see it there.
I think that when you think about it, the canines really kind of stand out in this event because everyone knew that Draketel was the deck to beat, really. When you're going into that venue on that Friday, like, I need to make sure my deck has a good enough Draketel matchup that I'll make it there. I'll make it to the top cut after all those rounds as well, especially.
Yeah, and that's the right call because the canine strategy does do so well into Draketel.
Yes.
It's not a guaranteed win, obviously, nothing is.
Exactly.
But it's so strong, just being able to basically all of the Draketel effects make all of your canine effects live. That's
Exactly.
powerful.
And especially with like such a strong and powerful core that the Mitsurugi engine already has, just being able to add improve your Draketel matchup just with those cards, it's going to get you there, I would say. Obviously, really the big standout is that Vanquish Soul Canine, which I think, in my opinion, it kind of fell out of popularity over the last few events, especially.
I'd say so. I definitely. Especially since the last Forbidden the last but one Forbidden Limited list.
Yes, yeah. And I think just seeing how that kind of translates in today's event is really, really important because that Vanquish Soul deck, it just feels like it's kind of a cut above the others, in my opinion.
It does.
Anyway,
It really does.
It feels like it's got a handle on every single matchup that is available to it, and its hardest matchup, which is the Yummy deck. I'd say you can kind of navigate that well enough when you've got the Mitsurugi cards involved, because that pure Yummy strategy was so hard to deal with beforehand.
I would say as well the Vanquish Soul cards actually don't have a bad matchup into Yummy. I think the Canine cards maybe don't have the best, but I think the Vanquish Soul cards do quite well. Obviously, the consistency's taken somewhat of a hit since the last Forbidden Limited list, taking down some of their more powerful starter cards. But the deck clearly still has teeth.
Yes, no, I definitely agree. And if anything, I'm really excited to see if we can get some Vanquish Soul onto the future match table and maybe see how it does and performs throughout the rest of this tournament. So we'll be back ever so shortly with our winners interview from round number 3.
Hello Genesis enjoyers, we want to bring you some deck themes that have been supported or have come out in Doom of Dimensions that you can run in your Genesis decks. You know, there is no Forbidden and Limited list, but a point system. And we brought you some decks that don't really have a lot of points in them.
Exactly that, so we're going to be taking a look at a very big range, whether you want to be synchro summoning some monsters, or if you just want to utilize the power of Xyz alongside some quick play spell cards. So why don't we have a look at our first monster, which should be very familiar to you, all of the fans of the 5Ds era.
Yep, there is Bramble Rose Dragon, of course resembling Black Rose Dragon deck, or just plant type decks in total, because cards like Dandelion have no points in Genesis format, and you know there has been a crazy combo in the past. Debris Dragon summon back Dandelion, and then Synchro summoning the Black Rose Dragon already. Now you can summon Black Rose Dragon on your opponent's turn. You can set up powerful fields without using many points so that you can play your generic staples like Triple Pot of Greed.
Exactly that, and sticking with the Synchro theme, how about we take a look at Psychics? You can utilize them with punks or on their own by utilizing a brand new card like Serene Psychic Sorceress. This may get you access to Emergency Teleport should you wish, but you can also go for Parallel Teleport instead. This will then allow you to trigger the added benefit and effect of Serene in order to get you access to return 2 monsters or up to 2 monsters on your opponent's field to the hand.
teleport cards are mostly quick play spells, and I see some synergy there. Radiant Typhoon is a deck that has also come out with Doom of Dimensions, basing around the, of course, also iconic Mystical Space Typhoon. The deck is super controlling and a lot of fun there. Also, no points in that deck, so you're free to add whatever cards you want. Also, the Fallen and the Virtuous is a card that is coming out that is incredibly strong with the deck. But also, just Radiant Typhoon Vision on its own is such a good card. Being able to draw 2 cards and then discarding a quick play spell can really help you with decks like Memento.
Moving on for quick play spells and synchros, let's look at a brand new theme that utilizes XZ summoning with very little point inclusions, mainly the Doom Zs. So when you look at like their main boss monster of Doom Z12, Zero Drastia, this gives you the ability to work your way into the very powerful rank 8 XZs, and that's going to give you the ability to start to take some of your opponent's cards as equip spells and traps.
If you love Exceed summoning, then there is also another deck in Doom of Dimensions that has received support, and that is Onomat. Onomat Hokage is just another addition to those Onomat cards. The deck is summoning Exceeds monsters incredibly quickly. You don't have to pair them up with Ryziels just like in the advanced constructed format. You can do whatever you like. Go into all of your Exceeds monsters and, well, get going with your Genesis locals. So we'll see you there.
Hello, and we're back with Solomon Page, winner of the round 3 feature match there. Solomon, what were your thoughts on facing off against the Radiant Typhoon deck there?
I thought it was going to be interesting. I knew what the Radiant Typhoon cards did, but I felt like because I knew what they did, they had a slightly better advantage.
Sure.
It was a bit unfortunate my opponent was unable to play.
It's very unfortunate.
The games,
it's what can you do? It happens. I want to ask you about some of your deck choices here. So this is always where the variance is in Drekatel list, where you have 2 Urgula and 1 Pan. Can you talk me through your thought process on that?
So the second Urgula was like a last-minute inclusion.
Okay.
It was a Druis one before, but my thoughts were 2 Urgulas better into the Drekatel matchup, because if I get to turn 0 5 mana, I can pick apart the back row before I get to my turn. Card's been pretty good. I haven't bricked on it so far. So.
No, I mean, it's a fantastic card, to be fair. I also want to bring up as well your side deck, which I think is very interesting. So you have some cards in your side deck like Effect Veiler, like Droll and Lockbird, which some players, I know we've called by the grave, some players might want to put in the main deck. What are your thoughts about putting those in the side deck rather than main?
So my thoughts for Droll in the side was I thought the hand traps I were maining were just more impactful against everything.
Sure.
Well, I think Droll's only better into like Mitsu variants, and then same with Effect Veiler, I only really want it in against like Drekatel or Zaghrus, so I have some targeting negation.
That's
the cool buys on the side just because I don't think it's as good going second, and it's just an easy side for going first.
That is a very fair point. That's a very fair point. Also want to bring up, what are your thoughts on the Fallen and the Virtuous as a main deck option? Because again, I know some people are actually siding that.
I think the card is just too good not to main.
Yeah.
The fact that it's engine, non-engine, you can use it on your turn, get another one for removal on their turn as well.
Of course.
But being able to also set up off like Branded Fusion to get to Fallen and Virtuous to dump Rindbrum or like Titaniclad, summon Albaz in the end phase. It's just so much versatility.
Absolutely. Something I also want to bring up quickly is that you are using, of course, the new Branded Fusion. Sorry, Branded Fusion Monster, I should say. But also you're not using Heretic Seal, which are not a lot of people go in the side deck for. They use the Spirit with Eyes of Blue to link off your 1 and your level 4 and low spellcasters, and then go into your seal. So what are your thoughts around not using that?
So I just wanted the extra deck space, because having to commit the Spirit as well, along with the seals, well, I just wanted to play more Albaz Fusion, so my Branded Fusion or like Fallen Virtuous could be more powerful. But also having the Dragon that devours the Dogma, it's the best target if you do summon back Albaz off like Rindbrum, because it just lets you take 2 of your opponent's monsters instead of just 1.
Love that. Awesome. So, last question I want to ask you. How do you feel about your chances at the event today?
I'm feeling good.
Good.
I was a bit hesitant when I first got here, but I'm feeling better now.
Are you playing well? You're clearly playing very well. So, hopefully, we might see you on the top tables going forward. But yeah, well done.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much.
輝けしドラグマよ。ああ、愛しき神の子らよ。赤き血の時代を終え、白き光の時代を始めよう。祈り手を天に捧げ、福音の時を迎えよ。聖魂よ、神の子を守りたまえ。聖魂よ、あだなす者を滅ぼしたまえ。聖魂よ、我らが極北の地に常しえの栄光をもたらしたまえ。ドラグマータ。
エクレシア。
お姉様。
今日は立派だったな。
ありがとうございます。
懐かしい。鎧すらまとったことがなかった少女が立派になった。
もちろんです。お姉様との約束ですから。
これから一層国の期待に応えねばな。
はい。私、この国の規律は理解しているつもりです。異教徒への処罰も。ただ、私は言葉を交わせば分かり合えると思っているんです。聖魂がなくても皆が祝福を受けられる世界になると信じて。
甘い。だが優しく強い。困難な道に進もうとするお前を教師様が次の聖女に見据えた気持ちも理解できる。
ありがとうございます。お姉様がそばにいてくださって心強いです。
お前とこの国を守るのが私の責務だ。私が神器をまとう際はお姉様ではなく騎士団長と呼ぶのだぞ。
はい、お姉様。
まったく。
お姉様。空が。
Konami!
あなた何者ですか？大丈夫ですか？あなた
シュライグの方始まったようね。さっきの地鳴りやっぱり作戦がバレたみたい。ナーベルたちに救出を急がせて。警備が戻ってきたわね。ルガルどうする？
信徒どもは厄介だ。ついてこい。陽動に出るぞ。エクレシア様、そこをどいていただけますか？
なりません。
トライブリゲード、精魂を宿さない異教トラメが。
あなたたち
なんだあいつ。
攻撃してはなりません。私はこの方を救いたいだけです。
何を言っているの？ドラグマの奴らがあざつき以外を救う？そんなことあるはずがない。足元の子は明らかに亜人だし、罠。
私に争う意志はありません。どうか武器を収めてください。
動くな。
エクレシア様、なぜ異教をかばうのですか？
武器を収めなさい。
いけませんね。エクレシア。
Konami.
精魂が食われている。まさか。やはり教えを汚す危険分子だ。排除せよ。 やるじゃねえか、フェリシット。
助けてもらっといて上から目線。こっちは派手に暴れとくからナーベルたち頼んだわよ。
取ったぞ。
戻りなさい。
退した。なんで？
知るか。全員無事か。
ええ、あんたほどやられてないわよ。ナーベルたちだわ。
救出はうまくいったようだな。よし、引くぞ。
あいつらはどうする？
放っておくわけにもいくまい。連れて行こう。
ここだよ、ここ。ちょっとお話ししない？聖女さん。
コナミ。
ここは。
私たちトライブリゲートのアジトよ。あの乱戦の中、気を失っていたあなたたちを私たちが連れ帰ったの。他に行くあてもないでしょ。
エクレシアよ、聖魂を汚されたあなたはもはや聖女にあらず、輝けしドラグマの民にあらず、この国を去りなさい。
そんな教師様。ねえ、大丈夫？あ、ちょっとねえ、どうしたの？しっかりしてねえ。
どうだ？
今日も朝からずっとあの調子。
あの少女はお前に任せる。
ほら、食べなよ。いい加減何か食べないとまたぶっ倒れるよ。あの少年、最初に助けようとしたのはあなたでしょ。安全な場所に送り届けるまで責任を持つのが助けた側の筋だとは思うけど。
名は何という？まあいい、今日限りの中だ。お前たちにはここより安全な場所へ行ってもらう。あの少女エクレシアはお前をかばって自分の国を追放された。今あの少女の仲間はお前だけだ。お前が支えてやれ。持っておけ。いずれ必要になる。
スプリガンズ、この先にいるトレジャーハンターのことよ。
俺たちも世話になった。お前たちの力になってくれるはずだ。
メルクーリエがスプリガンズまでの道のりを案内してくれる。
気をつけていくのよ。
助けていただき本当にありがとうございました。
正確に言うと私たちじゃないわ。礼なら彼に言ってあげて。化け物に変身してたあいつがひたすらあなたのことを守ってたのよ。じゃあ達者でね。
死ぬんじゃねえぞ。
あなた、お名前は？
ない。
初めて答えてくれましたね。改めて感謝いたします。気絶した後、私を守ってくださって。
覚えていないんだ、その時のこと。自分が誰なのかもわからない。 ここがどこなのかも。あの時は苦しそうなお前を見て体が勝手に動いた。そこからは覚えていない。
どうぞ。綺麗。私の国からはこのような空は見えませんでした。世界は私が知っていたよりずっと広いんですね。
すまない。よくわからないが、俺をかばってその場所から追われたんだろ。
あなたは本当に優しい方なんですね。名前がないと不便ですね。
名前か。そうだな。じゃあお前がつけてくれ。
私があなたの名前を。良いのでしょうか。
ああ。
アルバス。
コナミ。
release of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen, the Virtuous, all Fall Edition, there's also 2 completely new cards coming into the TCG, and we're going to break them down to you here right now.
The first one I want to mention is the Fallen and the Virtuous. Quite fitting, huh? I am already absolutely in love with this card. Look at this stunning artwork of Ecclesia and the Fallen of Albus, of course. But what's even more cool is the effect. It has 2 in fact. And the first effect is that you can send 1 monster from your X-Ray to the graveyard that mentions Fallen of Albus and then destroy a face-up card on the field. So it's generic, good removal. This card is a quick play spell, so it works as interruption on the opposing turn. And to break a field here, you can of course use this to gather more resources in your branded deck, or you play this in decks that do not have a lot of extra deck cards in there, so you can just play somewhere Albion the Branded Dragons and just loop this card the entire time. For example, in Genesis, in your Fire King deck perhaps. But the other effect also, if you have on your field or in the graveyard an Ecclesia monster, you can use this as basically a quick play spell monster reborn. You can summon back a monster from your or your opponent's graveyard, and that just gives you countless possibilities to play through fields or to disrupt your opponent further.
Yeah, you're having plenty of plans with the Fallen and the Virtuous, but there's another card that is more so very much for the branded deck, and that is the dragon that devours the Dogma. And that one is really cool, as it is a new fusion monster using Fallen of Albus as fusion material, as that is the first fusion material. But additionally to that, you just need a light or a dark monster and an effect monster. And the fusion materials alone will already give you some information on how that card could have impact, as it is first of all a really, really good target when you're just normal summoning out Fallen of Albus or special summoning it out to use 2 of your opponent's monsters. But additionally to that, super polymerization could also be used to bring this card out together with the Fallen of Albus, which is very, very powerful. And then actually it has also multiple effects again. One of them is on its summon, you can put back 2 cards from the graveyard or the banishment into your deck. So you're recycling, or extra deck as well, recycling resources. Sometimes when your Lubellion, the Searing Dragon, is banished, you can't really access it again. You can't get it back into the extra deck. With that though, which is really, really powerful. And then additionally to that, also connected to the Ecclesia, you can make this card actually unaffected as well. You can make it a card that is so hard to deal with as soon as you have the Ecclesia in the graveyard or on the field. And then it will be really hard to deal with this card, as it also is gaining attack points when that Ecclesia is around. And then, as all of the branded fusion monsters essentially, when it is in the graveyard in the end phase, this one is able to search for a Nogmatica or a Tri-Brigade card in the end phase as well. So plenty of new tools with the 2 new cards that you're getting from this new deck. So make sure to tell us how you are using those new cards to your best advantage. release of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen of the Witches All Foil Edition, everyone is trying out their branded combos. Everyone is trying to understand how to best use those branded cards. And in this video, we're going to give you a little more background on some of the cards, even the more basic cards where you think, oh, I already understood those cards. We're going to give you a couple more background stories to fully use their potential. And Leo is going to start off with basically the heart and soul monster of the deck.
Yep, of course, the card. Without it, nothing works in this deck. It's basically material for every fusion monster. Fallen of Albus, what a card. This card, you basically have the entire deck working around it. Every single card says, search for a card that mentions Fallen of Albus or something like that, and you need it for basically every branded fusion monster. But of course, this card also has a crazy effect. When it's normal or special summoned, you can discard a card and then fuse, of course, with itself as material and monsters from your opposing side. And let me tell you one thing. You can use this card on the opposing turn. If you summon it out on their turn, there are plenty of opportunities in the deck. So setting up a Call of the Haunted plus Fallen of Albus in your graveyard, that's already a crazy interruption on the opposing turn.
I think people see this card as just their way to resolve branded fusion, but it is so much more than that, because also playing into fields, just having this as a normal summon even, is applying a lot of pressure to your opponent. And especially now with also the new fusion monster, the dragon that devours the dogma, actually it's even more powerful because that one can use 2 monsters from your opponent's side of the field. So this card went up even more in value for the deck. But yeah, you already explained that plenty.
Yeah, but if you are playing versus dragon decks, you have Alba Lenatus in your extra deck as well. That just takes away Fallen of Albus and every dragon monster on the field. So you can just, if you're playing versus Blue Eyes, you can just fuse away everything.
You can. Then of course, the most powerful spell card of the deck, Branded Fusion, the card you always want to resolve. Every combo kind of cycles around it, just trying to get to Branded Fusion, trying to resolve Branded Fusion. And with that card, of course, you're always going to send that Fallen of Albus and you're going to try to think about the best option to get out of your extra deck, because sometimes on your opening first combo, it will be the standard procedures of just going Albion, going to Balion, then just try to summon out Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon as your boss monster. It can be, when you're playing into fields especially, can be a bit more versatile though, because sometimes you want to summon out other fusion monsters. For example, you want to summon out Titanic Lad. Usually you only see Titanic Lad, the Ash Dragon, in the graveyard, but when your opponent has a monster with a lot of attack points, Titanic Lad can actually get a lot of attack points itself to just attack over opponent's big monsters, for example.
If you've ever played versus Lunalight and then they have a Liger Dancer, Lunalight Liger Dancer on the field, which also threatens to destroy everything you have with 3,800 attack points, Titanic Lad is just an easy out to this powerful card. So that is very strong. If you're now thinking, hey, okay, Branded Fusion, incredible card, but I only play 2, in fact, that's not the only one in your deck. You have other cards like Aluba, the Jester of Despia, that just searches out Branded Fusion, but that's also not all that does. If this card is in your graveyard, it also kind of sets up another interruption, or protection rather. If your fusion monsters get destroyed, you can summon it back on the opposing turn and then negate a card from their side of the field. If your opponent summons an Access Code Talker, destroys your fusion monsters and then wants to attack for 5,300 damage, for example, you can just summon back Aluba, the Jester of Despia, and just negate the Access Code Talker. I learned that the hard way.
Aluba really, when it comes out from the graveyard, has been a surprise to many players, so it shouldn't be a surprise to you when there is Aluba around. Be cautious with those fusion monsters that could possibly leave the field. Main way to get to Aluber in the deck is, of course, Branded Opening. And I think everyone, when they see Branded Opening, they think, okay, discard a card, essentially summon out that Aluber, which is the most obvious and the common used way, but there's other monsters that you want to summon out in your combos from time to time with the Branded Opening, because Branded Opening, for example, can also give you access to the Guiding Quem, the Witcheress, and summoning out Quem on top of your already established maybe Branded Fusion combo with the Mirror Jade already in the field is providing you with so much more interruptions. Also, Branded Opening is, of course, providing you with that graveyard protection effect for your fusion monsters as well. So if your opponent activates Raigeki onto your field of a Mirror Jade and more fusion monsters, guess what? Branded Opening is there to protect your field.
And not only that, if your opponent chains a Mulchami Fuwalos to this card because they think you're going to special summon Aluba, the Jester of Despia, from your deck, you can activate the other effect, or you can resolve it in a different way by just adding it to your hand. You don't have to special summon to the field, and then you can just normal summon it and don't give them a draw. But let's now get into the fusion part of the deck. One of the best fusion monsters that the deck has is Albion, the Branded Dragon, a card that on Fusion Summon lets you fuse again by banishing materials from field, from hand, or from the graveyard.
Yeah, it's actually so good in that part of the effect, but it's not only that, because the graveyard effect is really what makes it so strong. Of course, getting your fusion summons going, the whole deck evolves around. You will always somehow be able to fusion summon, but then in the end phase, which is the so crucial phase for the branded deck, having that opportunity to either get your follow-up to the hand with the Albion, the Branded Dragon in the end phase, and already pre-planned for your next turn, or set more interruptions to your spell and trap zone with that effect is so good.
Yeah, Branded Banishment, Branded in red, there are so many cards, you just name it, these cards are incredible. If you set them in your end phase, you have extra interruptions, so this card gives you a lot of play versus your opponent. It can, for example, also summon out another fusion monster that works on the opposing turn, Basti.
Yeah, for example, of course, the one that you're always trying to go for, Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, and that one is actually so good because it is not only providing you with that so important banishment effect. You do not target, you just banish one of your opponent's monsters by sending one of your cards from the extra deck to the graveyard, to one of your fusion monsters, and then your opponent is kind of forced to react to it, but also they can't really know what you're trying to banish as you're not targeting, so it is really good because it can really be catching your opponent by surprise. It can go after the card they don't expect you to go after, so that part is really good. And you might be thinking, I have to give up a resource in my extra deck for that. I have to put a card from my extra deck into the graveyard. But as we just explained, for example, the Albion, but also other cards within the branded deck have good applications and effects in the graveyard. For example, sending the Albion will give you value in the end phase. Sending Titanic Lad, which we talked about, also gives you value in the graveyard. But what about sending, for example, a card like Rindbram already, which gives you immediate impact on the opponent's turn, even by using its quick effect there.
That is just another form of interruption. Of course, Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, can be used in the graveyard or any other time it leaves the field under its owner's control. In the end phase, you can destroy all monsters your opponent controls.
Which is pretty powerful because it will just always destroy them all. Like, if that card activates, your opponent already has to plan, in the end phase it is going to happen. In the end phase, I will lose my monsters, so how do I build my field the best way around that? Which is a pretty tough thing to do, because how do you build a field when you know it is going to be destroyed in the end phase eventually? So those are the basic cards, but I hope we could give you some background on those cards. Maybe you learned a thing or two about those branded cards in this video, and we will catch you for another branded video soon here on the channel.
Hello and welcome back to round 4 of the UK Open today in Sheffield. We've got a little bit of an interesting feature match, I'd say.
We do.
We've got quite a well-established player. We've got Jordan Gallagher on, hoping to save him for later, but I thought this one was maybe just good enough that we should bring him a bit forward in the tournament. And what's he against today?
He's against Dynamorphia today with a small dinosaur Jirac package in it. But yeah, Dynamorphia, very interesting, I think.
Yeah, very fringe, I would say. But what I like about it is it kind of makes full use of the Dominus package, right?
Yes.
And you don't really get to see too many decks be able to utilize them all like that efficiently. But going into this match, I think if he's not too familiar with these cards, Jordan may actually struggle a little bit, just like
may well do.
Trying to pick up on how to correctly navigate all of this.
Yeah. We do see, I don't know who went first there. I think that might be Alice going first, if I'm not mistaken.
With that impressive 3-0 record there.
Ooh, maybe not. Oh, yeah, no. We're going to see the normal summon of Malulu there, of course. Dracatel here. Very popular, as we know. But into this deck, we'll see how it does.
Yeah, exactly. So just from what I can see, I saw Cool by the Grave in Alice's hand, which maybe not great just yet.
No.
But I think I saw a Dominus Impulse as well. So
very strong. Yeah.
At what point do you want to use the Impulse? I guess it's more so on some of the spell cards here to perform the fusion summons, right?
Absolutely, I'd say so at least. I mean, if you wait for your own turn, when your opponent uses 5 mana, you can call by the grave on that.
Yes,
there you go.
Exactly.
Immediately, you shut them down for a couple of turns there. So patience here would pay dividends for Alice, I think. So it's going to be interesting to see how she manages to navigate this going second. I actually did get a chance to speak to her earlier. She's only won 1 dice roll today. So
really,
in a going first deck is quite impressive. Yeah.
For me, I think that's really impressive considering just how geared towards going first. This deck, I would say, is it being
Absolutely.
a trap deck inherently. You want to go first.
Yeah, absolutely.
But especially with this deck, there's only about 9 going second cards, I believe.
You'd be counting hand traps. You'd say 3, 6, 9. Yeah, you'd say so actually.
So that's even a little bit of a lower count traditionally than you'd see in the average meta contender right now. So. No, that's really good.
No, it's really impressive. Really impressive, actually. We're gonna. It looks as if Jordan is going to be able to fully utilize the power of these Drakitel cards on his opening turn. It's going to be strong. It's a very strong field to have to crack through. So it'll be very interesting to see how Alice manages to do it. But hopefully, with any luck, we'll be able to see some of the power of those Dynamorphia cards as well.
Exactly. Just from at least my initial thoughts, it seems quite hard for the Drakitel deck to kind of deal with some of these trap cards potentially as well, right? Outside of Gulamel, it's kind of they haven't really got any other tools to kind of pick away at them, I believe. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. It will be difficult to see how it goes. Oh, we did see the Dominus Impulse come out there, which I think was for the Rahu. Which hey, that's if you're going to use it somewhere, that's a good place to do it.
Exactly, but it's this Drakitel deck. There's still 5 cards in Jordan's hand.
There's still a lot going on here.
Cards.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think if we have, I think we do have the Famina in hand. We have the Call by the Grave for that next turn, so we're not too worried about that. If you're Alice, I think it is now a matter of Jordan's probably thinking Mitsurugi or Malice at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I would not consider in the slightest this Dynamorphia strategy.
Absolutely not. We do see the Famina coming out here.
Yeah, electing to use it just now. I guess you just want to generate as many sorts of interruptions as you can going into your opponent's turn here.
Absolutely.
With possibly being able to use that 5 mana again next turn.
I think we have used the fusion effects of those 2 cards already, so there won't be any bonuses here, but that is I think, Secretarion Dragon coming out there, which, very strong. I would imagine summoning the Malulu, perhaps the Lucias here. We do get the 5 mana back to hand, though.
Yeah, I would strongly believe the Malulu will be coming out here, just to generate that extra little bit of interruption.
I'm just not sure if Lucius already got its effect this turn or not. Don't think it did.
No,
I don't think it was
from
summoned.
memory, I do not believe so.
So it could go either way. I would imagine the Malulu because it's very strong to have on your end field. But you also just might want to look for something else to fuse. Yep, there we go. Looking for something to fuse with. And
this is why Jordan's at a 3-0 record. He knows something we don't.
He absolutely does, yeah.
So going to summon that Lucius, going to get the ad there. Looks like a Magnum in the hand for Jordan as well.
Which very good.
Is there any potential value from that?
I mean, you can summon it, but I don't know how strong it will be overall, truthfully.
Yeah.
If I'm not much mistaken, which I very well could be, and I apologise if I am, but I think that Dynamorphia isn't necessarily a deck that cares all that much about its graveyard.
No, I would agree. It's just trying to get some of the value from the smaller main deck Dynamorphia monsters.
Absolutely.
Coming back to the field as Jordan tries to navigate through this. But I think it just depends on this next turn from Alice, I would say.
It does. We'll see how she manages to play this out. Again, we have the Call by the Grave, so we're not worried about the Famina. Normal summon of the... Which one's that? Double checking. Not Diplos. It is Theresia.
Yeah.
I knew what it was.
Honestly, I was going to be impressed if Jordan didn't pick that up.
No, real,
yeah. So picking it up, always good to just double check. This will be... On normal or special summon, we'll be setting a Dynamorphia trap directly from the deck.
Very powerful.
And then it's kind of got some extra bonus effects. If it's destroy by battle or card effect, you can remove from play a trap card from the graveyard to summon another one from the graveyard.
I think, unless I'm very much mistaken,
I believe that was...
Is that domain?
There.
It might be intact.
Intact even.
No, actually, I can't quite make it out. I can't quite make that out now. It looks definitely like it's definitely a Dynamorphia card, but I can't quite make out what it is. That looks to be Dynamorphia Sonic, I think.
So when your opponent activates a spell trap card, whilst you control a Dynamorphia monster, pay half of your life points, negate and destroy that card.
That's not by no means bad here.
What else can you really ask for in that situation? Now revealing a Jurek card. So we've kind of gone over it a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So going from this Dynamorphia strategy, there are some additional inclusions here. Obviously, you want to get as much value from Fossil Dig as possible, right?
Absolutely. We do see the Famina coming down. I would imagine here's where you see that Call by the Grave coming out. I'll be shocked if it weren't. Not sure what's happening here. No, did not Call by the Grave on that. That's interesting.
That's really interesting, actually, because...
what's that actually now?
It's not another Arthalion, is it?
No, I don't think it doesn't look like one. A lot of these cards are unknowns at the moment. What's going on, guys? Fusion. What we got? That. Oh, it might be a Chaos Star Source Dragon. No, doesn't look like one. Is it Mysterion? I think it's Mysterio on the Dragon Grab.
Yeah, I think so.
Which, quite an interesting choice here, I suppose. Oh wait, of course, if it's Megalo, summoning a dinosaur by itself, so of course you just get rid of that straight away.
Yes. Oh, that is true.
That's good. Okay, I'm wondering now what Alice is going to be doing next here. I think it is still her turn.
Yes, yeah. I mean, there are still trap cards in the hand.
There are still trap cards.
I don't think we made it quite far over yet. Going to elect to set 3, including that Call by the Grave. Do you think that? I mean, maybe it should have been used, maybe not.
I don't know actually, because to be fair, with what it's summoned, if that is in fact Mysterion, which I think it is, I don't know how much value that's going to get. At this. It's not bad by any means. I don't think it's going to be awful, but I don't know how much value that's going to get. Whereas if you save the Call by for this turn now, which may have been the right play, you can really make sure that for the next 2 turns, that Fermina is not going to be a problem for you.
Looks like the Dynamorphia Frenzy is coming down just now.
Very strong
which,
card.
Again, just one of the more powerful cards because there's 6 copies that let you essentially fusion summon. So we've almost got a fusion mirror match here.
And they also do the paying half life points gimmick, which obviously in this, what you want to do with this strategy, you want to make sure your life points are as low as possible.
Exactly. So we're going to see what fusion
Something from
monster.
deck, though.
So it will, I believe...
Oh, no, fusing from deck,
yeah,
of course, sorry.
fusing one from the deck and one from the extra deck, I believe.
So, of course, you can Ash that, but it might be that Jordan didn't have the Ash in hand at this point. So, fusing with the... Oh, blimey. The names. I have played against this deck before. I promise you this. It played against the Stealthbergia.
Yes.
And I didn't see what came from deck there, actually.
I believe it's the...
I think it would be that one. Diplos, maybe, I'd imagine. Because one from main deck, one from extra, no? I can tell we're both kind of working this out as we go. Not a deck you see often. Oh, summoning the Kent Regia, sorry.
Yes, exactly. And then that will basically just give you a quick effect to copy the normal trap, which then lets you make another
with even lower life points at that point. So it does really behoove you to get through those, really cut down your own life points to make a stronger ability here. But it does look like that might be potentially what we're going for as well.
Exactly. And I think it's one of these unique strategies where we see at the moment, we've seen the Malice strategy where it's paying those 300, those 600, 900, or like life points down just to try and advance their game. But now here we're seeing...
Dynamorphia really is the master of this.
Exactly, cutting them all the way in half in every single instance.
Getting yourself down to 1 life point, and then guess what? You can't get lower than that. You can't get to half a life point. You're just at 1 at that point. And if you're at 1 life point, you're teetering on the edge of a gust of wind will take you out of the game. But you have a lot of protection from that.
Exactly. A lot of the Dynamorphia trap cards, they have engraved sort of protection to stop your life points hitting that 0. You don't want that.
Absolutely.
So I believe the normal traps, they all protect from taking effect damage essentially, and then the counter traps, they all stop battle damage.
Absolutely.
So that's really going to be a big factor here as well, just in, again, how Jordan navigates it, because Jordan, obviously really good player.
Absolutely.
And this is such an unfamiliar deck, and it's also kind of just an unfamiliar playstyle, I would say. It's like, Alice is already down to 2,000 life points, but...
That's no sweat.
Exactly.
That's truly no sweat in this situation, especially with that Rex Term on the field. Such a powerful card when you're on low life points.
Exactly, and I'm going to assume that I've been in this situation so many times. Every single game will be heading down towards that infamous 1 life point.
And again, this is her going second. This is building up an impressive field, one going second. Going to be difficult for Jordan to deal with here. Anything below 2,000 attack, I don't think it activates its anything above 2,000, I should say.
Yes, yeah.
Can't activate its effects here, but we are going for the SP, which is an interesting play, and I don't think bad by any means either.
No, exactly, and I think it's just going to be a little bit hard for Jordan to just navigate as well. Just with this SP, it's going to be awkward now, because... Oh, hitting the Sonic. I think this is really good because now you can kind of tackle with the Trickster Horn.
Yes.
To then return it to the extra deck.
Absolutely.
And then I guess it's just turning on all of the ability Jordan has just to win the game, right?
And we do have Kitu coming out here as well, which is going to add another level of disruption here. Fusing again, and then the Urgula will be able to destroy one of the Alice's spell and traps there. Non-targeting as well, so it's hard to play around that.
Yes, exactly. Especially with 2 options left. I believe the Call by the Grave has not been used
No,
yet.
I don't think it has.
So we're going to see just exactly where Jordan decides to not only fuse, but start kind of like tackling the rest of this game stage.
Interestingly, we might see the Call by on the Urgula to protect some of the spell and traps there.
Either the Urgula or maybe even the Malulu just to stop that Rex turn, right?
Absolutely. I mean, if we get the Call by on the Urgula, I'm wondering, can't remember, Jordan has 3 Urgula, to be fair, so I don't think it's going to be too painful to lose that one, but it does mean that obviously locked out for the next turn.
Yeah, I guess we have been quite focused on the Dynamorphia strategy, but then looking back
it's very uncommon.
But looking back at the Dracosail deck, I think Jordan's gone a little bit further than most people would with this deck, and you normally see, as we're saying, we see like those 9 names, the Lucius, the Phimena, the Malulu, the 1 Frixor, and then Jordan's gone for 3 Urgula and then 2 Pan. And
Absolutely,
I think that is like
it's a lot.
Higher
It's a lot of names. It is a deck that you actually can play a relatively high number of non-engine and hand traps, and you can play a lot of that. Or you can go full throttle like this here. There's 3, 6, 9. I think 9 non-engine in this deck.
Yeah.
This is nothing but gas. Pedal to the metal with this deck. It's just going to keep playing. And you know what? In a strategy as strong as Dracotail, nothing wrong with that at all.
Oh, and the Call by the Grave being hit by the Ghost Spell, which
painful.
Is really going to be a massive impact on just how this turn will be navigated.
Absolutely.
It really feels like...
see what the Call by was targeting there, though. Ooh, I can't make out what that one is either. I think even Jordan's checking that one.
Is that the Trapaholic, I believe?
Oh, yes.
So
of course, because you can destroy your Call by and then set something else. There you go.
Exactly.
Not bad at all.
But this won't stop it from being destroyed, I believe. But I guess you may want to get one of these Dynamorphia cards into...
Yeah, there are a handful of cards that have strong effects while in the graveyard. It might be worth doing.
And I guess really, if you're Alice here, you just want to make it to the next turn.
Absolutely,
at this point, right?
absolutely. I mean, that Rex term is going to be putting in some work here as well.
Yeah.
Just double checking actually the Rex term. I need to double check. I assume it's monster effects on the field that can't activate.
I believe so. They control, yes.
Yes, it is.
But obviously, it does have the ability to half all of the opponent's monsters.
Absolutely.
Or half the life points, and then puts their attack down to your life points, which is a little bit convoluted way to get to it. Yes. But
we do see the setting another Trapaholic, I think that was, if I'm not mistaken, which has now been destroyed.
Okay.
Interesting play there.
I believe it was Songs of the Dominator there, actually, that was destroyed there.
Oh, yes, it was. I apologise.
Yeah.
You are correct. I think there's an effect coming out from the Sonic there, if I'm not mistaken, which I very well could be.
No, I just think they were just clarifying some things.
I see.
Looks like is that the Rahu now being activated?
Does look like it, yeah.
Again, I feel like Jordan's just getting to that point where he's just going to be making that push, right?
It's a huge, with that deck, the amount of advantage you can accrue just from a few little plays here and there.
Yep.
You activate a Kitu, activate a Rahu, you've accrued so much advantage, it's very hard for the opponent to pull back from that. Impossible? Not at all. Very difficult, though. We do see the Arthalion coming out now, which, again, I don't think can activate its effect now. Oh? Or is that just Alice
I believe
scooping
it might
it
have
up?
been. It was negated by the Malulu, wasn't it?
Of course. And that is Alice scooping up now as well. Which, entirely fair. That's a difficult matchup, especially going second with the deck that really wants to just go first and set a bunch of cards. But again, I think she navigated that play very well. And also, not to discount Jordan there at all. Jordan played very well as well into a deck that he didn't seem to have a great deal of knowledge on.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what's really important there, is just how Jordan kind of assessed the overall situation, what was roughly going on as some of those initial Dynamorphia cards were coming down, and then just kind of, okay, I think this is exactly where I've got to go now. Yeah. Making sure, like, that Sonic, that feels like that needs to be gone.
Absolutely. Honestly, played it flawlessly, I have to say. I think they both did very well there. I'm excited to see what Alice's deck does going first now. And we'll see how it does. It's obviously a very powerful strategy for going first, and most of the cards in the side deck, I tell you what, there's one which is catching my eye. We do see an anti-spell fragrance in the side deck, which to itself doesn't do a great deal. There aren't that many spells in this deck. It's mostly traps. But to the opponent's strategy, that anti-spell fragrance could be absolutely devastating if they don't open specifically something like Malulu, Lucius, Phimena. Because if you just open with Kitu Rahu in your hand, you can't do anything with that.
I'm even thinking about that different dimension ground as well, which can be received off the Trapaholic.
Absolutely.
And I think that's almost a turn in it, really, isn't it?
Didn't even notice that. I honestly didn't even notice that. Yeah, no, that's a very powerful card. And there's two of them there as well. So if you can somehow get both of them out, that's tough. Yeah, that's really tough to deal with.
The bonus here is you've got just that little bit of extra action or like way to get to it with that Trapaholic. Kind of reminiscent to that of Trap Trick.
Yes.
Very similar vein, isn't it?
Very, very similar.
But what's really nice with these Dynamorphia cards is you can activate the Dynamorphia traps, you can Trapaholic to destroy them, and you just get a little bit of extra value that some of these other like older style like trap more controlling based strategies they may not be able to do as easily.
Yeah, absolutely. Also looking at Jordan's side deck now, there doesn't actually seem to be a huge amount that would have a huge amount of value here. It's a difficult deck to side against, I suppose.
Yeah, if I was Jordan, honestly, I would just... looks like he's just sliding into more engine.
Yes.
There's a couple of Cartesias there's a Prosperity, and I think you just want to take that approach. You just get rid of the cards that aren't very good.
Yeah.
There's some Nibiru's in the main deck, some Fuelos. Just get rid of them. Just try and put as many like normal cards.
There's potential for the Infinite Impermanence to get some value.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe not so much on the monster, but at the very least, maybe negating the column of something.
Yes, that's true.
Which we have seen come into play at some point today. So we're starting off with the... is it Diplodocus?
No, I think it's a Frisia, I believe it is.
It may well be.
Just setting traps from the deck once more.
Yes.
Using Frenzy as the target of choice here. I guess it'd be good to ask if that's the better copy over Domain, I believe it is.
Yeah. Unless I'm much mistaken.
Because Domain feels like, I don't know, they're both pretty good actually.
Yeah.
The Frenzy using the extra deck and the main deck, whereas the main feels like it's more just the main deck.
They both seem to do a very similar function, to be fair, in this matchup. But there it is, top decking that anti-spell fragrance, really causing problems for Jordan here. Depending on his hand, I don't know what he has in hand actually, to be fair, but I do see some spells which are.
There's a couple in there.
Those are, I think, a trap as well. This is potentially very unfortunate for Jordan here. We'll see how he navigates this. Admittedly, extremely difficult to play through field here.
Yeah, and I think for Jordan, it's kind of activating the tools. I think that's fine again. You
Absolutely,
just want to get a little bit of value.
Maybe just forcing out the activations here, which you might not maybe care about otherwise.
Yeah,
but yeah, no, that's a worthwhile thing to do. Oh dear. Understandable. Again. I think I saw a lot of blue cards in that, a lot of green cards, and that is the Frenzy, I believe, the Frenzy coming out there, which is going to be able to summon the either the Rex Term or the Kent Regina. Something like that is going to be very powerful to use here. We do see that Different Dimension Ground has been sided in, which obviously.
I think electing for the Kent Regina here, just because you can then perform that
another one
secondary
again.
fusion.
Yeah, it's worth doing. And I would assume this could be in the end phase as well, which...
I believe Frenzy might actually be...
It might be main phase only, now that you say it is. Opponent's main phase, it is. I was hoping that could be in the end phase, because then you wouldn't get the value out of the draws, but I guess you got to do what you got to do here. And it is the opponent's main phase as well, so it does have to be here.
Yeah, no, I guess it's just if you value using the Kent Regina during Jordan's turn, or if you want to go for it during your turn again, just to generate that extra fusion monster. And I guess the value of doing it now is you're just getting so much further ahead, aren't you, really?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So going to be fusion summoning here.
I imagine it will be a Rex Stone coming out here. I'll be shocked if it won't.
So.
There it is. Such a powerful card. That is 2 draws for Jordan, which it's 2 draws to potentially get him into playing the game here.
Exactly. It almost feels like it's just like almost a 5 mana away, right?
Yeah, I mean, 5 mana plus Urgula any monster gets you playing here. Depends on... Oh, no, still passing turn. Goodness, but I do think I saw some more spells in his hand, so it may have just been a very unfortunate set of draws there. But we're going to see now how Alice navigates the turn against 3 set cards, which, for all she knows, could be a bunch of very powerful traps, but you just don't know.
Yeah, I think if you're Alice in this situation, you kind of just want to read that the card in the column of the anti-spell is most likely an imperm here.
You
right?
would expect so, yes.
And that's the only thing you need to really respect here. And the other thing is, even if it is the imperm, can you do anything to kind of trade or like get rid of those spell and trap cards that are in the other columns, right?
Yeah, I think you really need to try and force the imperm this turn if that's what it is. Or, I mean, to be fair as well, as with the anti-spell fragrance, they can be activated next turn anyway, so it's not a huge deal here. It does slow down for one turn, doesn't slow down permanently.
Yes, exactly. I'm just seeing if there's any access to any of the other Dynamorphia, the traps in this instance, even like that Sonic we saw last time.
Yeah, I think that was just enter battle phase when that was there. Ooh, we see, I think, a Link coming on here. Potentially... No! Goodness me, is Chaos Angel?
It's Chaos Angel.
Oh, now we're talking.
This feels like a blast from the past almost. I feel like I haven't seen this for a while.
Yeah, getting rid of the key to, that's powerful, wow.
Exactly, so even in this situation, if the anti-spell fragrance is negated for one reason or another next turn, still 3 spell traps.
Absolutely.
On Alice's side of the field, which could really just be that impactful, right?
Really could, really could.
Jordan now down to 1,500 life points.
Huge amount of damage coming out there.
And then, yeah, we just have to see really where he can go through and navigate the rest of this turn and try and get this game back in his favour, right?
Yeah, reading the cards, making sure he knows what's going. It's important to do. It's very important to know and understand what's happening in your strategy. I think we do see another Full-Loss in the hand, but yep, there's the Infinite Impermanence. If you can negate that, that'll be great. And there are a lot of negates in this deck, so it doesn't seem impossible. Solemn Judgment. Now we're talking. That's beautiful. That is going to cut Alice's life points even further in half, powering up her strategy even further, and making sure that Anti-Spell Fragrance stays safe on the field. But what is this last card? It is a Rahu, which is not nothing.
I guess the big thing here for Jordan as well is now that Alice is down at 1,000, soon to be 500 soon. His monsters aren't going to actually have effects.
No, absolutely.
When they start hitting the field.
Good thing about Dragotel is that it does do very well with effects from the graveyard as well.
Of course.
So it's not the end of the world in that sense. And we see the Iron Thunder coming out here as well, negating the Rahu, fully shutting down what Jordan had set. That's very well played from Alice there. But we are going to see what Jordan has in hand. Is he going to be able to play through this? He does have another Full-Loss, so he could potentially get some draws here now that his field is fully clear.
Yeah, exactly. What is the attack stat of the Malulu potentially? Oh, it's a
Fimina. Malulu, I think, is 1,100 attack stat, which is not a great deal, but you can activate it. That's what you want.
Yeah, and I mean, the Fimina here is just... It's kind of what you just want to be getting on with now, right?
Yeah.
But obviously, there's only 3 cards left in Jordan's hand.
Having said that, no, because I think... if I'm not mistaken, I think the life point total there for Alice is mistaken.
1,000,
yeah, so the Malulu couldn't activate still.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I was thinking there for a second it could, but we have the Guillermo coming out, which again can't activate here, but we do see the Pan in Graveyard there, which is going to be able to non-target destroy a monster on Alice's field. Hopefully see what that goes for here.
Yeah, I mean, actually, without checking, I'm going to assume that they're all dark monsters. I would assume they all are, aren't they?
Yes, I do believe they are, yes.
So, taking care of a monster here. I guess really for Jordan at this point, it's just... I think... Oh, okay. I like
Chaos Angel. That's fair. That's fair. It does protect your other monsters. It's a very powerful card. Is it difficult for the Dragotel strategy to deal with if you don't do something like that to it?
Yeah, I was just curious now, how do you play through the Rex turns? Like if you try and get some value from the Guillermo here.
I don't think you do. I think this may be... Oh, we do see the Horn coming out, which I think is targeting the Rex turn. Rex turn going to activate the effect, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Nope. Yeah, just activating the effect here, just to lower the Guillermo's attack.
Putting that Q2 back and then drawing a card. Very powerful cards these Dragotel traps are. What do we have here coming from Alice? I think that is another Theresia.
Yes, seeing Jordan's eyes widen there as well, quite comedically there. So I guess the bonus here is that I believe the Guillermo's just had its attack
correct
lowered.
Alice on 250 life points.
Yeah,
now.
so at that point, that
me.
Guillermo's down to 250. So at least how big is that Theresia actually? Maybe it can even attack over Not quite game there. Unfortunately, I think Jordan will be down to that same 250 actually.
Goodness gracious me! No, you're right there. Actually, you're right. You're absolutely correct. Putting that good amount in the graveyard. Not activating its effect unless you can do something in hand here. GG, nicely done. We do move on to game 3 now. Interesting to see yet again, after siding, what the strategies will adjust to do. Because we know that Alice wants to go first with that powerful trap deck, but we do see that Jordan, honestly, great going first and second, because the Dragontail deck is just very strong. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of things he can side in for that.
Yeah, I felt like Jordan was almost like kind of regained control of that game, in all honesty.
Very much
I think
so.
it was probably about 1, maybe 2 cards away just from being able to like completely steal it back.
I think he did a stellar job playing through that. I think he did a
100%.
really good job. It's just a matter of, obviously, you don't, as is the point of setting cards, you don't know what it is.
Yeah.
You kind of have to play around the Solemn Judgment, but you're expecting, it's 1 now. You don't always expect the 1 Solemn Judgment. It can be tough to deal with sometimes.
I get especially into that where there's the Iron Thunder as well.
Yeah.
And like all these other little points of interruption where you're trying to play through them and battle them.
Yeah.
It's not always the easiest thing to do.
No, absolutely not.
So going second here, or going first for Jordan, what do you think is happening? Again, I think it's just going to be more
It's
of the
tough.
same.
I think, yeah, just put more gas in the tank, just put more engine, more things, because in a deck that will just try and stop every time you try and play, I think the only thing you potentially leave in is the Ash Blossom, because you can ash the traps.
Yep.
Other than that, you need to try and replace as much as you can with engine.
Yep, I very much agree on that. And then on the side of Dynamorphia, I think what I quite like was there was a Ras Fear mode into the side.
Yes.
But I don't think that's too key in this matchup.
No, I don't think so. You don't summon enough monsters generally with Dragontail. You can sometimes.
Yeah, for definite. And I think here you're just kind of aiming for just removal. There's Lightning Storms, there's a Feather Duster.
Evenly matched.
All these cards just
put those in. Maybe take Solemn out. As strong as it is in this strategy for going second, it's not always what you need.
Exactly. And maybe some of these other Dynamorphia traps, then maybe a little bit more niche.
Yeah.
The Ferret Flames, which I quite love actually seeing. But I'm not sure if that's something you want always going second, for example.
No, I mean, again, I think you can get it off Trapaholic, which I think might be the thing here, which is a lot of these. But yeah, going second, I think it is mainly the field-breaking options you want to go with here.
Definitely.
Not Ras Fear mode. You might even leave in Anti-Spell Fragrance, because if you manage to control the game state and get yourself in a slower game, you can, even going second, you can set it and then, you know. So it might be something worth leaving in.
Would you favour that over the different dimension ground, do you think?
That's tough.
It's a very tough question.
It's really tough, because both are good. If you have room for leaving in all 3, it might be worth leaving in all 3.
Yeah, for definite. How do you feel about the Lightning Storms and the Feather Duster in this match?
I think that'll be really strong here, because obviously a huge amount of Dragontail's power output is the traps that it can set. You can do so much with those 3 traps. Obviously, one of them can stop one of these spells. If you manage to get 2 of these, or that in an evenly match or something like that, you're going to deal with a lot of stuff. Even a match can be devastating to a Dragontail deck. So we'll definitely see how this goes here.
And it's just seeing how Alice can navigate it through the hand drawn here. Jordan going first once more. No summon of the Malulu.
Not a bad way to start. It gets you into your game plan. It's a very powerful card.
And even if Alice may not be on it, it just respects more of those hand traps, right?
Absolutely.
Which is what you really need here. So I don't know if Jordan's summoned and activated the effects there. It looks like there's a little bit of thought going on here.
Might just be thinking on summon. Ooh, Songs of the Dominators, negating the effect. Very similar to Infinite Impermanence, actually, but you can basically ash it because it can add a trap to your hand. There's the ash. There you go.
With the Ash Blossom.
So, Malulu is going to get its effects going. We'll see if...
Lucius and a Pan, I believe?
Yeah, I think it was. Adding the ash back, which, very strong to do that. Another Malulu.
Another Malulu. And I think that's just like phenomenal there when you really see it. The getting to add back costs like Ash Blossom and Trust Spring, it's always your strategy is always really, really strong if you do it. We saw it with Salamangreat in years past.
Of course.
Even like now we're seeing it here again, just being able to add back not only just Ash, but any one of your hand traps,
absolutely.
many of them.
I mean, it's so powerful against strategies that a powerful Floodgate hand trap can deal with. Something like Lancia, something like Drawn Lockbird. You can just add those back. You can just use that again. You can add back Nibiru. You can just keep doing that. No one can stop you, maybe. But no, it's a very powerful thing to be able to do that. And it seems here that we're going for the Rahu after add. I didn't see what was added there.
I believe
might have been the 5 minute. Yeah, there you go.
I think from tradition as well. Any of these like decks that, any of the decks that are current, you don't really see Nibiru being played in them, right?
No.
But obviously within this deck, you get so much value from it because not only can you activate it, really good, but you can also use it as part of your fusion requirement.
Absolutely.
To then like work towards either something the Alphalion or any other monster.
Yeah, and then again, you can just add it back. You can use that again.
Yeah.
Again, does a lot of work in that deck. There's a great deal of work in that deck.
So
using the Urgula to add back the Phimena, it seems, and going from there. I'd imagine, I could be wrong, obviously, that might be the end of Jordan's turn there. We'll see how Alice plays through this field, but might see another sec. Yep, there you go. I think that was the flame that got set, so that is all 3 traps. I think that's the anti-spell fragrance there that just got drawn. I could be wrong.
It looks like that's 5 trap cards in hand.
It does look like 5 trap cards in hand, which might not be terrible, might work out. But we do have the ashes.
Did Alice declare the battle phase there?
Oh, I think she did. Which, again, against this strategy can be devastating.
Yeah, you've got no real response to that, really, have you? You've got...
I think you have to... I think the best thing you can manage to do is to use the sting, banish the trap, at least get a draw off it, use the horn, send one of your monsters back and not lose it completely, and then you just try and keep the flame, I would say.
Yeah.
But it's... You're getting some value. It's still not great, and it does definitely hurt your field.
Yeah, no, Jordan's having a little bit of think here, I'd say, as you should be, really, because it's quite a difficult decision right now, just to decide how you want to navigate it. I think if they do declare the battle phase, do you ever just consider using the Malulu there to fuse
I think that might be what the thought process is here, because you can't use that in battle phase. It might be worth doing, but no, didn't use it, and that is the evenly matched. Goodness gracious me. Yeah, we do see the horn coming out here. Don't know what that's targeting, but obviously the one viable target here for the sting is the Song of the Dominators. Don't know what the horn's targeting there. I would imagine something like the Guillemot, because a lot of people run one.
Yeah, I think he targeted the Malulu there, actually.
Interesting.
Do we know if he's playing a second Guillemot there?
We can have a quick check.
Because that would be my only thought there. Because I feel like that seems like such a strong option.
Only one Guillemot. I would imagine saving the Guillemot, but I don't think he did.
Or maybe you can just leave it on the field there.
Oh, he saved the Guillemot. That is interesting.
Oh, this also makes a lot of sense, actually.
There's not a lot of spells. You're perfectly correct there. There's not a lot of spells in that deck, so it makes sense.
So just deciding really that maybe it's worth it, keeping it there, and then trying to use maybe the Phimena in the main phase 2, trying to get a card destroyed on Alice's side of the field.
Which, when you are basically ending your turn with 5 card set usually, and you can't activate any of them right there.
Yeah. Exactly. And obviously the, is it Diplos, I believe it is, sending a copy of a Dynamorphia card from the deck to the graveyard right now.
Going for the
Frenzy once again. So we're going to only see 3 cards set. And I think really, Jordan might be able to make some quick work with this,
We'll see how it goes, because that... Obviously, we're going to probably see the Phimena coming out here to take care. Yeah, there we go. Take care of one of those trap cards. Don't know which one it's going to be. Might even be the Diplo. We don't know.
We'll see where we decide to take this.
Yeah.
But probably just going to start making some little bit of light work throughout the rest.
That is one of the Dynamorphia traps.
I believe that's intact, isn't it?
I do think it is, yeah.
Which, really strong card. It's almost similar to that of Solemn Strike, I would say.
Yes,
obviously at the cost of half your life points, I believe.
Yeah, very much
but
that's going to get rid of both of them. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, I think that's a concession there. Well played. Very well played for both of them there. But well done, Jordan, for winning.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is, it shows kind of 2 sides of the game, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, you have your nice controlling deck.
Yeah.
I quite like those. And just how it played. We saw that in game 2, and just how it was able to kind of set up the big Rex turn, and just how that was so disruptive alongside all the other parts of the trap cards. But then obviously just this power of the Dracotail deck, for me, I would traditionally say maybe it's not the easiest matchup for a fusion deck to go through into trap cards, but it felt like Jordan kind of made some light work of that.
It was very... As a Dracotail player myself, sometimes you see someone playing the deck and you're like, it's the student to a master. You see someone doing a very good job there. No, but they did a very good job in a matchup where I don't think Alice put a foot wrong there. I think they played very well. It's just a matter of at the end of the day, this Dracotel deck can just get so much advantage from just a couple of actions, whereas the Dynamorphia really has to be very careful about where it puts things and how it plays.
Where it's stepping really, right? And
Exactly.
just how it's going to navigate going forward. But yeah, I think that's just about it. We'll be back with Jordan ever so shortly for our round 4 post-game interview.
Now that we're all already familiar with the basic structure of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen and the Virtuous All Foil Edition, we have some intermediate tutorial on some more cards in those decks that are not as self-explanatory as the other ones were.
Yeah, indeed. Albion the Shrouded Dragon is the first card that I want to talk about, and Albion the Shrouded Dragon actually has its main purpose either in the hand or in the graveyard, because when you activate its effect, you send one branded card or Fallen of Albus to the graveyard from your deck as a cost, which is really important. Then, when it came from the hand and you put it back into the deck, you get to draw a card, or even when you just activate the effect from the graveyard, you still put back the Albion the Shrouded Dragon, but you're not getting to draw a card. But the important part of the effect has already resolved. You already got that branded card to the graveyard. It is very important to get branded Retribution, or sometimes branded in red, or sometimes even branded Fusion into the graveyard. Sometimes you actually need the extra copy of Fallen of Albus in the graveyard as well, to bring it back on the opponent's turn as well. So Albion the Shrouded Dragon, even though initially it doesn't sound that important, and also a major thing about this, in the graveyard and in a deck, it is considered to be Fallen of Albus. So sometimes when you have to bring back a Fallen of Albus with, for example, Guiding Quem, you can use the Albion the Shrouded Dragon with it instead.
So this card provides you with extra consistency and of course an extra layer to your end field sometimes. Helps you with all sort of extensions. But you talked about bringing back a Fallen of Albus, and the card that does that like no other is Guiding Quem the Virtuous. This one on normal or special summoning is sending a Fallen of Albus card, or one that mentions it, from your deck to the graveyard, which is already strong. We talked about sending cards from the deck to the graveyard is pretty strong with this one, but also has another effect. It triggers when a card leaves the extra deck, and then you can special summon back a Fallen of Albus from the graveyard, or a card that mentions it. So if you combine it with cards like Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, activate the effect of that, send a card from your extra deck to the graveyard, this one can also summon back the Fallen of Albus, and then you can fuse on your opponent's turn with it.
Yeah, it's sometimes funny when you just have the Titanic Lad in the graveyard, bring out the Guiding Quem, and then in the end phase it looks very little what you have, but it can lead to a lot of things eventually on your opponent's turn, which is where the branded deck thrives anyways. Like playing on your opponent's turn, that is what that deck is very good at. Next card, also a Virtuous, but it is the Blazing Cartesia. The Virtuous is very important to the deck as well, as on the field it has a quick effect in the main phase to fusion summon using monsters on your field or in your hands, and that usually will fusion summon into the Grand Guignol. And then Grand Guignol is another connecting piece for all of the combos, being able to send another monster from the extra deck that mentions Fallen of Albus, or even a monster from the main deck, for example the Bestial Saronir as well. So you usually in a lot of your combos are trying to connect your different parts of the deck, and the Blazing Cartesia helps you with that a lot. And additionally to that, it also helps you dodging opponents' interruptions. For example, when you bring out this card, you can exactly bring it out with, for example, Fusion Deployment from your deck by revealing Grand Guignol in your extra deck. So you have that on the field, and then you normal summon out an Aluber. Then you can, when your opponent, for example, has Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence, just chain the Cartesia, make sure your Aluber is still resolving, and you get the Fusion Summon on top with the Cartesia, which is just so good. One more thing about it, in the end phase, if a fusion monster somehow manages to get into the graveyard there in your turn or in your opponent's turn, which always is going to happen because you're a branded player and that is the whole concept of the deck, you can just put that card back into your hand from the graveyard.
Yep, phenomenal card, gives you back some resources, has also seen play in other decks because it's just so generically strong, like in the Draco Tail strategy. But we have talked a lot about sending cards to the graveyard, and there are also some other engines that do that. For example, Bestial Serenir. Not only a strong interruptions versus some decks, because this card, if your opponent has a monster on the field, it is a quick effect. You can target one light or dark monster in either player's graveyard, banish that, and then special summon the Bestial Serenir. So this one works a little bit like DD Crow versus some decks. Really, really strong. Huge attack stat as well. 2,500 attack points is absolutely massive. But also, if this card is sent to the graveyard, you get to send either a Bestial card or a branded card from your deck to the graveyard, and then you can send something like Branded Fusion or maybe other cards, Basti?
For example, another card which turns out to be Branded Retribution. And you may be thinking, why do I want to send a counter trap to my graveyard? What am I going to do with a counter trap in the graveyard? Branded Retribution is an easy answer to that, as it has a graveyard effect as well, as so many of the branded cards do. And you can banish it from the graveyard to add back one of your branded spell trap cards from the graveyard into your hand, being able with that to recycle either Branded Fusion or Branded in Red or whatever branded spell trap card you like at that very moment. Additionally to that, that is the main application in the deck, I will say. The graveyard effect will be used more often than the on-field effect. The on-field counter trap effect of it is pretty good as well though, because when your opponent activates a spell or trap card or a monster effect that would lead into the special summon of a monster, you can either return one of your fusion monsters that mentions Fallen of Albus on the field to the extra deck, or two that mention Fallen of Albus from the graveyard back into the extra deck to negate the activation and destroy the card. So Branded does not have a lot of hard negation effects. Branded Retribution though can provide you with that.
Very powerful extra ceiling for your end field. Another card that is very much almost in your standard combo, maybe Branded in Red. You mentioned it earlier. This card is a quick play spell, and this card lets you add back either Fallen of Albus or a Despia monster from your graveyard to the hand, and then you can fusion summon with this card as material by banishing it and another card from your field or your hand. This card is incredibly powerful and versatile because sometimes you still want to have your Branded Fusion on your own turn. You have Aluba, the Jester of Despia, in your graveyard. You can just activate Branded in Red, you add back the Aluba, and then you normal summon it. But of course, also on your opposing turn, you can fusion summon something like a Guardian Chimera, or you can go into your extra copy of Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. There are plenty of ways to utilize this card to finalize your end field or to just push through a field.
Yeah, honestly, there is so many different cards in the branded universe. So let us know what your favorite card out of all of those branded support cards is in the comments, and then maybe we will play against you next as the next branded enjoyer.
And we're back with Jordan Gallagher, the best Scottish player, I would say. After your round 4 win versus a little bit of a fringe one.
Yeah.
Fringe is maybe an understatement as well. Dynamorphia. So I guess game 1, really, you just try and make through your actions. You got impulsed at one point. Yeah. How are you feeling going into their turn?
The second she went for the Theresia, I felt very happy I won the dice roll.
Yes,
I will say that was the most noticeable thing. I'm like, oh my god, thank God I won the dice roll. Because going second against that deck can be terrifying. But yeah, I felt pretty okay after that because I feel like that deck going second struggles a lot. So I felt that the fact that I got my setup through, even though I didn't get all 3 traps, I felt even better about that after I found out it was Dynamorphia, because the traps don't really do a huge amount.
Exactly.
The only trap I had was Flame, which isn't good. But
yeah. Not the best in that matchup, obviously trap deck. But I think you kind of just navigated well, like even if she was able to get to the point where there was something like the Rexton and stuff, it didn't really matter, right? Like
she got to the Rexstrom and the other fusion, but she still had 2,000 life points, so I was still able to make SP and banish the counter trap because she set that from her deck, so I knew where it was. And then that let the Ketu go off, and once the Ketu goes off, you can just choose any graveyard effects you want. I feel like it might be a bad matchup for Dynamorphia because it's all about Rexstrom stopping monster effects, but it doesn't stop monster effects in graveyard. And you've got the Argula, the Pan, the Molulu, so
yeah, exactly. As we were going through that feature, I was like, oh, maybe this isn't as good of a matchup as I thought it was. Maybe it's better into some of the other decks that are out right now. But I guess, especially with Argula and Pan, just getting rid of so many of their resources, right, every single turn. Yeah, it feels like it's quite hard to manage. But either way, you kind of cleared through that. Game 2, on the other hand, it was quite hard. I really liked that you started with the full loss there. I assume, was that in standby or was it straight into the main?
Standby phase, yeah.
So doing that just meant that if they decide to commit to the field, use some of those traps to fusion summon, you can try and get a little bit out of it, right?
Yeah.
And it's probably the most you're going to get out of it either way.
Yeah.
Then I guess unfortunately the anti-spell was there.
Yeah, that was not great. I was definitely not happy to see that one.
No.
I did have 2 spells in hand, and they were my only way to play the game. But it was like Ketu, Rahu, Imperm, Fua, Ash. So, or it may not have been Ash. I think it was Bell.
Yeah, either way, you weren't playing the game right to start off with. So obviously just passing back, and then I kind of feel like just once the fusion started hitting the field, and then especially going back into your turn the following turn, where those counter traps appeared, just stopping any sort of semblance of being
I felt
able to
like once I got a turn, I thought I might have had a chance because I've got my spells. It's going to resolve. I drew 5 mana for turn as well, which is like really good draw. I was like, oh, I can still fuse. But then the Solemn Judgment for the Imperm to turn off, because I had the Imperm to turn off the anti-spell.
Yep.
The Solemn Judgment to turn that off was pretty painful. And then the second I used the spell, there was the Iron Thunder. So any of the spells I did get to try and resolve just got negated.
Yep.
But then, I was already low on life. So after I made a fusion summon, then she drew Ferozia for turn. So that let her kill me, unfortunately. That was a good draw.
Yeah, so kind of doing exactly what you feared if you lost that dice roll, right?
Yeah.
Then going into game 3, it was just quick work. Even with the evenly matched, which I would say when I was thinking about it, I was like, oh, do you want to use the Malulu there? Do you want to use any of your other director traps there? Just tell us about what you thought about going into that end of main phase.
Yeah, so when she said in the main phase, I figured the evenly match was probably there. I thought about using the Malolo briefly, but then I just decided I can leave it on the field and it can be my horn target. It'll give me a dragon back in my hand for my 5 mana. And then I can 5 mana because it gives me my materials in hand to summon the Chaos, which was the best 5 mana target against that deck because it just lets you pop 2 in the back row. So I just decided to let her go to battle phase. I thought about it for a second, using the horn at the start of the battle phase on my own Malolo. Just that way the horn goes to the graveyard, and then when I use this thing can put back the horn. But I just figured that I don't really need the trap recursion against this deck. I feel like I was gonna, because I'd already set up the Chaos. I knew she had 4 other cards. I'd be able to like Gulamel pop 1 and then Chaos pop 2 more. I just think I didn't need the traps in deck. So I just decided to let them both all get banished face down because I don't really need the grind game, and just keep the horn just in case it was a bluff.
Yeah, definitely.
Because she did say battle phase game 1 and then main phase 2 and set some back row.
Oh, really?
So there is some bluffing there. So
I mean, I guess that's the correct read, right? Because in the instance you do get bluffed essentially, right? You kind of want to keep that horn just to return any of those fusion monsters. But either way, it resolved. Then you just destroyed every single other card you had available, right? And then just run away with it. So you're back playing Dracotel. I know you won the French Open a few weeks ago now. Have you ever considered not playing Dracotel this format?
Briefly, but it is the deck I know the best, and I'm trying to get points right now. And it's like a really consistent deck. I don't have to win at every event. I think it draws well enough. Like I think it's very consistent. It does what it does. You get to play the game a lot, and I feel like if I get to play the game a lot, I can win most of my matches. And hopefully get some world qualifying points.
And I think that's really key here, is where you're not trying to play the event. You're just trying to play the deck you know the best, right? And just make sure you're playing as accurately and as consistently as possible, right, to get those points. So last question before you go: do you think you can win the UK Open today?
I hope so. At least I'd like to go back to back. That'd be great.
There we go. Well, we'll be back ever so shortly with round number 5. And good luck, Jordan.
Thank you.
Say hello to Dark Magician Girl!
If you're just getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! And you think the Chronicles deck, the Fallen and the Virtuous All Foil Edition is a good way for me to start the game, you are absolutely right, and I am going to help you with that a little bit while explaining the basic combos of the deck. So let's start off with your most important card, Branded Fusion. While we do not have Branded Fusion in hand just yet, there's no need to worry because this deck has plenty of ways to access your most powerful fusion card. For example, by normal summoning Aluba, the Jester of Despia. If this card is normal or special summoned, you get to just add a branded spell trap from your deck to your hand. In this case, of course, your centerpiece, the Branded Fusion. This card is so important because it can summon out a fusion monster or fusion summon a monster that requires Fallen of Albas as material by sending material from your deck, hand or field to the graveyard, which is of course extremely powerful. So let's just do that. We activate Branded Fusion, we're going to send the Bestial Lubellion, which is going to come in handy later, and Fallen of Albas from our deck to the graveyard to summon out the oh so powerful Albion the Branded Dragon. This card on summon lets you fusion summon another monster by using material from your field or your graveyard, banish them. So we take the Fallen of Albas and a dark monster, which is Aluba the Jester of Despia, and we summon out Lubellion the Searing Dragon, our next fusion monster that is going to fusion summon further. This card lets you discard a card and then fusion summon by shuffling back material from the field or graveyard or banishment to the deck. So in this case, we're going to choose Lubellion the Searing Dragon itself and Fallen of Albas. We're going to put those cards back and we summon out Mirror Jade the Ice Blade Dragon, one of your most powerful tools to win games. Because during either turn, this card can just put a card from your extra deck to the graveyard that mentions Fallen of Albas as material to banish a face-up monster card on the field without targeting it. This card is super good. So this is not quite your end field as well. You still have Albion the Branded Dragon, and this card, while it has a powerful summoning effect, really thrives in the graveyard. We also still, from the beginning if you remember, have our Bestial Lubellion in the graveyard. This card can special summon itself out by tributing Albion the Branded Dragon from your field easily. Now, this card has a really cool effect to activate a card from the deck, but the most important feature is that we have Albion the Branded Dragon in our graveyard, so we can add or set a branded spell or trap card in our end phase to the field or to the hand. This is your most basic Branded Fusion combo that you can play basically in the entire game, but there are many ways to just accelerate from that point and go for bigger combos. But this is a nice way to start off your Chronicles the Fallen and the Virtuous journey.
What's up, Branded friends? With the release of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen and the Virtuous All Foil Edition, everyone of course is excited about branded cards. But how to use them is the question. Today I am going to show you a combo with those branded cards, and it's not only going to be activate Branded Fusion, but we're trying to be a little bit more complicated. So stay tuned to see what I can do with the new cards. For this combo, I have brought Branded and High Spirits plus Fallen of Albus, and then 3 cards, which could be any card in the deck. Of course, your combo is going to vastly differ in many ways as soon as you draw additional pieces to the combo, and that is the beauty about Branded. The combos always change a little bit, but here in this one, we're just going to go with these 2 cards in our hand, which are Branded and High Spirits and Fallen of Albus. Key thing to do is to activate Branded and High Spirits in draw phase already, to play around cards like Drone and Lockbird, which definitely have some relevancy in the format right now. Branded High Spirits then is going to put the Titanic Cat, the Ash Dragon, to the graveyard, and as we have Fallen of Albus in hand, we're going to put that into the graveyard as well to go for a search with Branded High Spirits as well. And the card we're looking for is Springin's Kit. Heading into our main phase now, we will be able to summon out the Springin's Kit and use the effect of Springin's Kit to get our so desired and at the moment semi-limited Branded Fusion to our hand. And as we're searching it with Springin's Kit, we also have to put back 1 card from our hand back into the deck. And now we will activate Branded Fusion, sending, as we all know, the fusion materials from the deck to the graveyard. We are going to send, of course, Fallen of Albus, and then next to it we're going to send one of the most powerful Bestial cards, the Bestial Bellion, and as that is a light monster, that leads to us summoning Albion, the Branded Dragon. And now we can use Albion, the Branded Dragon effect, not going into our deck of course, but into our graveyard, banishing 1 copy of Fallen of Albus, and then also, as we do not necessarily need it anymore, the Springin's Kit from the field to bring out our next Dragon, Lubellion, the Shining Dragon. This one immediately is going to activate its effect as well. We're going to discard Triple Tactics Thrust, just another generic card that we can discard to put the Fallen of Albus into the deck again and put the Lubellion into the extra deck as well to bring out Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, into the extra monster zone. Now, as we have sent the Bestial Lubellion to the graveyard through Branded Fusion, we can summon that out by sending Albion, the Branded Dragon, to the graveyard, can activate the effect of the Bestial Lubellion on the field to activate from our deck. Where is it? There we have it. Branded Lost. And now, the beauty about honestly all kind of Branded combos is that in the end phase, you're still adding to your combo. And here in the end phase, as we're going into that, we can activate, first of all, the effect of Albion, the Branded Dragon. And here is where we can now actually decide on what to do. Usually, in regular, before the release of the Fallen and the Virtuous, we would always set Branded in red to have further fusion summoning on the opponent's turn, search for Branded Lost on the opponent's turn, mostly Tri-Brigade Mercourier. But now we can also go for the Fallen and the Virtuous and set it to our Spell and Trap Zone, which is now providing us a really good interruption on the opponent's turn, or summon out another monster from our graveyard or even from our opponent's graveyard if it comes to that. And then we're not done with that. At the beginning of the turn, we also send Titanic Clad to the graveyard, allowing us to special summon also the Guiding Quem, the Virtuous, from the deck. And with the Guiding Quem, we can, on its special summon, also then send the, where is it? There it is, the Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous, to the graveyard as well. And now, that is our turn, but the beauty comes from the interaction on the opponent's turn as well, because now, on the opponent's turn, as soon as they summon a monster, we can use the effect of Mirror Jade to put the Rindbram into the graveyard. Let me get that Rindbram, there it is, to just banish 1 monster from their side. That allows us to activate the effect of Guiding Quem as an extra deck monster left the extra deck, and that can bring back the Blazing Cartesia, allowing us to further fusion summon on their turn, which is really, really essential to, of course, the strategy, because it will also allow us to activate the effect of Branded Lost, and then with the Rindbram in the graveyard too, that gives us a chance to bring back Fallen of Albus as well, to go for further fusion summoning even then on our opponent's turn. So, as per usual, Branded is all about fusion summoning, and that does not change quite with the release of the new deck, but we can of course find new ways on how to fusion summon, on how to sequence our fusion summoning, and how to build the best Branded field possible. Let me know what your favorite combo for the Branded deck is down in the comments, and then we can all become Branded masters together.
Remember the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh? Collecting the trading cards and rushing home to watch the latest anime episode and playing the very first Yu-Gi-Oh video games. It's been over 25 years since that journey first began. Time has gone by quickly, but we all still have that inner duelist inside who believes in the heart of the cards.
And now, the early days are back. It's time to duel, as over a dozen classic Yu-Gi-Oh games return. Duel alongside old friends and rivals. Explore vast worlds. Become the true king of games with unique challenges to master. Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available on the 27th of February on Nintendo Switch and Steam.
It has been a while. I hope that was okay.
Oh, that was perfect.
You think so?
Yeah.
That was all right?
Really? Yeah.
I like the way you guys sound better.
No way.
All right.
What's up, branded friends? With the release of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen and the Virtuous All Foil Edition, everyone of course is excited about branded cards. But how to use them is the question. Today I am going to show you a combo with those branded cards, and it's not only going to be Activate Branded Fusion, but we're trying to be a little bit more complicated, so stay tuned to see what I can do with the new cards. As you can see, this is not just going to be a combo of Activate Branded Fusion and see what happens, but instead we're going to start with the combination of Albion Bestrahted Dragon and Branded in High Spirits. Note that we also of course have 3 other cards in our hand, but for this combo they're not going to be relevant right now, so we took 3 cards that we can just discard or put back into our deck later on in the combo. But with Branded, when you draw more combo pieces, your combo always is going to develop and you're always going to find more different routes to make the combo, to make the field bigger and even stronger. But for this one, in the draw phase, we're going to activate Branded in High Spirits. Importantly enough, you should activate this in
And we're back with round 5 ever so shortly. But first, let's just look into a deck breakdown for today. Obviously, hot off YCS Bolognia just last week. How do you think today is going to really shape up towards that?
I think, as we can see here, the K9 variants really are jumping up. Obviously, it's difficult because with something like Drekatail, the difference between pure Drekatail and branded Drekatail is really quite minimal, whereas the difference in the K9 variants can actually be quite a lot. So to put them all in the same category does really show off how popular they've become. But a lot of the variants can be very different in the way they play. We do also see a lot of Yummy still, the Mitsu Yummy, and also the regular Yummy, pure Yummy you could call it. Malice still very popular, Mitsurugi still popular, Blue Eye still showing up, which is nice. And then I love seeing my favourite category in a big chunk of other. I love seeing that. If it's a small bit of other, I'm sad. That's a huge chunk of other. You love to see it.
Yeah, I think for this event specifically, you're always going to get a few more of those other categories come up. We've seen a few today. We've seen some of the Radiant Typhoon. We've seen the Dynamorphia even just now. But then, again, just looking back further up the list, you can see that, obviously, Mitsurugi Yummy, still quite a high commanding position.
Very much so.
Malice, again, roughly the same as conversion rate as it was as last weekend. Drekatail, ever so slightly lower, I would say. But still in that commanding first place as the most represented deck.
Absolutely.
I would say, I don't think that would have changed too much.
No.
People love to just keep playing the deck they were confident with.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just as Jordan even said just then, he was beyond happy just to keep playing it. He was confident he will play better. And I like that.
I always say you play a deck that you enjoy, play a deck that you're confident with, that you enjoy, and you don't doing well with that because even if it's a deck that isn't as quote-unquote meta-relevant, if you like it and you know the deck very well, you can still do well with it.
Exactly. And then obviously we've got some of these K9 variants, which down at 5% was Vanquish Soul K9. For me, I thought it was going to be ever so slightly higher, but doesn't completely surprise me here. So, yeah, going into this round number 5, we've got Luke Tyler, one of my favourite duelists in the UK, actually, on top of all the others that are. But for me, he always plays these really unique strategies, and we can see it again.
Once again, Radiant Typhoon again, but with the Fiendsmith cards in there, because as we know, with Moonlit Close Heaven now being forbidden, a lot of decks lost access to that. However, being able to make any variety of rank 3 means you can make Melody the Brastion, a light fiend disease monster. It gets you into your Fiendsmith cards, and we see that against Mitsurugi Yummy, a very popular, very powerful strategy here today.
Yeah, exactly. And Thomas obviously just going in with his Mitsurugi deck. I think Luke won the dice roll there, just missed it ever so slightly, but I saw them having a laugh together. Going to take a second to think just exactly where to start.
Start with the Eldam there. Very strong start indeed.
Yep.
It's something about the Radiant Typhoon deck is that you can quite easily, quite well play around Drawn and Lockbird, but it depends how you start because you have a lot of quick play spells you can use during your draw phase and completely play around that. But now that we're clearly in the main phase, we might be seeing something come out here. We need to double check actually if it's in, and it is there. It is in Thomas's list there as well.
Yes, we've seen him just be able to resolve that now, adding the other level 3 to be able to add a spell from the deck here.
And I just noticed as well, Thomas is on the 60-card variant of Mitsurugi.
Oh, really?
So, I mean, hey, by no means is it a bad way to play. You drown out. You have a lot of those engine requirements in your deck which you don't necessarily want to draw with. As ever, when you mesh two strategies together, you always get that. And if you bulk out your deck to 60 cards, hey, you get less of that. You don't draw them as much, which is always very useful.
For definite, and especially with the Yummy cards, you kind of just want to draw any one of them, really, right? It doesn't matter if you clump on a few of them.
Not at all.
Because you've got 60 cards.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised he wasn't playing a very slim line of the Mitsurugi core there in his list, but maybe we can ask about that later.
Maybe we can.
So obviously, Luke is now going through the process, got hit by a bell on the Fiendsmith Engraver just there. I guess now that's just going to stop being able to summon the DDD. And I think it's... Obviously, there's still 4 cards in Luke's hand, going up to 5 now, just deciding where is next best to go.
And we do see the draw coming from the Ghost Spell usage as well with Necro Quick Prints on the field. I don't think he's done for the turn unless I'm much mistaken. I think he can still play from here. We do see the Radiant Typhoon, I believe that's Chant coming out there indeed. Adds a Radiant Typhoon monster from your deck to your hand, or Mystical Space Typhoon, as I think most of them do. Going with the Meghala there, which is obviously going to be very powerful, special summoning from deck if it's able to do so.
Yep, so we're just going to watch Luke try and start activating some of these cards to go ahead and improve his current field state. Like, just decide where to go. I guess now he's not able to use the Caesar, just...
And now you don't mind win-locking yourself. It doesn't matter that much at this point. We do now see the Visions coming out, just adding the Mystical Space Typhoon. So not the draw 2, just adding Mystical Space Typhoon. Unless I'm much mistaken, you can use both effects in the same turn, though, if you have 2 of them. But we do see the Crozier coming out now as well. Very powerful card, and very difficult to deal with.
And then on some of that, we'll be adding another one of these Radiant Typhoon cards as well, I believe, right?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Or Mystical Space Typhoon.
Or Mystical Space. Hey, maybe you want to.
Maybe you want
to.
Maybe
you want to. Who's to say?
So yeah, the thing is, I really want to know just how strong this Radiant Typhoon deck is. Obviously, we're seeing Luke kind of go through the motions, starts developing his game plan here. But
I think we are adding another Mystical Space Typhoon, if I'm not mistaken, along
incredible.
with the Radiant Typhoon Mandate, a very powerful card, which, yes, the meme is alive. MST can now negate. Oh, goodness me. I was so happy when I saw that card. so happy.
That was me back as a small child trying to negate such cards.
What do you mean it doesn't negate me? What do you mean doesn't it negate Mirror Force? I've destroyed it.
Yeah, it's gone. It's off the field. It should be negated.
Judge, no. But let's see how Luke goes to play the rest of his turn. I'd imagine... Oh my goodness. Now, the powerful thing with a lot of these Radiant Typhoon cards is that if they are destroyed, I believe, by Mystical Space Typhoon, they can actually reset themselves.
Yes.
So you can use it, activate Mystical Space Typhoon, destroy it, and then just reset it, and you get so much value out of that.
Yeah. And you just get the free negate out of it, I believe, right?
Indeed, you get absolutely. The Mandate now coming out as well, so we are setting up for that negate, even if it hasn't come. And it's once per chain, not once per turn, so you can use that for as many Mystical Space Typhoons as you have. The Infinite Impermanence coming down, targeting the Phonics there as well.
How strong is that? Because interruption-wise, from memory...
Phonics is pretty good.
Yeah, targeting 2 cards, shuffle into your opponent's deck. I think that's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It depends.
It's not nothing. We do have to see the Habakira coming out now, which obviously is, I imagine, how a great many people have started their turns in the last few months. But rightfully so, is it a very, very strong card.
Yep, so most likely going to search that 60-card deck for the Sargi. Of course, it's going to be right at the end, isn't it?
always the way. Always the way.
And then stuff immediately. Going to add a prayers from the deck to hand. Potentially already alluding that there's the ritual already available for use.
Potentially, yeah. Which in a 60-card deck is always impressive. Always seems to happen, but it's very impressive. Let's double check actually how many prayers is actually being used in their deck, because it might be more than one. No, there's only one. You know
so
what?
Here it is again.
In most of my matchups against Mitsurugi Yomi, that does seem to happen in 60-card decks.
So, electing here to destroy the Mitsurugi ritual, which in turn
will let you to negate it first with Mandate, unless you can chain block that. But if you have 2 Mystical Space Typhoon set, which I believe he does, you don't care about chain blocking. You got another one on the go.
Yeah, so we're just going to see if Thomas decides to do anything else further here. Looks like prayers is coming down as well.
That is, I mean, you're going to get the use out of the prayers. It is once per chain, so you can't negate the prayers now. Or that might also just be used to chain block. But if we have another Mystical Space Typhoon, we can just use it again.
Yeah, so we're just going to see how Luke navigates this. Obviously, we can't hear the players just now, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to see which is decided.
It is another Mystical Space Typhoon. I think that might be the end for this ritual coming out here, because we can use the Mandate now. Now that it's not been chain blocked, we can use the Mandate to negate the ritual. Very powerful strategy to be able to use.
I know, obviously, the prayers just I feel like it loses a lot of value here now. Obviously, especially because the Mitsurugi engine is just that much slimmer.
Yes,
than some of these other strategies.
But hey, if you needed that ritual to resolve, you got to try and do it.
Yeah, you got to try and force it.
You really have to try.
I definitely agree on that. So I'm going to watch it add. I'm going to assume it's probably Murakumo here, isn't it?
Yeah, gotta be.
Gotta be.
Gotta be.
So
if
now
the mirror is available, then it doesn't. Yeah, it might. I don't think it is though, unfortunately. I think we do see the Yummy cards though. So
you never know.
We got to see some things.
Herald of the
there.
Arclight might be able to get there.
It might do it. It may just do the job.
So we're gonna see. I'm gonna assume it'll be Cup C coming down.
Yeah.
Guessing the ad.
You simply must. And what I wonder were the other set cards. I would imagine they are just more Radiant Typhoon quick play spells, but I could be wrong on that, obviously.
So there was one copy of Super Polymerization, which I can only assume is going to.
As soon as you have 2 Light Beasts on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah. And hey, it's a very powerful card. Your opponent cannot respond to Super Polymerization. So as soon as we have 2 Light Beasts on the field, that might be curtains for Thomas here. We'll see. So I don't know that the rest of his hand is going to be particularly useful at dealing with that afterwards.
I mean, to be fair for Thomas here, he has got the extension here. Obviously, Dominion's going to summon back the Cup C, and then still got the surprise and an additional name there. So if Luke decides to pull the trigger a little bit too early, it might come back to bite him.
Very true. And I think we are going to see the Super Polarization there.
Go for it.
Which is very powerful to do. Having said that, yes, you do have the surprise in hand. I'm not sure how much more that gets you. It will keep you in the game, obviously.
Well, I believe it's a surprise, and there's also a...
Oh, there is,
a cookie, I believe it is.
Correct, I didn't notice that.
So that's just like... well, here we are hoping that last card Luke has, maybe it's a Mystical Space type.
Hey, maybe. I know he does have 3 in the deck.
Yeah.
We do see the surprise coming out, and we are going to activate nothing? Okay, just checking the face down. As is your right. Oh my goodness! Targeting the field spell, which is very smart to do. If it cannot be chain blocked, then that will be the mandate negating the surprise. I think that might... No, he's still in the game, still playing. I thought that was scooping up there.
Oh, for some reason I thought that was 5 Formation Tenki. I was like, whoa. Oh no, it is. It is 5 Formation Tenki.
Oh yes, because they're Beast Warriors.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
They're all different types, and
I
that
thought
is...
they were all winged beasts.
No. There's
wow.
Kroos is a winged beast, and you can also play Totem Bird in the extra deck if you want to do that kind of strategy, which obviously we do.
Yes,
in the side deck.
exactly.
But yeah, no, actually they're all different types. There's a winged beast. There, I think Eldam's a beast. That one's a fairy. Megala's a fairy. Phonix is a pyro. I don't know that one's name is an Aqua, and then we have the Beast Warrior here. So yeah, no, it actually is a starter for the deck.
Actually is 5 Formation Tenki.
It's really cool.
I feel like I haven't seen that card since the Tri-Brigade formats as of a few years back. So heading into this all-pivotal Game 2 here.
Indeed.
Luke's deck seemed to actually function quite well there, I'd say.
Very much so.
Obviously, it went first, but... What more can you ask for?
Going second, we do have some strong options here as well. I think most of this side deck is going second options, which all of which do very well into this strategy as well, I'd say.
Yep, so we've got 3 Meows, 3 Perulia. I'm not sure if you want to choose to put the Perulia in, potentially, but I think the Meows is a very strong option here.
That, but also the Sphere mode. In a deck that will just swarm the field with a lot of monsters, including something like Herald, including like your... It does tribute, so it does activate your Mitsurugi cards if you so choose to do so, but it is something that will be very, very useful, especially since this doesn't really need to use a normal summon.
Exactly. So yeah, maybe it's something that Luke decides to go with. Then looking into Thomas's deck,
some going first options in the side
there's
deck.
Already so many non-engine within that main deck.
Yeah, very much so.
I guess you would you put that double Cyclone in? I think
you know
would.
What? You can use it on the trap.
Sense.
You can use it on the trap.
But I guess you're going first here.
Yeah.
In all honesty, right? So with a lot of these options, you probably just want to put the Purification in.
You know what? I gotta admire the gumption of putting in a 60-card list a single Solemn Judgment in the side deck, because you know he's going to draw it.
If he draws it now, it's all on you.
You know. Because you know it's going to happen. You know it's going to happen at some point, yeah. I've got obviously the Forbidden Droplet, very strong card, very hard to deal with, and great for going first and second, truthfully. You can use it any time you like. And the Croaky as well, again, great for going first here. You can make sure to get that out during the opponent's turn and start to destroy their cards.
And they're both some of those cards where, what I really like in the side deck is when you're siding cards you can get with your engine. And I think, especially like Purification even, even your Croaky here, both can be retrieved from your deck, especially the 60-card deck,
yes, absolutely,
with such ease that whenever you're just playing your turn, if you need them, they're right there. You're going to get them. You don't need that one-off Solemn Judgment there,
not at all.
and don't need to worry about trying to draw it.
I also see, and now this obviously not particularly a going first siding option, but we do see the Wosu in the side deck there, which for going second, phenomenal, truthfully.
Yeah, and again, it's maybe trying to decide that maybe the Liger Dancer is not exactly the easiest card to out with, for example.
Absolutely.
And just having that option within your deck, especially the 60 cards, is really, really important. Going into this game now, he's got it.
You are joking. There's no way.
So
it's every time. It's every time.
So looks like there's Habakiri.
I do wonder how playable the rest of the hand is. He does like a solid hand, truthfully.
Yeah, there's a Habakiri and there's a Yummy Monster. That sounds like it's more than enough to make me happy.
That's everything. Yeah, that's everything you could ever want. And fair play.
Exactly. That's hilarious to me, to be
honest.
Yeah. So we're gonna see this go down. The only thing here is, how do you think this Radiant Typhoon deck that Luke has crafted is gonna fare going second?
Oh, we do see the Mulcharmy Meows coming out, which is very powerful in this strategy and is going to get some draws unless it is stopped here. And it will get draws either activated on your own turn or your opponent's turn because it summons from the graveyard a lot, these strategies do. So it's a very powerful card. I think it will do... You know what? I'm hopeful.
Now I've seen the Meows, I'm a lot happier, to be honest.
Yeah.
I feel more safe for Luke here.
I do as well.
To try and win this game going second.
Yeah, I've got to say.
Especially, I guess you probably going second. He's probably put all 9 of them in, I would say.
Oh, I'd imagine so, because you get some value out of all of them in this deck.
Yep.
Perulia maybe less so than the others, but still there. Still maybe 1 or 2.
It's still trying to get you that little bit closer to the next one, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what's really important here.
Cupsy Way adding the Cupsy and the Marshmallow to hand. Why isn't there a Marshmallow Way? What's going on with that? I want one. I just want a Marshmallow Way. Come on, give me one more.
Honestly, I won't be surprised if it comes next.
At some point, you never know.
And that nice old ultimate rare as well.
Oh, beautiful. And we see the Cupsy coming down here, of course, adding a... You got to imagine it's a surprise to hand. You have to imagine it. If it's not, fair.
Honestly, I'll believe it. Apart from last time I said it was a surprise, it wasn't. So, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? And you know what? That's fine. And we forgive you for it. It's fine.
So we've got the surprise here, discarding the Infinite Impermanence. Obviously, you've got... I think there's a Drone Lockbird in the hand as well, which... If Luke's not able to try and advance in that draw phase.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to hope for a lot of that quick play spells in the draw phase, to be able to draw a lot and be able to do a lot in that phase to play around that. Otherwise, you're going to have a tough time, which I do think he does have some spells in his hand, so I don't think that's out of the question here.
No, I agree. And I'm just going to say that it's... Oh, that's Solemn Judgment. That's Solemn Judgment. It's on top of everything else here.
I said it. I spoke it into existence.
You did. So... If Luke's not able to kind of like try and put some more disruptions in, Thomas could just decide to play this entire turn out and just give a couple of extra draws, really.
Absolutely. Having said that, this is the Mystical Space Typhoon deck. You might just draw it and use it on the Solemn Judgment.
That is true.
Draw phase, target that, it's gone. You know, like it's... If any deck is going to be custom built to deal with that powerful spell and trap lineup, it's going to be the Mystical Space Typhoon deck.
That is exactly correct. Especially for Luke, if I'm seeing like one of these cards, especially like a set card here, I'll be thinking it's that Great Purification there.
Absolutely.
Or potentially maybe Prayers, for example. Luke just double checking the tar text.
I'd imagine the reason I always check that card is, does it negate effect or activation?
Yes.
Which it is effect, unfortunately. So it's the annoying version. But the Solemn Judgment does negate activation, and therefore you can keep playing through that, obviously. We do see now the surprise coming out, summoning from hand this time to avoid giving draws from the Owls, and obviously hopefully going to be declaring the effect of the Marshmallow to get that surprise back.
Yeah, I think this is quite interesting, because you could have just decided to summon up prior to the Murakumo, correct? But here...
Oh, we see the Chrysler coming out, because... Surprise is a quick play spell. You can summon. You can summon these cards when quick play spells are activated. That's incredible.
This is really interesting that he's doing this now as well, especially with the Murakumo now dedicated to the field here. Because obviously that's just one more card that's going to have to be discarded, really.
Absolutely,
right?
Yeah.
Especially where we're in a situation where Luke may not even be able to get another draw off with this Meows this turn.
No, which is unfortunate. It also does cut yourself off by having Crocea on the field. You do cut yourself off from potentially drawing more Charmies and using those. So that is the unfortunate problem here.
But maybe Luke's just a little bit wary that he may just not get another chance, right?
And hey, you're adding the Mystical Space Typhoon to your hand during your opponent's turn. That's just cool. I can't lie. That's just kind of cool.
It does make me chuckle a little bit just seeing this Mystical Space Typhoon, because it feels like I have not seen
And the chant as well.
Mystical Space Typhoon played competitively in a very long time. There's always been a Cosmic Cyclone.
No, absolutely. I'll tell you what, there's a very nice chap at my locals who's played it in his side deck for ages. And we all used to sort of go, that's fun. And then this got announced and we went, he's the one.
And is he playing this deck now?
No, he's not. This is the most disappointing thing. He doesn't play it anymore. I think we are now seeing I believe a Synchro summon here going for the, what is that? Is that a Mosham at the Marcher? No, it's the Samsara cap.
Yes. Going into that Herald of the Arclight. Going for more of a simplistic state, I would say, Thomas. Again, you do have 2 Omni Negates here. Well, 3 even. Like,
you set 3 past turn, and when when you're dealing with a deck which is the Mystical Space Typhoon deck, set 3 passes always. You want to try and, I imagine there's something there just to try and bait out the Mystical Space Typhoon.
Yeah.
Because you don't want it to be used on your powerful cards.
I mean, I guess, what are the stats on that Radiant Typhoon monster? What's to stop Luke going straight through into the battle phase here?
I mean, if you get Mystical Space Typhoon in your graveyard, it can't be destroyed, so I think that would be protecting it as well. But we do see another Quick Play spell be activated in the Surprise, which might give Luke something to do here, but I don't think it is, actually.
If anything, even maybe just going into the Cup seat there might even be a stronger attack. Yeah.
Goodness gracious me.
Just trying to limit the types of advantage Thomas has going into the next turn.
Going to the Herald, though. Maybe it's one of those things. Sometimes you just have maybe 3 cards to play, and you don't want to have to deal with 3 negates.
Yeah, exactly. You know? Obviously going to get the ad here. If anything, this is really good for Thomas because he does have a copy of that drawn log, but I believe in the hand.
Absolutely.
Which is going to be really strong. Now that I don't really need to worry about not getting that ad off.
No, not at all, no.
I guess the only thing here is that if it does get activated before the Murakuma gets to add, then you might lose that little bit of recursion there from the Great Purification being activated.
We do see Mystical Space Typhoon coming out. Not sure what that's targeting, obviously. Could be the Solemn Judgment, it could be the Great Purification. We will wait and see what it goes into here.
Do you get any bonus effects by activating the Mystical Space Typhoon here? Or
I don't think so, unless I'm much mistaken. I don't think you do. But at the end of the day, it is there just to break apart the field. So that is the primary function of this ancient card at this point. But then they did the job. I mean, also, obviously, in this situation, you're not so much protecting itself because you're using itself, but you are getting the value out of getting that into the graveyard, as well as getting the value of tributing your Murakuma, which is obviously very good for you.
Exactly. So the Murakuma is going to get the summon back and the add here, which I would say is quite important.
And we do see the Radiant Typhoon Visions coming down here, which could be to draw to, could be to add a Mystical Space Typhoon, but we're not sure yet.
Well, was it that card that can do both effects in that instance?
Do both in the same turn, I believe, yes. Unless I'm much mistaken, I've been wrong. It's been known to happen. I've been wrong before. Let me double check.
So obviously taking out the Cupsy here for the Snatchy and the Marshmallow.
Oh no, I think it is only one of them. I
apologize. It is only one, that's okay.
Oh, I was wrong.
Going to get the Murakuma summoning out here, getting the add from the deck to the hand, going to then be able to...
we do see the super polarization as well.
Exactly. The big thing here I would say is if Luke is thinking even further ahead of the game, he might just, on resolution of this chain, using his turn player priority, decide that I'm going to activate the super polymerization.
Absolutely.
And my opponent cannot activate that draw.
Nope.
So that might just be what's exactly going to happen here, just to try and
Which
avoid.
would be tremendous, truthfully. That would be really, really cool to see. And there are the targets in the field now to be able to use that with.
So the Murakuma resolved. I guess this is a new chaining, so the draw hasn't been looked at all.
I believe so. I'm wondering if... Oh, of course. I mean, if you draw, you're going to cut yourself off of searching yourself, and you do need to still do that with Mitsurugi, so it's a bit of a tricky one, actually.
Yep, so we're just going to see...
remind myself of the name of this one. It's the Aqua one. Varurun. What a great name. Varurun.
What a good name.
Negating
summon itself here.
Monster effects as well when able to do that, which is very strong, very powerful. And the chant coming down now as well. I do wonder what we're going to be searching or adding with that.
And then if you have 2 or more mystical space Typhoon Yu-Gi-Oh! This
I believe
archetype is amazing.
I believe there are 2. I believe there are 2 now, unless I'm much mistaken.
I am really loving all of this.
Isn't it great?
It is
so
amazing.
good? I mean, there's no wonder it's done so well in the Genesis format, obviously.
Yes.
Because it is brand new. It's perhaps not the most, how to put it, the most threatening in the current advanced constructed meta. But in Genesis, it is one of the more powerful strategies you can use. And if you know how to play it well, and if you back it up with the more powerful non-engine, like you maybe wouldn't be able to do in Genesis format because it costs too many points, it can really be a real threat.
Yeah, exactly. And seeing such an accomplished player as Luke, just like trying to take that forward here into the event, it's quite interesting to see, especially as now Drawn Lockbird has been activated.
Absolutely.
Is that continuous spell there?
No, I think it's
Was that
just been there until
resolution?
resolution.
It's been there
It's
until-
currently adding the Swen,
Yep.
so I think when it resolves, it'll go. Oh, and the Croatia going as well. Oh, I think that was the Murakuma, if I'm not mistaken.
Ah, okay.
Which I could be.
And is that because there's now spell and trap cards on the side of Thomas, or is it?
No, well, no, but I think the Murakuma might have resummoned itself and used its effect to destroy the field there. But because Luke has Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard still, the special summoning is not out of the question, because even though he has spells and traps, that's fine. He can still keep playing from here.
Yep, so we're gonna see what Luke decides to do next.
I think that's the Super Polar. Yep, there we go. Cannot respond to that, Thomas cannot. So that's just going to be a free Garura, I imagine.
Yeah, I think this is really, really strong as well, just because you can limit what is getting used for the Synchro summon on Thomas' side, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, they're gone now. That's
yeah, exactly.
Fully. So, kind of locked out of the Yummy strategy here, unless I think a Croaky can summon from deck now, unless I'm very much mistaken, because the Yummy cards left the field. Although it might be. No, I think that's happening.
A little bit of a sigh there from Luke, realising that is just about to occur.
Yeah. The Lollipo. Banish. No, not banishing. It'll be returning cards to the deck from the graveyard.
Yeah, so you probably want to get one of those high level Radiant Typhoon monsters out of the graveyard where they could potentially trigger.
They absolutely can, yeah.
Come back to the field. For me, it looks like it's kind of back into Thomas's court now. Although it really was like an amazing field to begin with, just with having those 3 Omni Negates, really, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Going into this turn. And he still has one left over.
Yeah, he still has, I believe, the Solemn Judgment set. So we'll see what happens here. It might just be a summon negate. We'll see. This is the Eldam here, which would add not negating either of these, just summoning both of them.
Yep.
This is just the Fiendsmith line at this point, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yep, there's the Meta the Brashjin, Light Fiend, and just checking it. Just checking it. There we go. On the Requiem. What a place to use it. Completely locking Luke out of his turn here and not able to go into the Fiendsmith card. That powerful strategy. And I think that might be Luke scooping things up here.
Luke there, yeah. Which really doesn't surprise me, Dad. Obviously, just what can you do in that situation?
I don't know. Solemn Judgment is limited for a reason. I know it used to be, and then it came back to 3, and now it's limited again because hey, that's a strong card.
Yeah.
Who'd have thunk it? You know, I do think, to be fair, playing through a lot there. I think they did a very good job there.
I was really impressed with that, just because at the end of the day, it was three of those like negate any card.
Yeah,
that had to be played through.
So powerful.
And if it weren't for the third one, would have been done.
Still playing, still going, still got that powerful speed
and with a
combo,
and with a Drawn Lockbird as well in rotation.
And with a Drawn Lockbird. So I'm quite impressed by the Radiant Typhoon stuff.
A little bit different to what we saw earlier from the Radiant Typhoon, I would say.
Yes.
But this Fiendsmith engine feels like it's added like an extra dimension to the deck.
Really does. Really does.
And especially just going into what will be Game 3, Luke is going first.
Yes.
He will be able to do that MST negate. How do we feel about that?
Great. I can't not feel wonderful about that. But let's see some of the side options for going first for Luke here. I think probably just the Harpy's Featherstorm yet again, and potentially just the Ash Blossom, because you just want to stop your opponent from potentially using more Charmers on you.
Yeah, for definite. I think it just depends really where Luke stands and if it's worth taking out cards, maybe like the Super Polymerization even, the Fallen and Virtuous. or like Forbidden Droplets.
I forgot that was there. I don't think he's used that yet.
No,
has
he hasn't got to it just yet. But all of these cards are more geared towards going second, right?
Absolutely.
And especially when you're going first with this sort of fringe combo deck, let's call it. It's trying to decide which ones are better for you
100%
into this game.
And side options for our other player, Thomas, going second here. Again, we have the mulch armies. I don't know, actually. I think Perulia will be the one that will cause the most damage here. If not for Warloss. But either way, there's options here of what you can do. Well, going second, we have obviously Forbidden Droplet as we in. The Wosu just comes in and just completely dismantles the board, you know. So it's quite powerful in that sense.
I think the double cyclone is going to be really, really big here. Just being able to not only potentially try and aim for that trap card that makes all of these Mystical Space Typhoons into negates.
Absolutely.
Which is incredible. But also that if that double cyclone is able to then resolve and not be potentially negated itself, you can go ahead and start like just trying to pick away, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And it makes it just that little bit easier for Thomas to try and get through. Some of his main deck options are I think might actually be not too bad. Like the DD Crows that we're seeing as a full playset there, which potentially removing the Mystical Space Typhoon.
Exactly. No, you're right. You're exactly right. Removing that from the graveyard, meaning that some of your opponent's effects aren't going to be live. If there's only one in there, then it's gone. You know?
Especially being able to use that in response to another Mystical Space Typhoon. Just being able to try and stop that trap from being able to negate the card it truly wants to.
Absolutely.
So we're in this game 3 now. I can see the DD Crow there as well.
No, still no effects in draw phase.
No.
Here. So Swen adding a Radiant Typhoon or Mystical Space Typhoon spell from deck to hand.
Yep. And I think with this as well, what's quite nice about it is you can kind of just elect to chain these spells in the main phase. So I guess unless Luke just draws like a combination of them, or maybe one or two of them, then maybe just holding them for that drawn lockbird and getting that little bit of value just in response isn't always the worst option.
Obviously, the worst thing you could ever see in the universe is the second roll.
Yes.
If the second one comes down, you are very upset.
I am beyond upset for Luke if that happens. But
don't see a draw at the moment though, so it seems to be going through.
From what I can see, it looks like there's a DD Crow and Infinite Impermanence.
DD Crow might do well against the Fiendsmith strategy.
Very good here, especially if. Is there a Fabled Lurie involved? I don't know.
I do believe there is. Yes, there is indeed.
There we go. So that's not choosing to do.
Might just be saving it for the Mystical Space Typhoon.
Yeah, either going to save it for the Mystical Space Typhoon or maybe for the Engraver later within this part of the turn. Going for the Requiem.
Just noticing that there actually is no Fiendsmith trap in this deck.
No, I don't. When you're cut down and slimmed down on the Fiendsmith in Paradise,
it does need to
on
go.
the Fiendsmith engine, maybe you just don't want to include that Fiendsmith in Paradise. Plus, when you're going second, do you want two traps in your deck?
You simply hate to see it.
Yep.
You simply hate to see it, absolutely. I do believe we are just going for the full Fiendsmith combination here, which is it's very strong, it's very powerful. We'll be interested to see whether or not this is going to be something like a Wave Hiking Caesar. I think it will be by luck of this.
Yes.
Or it could also obviously have been a Fiendsmith Desiree instead.
Yep. I believe so here. Obviously, the Engraver has been removed from play, I would believe.
Looks like it. Does look, yep,
there was a little bit of thought there, so I was wondering if something may change.
But we are now going to get a draw out of the Necrocrypt Princess.
Yes. So, although you're not getting to that Caesar, at least you're getting a draw.
You get a draw. You get a draw.
I can't completely complain about that.
You can as well if you really want. I don't think actually the option is here in this particular. I don't think it is, no. Caesar is the only rank 6. If you don't activate Crosia's search effect, you're not win locked.
That's true.
And it's a level 6, so you can still make a rank 6 at this point. Don't think that's an option here, unfortunately, but just for anyone, wanting to test the deck out, perhaps. But we do see a chant coming down here, which of course is going to be adding. What's it going to be? Come on. Be the MST. Come on. Come on. No, it's the Eldam. But a fantastic card. Which will allow an add of a monster. We're going to see a link here. I'd imagine an SP. Indeed.
That was a little bit. Okay, no effect there from Luke.
No need to do so, I suppose, in this situation. There comes the Eldam. Going to be adding a Radiant Typhoon monster from the deck to the hand and go for the Crosia. Again, very powerful card.
Yep. Obviously, last game we saw that. Or even game 1, sorry, we saw that I was just able to help just try and get some additional monsters onto the field there.
Luke just isn't stopping playing here.
No.
Goodness me.
Obviously, we've only seen one DD Crow so far from Thomas's side. It looks like there's an impermanence. I believe that was Habakiri as well.
I believe so. We do have another Croatia in hand, so discarding one off, because you can also, not just Cryptmax spells, you can also discard a Radiant Typhoon card as well.
Oh, okay, that's really nice to know.
There you go.
So now got that extra monster on the field. Just getting these adds here, I believe. Can this get the trap card available?
I do believe so, unless I think Croatia can absolutely add the trap card to hand. Something will be able to.
Seeing the Mystical Space Typhoon there
It's
will
just,
not get off.
There's the trap. It's great,
really
because it's the trap and then it's the thing that lets you negate with it, so it's perfect. I want to make this deck now. This looks really good.
Yeah, I might have to get invested as well, to be honest, Charles.
I might have to give it a go.
Seeing this Mystical Space Typhoon doing its name,
and we've
got the five.
I have to imagine there's at least 2 Mystical Space Typhoon. We know one. We know one for sure.
Yep.
I hope there's more than one though.
What if there's 3?
Oh God. First game there was 3, and that was what clinched it.
Yeah, that's true. So we'll see exactly what happens here.
Mandating the draw phase, obviously, just very, very powerful card.
Yep. So we've seen 2 impermanents in the hand. Oh, and a engage, which
impermanence on the SP. That's a fair place to put it.
Yeah.
Not a bad place to put it at all.
Yeah, it just depends really what Luke values here, because to be honest, if most of your interruption is within the spell and trap card zones, I'm kind of happy maybe just deciding to remove from play the SP in one of your monsters here.
Yeah, maybe I think the Croatia still has value without being able to be destroyed here, but you can get the Eldam gone, and I think that's a very fair play.
Really fair, to be honest.
At least you get them back at the end of the turn if you make it
exactly.
there. So,
and I think that's a really fair trade for Thomas as well. Just it's one less thing you have to think about, right?
Absolutely. Just nothing to worry about there. I think both players probably happy with that interaction for the most part.
Yeah. So Thomas has got 4 cards left in hand. Sorry, 1 more infinite impermanence, and Mike a Sky Striker engage.
Very powerful card.
I believe it's a cookie, and then also the Habakiri. So kind of got a bit of everything going on right now.
Yeah, a lot going on here. Yeah.
Going to get the Hornet drones. For Luke, do you ever just decide that you maybe want to negate here?
I think you do. I really, as he's doing it, I really think you do.
I think it's not Habakiri. I think it's Murakumo. So maybe it's not quite
maybe
everything.
not quite as bad then. Yeah, because Hornet drones is such a powerful way to start your turn as well. Gets you into your full Yumi combo, which will then get you your full Mitsurugi combo. Yeah. It does a lot for you.
Yep. So we're going to see... Oh, it's the Lollipo even coming down onto the field. I guess the issue is here when minion gets placed into the field spell zone. If there's another MST, Mystical Space Typhoon there.
Yes.
That kind of just trades for everything that Thomas has left going for him.
It really does. However, again, there may well be another one in set there as well.
Yep. So we're just going to see one more draw here for Luke. Electing to do it there and then, just in case he draws maybe a hand trap.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, into that Snatchy effects there. Just got to see how Thomas is really going to try and get through the rest of this. Obviously, there's no real cards left in his hand,
no, absolutely.
But I think Luke doesn't know that either.
No, not at all. I think you have to go for the minion here, even though if you have the right hand, you'd want to go for the Akroki to maybe destroy some of your opponent's cards, but in this hand, you have to go for the minion.
Yep.
Which does seem to be the case here. Which, again, if one more Mystical Space Typhoon might be devastating here.
Nope, doesn't look like it's there. And
interesting.
At least from where I sit. Oh,
super polymerization. Hey, that's all you need. And
he discards the Feather
Wait,
Storm.
does that mean he has one set as well?
No, I think that was the draw off of...
of course. Very possibly, yeah.
Is it Mandate, is it?
Yes, I
there we go.
believe so, yeah.
Unfortunately, that now feels like it's almost it. But I guess when you look at what Luke's got available to him, there's not really much there in terms of what's on the field.
No, not at all. I think it is it's intelligent use of resources.
Yes, exactly.
I think that is a very prominent strength here from Luke that you can see.
So going to go full circle back into the Lagrima, into the Fiendsmithing Braver, into the graveyard, and I think just going back into this turn is it's going to be very easy to get those life
I would
points on
imagine
the
so.
field.
I would imagine so. Yeah.
I
mean,
there was
why
one.
not? I mean, why not? You know, why? And then negating. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Sure.
Another. Yeah. There you go. That might be curtains for Thomas here. The Radiant Typhoon deck really showing that it has some teeth here, really going at this.
Just some like legs to stand on almost, right? It's like
Absolutely.
it can actually do everything that it needs to.
We obviously see that in this particular deck, we don't have the Dominus cards.
Exactly.
Which is actually, I'd actually say is interesting. I think you can use Purge in this deck because that's when, you could use Purge in this deck. So maybe
does that let you use
maybe something to consider?
Wind and the light?
It does. I think wind.
Okay.
It locks you out of dark, water, and fire, but light, earth, and wind you can still use.
Okay, so
actually
yeah, maybe
you could.
Maybe that's a good question for him then.
But then you can't use Wave-Hucking Caesar.
There
you go. That might be it.
That might make sense then, especially if that's the only rank 6 option there.
Absolutely.
And I guess it also stops some of the options for the Fiendsmith extra link monsters.
Sure. Well played there for
Well
Thomas
played for both
and
of them
Luke.
there.
Well played. They did a very fantastic job. I really think they did.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it was quite nice that we got to see both sides of the spectrum there again. We got to see Luke winning this feature match with the Radiant Typhoon.
Yes.
And quite glad we got to see some of the cards actually in action now.
Showing them off the power, showing the power of this strategy as well, which has been somewhat overlooked in Advanced Constructed. But maybe if people watch this and see this, maybe some people pick it up and see what it can do.
Exactly. I think I really just loved the Mystical Space Typhoon
It's
interactions.
great.
It's for me, like, it's playing so long, just seeing that Mystical Space Typhoon comes out and is in play after what feels like so many years at this point.
Was it not one of the, I think, third set that it came out and something like
Yeah,
that? It came
maybe
out very early on.
very
early on.
So seeing it now, don't know how many years later.
It fills my heart. It does.
So yeah, we'll be back ever so shortly to talk with Luke and get his thoughts on this Radiant Typhoon deck and how he feels about going into the rest of the tournament.
Welcome, duelists, to the legendary 5Ds deck introduction video. So today we're going to be talking about the brand new product where you will not receive just one or two, you will receive 3 ready-to-play decks straight from the box. So, Alberto, tell us what our duelists can expect to find in this product.
Well, what's that? Because our duelists will be finding 3 ready-to-play decks, as you mentioned, themed after the iconic characters Yusei Fudo, Aki Zedishiki, and Crow Hogan. And essentially in each deck, there's 40 cards in the main deck, 10 cards in the extra deck, plus a 51st card in the form of a secret rare Chibi art version of each character's main monster. Stardust Dragon for Yusei, Black Rose Dragon for Akiza, and Blackwing Dragon for Crow Hogan, which is something incredible, especially because we also get the chance to put our hands on a lovely Chibi art version of tokens. I'm really looking forward to play with those decks, especially because this is not only about gameplay, but it's about nostalgia as well. I think we all grew up with Yu-Gi-Oh! And the 5Ds era. It's something that we cannot ever forget. And I remember myself buying boosters of the Duelist Genesis, showing off the Stardust Dragon on the booster pack itself. And the Synchro Summon mechanic has changed Yu-Gi-Oh! Forever. And here we are with those cards in front of us years later. Yeah.
Exactly that. So we're going to be able to go through the legendary 5Ds decks. So it's about time that you pick these up at your local stores, and let's rev it up.
The world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been in our lives for more than a quarter of a century. From the anime and manga to the trading card game and video games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been creating links between duelists since it first began. You ready?
I'm ready.
We're about to bring you along for a very unique adventure where we travel across the globe and meet all kinds of different duelists from all kinds of different backgrounds, see their local communities, and explore the links that tie us all together. Each of our tours will end with an epic duel on Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, all to show that whoever you are and wherever you come from, there is a bond that unites all duelists. Welcome to Create the Links.
Let's go, let's duel. Show me what you're gonna summon. I'm gonna attack Tornado Wind Weaver. Oh my god!
You want to win with this?
Winning the WCS was too much of emotion to describe with mere words.
I think it would feel wrong to play with other people because we've been there together, we won it together. That's everything you could ask for.
A lot of my longest friends and closest friends are from this game.
Welcome back, duelists, to the legendary 5Ds deck breakdown. Today, we're going to be talking about something extra special inside these decks, and they are going to be some amazing reprints that you're going to want to get your hands on one way or another. Starting off with the classics. So not only will you get brand new cards and free ready-to-play decks, but you're also going to be getting a host of reprints, and these reprints are going to be massively important for the competitive scene. Starting off with the classics being Effect Veiler and Drow and Lockbird, backed up by
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, of course, Ghost Ogre Snow Rabbit, Ghost Motor and Molly Chill, and Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogbird. Those classics have been played in the TCG format over the last years, and honestly, I mean, I really can't see a deck playing these cards also in the Genesis format, because you get so many different options in the legendary 5Ds decks. But not only that, because we also have some new ones.
Yeah, so branching away from the classics, we're now moving into the more modernly used cards that you're going to be seeing everywhere you turn. So you can now get your hands on Mulchummy Perulia, Mulchummy Fuelos, and Mulchummy Meows. These cards are absolutely incredible because they will provide you with the ability to draw cards when your opponent summons from a specific location. So with Mulchummy Perulia, from the hand. With Mulchummy Fuelos, it's from the extra deck or the main deck. And then with the Mulchummy Meows, draw a card when they summon from the graveyard or banishment. And that's not all, there is one final card, and that is, of course,
the Infinite Impermanence, a card that we have seen over the last years being played most of the time in 3-ofs in every single deck. And it's fantastic because not only you get the chance to put your hands on those cards, but also to counteract them with Cross-Out Designator, Cold by the Grave, one of my favorites, and Forbidden Droplet. I mean, I think you cannot ask for more.
The legendary 5Ds decks give you everything you need. The decks, the staples, and the beautiful chibi artwork. So make sure you head to your local stores to pick these up while you can.
And we're back with Luke Tyler here, winner of our Round 5 feature match. Luke, you were playing the Radiant Typhoon strategy. What was your thought process behind that, playing that for the UK Open?
I'm having a bit of fun, to be honest. I'm looking forward to the new card from Burst Protocol, the Link 2.
Yes, absolutely.
But I don't want to wait till February, so wanted to play it today, and I chose to play Fiendsmith because it loses a bit less to draw than the more regular version that plays the other cards.
Also, of course, it does have that natural sort of built-in bridge into that strategy with Melody the Bastion, which
That's right, yeah.
A lot of strategies don't have anymore now that Moon the Close Heaven is forbidden. So one thing I did want to ask you, and I wasn't 100% sure on this, we didn't see any of the Fallen the Virtuous during those games. Do you not see them, or do you side them out at some point?
So I saw it in Game 1 when I drew it in my opponent's turn.
I see.
But I side it out against most big combo decks going second, because it's only a pop, and then the thing you send gets Lollipode banished.
Sure.
So it's great for Game 1 because it's very generic, but post-siding it's not.
That's fair. That's fair. I also want to bring up as well, we did see the last person who was playing this had a little suite of the Dominus cards as well.
Yes,
With this, you could play Dominus Purge. Is there any thought around not using that, or is it because of Wave Hiking Caesar, or like what's the thought around that?
It's more so because I want to play Board Breakers and only the high impact hand traps. Purge isn't very high impact, so I wanted to only play Charmies and Board Breakers pretty much.
Sure, that makes sense. I mean, I do. We were having a wonderful time watching this game because in the big 2-5 we're seeing MST in decks, and it's great. It's the first game. I think you had set 3 MST.
Yeah.
Did you draw 2? Was it?
I think I drew 1 and then like search 2. I don't really remember.
Sure.
Yeah, but all negates.
Yeah, it was lovely to see, and also I assume you drew the Harpy's Feather Storm off of your during your opponent's turn.
That's right,
in
off
that
the
game.
trap. Yeah.
Which happens, unfortunate, but there you go. In that matchup against Mitsurugi Yumi, what's your play pattern? What do you want to do there?
So I haven't actually tested at all for this event, but my assumption was that going first, I try and break the board as much as I can.
Sure.
The board is more breakable in game 1 because they have less tech cards behind their board, and then post siding I just put in 6 Charmies and 2 Sphere Mode. and just try and break my board if I can.
The sphere mode is diabolical, to be honest. I'm loving that.
I summoned it against DDD in the last round. It was pretty good.
Oh, dude, that's painful. Of course, we see the targets for Fallen and Virtuous here as well.
Yeah.
You didn't actually get to do your full feast with combo, I don't think, at all during that. You really were relying on your Radiant Typhoon strategy there.
Yeah. It got bailed and crowed. It was nice that I got withdraw from the Necro Equip still.
Absolutely,
nice,
yeah.
so
Very helpful.
Yeah, I didn't mind too much.
No, not at all. So, your thoughts on this? After that Burst Protocol, you said there's the Link 2 coming out. I believe there's another monster coming out.
There's another spell card.
The spell card coming out. Is it something you're going to pick up after then again, or is it just something a bit of a passion project for today?
Oh, definitely. I picked up the Starlights at Bolognia.
Nice.
To play like the deck as max rarity then.
Nice.
Because it gets the Link 2, the Reborn spell, and it gets a level 9 called Sheen or something.
Oh, okay.
And all of those are insane for the deck. So
nice.
Yeah, it's going to be my pet deck for a while, probably.
I'm loving it. Like, I honestly, I might pick it up myself. It looks really fun, actually.
It's so cool.
It looks really fun. Obviously, as well, because of the amount of different typings in here, you could play something like Tikaboo.
You could do, yeah.
Just a thought. But obviously we have something like, I think Alex mentioned earlier, he saw the 10k and was shocked by that. I went, yeah, there's Beast Warriors in here.
Yep.
But also, as I say, it's a lot of variation here. Totem Bird, I imagine, very powerful in this strategy as well. It's been fantastic to see you play, man. It's really cool. It's really cool. Anything you want to add to this? Or
only that the extract was a bit tight. Totem Bird is nice because it's a win monster, because you get win locked from Chrysair and Mekala.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can't play a bunch of different rank 3s. The other build that you can play is the Tri Brigade build, at least right now, that you make a mouse something when you link to.
Yeah.
And that then sends the Link 5 Tri Brigade and one that draws one Ferrojit.
Absolutely.
So that's a good draw 2 option, but it's really bad into draw.
Sure.
So I didn't want to play those cards today.
Well, I have to ask as well, you obviously had the thought process of using the Fallen and the Virtuous here. If you weren't using that, was there anything else you want to flesh out the extra deck with? Because you do have to give up 2 spaces to that.
Yeah, so Typhoon's in my side deck. It would be in my extra deck if I had the space for it, so that would be one thing.
Absolutely.
And then I think maybe either Bamboozling Gospel Shadow and or Zeus.
Very powerful cards.
Pretty good.
Very powerful cards. And what are your thoughts as well on using this deck in the Genesis format? Is that something you're interested in at all, or is this something you want to really keep to Advanced Constructed?
I haven't played much Genesis, but it's definitely good in Genesis for sure. I can't say much more because I haven't played much Genesis.
That's fair, but I haven't played a lot of it either. I've got a deck for it. I don't play much of it, though.
It looks cool, though.
It does look really cool, doesn't it? Yeah. Anyway, thanks for joining us. Thanks for talking about your game as well.
Of course,
we'll be back in a bit with round 6.
Hello, we're back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5Ds decks discussion, and this time we're gonna be showcasing you duelists our beautiful secret rare Chibi art versions of the new released Synchro monsters and tokens for each characters. So first of all, I see in front of me 3 of the most iconic cards in the game: Stardust Dragon, Black Rose Dragon, and Blackwing Dragon. But I wanna ask you, which one of those is your favorite?
Well, it has to be Black Rose Dragon. It's just iconic in regards to the red and the blacks and the darks. And what really looks even more spectacular with these particular prints is the fact that they have corresponding backgrounds. So each background corresponds to the attribute of the particular monster. In regards to Black Rose Dragon, of course, it's the Burning Fire. And then one of your favorite ones, the Blackwing Dragon.
I mean, I'm a Blackwing enjoyer, and honestly, I remember also seeing Crow Hogan in action in the anime. I mean, it was something else. Like when he summoned the Blackwing Dragon onto the field, it was a very special moment. And honestly, having the chance to play those cards in our decks is something that I'm really looking forward to do. And this is something that I think we have been summoning these Synchro monsters a lot of time throughout our duelist careers, and having finally the chance to see them in front of us, it's something else. Make sure to put your hands on a complete guaranteed set of Chibi art version Synchro monsters and tokens coming in the legendary 5Ds decks. Hello and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5Ds decks breakdown. I'm here with Dale, who's gonna guide us through Yusei Fudo's decks and showcasing us the newest card that have just been released. So first of all, I'm incredibly excited to see these new cards in action, but also tell us a little bit about, how to play them and, the newest interaction that can be seen with the new release.
So I absolutely love the new cards that have been added to Yusei's arsenal on this one. We've had a lot of revamped cards from his classic Sonic Chick, now becoming the Crossroad Sonic Chick, and the Cool Bolt Hedgehog now becoming the Anchor Bolt Hedgehog. It is looking very, very promising for the Synchron strategy. The whole idea behind the Synchron strategy is you want to be able to completely develop your entire field with Synchron monsters being tuners, and then some cards that will act as non-tuners or just non-tuners in general, to work your way into the brand new Ace Monster Junk Warrior Extreme. So being able to utilize cards like Junk Synchron and Scrap Synchron that can replace itself from any Synchron named tuner just makes getting access to these Synchro monsters even more viable. There is an amazing combo that comes all at the back of one of Yusei's original starters in the form of the Speed Warrior, now the revamped Full Speed Warrior, and we're definitely going to be able to show you how to rev it up with that one very, very shortly.
If you really want to see those decks in action, now is going to be the moment to guide us through some combo. Let's check them out.
This combo is going to start from a very lonely Full Speed Warrior, but it will eventually turn out to a full field of the Synchron family. So by normal summoning down our Full Speed Warrior, this will allow us to add a spell or trap that mentions Junk Warrior from the deck. Very, very specific, but it will allow you to get hold of the Synchro Fellowship, as this one does mention Junk Warrior. You can activate this card to add 2 monsters from the deck to the hand, 1 Junk Synchron and 1 monster that mentions Junk Warrior or Stardust Dragon from the deck to the hand, and then discard 1. So we're going to want to add the Scrap Synchron that does mention Junk Warrior, and then we're going to add the Junk Synchron. We will, in this example, decide to discard the Junk Synchron, as we are going to be working with this 1 card combo and maximize its potential. Then, using the hand effect of the Scrap Synchron, for a Synchro summon, you can substitute this card for any 1 Synchron tuner. As an added benefit, if you Synchro summon a monster that mentions a Synchron tuner as material, this card from the hand can also be used. So using our level 1 tuner and our level 2 non-tuner of the Full Speed Warrior on the field, we will be able to Synchro summon one of Yusei's new monsters, being the Scrap Warrior. On Synchro Summon, the Scrap Warrior will then allow you to take 1 Junk Synchron or a card that mentions Junk Warrior from the deck and either add it to the hand or send it to the graveyard. We're going to want to add the Junk Synchron back to the hand. We will then be able to use the secondary effect of the Synchro Fellowship in the graveyard. You can banish this card from the graveyard, then target 1 Synchro monster you control, reduce its level by 1, and then you get to normal summon 1 Synchro monster during your main phase this turn, in addition to your original normal summon or set. So by banishing this card and reducing the level of Scrap Warrior down to 2, we can then perform a second normal summon of Junk Synchron. When this card is normal summoned, we get to target a level 2 or lower monster in our graveyard and special summon it back in defense position. So the level 2 we have sitting in our graveyard is going to be the Full Speed Warrior. By bringing this card back from the graveyard, we can now perform another Synchro summon using our Junk Synchron and our Full Speed Warrior in order to Synchro summon out our Junk Speeder. Now, for the fans of the Synchron archetype itself, you should know what Junk Speeder can do, but just to show you how the Synchron family enters the field of play, on Synchro Summon, Junk Speeder will allow you to special summon as many Synchron tuners with different levels as possible from the deck. So we are going to be able to summon out Revolution Synchron, being a level 3, our Will Synchron, being a level 5, our Jet Synchron, being a level 1, and our Assault Synchron, being a level 2. Now, as it currently stands on the field, we have 1 noticeable non-tuner in the form of the Scrap Warrior, but we also have a very special effect thanks to Will Synchron that allows you to use it as a non-tuner. So we're going to be able to use our Will Synchron as a non-tuner level 5, and we'll use our Revolution Synchron as a level 3 tuner to perform a Synchro summon and summon out Yusei's almighty ace monster, Stardust Dragon. It doesn't end there. The rest of this combo's potentials are endless, as you still have plenty of tuners and non-tuners left on your field to keep on going. It'll be amazing to see what you guys can synchro summon with this particular deck. So make sure you go down, pick up your legendary 5Ds decks, and have as much fun revving it up. Welcome back, duelists, to the legendary 5Ds deck breakdown. Today, we are going to be looking at the beautiful Black Rose Dragon. Now, we will be getting to its most recent support from Doom of Dimensions very, very shortly, but it did start way back for Time Wizard format, and Alberto is going to take us through exactly what you can find in here for that.
I mean, absolutely, especially looking at those cards. The first one that comes to my mind is the Lone Fire Blossom. I think is the card of Time Wizard. Honestly, it's so powerful. You can revive it back, for example, with Call of the Haunted, and it's always been one of those cards. Every single time it's onto the field, it brings one another plant monster and gives you easy access to most of your deck, essentially strategy. But not only that, you can pair it up with Miracle Fertilizer, and there's also the Black Garden. These cards have always been used throughout the years during Time Wizard's events, and I really feel like they've always been amongst the most consistent and strongest cards of the current format. I really feel like if you pair it up with the new strategy as well, this is something also out of the extraordinary, yes.
Yeah, exactly that. Talking about Black Garden, leading into Garden Rose Maiden, an absolutely amazing reprint in the Akiza deck for the legendary 5Ds, because it opens up the door for so much collaboration with the brand new Doom of Dimensions cards, utilizing Bramble Rose Dragon and of course that Rage Rose Witch. But just straight from the deck themselves, they have a very cool combo that can lead you to the beautiful Black Rose Dragon Chibi artwork that we're going to be able to show you in a second. This combo is going to consist of two Rose Dragon monsters, being White Rose Dragon and Red Rose Dragon. Now, it doesn't matter which one you choose to normal summon here, as both will have the ability to enter the field of play. We'll start off with the Red Rose Dragon. There is no effect to trigger at this exact moment in time, but we will now go back to our hand with the White Rose Dragon, whose effect is if you control a Dragon Tuner or a Plant Tuner, you can special summon this card from the hand. Red Rose Dragon is a Dragon Tuner, so we will special summon the White Rose Dragon. Now you have two synchro options here. Option number one would be to go for the ace monster of Black Rose Dragon. We don't want to do that just yet. We want to push this combo a little bit further. So we'll be using our non-tuner White Rose Dragon and our tuner Red Rose Dragon to perform a synchro summon and summon out Perilis, the Empress of Blossoms. At this point, the Red Rose Dragon effect in the graveyard will trigger. In doing so, it will allow us to special summon a Rose Dragon monster from the deck, and the one we want to go for is our Rox Rose Dragon. As part of Red Rose Dragon's effect, we will also get the choice to choose one of two cards. Those cards being Frozen Rose or the Blooming of the Darkest Rose. The Blooming of the Darkest Rose will be a trap card that you can set up to interact with your opponent during their turn, or you can choose to take the Frozen Rose, which will allow you to send your Empress of Blossoms during the end phase of this turn to draw two cards and discard one. For this example, we will choose Blooming of the Darkest Rose, and our Red Rose will continue to stay in the graveyard. We will now be able to trigger the Rox Rose Dragon's effect on normal or special summon to add a card that mentions Black Rose Dragon from the deck to the hand. The card we're going to want to add is going to be the Basil Rose Shoot. And in doing so, this is going to give us the ability to special summon back a Rose Dragon monster from the graveyard or from the hand if we have another one there. Now, as you read the rest of its text, it also does say you can target one of your Black Rose Dragons or a monster that mentions it. So because it mentions that bit of text on it and the name specifically of Black Rose Dragon, we can add it with our Rox Rose Dragon. We are now going to activate the Basil Rose Shoot, and in doing so, we want to bring back our level 4 non-tuner in the form of the White Rose Dragon. This now sets us up with a level 3 tuner and a level 4 non-tuner to perform a second Synchro summon. So at this point here, we want to perform a Synchro summon using the Rox Rose Dragon and the White Rose Dragon to work our way into Akiza's beloved ace monster, Black Rose Dragon. Now you could choose to clear the entire field should you want to, but we're not going to want to do that right here. I think our field presence is pretty good as it stands. So you'll set the blooming of the Darkest Rose, and then you can pass your opponent to play their turn out. So make sure you pick up the legendary 5Ds deck if you want to be just like Akiza and be able to present your opponent with the Black Rose Dragon.
Venture back in time with Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available now.
Welcome back, duelists, to our legendary 5Ds deck breakdown. This time we are going to be looking at Crow Hogan's Blackwings, and who better to take us through where Blackwings first started in 2009 than Alberto. Take us away.
Yeah, I mean, it all started this way. So essentially, with the Black Whirlwind and the normal summon of a Blackwing monster, you got easy access to any of your Blackwing monsters deck. So what you did back in the day was, for example, activate the Black Whirlwind, normal summon Blackwing Bar the Spear, and then search, for example, Gale the Whirlwind. At this stage, you get to special summon Gale, you go to Synchro Summon, and then you essentially can special summon the Blackwing Armor Master onto the field. And then, if that was the case, you also had Icarus Attack to essentially also use the Armor Master onto the field to destroy 2 cards your opponent controlled. And this was the tactic pretty much, essentially having easy access to any monsters from your deck thanks to Black Whirlwind, which was a phenomenal card and still is.
Exactly that, a very nice combination from monsters, trap cards, spell cards, and even the Synchro mechanic itself. So, where is the next stage of the evolution for Blackwings?
Yeah, absolutely. With the next stage, we have Blackwing Value the Emblem of Honor, which changed Blackwings entirely, because once essentially values into the graveyard with another Synchro monsters, you can special summon a Synchro monster thanks to Value's effect. And for example, we got to see in action Blackwing Silverwind the Ascendant, which has always been very popular, especially because of the attack points. 2800 is a very, very big monster. And with Value being played, you also get to play with the graveyard, which is something unbelievable because there are so many different cards that have been used throughout the years to get you access to the graveyard. I'm thinking, for example, of cards such as Blizzard the Far North, a Blackwing card which is incredibly powerful, that triggers also the Black Whirlwind, get easy access to Value the Emblem of Honor. So, unbelievable cost. Yes.
And Blackwings don't stop there, they continue to progress. So, as we sit here right now with the legendary 5Ds deck, where do Blackwings now go?
Well, the deck has changed quite a bit, especially in Duel Links. We got to see some of those cards in action. And at this stage, essentially, you can use Simoon in the hand. So essentially, you get to banish from your hand one Blackwing monster to search the Black Whirlwind. And this is what really changes most, because back in the day, Black Whirlwind is one of those cards that you really wanted to see on your very first turn, and you have very easy access thanks to its effect. So essentially, you can place it face up onto the field, and at this stage, you can also normal summon the Simoon, even without tributing, which is something very, very unbelievable, honestly. And
that's purely because you control no monsters, correct?
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. This is very nice. And at this stage, the Vara can also be used and special summon, and once it's special summon, you get to Synchro monsters using this effect and sending them to the graveyard, so to make a level 8 to special summon from the extra deck, the Blackwing Dragon. This is something that I really like, especially because it really gives you easy access to this card. And on the other side, if you really want to use, for example, the Sudrid has a very cool effect that essentially you can tribute 1 monsters onto the field to bring the token. And given that you have so many different Blackwing monsters and Tuna monsters into your deck, you have a lot of variety of combinations. And this is what I really like about the deck. The more monsters you can put up on the field, the more pressure you can put into your opponent. And let's not remember that you also have the Whirlwind active, and every single time one of your normal Blackwing monsters is going to resolve the effect of a Whirlwind and search for a new one.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible what Blackwings can now do. The fact that you have a card like Vata that lets you send your materials from the deck to the grave to perform a Synchro summon is something that is very, very unique to the Blackwing strategy. And being able to produce your ideal ace monster for Crow himself, being the Blackwing Dragon, is absolutely amazing. And you can do this straight from the box of the legendary 5Ds decks. So make sure you go and pick them up while they are available. You do not want to be missing out if you want to become a Blackwinged master just like Crow Hogan.
And we're back with round number 6 here at the UK Open in Sheffield. Going a little bit off again, which really surprised me. We're looking at table 2 right now as well, just so you're aware. And Punk
K9.
Fiendsmith.
Fiendsmith is, I didn't even notice that. I just saw that. That's crazy.
All of them together. I think it's just a little Azuna package included within this deck for the Punk. But I know that Punk got some additional support, but I feel like I haven't seen this deck in what feels like probably 2 or 3 years now.
No, not at all. I don't know the deck particularly well, won't lie, but I know the deck enough to talk about it a little bit. But it's fascinating deck. It's really cool, actually. It has a lot of the new, what's it called, Rising Scale did a lot for the strategy. The new extra deck card did a lot as well. Yep. It's a very cool, fun strategy. And actually, we do see more
there are more
things
K9s
in the side deck.
Yeah.
So you can normal summon this stuff going for going first and whatnot.
Along with the Madam Spider as well, just to get another piece of interruption going first.
Absolutely.
That's quite nice, actually.
Very
quite like
interesting deck.
So we've got that. Obviously, that's the more fringe pick. On the other side, we've got Yummy. But we've seen Yummy Pure with some Sky Striker cards, with some Mitsurugi. But now we've got the Sulfur deck with it as well. So like, I think that's just another little bit of added spice into the mix, isn't it, really?
Sulfur Yummy, I think, is actually... I think, again, it's like the secret sauce. I think it's going to do very well. Because, I mean, it gets you into your full Yummy combo and gets you playing Yummy while also giving you an extra negate on the field.
That's true.
It just does more for the deck, you know? I think it's very powerful, very strong strategy to be able to use. And it does not lock you out of using Dominus Impulse because they're all...
That's true.
They're all light still.
Would you say you prefer this to the Altergeist one we saw earlier in the day?
I like the Altergeist one, don't get me wrong, but it's, again, I don't know, I like this. I like the strategy. I like it, it's cool.
Well, we're going to see it ever so shortly as we get into round number 6 here. I believe the players are ready for us to get started.
Not sure who won the die roll there.
Exactly. But again, just talking about this deck, we've got some Charmies in the mix. The only thing is that actually really surprised me about this is this Soft-Core Yummy deck still has, how many hand traps is that? That's 6,
3, 6, 9, 12, 15.
18 is that?
18.
18.
And then 2 more. So there's 20 non-engine.
20 non-engine. And for me, at least, that feels like you fit so many non-engine there.
It's so many.
As well as, like, dedicated space to both of the field spells.
It is another thing I like about the Sulfur Cord stuff is that you can squeak, like, half of your deck can be engine.
Yes,
half of your deck can get you playing the game, which is insane. That's mental.
Especially as there's only a couple of engine requirements, really, isn't there?
Absolutely. We see Nathan starting here with the Cups of Yummy as well. Starting out strong, I'd say, for this strategy. Even though I don't think this would be the Sulfur Core play.
No, exactly. I think if you start with the Soft Core, you tend to just want to start with them, right, just straight off the bat. In this instance, maybe you do just want to get the surprise out of the deck, just in case you want to respect cards like Drone Lockbird, that sort of thing. So let's see just what happens here. Obviously, Rajid here with a Punk Fiendsmith with some Azuna in there. Obviously can't, or in most cases won't be triggering, but...
I don't think there is drawn in the main deck for Rajid by the looks of things. So I don't see that. I mean, again, against this pure Yummy strategy, it's not nearly as
No,
impactful,
exactly. But we've got 5 copies of Charmies, none of which have been seen just yet. Some Ashes, Bells, and obviously that really important Azuna, which in this matchup, maybe it's not so good, but across the board, I would say that it's really phenomenal into that Dracotal deck.
Absolutely.
And that's really what you're going to be seeing at these top tables.
It's interesting seeing the single Ghost Ogre, and I know why. It's because you have the emergent teleport, so
yes,
you just kind of get a free Ghost Ogre sometimes.
I believe it can also be added from the Jam Drive. Is it Jam Dragon Drive? In the extra deck. So that's the level 8 Synchro. That just lets you add the level 3 Psychic to your deck.
Correct, you are right there.
So then, on top of everything else that your deck's doing, just add a cheeky little Ghost Ogre to your hand.
Why not? Why not? I mean, something that the Cool Tunes coming up in the next Phantom Revenge coming out also can do something very similar. So, you know, maybe Ghost Ogre has seen somewhat of a resurgence here coming up in the near future, which will be interesting to see.
Again, that card, I think that card came out all the way back in, oh god, was it 2015?
A long while back. A long while back.
Not quite as old as Mystical Space Typhoon from the match before, but let's get back into this. So we're seeing Nathan just move throughout this yummy turn. No soft chord cards in or to be utilised just as of yet. That's not bad. That's not something to complain about.
The strong thing about the soft chord cards, to my understanding, is that they give you that little extra push, but also get you into your yummy engine as well.
Yep.
But the main thing, because they really by themselves don't do a huge amount. It is mainly, not that they're a terribly weak strategy, but they just don't do a huge amount by themselves. They mainly are just going to give you an extra negate on the field. If you don't have that, okay, you want to negate down, but you still got your full yummy board.
Yes,
you know, full yummy field.
And that's not something to be scoffed at, is it really?
No, not at all, not at all.
So we're just going to keep seeing Cupsy come back along with, both Cupsies there actually.
Very strong field looking here.
And I think, from the looks of it, Vegeta's just deciding how to...
We don't see any Nibiru's in the main deck here, or in the side actually, so there's no chance of a Nibiru happening here to interrupt Nathan here.
Yep. Going to the Metal March now, so if there is something like the Azuna potentially, this is almost the last option for Vegeta to use that now. Obviously the Mao has triggered that to be able to be utilised. But otherwise, it looks like there's a Dominus...
Is that... Oh, I thought that was Synchro 5.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be another Fiendsmith thing.
Or at the end of the combo, Hyper Librarian.
No, you get the Light Fiend level 5 Synchro. You can get Fiendsmith. Yeah, you can do it. I thought we'd see more. But no, fair enough. No, this is still very cool, though.
Yep, so you've got both of the Synchros here. Probably going to turn one into a Snatchy, I would assume, here. Just so you've got that little extra layer at the end of your turn.
Absolutely.
Again, I think there's a surprise just being used to get the Mao back, I would say.
Does seem to be the case there, yeah.
Again, not the worst thing. You're basically trading a card in hand for a monster on the field, which is giving you that card in hand back.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and you want that monster to be on the field so that you can use it for material for something.
Yeah,
so absolutely.
Exactly. So I believe it's a Dominus Purge in the hand as well from Nathan here. Which,
very powerful.
Depending on how Vegeta's hand is, that could also just be turn ending as well, depending on if the Xiaomin or anything else is, if that's the only way they can play.
Absolutely.
But obviously, there's been no hand traps used so far.
And it's not as if Frigid's running none either. He has 3, 6, 9, 12. It's like 15,
16, I
think 17 there, if I'm not mistaken.
17, yeah.
It's not nothing. It's not as if there's none there, but just sometimes you don't see them. Sometimes you want to save them for the right moment as well. I think, for example, with something like a Ghost Spell, it can be worth saving that for your own turn to use on the Synchro to stop it from tagging out properly.
Yeah, I very much agree there. And just going here, okay, deciding to elect for one more Synchro summon or potentially a Link here.
I think it might be SP, correct? I think you might be right there.
We'll see. That's just the best way to end the turn out here for Nathan. I guess if anything, that's just made the Ghost Spell that a little bit better now, hasn't it, really?
I'd say so, yeah.
But just on the other hand of Nathan, there's the...
He also just might not have drawn one.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah, that's also true. But there's also a copy of Drawn Lockbird in Nathan's hand, which I would say that the Punk deck can play underneath it. However, it stops just getting that much extra advantage.
It really does. It really, because it does want to add some stuff here and there. Using the infinite impermanence there, honestly, yeah, that is where you want to use it. You want to save it for your own turn. So a very smart play from Rigid there to save that and deal with the Herald, because that is a difficult thing to deal with.
Especially because you may need to double check me here if the Foxy tune or not needs to be sent from the hand to the graveyard. So you may, if the Herald of the Arclight is on the field, you just may not be able to to do exactly what you want to be doing there.
I think you might have a point there, if I'm not much mistaken. Yes, indeed, yeah.
So that's just one way to just ensure you're starting your plays off.
Absolutely, absolutely. As I say, the rising scale as well will be very interesting to see how that works here, because he's been a very powerful card, new edition in Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem. Started out here with, I could still be in the draw phase, I imagine, but this is the Emergency Teleport. Very strong card, obviously, in this strategy. I like it because you can use it in the Punk Engine, which can get you full combo and Goblin Bikers, because I like that deck. Obviously very powerful here, but I'm just saying. It's in the deck. It's in my pet deck as well. But yeah, no, very powerful strategy to use here. I'd imagine the Xiamen's coming out because that does get you a lot of advantage as you go through here.
Exactly, and I'm just curious what. Oh no,
it's the Ghost Ogre. We just said it. We just said that.
Which, in all honesty, that card's not the worst.
I mean, if you use the Snatchy, Ghost Ogre it's gone. Suddenly you can't use that for a synchro material.
Yeah, and I think that's really, really strong here, especially if Vegeta is already available to actually play the turn out.
Absolutely.
Just having that little extra bit of interruption just to kind of ensure that this Yummy deck isn't doing exactly what it wants to do.
Yeah, and you'd imagine as well, if Vegeta's starting out with this, Emergency Teleport, not a once per turn effect.
Yep.
If he's starting out with the Ghost Ogre, you have to imagine the rest of his hand is looking quite impressive to have the, you know what, I'm going to stop you from playing, and then carry on from there, which you can very well do.
Nathan fortunately drawing infinite permanence there off of the Cup C, which isn't exactly what you want to.
Not particularly useful in this situation, but maybe for next turn if it gets there.
Yep. So the Foxy Tune now being used to summon from the deck. Nathan just double checking exactly what's going on, I believe, verbally. Going to use the Snatchy here.
And there comes the Ghost Ogre effect like we talked about. Very powerful, completely shutting down that Snatchy.
Very much agree on that one. Especially, I guess it doesn't matter too much now, but the Herald of the Arclight would have also stopped that from the hand as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So yeah, maybe that was the biggest crux here for Ajid. That's okay. The Snatchy is going to be destroyed, which I guess that the Yummy Surprise can look to.
You do still have the surprise, yes. But I think also the Okroki might be activating here.
True.
Depending if Nathan wants to do so, obviously. It's all depending on that. But yeah, sending the Lupus to the graveyard. What sent the Lupus?
That was the Foxy Tune, so summoning a Punk monster from the deck now. Which I guess also the Lupus may just also turn into a live card later in the turn.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
If that Drawn Lock bird hits.
You don't mind it being in the graveyard in the slightest, no. And there is the Xiamen there. Very powerful card as well, hugely pivotal to the Punk strategy, as we know. And going to be, hopefully, getting him further into his turn here. But obviously we still have the Okroki, we still have the SP Little Knight, we still have the Surprise. Rajid not out of the woods yet.
No, exactly. So just gonna see pushing the Lupus back there, which
might get rid of the loop. Send it back to the deck. Yeah, there you go. That's fair.
Yeah, and I think that's completely fine for Nathan just to get that little bit extra there. Just stops one little extra push that may occur throughout the turn, right?
Absolutely.
And I think, to be honest, if you're Rajid, that's okay. Like, there's maybe other points in the turn where if you got hit by the Lockpo, would have been just as detrimental.
Absolutely, yeah. I do think that the Lupus was more of a sort of little cherry on top rather than pivotal to the strategy there. So it's by no means a huge issue for you there. But obviously, Nathan is wanting to deal with that before it becomes a problem.
Yep. Starting to use the SP Little Knight here now to remove the Xiamen from the field.
Very fair.
Obviously, we'll come back later in the turn, but that's okay for Nathan, isn't it now?
I think only 2 cards left in hand now for Rajid.
Especially with that potential to draw Unlock Bird just about to come down. I think it's going to be quite hard for Sony to follow up here.
It unfortunately might be curtains here. We will see how it goes, but yeah, this might be tricky.
Going to Adeno, which for those unaware, it's quite a unique card to be adding here, because what it can do is it can reveal itself and another Punk monster, summon one of them from hand. So it doesn't have to summon that Deer but the Deer then again, when it's used for a synchro material, it will summon that monster back.
And now, of course, reducing the surprise coming out, summoning, I believe that's the Cupsy from the graveyard there.
Yep.
Revealing the Deer Note.
No, that's
Izuna. Oh, I see.
Which again, that's really good now that the
that's solid.
gets a little bit of advantage there by the
Absolutely.
Lupus being available.
That loop is going to be straight back where it was. Just
Yes,
a moment
exactly.
Going to be summoning. It would either be, if you do go for an Xyz material here, Xyz summon will be for the Ripper or the Valon.
Yep.
Ripper not going to get it. We have Droll now, not going to get a huge amount of value here, but the Valon could do some stuff. Valon could be useful here if we decided to go for that.
I guess the Valon's quite nice because it can just be quite aggressive into some of these Synchro monsters potentially.
Yeah.
Or the ability for Nathan to make those Synchro monsters by flipping them face down.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're just going to see how this resolves. I believe a Synchro may just be occurring or a resolving effect.
Yeah. Having said that, even if you do flip something face down, Snatchy doesn't target what it wants to Synchro.
Yeah,
with.
exactly.
So it is a bit of a tricky, tentative situation here for Rigid.
Yeah, exactly. So we're just going to see which one Nathan decides to go for here.
It's the Cookie Yummy way.
Yep.
Okay. Which is going to act a bit like a Book of Moon.
Yes. Yeah.
To flip the Izuna face down, which means that there's no chance of that being used for an Xyz material this time.
Luckily, the Lupus can come down, which the other side is that these are level 5 monsters. You are kind of aiming towards that level 8 Synchro summon.
Oh, of course. I hadn't considered
within
that,
the deck. That always feels like that's the sort of the range you're aiming for here.
There is that synergy, yeah.
But there's also, maybe there's a round where you can try and force a Psychic and Punisher through, which, against this strategy, it may also just be enough that Rajid is able to steal the game.
Has that been destroyed? What has destroyed that?
Is that the Akroki there?
Oh, of course, yeah. No, you are right. I was looking at the Cookie thinking, that's not what that does. Then we do have the Dino revealing Rising Scale here.
Yep. And again, I think that's really, really strong just to see what occurs with it. But then what you can do, if it does get to summon, is that you can then use that as the extender to get another monster from the deck, which is pretty key here because, well, it almost feels like there isn't much left for Nathan to interrupt.
A Ghost Spell. Just had that one extra piece.
True. And that's exactly what he needed to be able to stop that last little push there, unfortunately.
I guess you can Typhoon, but I don't know.
I don't believe there's a Typhoon in the deck either, unfortunately.
No, there's not. No.
So yeah, we're just going to scoop it up for game 2.
Entirely fair. I think you played well. I think you played well there.
Both players there.
Absolutely.
Nathan showing the value of these yummy cards as well, just ensuring that, well, you will always continue to have these monsters on the field. They will keep on floating through and making these tinier Synchro monsters that have nice little interactions there just to try and stop your opponent from moving forward.
Yeah. I have to say myself, I've tried out the Yummy deck myself. I can't wrap my head around it. I understand the getting your end field.
Yep.
I think it's a very skilled player who can very well use those effects to stymie the opponent.
Yeah, exactly. It's because it's very well doing your combo to get to your end field exactly what you're aiming for.
Using that at that point.
But it's making sure that every single one of your cards is coming back. Your returning to the extra deck, your Synchro monsters, sending back your 2 monsters, making sure those 2 monsters are getting a little bit of extra value.
Absolutely.
And then where do you go from there? How do you always make sure that you're using them to disrupt and get extra value? Yeah,
absolutely.
But going into game 2, I would assume Vegeta's going first here.
I would assume so, which you might see some more of these K9 options from the side deck now, like the Noroi, like the Jokul, like the Lantern. I'm actually somewhat surprised that the Jokul and Lantern aren't the ones that are more, because there's 3 Noroi and 1 Jokul and Lantern. I'm a little bit surprised that that's the ratios we're going with there.
I guess that the Noroi, you don't need to entirely use your normal summon perhaps for this deck.
No, perhaps
and
not.
Work towards using those level 5s to potentially Synchro summon with later in turn. Try and get into your punk plays. But to begin with, I guess the Noroi is quite nice. It's quite flexible with what you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's check some of the sidey options for going second for Nathan here as well. So we have things like Dark Ruler No More. I imagine that's going to be absolutely devastating to this field.
I think that's probably the card versus this matchup.
That's going to be the one. More Chummy Meows. There's potential for a draw or 2 there. I don't think it's going to do too much.
I don't think it's too pivotal there.
Metal Tronus again. I think mainly the Dark Ruler No More is going to be your main. Potentially retaliating, see? It's not as impactful as it is into Dragotel, but you are using emoted to teleport, which is going to at least make it live.
Yeah, I think that's the... I'm not sure if there's any other cards within the actual Punk engine that are able to trigger it, unfortunately. But to be fair, I think Nathan's main deck as a standalone, it's already pretty well crafted, I would say.
Absolutely, yeah.
Obviously, there's 20 non-engine.
20, goodness
with
me.
18 of which
Hand
can
traps.
be used as hand traps. And I think that's already more than enough. And it's just making sure that you've got enough engine cards to play when you're going second, I'd say.
Absolutely. Obviously, there's the Maul Charm is there. There is the Purge. There's the Impermanence.
Yep.
Droll hurts that deck quite a lot.
Yes, yeah.
There's a lot going on there that it's going to be stopped by Nathan's main deck non-engine as well. Could very well, aside from the Dark Runner No More, if you really wanted to side that in, you could just leave that and it would actually be fine for going second. It's a very powerful deck for that.
I'd be more than happy to maybe take out maybe the Call by the Grave. I'm not sure how good that is, but I guess maybe you know you're going to have to face a Ghost Ogre. Maybe you just want to ensure you don't have to. Do you decide to keep your Croaky in going second? Potentially.
Again, it depends. Maybe you take the Croaky out going second. And you probably take out the Croaky, maybe the Call by and maybe the Talents, just to put in something like the Dark Runner No Mores.
Yep.
But there's plenty of options there you can do for going second here for Nathan. But let's see how Rigid's going to open his turn now.
So, going into the main phase now, I will only assume. So, I'm assuming that with the Noroi sent in, I wonder if that's going to be a way to start.
Oh, Rising Skull. Okay.
So that will remove from play the Madam... I believe that's the Madam Spider.
I do believe it is, yes.
To start off the turn, and now going to look to start off by just summoning from the deck or adding, which again, incredible way to start the turn, but unfortunately it looks like that was the only option that was available there.
That is unfortunate.
So I believe that was the Punk Trap card set as well.
Yeah.
Which, from what I
is
remember,
in the side deck.
Yeah, from what I remember, it's just able to target a face-up card if you control a Punk, a set card if only your opponent controls cards, and destroy it, which, again, at least you've got an option here. Oh no, it looks like...
See the Rising Scale doing things here. Let's see what this pans out to be. I didn't see, what was that, a Link? I think there might have been. Or was it a Synchro? Was it Synchro? It was. That is for the dragon, I believe.
Yeah, I believe that's the dragon drive there, isn't it?
Yeah, Amazing Dragon, that's the one. Powerful card here.
Yeah, just being able to then get another monster back onto the field here, if so wish.
Ooh, the Infinite Impermanence coming down, stopping that in its tracks, though, unfortunately. And I don't know here, because I think you can use the exist. You can use the exist.
Okay.
You can use just one material here to summon this, which I believe is a powerful negate. If I'm not much mistaken, I think it is a negate for... I think for monsters, I think it's like a Nibiru protection type thing. So it does a lot, but if that's all you got on the field, might be tricky. Oh, we're actually using its other effect to... What's it going to do?
Draw one card.
Draw a card. Fair enough.
Yeah, and I think that's perfectly fine in this situation. Like, well, I would say its ability to detach to negate a monster effect. It's not really going to come up here because it needs a level 3 psychic monster in the graveyard.
Oh, of course.
So
we do see that draw. Hey, that's what you want to see.
That's exactly what you want to see.
That's what you want to see. That is Fiendsmith Engraver coming off, ripped off the top of the deck, and going to keep Rigid in the game here, going for, of course, the Fiendsmith Tract. Going to be going the full Fiendsmith combo here, and there's not a great, unless a Droll comes down here and now, not a huge amount that Nathan can do about that.
I think there is a Ghost Bell in the hand for Nathan.
Oh.
Which I may be incorrect on.
That could be devastating.
Going to try with the Lurie here to summon.
Lurie.
Just trying to decide if that's worth it or not. And I guess, again, also, because you're maybe a little bit unfamiliar with what's going on here from Nathan's side, you're trying to decide, is this the time where I want to use this Ghost Spell?
Yeah.
Or do I want to wait for the potential of Fiendsmith Engraver to stop extending those plays?
I think you do wait, because if you do it now, there's a Ghost Spell coming out, but then the Engraver's going to be able to summon itself now, and then it will still be able to do things. So, I don't know. I think it's tricky. I think it's a difficult... Ghost Spell's very powerful in this current format, but I don't know that it's as powerful into last format. And last format, a lot of Fiendsmith.
Yes.
So
yeah, exactly.
it's not like it doesn't do anything. It does still do things, but it's not quite as impactful as something like an Ash, which will stop the Requiem in its tracks.
Exactly. So we're going to see the Fiendsmith Engraver being summoned here by putting Naluri back into the deck. And then we're just going to see this Fiendsmith play go on, I would say. Where do you think you can really go from here? Would you try and make a Desiree play potentially?
I think you probably could. I think you could. I could be wrong.
If that's the trap card set, it just depends really what you want. If you want to leave the punk monster on the field, so it's able to destroy a monster.
I do think you can go for a Desiree play here because you can have the Lacrima Send. Yeah, absolutely. You can go for Desiree play because you can link these two off now into Fiendsmith sequence and go Desiree. So, which again, that's not nothing. That's quite a strong interruption.
So yeah, we'll see that ever so shortly, and I think this is really fine, to be honest, for Rajid here, especially if there's another card in hand, which is potentially a disrupt.
It's two. I do think I see the Sulphur Cord spell in hand there, which is a very powerful spell.
Yep.
Oh, is he ending turn there? Interesting. Okay, so just. I won't lie. I'm not sure what the thought process is there.
Well, the thing is here. This is what my thought process was. Is just like the set card is the punk trap card.
Sure.
Which I can target a face up card. Sorry, not a monster card. So it can do that to destroy it. So I guess it's trading a negate with the Desiree for a few extra cards on the field with that destruction, because. Maybe versus the Yummy decks, specifically if they start a monster, just normal summon a Yummy.
Get rid of it straight away.
Exactly, and I feel quite safe about that almost.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
So we'll see exactly just where Nathan's going to go with this.
But we are actually seeing
the resolved. We
are seeing the Sulphur Cord cards now, which is always a pleasure to see. The sort of more, I would say, more interesting part of the deck.
Yes,
you see that. Oh, okay, let's see how this plays. Let's see how this goes. So it's very exciting to see this now.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
so we're going to see a droll
coming down.
Which, I mean, that is pretty big, I would say, especially as...
Yumi's one of those strategies which I would say, like Dracotail, where droll doesn't hurt a lot of the time, but occasionally
it really does.
It really gets you. Yeah. On rare occasions, it will very much get you.
And I think this is really strong here for Vegeta, especially if you're just able to drag it out and get through to the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
You might just be able to run away with it, depending obviously what the draw is for turn. Because you don't have too much left over, I guess. You've just really got that Fiendsmith Engraver.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you have all of those Fiendsmith cards just there, ready to go.
Yeah.
It's why I think earlier this year, like I would say when I went to YCS Birmingham, there was a very popular deck at the time, which was Bestial Fiendsmith Tempai.
Yes.
There wasn't a huge amount of synergy between all those, but basically the idea obviously was you need your opponent to interact with the Fiendsmith stuff, because you have to. It's a powerful engine. It's a powerful lot of cards. And if you spend all your interactions stopping that, because it can play through a lot, you're then free to use your Tempai stuff. And in this case, your Punk stuff.
And as we know, those Tempai cards are ever so terrifying.
They are. But we do see the trap coming here.
Yep, so... Just as I said, looking to destroy face-up card. To be honest, I think if you're Rajid here, you could probably wait an ever so slight bit more, because...
I think that will go to the extra deck.
Yeah.
Easy mistake to make. To make.
So with this happening, there's going to be the extension from the Lollipo here.
Yeah, which does get you a lot.
Yeah, it gets...
Actually,
it doesn't do an awful lot,
because we're doing cups here, you can't add through droll.
Exactly. And the Dominion's already gone, so I'd say really all you've got to do is like...
I think that may be a bit of a misplay here.
Yeah.
Getting the droll. It happens. Yeah. It does happen.
And as I said, that's kind of the opening that Rajid needed here, really, I would say.
Absolutely. I don't think he's out of the game yet, because you can link that into a Snatchy, I believe.
Yeah.
Or I don't think he's going to do that, though. I think he's passing turn there.
Yep. So the minion was... used.
Oh, of course, yes.
You could always use its ability to put itself back, I believe, right?
No, that's my bad. I forgot that it was used.
Yeah. So, just drawing a card for turn there. We're going to see exactly what happens next.
Yeah.
Obviously, can return to the extract to summon that one lonely Lollipo there.
It might be worth Reggie just attacking here because
yeah.
The Cupsy does need to chain onto something, and if you don't give it anything to chain onto, he's just going to go.
Yeah, I think I'd be more than happy with just a direct attack going here.
Yeah.
Maybe switching that Lacquer into attack first.
Oh, okay, we are actually going to give it something to chain to by the looks of things. Oh no, just scooping things up. Fair.
Accepts defeat there. Yeah.
Very fair.
I think once that John Lockbird came down there, it became quite hard for Nathan just to crack through there.
There was only one Lollipo in the
exactly.
That was it. Yeah.
And if there was maybe a second name, that maybe it was a completely different game.
Sure, absolutely. Tough game there, to be fair. But I think Reggie played very well with playing through a lot of interruptions there as well.
Exactly. So, like, as we said, it's really just if you want to use that copy of... or make the Desiree there, or if you want to keep the destruction there. Absolutely. I think once you've got the Drone Lockbird, it's quite a hard call to make, I'd say. Because at the same time, the Desiree doesn't really feel like it does an awful lot. Just that one negate.
It's
right?
tough because it's very strong negate, but the fact that it targets and Yummy is so famously good at dodging around that. You know? So I think you actually were right there. I think that was... I mean...
we just watched
right.
it. Yeah,
exactly. Right call. I would have lost that game. But yeah, no, very well done to Rigid there. Very well done because clearly showing why he's earned his spot now at these higher tables that he's at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. We're in round 6 with this 5-0 record right now, which at one of these events it's not a bad start at all. If anything, there's only 3 more rounds after this.
Absolutely.
Definitely gunning for top cut if he's able to take away this win here in round number 6.
Once again, seeing some potentially very interesting decks reaching that top 8.
Exactly, and it's more of these fringe ones as well, which is like really, really enjoyable to see because, again, for me, I feel like I haven't seen Punk in a little while.
No.
So I'm seeing it pull out like a performance here right now. It's really enjoyable to see.
I think, again, it's another strategy which is doing some things in Genesis. I think it's working its magic there somewhat. More of a psychic-focused build with that, though. So seeing it here do so well just with Fiendsmith and Canine cards, it's great to see. It's lovely to see.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see if he's able to crack through that Yummy soft record in this final pivotal of game number 3. Obviously, you can see they're just getting ready to be set up there. So obviously, the soft record deck going first. Do you really think there's any other cruxes to it besides maybe that it's a little bit more affected by that Drawn Lockbird?
I do think it's actually a very strong version of the deck. I think it's very powerful. Again, I think what I said before is sometimes you just don't see the soft record cards. It's more starters for your strategies, more cards that you keep playing the game. But if you don't see them, then I guess you're just focusing on pure Yummy.
Yep.
The deck is incredibly consistent the way it can play because there are so many. Half of the deck lets you play basically.
Yes.
So I don't know. I think it's if you see the soft record cards, it does seem to be as long as you can play them properly.
Yeah,
it's just a plus.
Yeah, for definite. And I'm hoping we can see it maybe to its true full potential here in this game number 3 with Nathan starting.
So let's have a look what side options you could do for going first here as well. Because we saw siding for going second, but we've not seen siding for going first yet.
I mean, going first, there's just, I think the Solemns are really, really strong there.
That's enough.
It's an easy free side out for those fill loss as well.
Yeah.
So it just makes it very easy and a bit more streamlined. And it looks like that there's the warning there in the hand.
Not judgment? Ooh.
Not judgment this time, no. Along with a Lollipo, which, if it goes unanswered,
hey, it's full combo.
That's more than enough.
That'll do it.
So we're just going to see, hopefully, let's see if Rigita's got some disruption going second this time.
Not actually a huge amount for Rigid going second in the side deck, I don't think.
Yep. Probably not electing to put the Drone Lockbird in this game.
Yeah.
But then going back into the main, what can we see there? There's
plenty of more Charmies there, to be fair.
Looks like a Ghost Bell on the minion to summon back the Lollipo there.
Yeah.
Which
that was the turn. Goodness me.
Exactly. Kind of the opening you need here, really.
Absolutely.
Now let's hope there's a really strong start to the turn.
I think that is a Ghost Bell in Nathan's hand I saw.
It
and
is,
that is set 3 is with a solemn warning. That's not nothing.
No, especially 2 infinite impermanents as well, I believe.
Was it 2 infinite? Oh, goodness me. This is going to be tricky.
Oh,
oh my goodness. Gracious me. That Harvey's Feather Duster crashing onto the board and absolutely decimating those spells and traps.
Maybe it should have been the Solemn Judgment after all.
That is absolutely incredible. Wow. Well, hey, that's how the cards fall sometimes.
Yep. That is exactly what you needed there for your Regid as well. And it's quite fortunate that it wasn't the Solemn Judgment in that instance. Starting with the Dear Note, revealing
I think you do with this strategy, with what's going on now. I think there is just a ghost spell in Nathan's hand.
Yep.
That needs to put in some work here for you to make it to a next turn. And truthfully, I don't know Punk well enough to know where that should be used.
I think he's going to use it here again. This has been the choice before, where he can either summon from the hand or the deck. Oh, sorry, add from the hand or deck.
There you go.
Gravel hat deck.
We have to hope that ends the turn, and
Oh!
there we go. That might be curtains for Nathan here. Goodness gracious me. Some very patient usage and very effective usage of the cards from on Rajit's side of the field here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that Cool by the Grave is basically sealed his victory here, I would say.
I'll be shocked if not.
Exactly. As we're going to see what I can only assume is Yemin coming straight out from the deck. And it's going to make it just that bit easier for Rajit to take the game here.
Absolutely. I mean, I hand it to Nathan for not conceding yet, because obviously maybe he's just waiting to see how things play out. Hopefully, it might. There's always a chance. There's always a chance. If you let the game play out, your opponent misplays.
Exactly, and
there's always a chance.
And you never know that they may go from thinking, yeah, I'm confident I've got this game, to making one small misstep, and that just gives Nathan that one turn.
Yeah,
and
just
if he
not
top
quite
decks
having enough.
any one of his yummy cards, it's just able to get straight.
I've been there myself many times where I've tried to go for game, and I think it's a mistake that a lot of people make, and again myself, is that sometimes you have two options. You can either go for game and just get a lot of damage on the field, or you can actually build up your own field and not worry about that. That is more often than not the right choice.
Yeah, exactly.
But we'll see how it goes from here, though.
No, I think that's something you need to kind of realize as a player sometimes. If you've got the option of going for game, but you may not be 100% confident, right?
Yeah.
There may be one unknown, or maybe you're not sure of the line exactly, or just in case something may occur that may throw you off completely and you may not have it. But sometimes if you just take that little extra step to think about it, decide maybe I don't need to push this aggressively, and if I just do the sorts of lines that would win me any other game, that's just as
it's
good.
enough. It's enough.
Exactly.
It's more than enough. It's the better option to go for most.
Exactly.
Even if you don't reduce your opponent's life points to 0 that turn. Next turn, they're relying on whatever they draw off the top of the deck.
Exactly.
And if you just set up a single negate, that can be enough.
Yep. So we're going to see the Wagon here, paying 600 to add, I believe it's the field spell here from the deck.
Very powerful field spell.
Very powerful field spell. And again, I feel like this is just like the sign that there was no drawn Lockbird, that Reggie's now able to just play exactly how he wants to play.
Just play through.
Yep.
I mean, even something as simple as just your Desiree line here will be. He doesn't have the item day, so there's no chance of attack boost in there with Desiree, to be fair. But even with that, it's usually plenty enough damage.
Yep. So we're just going to see exactly what's occurring next. Looks like we're going into, I believe it'll be, is it the Jam Dragon again?
I believe so. I could be wrong.
Which has got two effects on here. So one, I believe he'll be able to remove the Snatchy from the field, but then the second one being able to summon back some of these monsters.
Powerful monsters of that as well. Stacking up a lot of attack points in the field at the moment. I think that's the Psychic Game Punisher, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that is in fact the Psychic Game Punisher.
That's poor. I don't even need it. That's a lot.
And
well played to them both. Goodness me, what a fantastic game!
Yeah, exactly. And well, surprisingly, the Punk Fiendsmith has run away with it. It's taken it down.
Absolutely.
And I think that was really cool to see, actually, just seeing how, especially in that game 3, it was quite lucky with the draw, just having that Harpy's Feather Duster there. But even just being able to see it play there and just make that push and be very, very aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, contrary to what we just said about maybe taking a little bit of a more casual approach, just going for what you would normally do. But here, just sealing the game into a couple extra summons.
Absolutely. And you know what? When you have the chance to summon a Psychic Game Punisher, sometimes you just take that chance. Sometimes you just do that.
Yes, exactly.
Even if you don't need to, why would you not? It's so cool. Very cool looking card.
From my history in the game, that is one of the cards that whenever I saw this Punk deck, I became terrified every single time.
Very powerful.
Because there were some instances where, I just can't out it. If I just let it get resolved.
It's too strong. It's not too strong. It's very strong.
Very strong.
It's a very strong card.
Exactly. So we'll be back ever so shortly to go over this Punk deck with our round 6 winner.
Hello and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5DS decks breakdown, and here we are talking about a little bit how this is gonna change our format, not only the TCG but also Genesis format and Time Wizard format. I really like that we got a variety of new cards coming in, but also how we can adapt these cards during our format. I'm thinking, for example, as a Time Wizard enjoyer, how, for example, the Crow deck will have an impact and like the accessibility of those cards in the Time Wizard. But for example, on the other hand, I also really feel like that for the Genesis format, we quite have a few options in mind. And for example, if you will be approaching a tournament for the TCG or the Genesis format, how would you be adapting those decks?
So the one that stands out the most for me is the Stardust and the Synchron capabilities that you now have. So what you have the ability for within the point structure is you can adapt utilizing the new cards to not rely so heavily on the higher point cast cards like your Junk Speeder. Utilizing the brand new cards like the Full Speed Warrior gives you quicker and faster access to a much more wider range of Synchron plays, which is really, really good to focus on either a Stardust outlet or just a pure Synchron operation for the pure fact you have so many cool and core reprints in that one. Then if you move over to Black Rose and utilize the brand new cards from Doom of Dimension, like your Bramble Rose Dragon, your Black Rose Garden, and of course your Rage Rose Witch, you don't need to rely on Black Garden as much, which does take a bit of a higher points cost for your total, but it still gives you the ability to utilize Black Rose Dragon itself and its completely destructive field power.
And I really feel like it's all about fantasy, it's all about building your decks and feel confident about the deck that you will be playing, whether it's on your local store or with your friends. And I really feel like we really want to give it a chance. You already have some very good ideas, but now it's your turn. So if you want to put your hands on those decks and see what you will be playing next, if it's going to be a YCS, if it's going to be at your regional, if it's going to be at your local OTS store, get your hand on the newest Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary 5Ds decks and bring your Genesis deck to your next level.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Enjoyers, don't we all love destroying spell and trap cards of our opponent? Because this is the deck for you. We have Radiant Typhoon that has just released in Doom of Dimensions, and it is a super fun and controlly spell and monster card deck theme that is super flexible and brings a lot of fun to the table when you play it.
Let's start off by looking at the level 3s for the Radiant Typhoons. Starting off with Radiant Typhoon Megala. This one has the added benefit that if Mystical Space Typhoon is in your graveyard, or if your opponent has no spells or traps, you can special on this card from the hand for free. As an additional effect, if Mystical Space Typhoon or a Radiant Typhoon quick play spell card is activated by yourself or your opponent, you can special summon another Radiant Typhoon monster with a different name directly from your deck. The next level 3 for this deck is going to be Radiant Typhoon Eldum. This has the same summoning mechanic as the previous Megala, where if you have Mystical Space Typhoon in your graveyard or your opponent has no spells or traps, you can special summon it from the hand. As an added benefit, if it is normal summoned or special summoned, you get to add a Radiant Typhoon monster or Mystical Space Typhoon directly from the deck to your hand. The final level 3 that we are going to be talking about is the Radiant Typhoon Sven. This has the same summoning mechanic as the previous two, but on normal or special summon, this will allow you to add a Radiant Typhoon spell or trap from the deck to the hand, or you can add Mystical Space Typhoon.
Well, let's double the level and double the cards added with Radiant Typhoon Crosea. This card has a few more layers to it as well, because if your opponent controls no spell or trap cards, this card can't be destroyed by battle or card effect. You can special summon it from hand if a quick play spell is activated, and then on normal or special summon, this card adds a Radiant Typhoon card and or a Mystical Space Typhoon from deck or graveyard to the hand. Then, of course, also for the rest of this turn, just like with Radiant Typhoon Megala, this card locks you out of summoning anything except for wind monsters. Then we have Radiant Typhoon Varurune, the Vibrant Vortex, which is one of the boss monsters of the deck. This card can special summon itself from hand, just like the others, if a quick play spell has been activated. It can also summon itself from the graveyard if Mystical Space Typhoon has been activated, from either side of the field. Just saying. This card, if your opponent activates a monster effect, you can actually, if you have one Mystical Space Typhoon in your graveyard, negate that effect. If you have two, you can also destroy that card.
The final boss monster for Radiant Typhoons is Radiant Typhoon's Phonix, the Great Flame. As its predecessors, it also has the benefit of if a quick play spell card activated by yourself or your opponent resolves, this will then special summon itself from the hand. If a quick play spell card is activated, except during the damage step, very, very important, you can target up to 2 cards your opponent controls and shuffle them back into the deck. If Mystical Space Typhoon specifically is activated while this card is in the graveyard, you can special summon it back from the graveyard as well. Moving on to the first quick play spell card for the Radiant Typhoons, being the Radiant Typhoon Chant. So if this card is specifically destroyed by the effect of Mystical Space Typhoon, you can set this card again. You can only activate one of the following effects once per turn of Radiant Typhoon Chant. So you have the benefit to either add a level 4 or lower Radiant Typhoon monster from the deck to the hand, or add the coveted Mystical Space Typhoon from the deck or graveyard to your hand.
Next off, we have Radiant Typhoon Manifestation, which of course also sets itself upon being destroyed by Mystical Space Typhoon, and then you can use one of the 2 effects. The first one is sending a Radiant Typhoon monster from the deck to the graveyard. So, for example, your Radiant Typhoon Varurune, the Vibrant Vortex, or Radiant Typhoon Phonix, the Great Flame, so they can summon themselves back out from the graveyard. Or you add a Mystical Space Typhoon from your deck or your graveyard to your hand. Then the most versatile card of the theme, Radiant Typhoon Vision, of course, sets itself back when it's destroyed by Mystical Space Typhoon. The spell cards share that. The other effect is draw 2 cards. Then if you have a Radiant Typhoon card in your hand or another quick play spell, you can discard the card. If not, you have to discard your entire hand, so it shares this with Allure of Darkness, for example. And then, of course, you can also just choose to add a Mystical Space Typhoon from your deck or graveyard to your hand. And then we have the meme, dream, negating machine, Radiant Typhoon Mandate, continuous trap card, amazing. Has firstly a fun effect. You target 3 quick play spells in your graveyard, and then you use one of the following effects. One of them is shuffle them all back, draw a card, just like Jar of Avarice. The other effect is wind monsters you control gain 300 attack and defense. So that might be a little threat in the damage step, but then the other effect is once per turn, if Mystical Space Typhoon is activated, this card chains to it and negates a face-up card on the field. So you can now actually, if your opponent activates Raigeki, chain Mystical Space Typhoon, then chain the Radiant Typhoon Mandate, negate the Raigeki, and then destroy it with Mystical Space Typhoon. You are finally able to negate cards with Mystical Space Typhoon. And also, if the Radiant Typhoon Mandate is destroyed by Mystical Space Typhoon, it sets itself back.
Since 2002, we have been waiting for Mystical Space Typhoon to finally negate, and that day has now come. With the brand new Radiant Typhoon theme, Mystical Space Typhoon is a core component. It was amazing to see it feature at YCS Lille, and I cannot wait to see even more Radiant Typhoon builds coming out in the upcoming months.
And we're back with our round 6 champion, our winner, Rajit. Congratulations.
Thank you.
But I've got to start it off.
Okay.
Why the punk strategy? We have not seen that in what feels like years at this point, really.
So, like, my friends, like, have been taking, like, the mix sort of things, calling it a Genesis deck. It's not like meta or anything like that.
Yep.
But I just wanted to prove them wrong, and like it's my favorite deck. Initially, I wanted to play it earlier in the year, but the set got delayed.
Yep.
So when the punks did come out, they were already quite a bit more power crept than they would have been before.
Yeah.
And then Noroi came out with K9. So I've been mixing it around with K9s and Fiendsmith just to make it like meta. Competitive sort of.
And I mean, you're starting off really strong. We're halfway through the tournament, and you're at a really impressive 5 wins, 1 loss.
Yep.
What was that loss to?
It was to Draco Tail Branded, round 1 against my friend. Had to be him to beat me, and then just winning since then. So
if it's not your friends, it shouldn't be anyone. So we're obviously going to that round. You're playing against the Yummy Sulfur Core deck. Game 1. It kind of felt a bit unfortunate. It felt like you didn't really draw too much, and then he kind of just was able to get away playing with everything. So you infinite impermanence on the Herald. You start to play, but there was just too much going on, wasn't there? Really?
Yeah. So game 1, I just decided to like hold my hand traps because I had the Azuna and the Imperm, and I didn't want to conflict with Imperm and Azuna going in to just hold everything, but. It was a bit weird playing on, on live stream and things. So I feel like I didn't give the best representation of Punk. If I get another game, I'll make sure to show you everything it can do. But there was a lot of hand traps from my opponent, and it was like very grindy sort of status.
Yeah, and I think it's quite hard if you're using cards to try and play into their field, and then all of these little yummies that just keep on floating around and going into more and more synchro summons, right? So unfortunately, you lost that game.
Yeah.
But we bounced back.
We did.
We had game 2. You started and just kept on getting hit by the hand traps, right? How are you feeling throughout that?
It was a bit like I felt bad, but then when I looked at his hand and he's used 3 hand traps, like he's got 2 cards. And I had a Droll in my hand, and I luckily drew into Engraver with the Xyz, which was kind of crazy. I didn't go into Desiree and things because if I have a Punk monster face up while my trap is set, it can also pop face up cards, and against Yummy Soulful Cord, I felt having that plus Droll would just
it'd be more than enough, basically. Right? Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. When I was watching it, I was like, we're talking on the commentary, and we're like, do you go for the Desiree here? You've got the draw as well to back it up. I was like, I think maybe just leaving this here, having that advantage for next turn, and making sure that trap is getting the best value it can do, might just be the best way. And I was watching, the draw on Lockbird was amazing, and then it kind of just stole it away, right?
Yeah, as soon as I saw the Soulful Cord, I didn't show it on camera, but there was a big smile on my face. This Droll is going to do something.
And then that obviously, you took it away, you're able to win that rest of that game. Then game 3, the big one, we had some cheers back here. So obviously, you have the Bell for the Minion. 3 sets, passes it over.
I had 1 card in my hand.
1 card that mattered.
That Duster.
Yeah, so the Duster, everything's gone now. How are you feeling?
I was still very nervous.
Of course.
You guys saw my opponent just had a Snatchy on the field, and there was a bit of a pause for me. My brain froze. Like Punk has so many different ways to OTK.
Yes.
That I was like, I don't know.
You just want to make sure you do the right one into this option, right? Yeah. So then we just see you stop playing.
Paying life points.
Go spell.
Yeah.
And then quickly the cool buy came down. Obviously then just going through into your secret plays, taking the rest of the game away. I really enjoyed watching it, to be honest with you. It's been, again, really nice just to see the Punk deck. I used to really, really love those Punk cards. So seeing it again in the year of 2025.
We're back.
It's back. Yeah. So I guess the only real question is, how are you feeling going into that top 8, potentially? 3 more rounds left of the tournament.
Yeah, I've made it this far. If I can just keep playing how I did out of the last round, then I think I'll do well. And if I draw Duster and Call by it,
can't complain.
World's mine, so,
it's for you. There you go. Well, thank you very much, Rajid,
thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. And good luck in the rest. And we'll be back with round number 7 ever so shortly.
If you already liked Archmages, maybe Doomsday is another deck for you, as Doomsday also completely evolves around Medius the Pure and has a very unique playstyle. And why don't you introduce us to that, Dale?
Yeah, exactly that. The playstyle of Doomsday reminds me of the good old days of Infernoble Knights and, of course, Evil Eyes as well. Ooh. Because the way they like to work is protecting one particular corner piece. Whether that be the Doomsday 12-0 Drastia, or whether that be, of course, Medius the Pure, to lead you into either rank 4s or rank 8s. Both of them have their own unique abilities, but the one you want to be aiming for is the Doomsday 12 End Drastrius. And the reason for that one is once it is equipped with an equip spell, it gains some additional effects to not only absorb one of your opponent's monsters as an equipped spell once it utilizes its effect, but on XZ summoning, it also allows to do the exact same thing, taking care of one of your opponent's probably more problematic monsters without really giving them advantage or your opponent having access to that monster.
That's very strong. So Archmage was all about fusion summoning. Medius is enabling Exceed summons here in that case by summoning out the Power Patron Doom-Z. So that's really cool. And you brought it to the Drastrius already. Well then, possibly, if you get Drastrius with 3 equipped cards to it as well onto the field, Jupiter, the Power Patron of Destruction, could even be Exceed summoned on top of that. And when it has an Exceed material, as an Exceed monster as material, it gains additional 3,000 attack points. So that brings it up to 6,500 attack points, which is massive. And then you can even summon back a Doomsday monster, destroy another card on your opponent's side of the field. So if that card comes onto the field, the game is almost over, let me tell you that.
Exactly that, and that's before you even take into account their own in-archetypal equip spell, Doomsday Command Doom Durg. And the benefit of that one, as you've already mentioned, Jupiter is an insanely powerful monster on itself, but then being able to destroy another Doomsday monster you control, it will gain attack equal to its rank times 100, pushing it way above the 7,000 attack stats.
Yeah, I actually feel like the Doom-Z cards are still a little bit underexplored. There's still a lot of room for experiments to have with them. So you at home should try out what's the best way to play the Doom-Z cards and maybe even show us at the next Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series event.
It's been 5 long years since Gouki have stepped into the ring, but we now have some brand new support for this theme in Doom of Dimensions, and we're going to be able to go through them right now. So how about you show us exactly what Goukis have now received?
Of course, so first of all, we have a brand new main deck monster with Gouki Machine Suprex. This card is a tuner as well. That is a rather new feature for the deck, but also this card works a little bit like K966A Jokul, while you reveal it and another Gouki monster, and then you can special summon them both at the same time. And when you played Gouki back in the day, for example at Euros 2018, then you know what happens if you have 2 Gouki monsters on the field. You can start doing link shenanigans and searching for cards, because this card also says when it's sent from the field to the graveyard, you can add a Gouki card, something like a rematch. So after you have searched some cards, now you can, with the deck, also bridge into some other engines.
Goukis overlap with 2 other themes, one of them being G-Golems, and another one probably a little bit more familiar in the form of Dino Wrestlers. Who knows the good old card of Dino Wrestler Prankatops being a mainstay staple for most people's side decks in and out of formats.
Yeah, but you can access those themes now with Gouki Game Face, a card that lets you use your Gouki Link monsters to get into those other engines. But then also we have a new game-ending card. We have Gouki, the Tyrant Ogre, which is a fusion monster that needs Link monsters. You can use 1 Gouki Link monster and 1 Warrior, Dinosaur, or Cyberse monster as materials. And then this card is so quick in ending games. It destroys monsters on the opposing side of the field, or cards rather, for the amount of link rating that you have used for its fusion material, and your opponent, they cannot respond. So duelists, I think you're now literally ready to get your Gouki game face on. Bring the deck to locals next time, possibly a regional, and we will see you there.
Welcome back, duelists. We are going to be taking a look at another theme inside Doom of Dimensions. This time it is a fan favourite from the duelist Akiza herself, being the Black Rose Dragon. Absolute beautiful piece of artwork here, but we're going to be seeing how we can summon the brand new boss monster in Bramble Rose Dragon. So Sebastian, show us what we're starting with.
Absolutely. We do have, first of all, the Vengeful Witch. And when the Vengeful Witch goes into the graveyard, you can actually send it there into the graveyard with a Synchro card we're going to talk about later on, but also just by Synchro summoning it off in the first place. Then you can discard a card to special summon out actually the Twilight Rose Black Knight from the deck. For example, it would be one plant type monster with 1,500 or less defense points from a deck, but the Twilight Rose Black Knight fits really well, as when this one is summoned out, you get to special summon back the Vengeful Witch from the graveyard. So they just work perfectly well together, have a direct synergy, and immediately provide you with a level 4 non-tuner and a level 3 tuner monster, which is really what we need here. Interesting though, the Twilight Rose Black Knight can even increase or decrease the level of another monster on the field. So if you are aiming for a different level in terms of Synchro summoning, you can still get to that point as well. But the Synchro summoning we want to go into is the one you already mentioned, right?
Exactly that. So when you get a level 3 plant tuner and a level 4 non-tuner, you can work your way into the brand new monster of Bramble Rose Dragon. Now this one is a little bit like a sticky thorn to get rid of, as every time your opponent wants to activate a monster effect to try and deal with it, they will be taking 600 life points of damage. Once they do eventually try to get around to getting rid of this card, it has another added benefit of being able to use it during the main phase to tribute itself and special summon out the almighty Black Rose Dragon. And the added benefit of that one is it's treated as a Synchro summon. So you all know what that means.
We all know for sure that card has been making problems for players since a long time, destroying all cards on the field, which is really powerful. And it's actually even more powerful in this new version of the deck, as there is some tricks to it which you can even protect your own cards with. So you don't even necessarily have to destroy all of the cards, but best case scenario, only the cards from your opponent. But there is another really powerful Synchro monster, isn't there?
Exactly that, and the Synchro monster we're going to want to highlight now is the Rage Rose Witch. The benefit of this card is all of your plant monsters cannot be destroyed by card effects, and moving back to the Vengeful Witch, it also has a very, very nice effect that you get to send up to one plant from your main deck and your extra deck to the graveyard, which is why we have highlighted here this beautiful Garden Rose Maiden, as you'll see it a little bit later on, that should Bramble Rose Dragon end up in your graveyard, you'll be able to bring it back very easily. But how do you protect all of your cards when they are plant monsters being protected? That is where Sebastian's next card, Black Rose Garden, comes into play.
Black Rose Garden. From the name already, a little bit of a reference to the infamous Black Garden. The effect of the card continuously is turning all of the monsters on the field into plant-type monsters. So that's good for your side, because that means you can protect yourself against the destruction of Black Rose Dragon, as you have previously explained. Also though, turning your opponent's monsters into plant-type monsters sometimes can be really, really good, as they just want to work with, for example, dragon monsters or something, and when their monsters all of a sudden are plant types, that sometimes is causing them a little bit of a problem. And additionally to that, also on the activation of it, you can search for a Rose Dragon monster from your deck additionally to that, so it gives you even further resources and further plays that you can extend your combo with. If you have been craving to summon Black Rose Dragon again in modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, this is your opportunity now, so definitely make sure to get familiar with the new Rose Dragon cards and summon Black Rose Dragon at your local store.
Winning the WCS was too much of emotion to describe with mere words.
I think it would feel wrong to play with other people, because we've been there together, we won it together. That's everything you could ask for.
A lot of my longest friends and closest friends are from this game.
Hello everyone, today we're going to discuss the impact of Doom of Dimensions on YCS deal that just happened a couple of weeks ago, and we have quite some cards in the set that, yeah, made an impact.
Cool enough, we do have actual statistics. We can give you numbers on how impactful those cards were at YCS Lille. And I'm going to lead off with Marshmallow Yummy. And that one was in 17.3% of decks. So that's almost 1/5 of the players that were using Marshmallow Yummy in their deck for YCS Lille. And I mean, plenty of reason to do so, because it's not only so strong for the Yummy deck itself, for the pure version of the deck, but also a strategy that has been evolving a little bit and has been seen already in top 8 of YCS Lille was of course also the Yummy Mitsurugi deck. So Marshmallow Yummy, with its flexibility, gives you more pushes because it's another special summon of a Yummy monster to the field, which is very strong, makes the deck overall less impacted by opponents' interruptions, I would say.
Yeah, Yummy decks have been popping off left and right, especially with Mitsurugi lately. But if you have heard the broadcast in Lille, then you know that I'm a big Draco Tail fan, and of course I can say that I'm very happy with the support the deck received in Doom of Dimensions. 13.8% of decks in Lille had Draco Tail Sting in it, and Draco Tail Sting that banishes a card from your opponent's graveyard, or even two if you take a Spell and Trap and a monster, and then of course recycles another Draco Tail card and draws a card, just really helps you with the grind game. Having access to 3 different trap cards that get to recycle cards from your graveyard or banishment are absolutely crucial for the deck. And then of course Draco Tail Frixel, the monster card, it has a really important attribute actually, because it is the only light Draco Tail main deck monster, and that is crazy because if you want to summon Albion the Branded Dragon with Branded Fusion, you can actually just send Frixel Draco Tail and the Fallen of Albas together, so you can immediately set up your Mirror Jade, the Iceblade Dragon, and of course also have a Kato Draco Tail or a Rahu Draco Tail setup.
Yeah, interesting enough, that was only in 13% of decks, so more people decided to play Sting, and a little less of the Draco Tail players decided to end up playing the Frixel. Do you have an explanation for that? It's just, probably Sting is more generic, right?
I think Sting has also been added to many side decks that players decided not to play this card in the main deck, and Frixel most of the time has been played in the branded version. There it's an absolute staple. In the other decks, you can still decide if you want to play it. I would argue for it because it gives you quite some resources. If your opponent, for example, destroys one of your fusion monsters, you have a pan in the graveyard, you can put back the pan on bottom of your deck, summon back a Frixel, Frixel summons Lucias, adds back Frixel to the hand, Lucias adds a 5 mana, and then you have so many resources just from your opponent destroying your cards.
Yeah, that's true. Another deck that was introduced, of course, in Justice Hunters, but now got massive support and another staple in the new set Doom of Dimensions was the K9 archetype. And K9 got the K904 Noroi, and that is the normal summon you always want to have now with this deck. As on its normal summon, you get to special summon a non-machine K9 monster from the deck. And then, as long as that monster is on the field, you can only go into K9 Exceed monsters. But after you've done that then, and usually you want to go into the Ripper anyways, then you are free to do whatever you want afterwards again. So this card was in 11% of players' decks, so more than every 10th player has decided to include Noroi, and therefore probably also included a bigger K9 package in general, which is interesting to see because the second effect of Noroi is actually really good as well, as if you started or if you somehow went through a case for K9, which of course is a continuous spell card, you can send that away basically for free to look into your opponent's hand. And we know historically in Yu-Gi-Oh! History, having knowledge about the opponent's hand, being able to adjust your turn, adjust your strategy, adjust your field towards the needs of what your opponent has for their turn already ready, makes it so much easier, makes it so much better. You can have such a clear plan to go into the duel then.
You can just set up your interruptions better, and you mentioned something interesting, that usually with the K904 Noroi, you want to always go into the Ripper. But in this case, there is also another K9 Exceeds monster that was in 8.5% of the decks, K966X Jax, and this is of course a card that you can summon with Noroi, but this card, when it is Exceed summoned or when your opponent activates an effect in hand or graveyard, you can actually just detach one material and then destroy a monster on the field. So this card is just extra removal, helps you play through fields, or if you use Lupus on the opposing turn, you actually get to pop a monster.
Yeah, I think with Lupus it has major applications, and therefore also people included this. This probably not only necessarily in those heavy K9 decks, but also just with the small K9 package of Izuna plus the Lupus, having that opportunity to summon it out on the opponent's turn seems valuable, seems important. Let us know what you think was the most important card releasing in Doom of Dimensions for the current metagame, or maybe the card you are using the most. And then we see you for another video here on the channel.
Hello and welcome back to the UK Open Round 7 feature match. Now, in this game, I'm actually quite excited to see it because we actually haven't seen either of these decks yet today. Alex, take us away. What do you reckon it's going to be?
So we've got, again, a little bit of a blast from the past. We've got Kashtira, but with some Primite cards.
We do.
So that's a little bit of a different take to something I'm more familiar with, being just pure Kashtira.
With a truly ancient card as your Primite target, which is the Dragon Dwelling in the Cave, which I don't hate it. I'm just like, wow, really? Fair enough. And then we have, playing against that, Malice with, of course, actually there's a lot going on here. It's Malice with the Attic Nista cards, obviously, the Bestial cards, and some Canine cards, and some Radiant Typhoon cards, because Malice is a deck which is still doing a lot, but because the amount of hits it's had on the FNL list, it does need a lot of help to get yourself going.
Yeah, just a few more extenders here and there just to try and push through and do all of those crazy things that we know Malice for, being just one of those decks that once it starts going, can you really stop it?
Just can't stop it. It's very, very strong.
Exactly.
I'm excited to see how it plays here, actually. We have Fletcher versus Shamail here. Very excited to see how this game goes. I have not seen either of them play before, but it should be interesting to see how it goes.
Looks like a 6 there from Fletcher going into a 4.
Fletcher going first, good luck to them. And Shamail going second by the looks of things, so good luck to Shamail.
That's a double. Let's re-roll the dice.
that's no. Not how this works.
So let's see how this Kashtira deck does going second, because at least from looking cursory at the deck list, there aren't that many options within the deck for this Malice matchup. If anything, the deck's trying to remove cards from play.
It does seem, if anything, to be kind of geared more towards Mitsurugi, I'd say, or maybe Yumi and whatnot. It doesn't seem to have a great deal of options in the main or side to deal with Malice, which is why Malice is becoming so much stronger in the current format, because when people stop preparing for it, it suddenly becomes an issue again.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, starting off here, we've got the Fualos coming down, which, well, at least give some extra cards and availability for Shamail on their turn. Obviously, now just going through, grabbing what looks like it might even be GWC just now.
Very possibly, yeah.
But again, I'm not sure exactly what's going to go on, because right now we just need to see if there's another extender available, really, I think. Well, I guess you can try the SP if you
do
wish.
Haggard Lizardos if it needs be,
Yes,
because you've only banished one of those so far, so there's plenty of options to play through here.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, well, to be fair, from the hand, it looks like there's a backup Secretariat, and there's also
plenty
the
of
March
extenders. So much good. Like,
and the Bestial as well. So yeah,
truly, I would be
bit of everything going on.
I'd be
here.
genuinely shocked if they are not able to get their whole combo out this turn.
Exactly that. So I would assume that one of those might even just be utilised now. To be honest with you, just to forego trying to go down the Haggard Lizardos or one of those sorts of lines. A second copy of Fualos there. I think
that's going to be the thing that slows them down.
Yeah, going from one to a second copy there, it's quite a big change as well, just because of how many summons are going to occur from the extra deck this turn.
Absolutely. Having said that, even with just one or two more summons, you can set up a fairly impressive field here with Malice. Maybe not fully enough, but enough to at least put up a fight, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just really if you're okay with giving an extra couple of draws, really.
Absolutely.
Because even going into maybe like the White Binder or any other link, that's one. Trying to go for a second link, that's two. That's already up to 4 draws there.
Yeah. Which we do see the search here for the Dormouse coming out. One of the best cards, arguably the best card in the deck. Limited to 1 now, so it's you really got to search for it. You really want to try and find it. You want to see it. I think
discarding it straight away
because again, you can banish it off of the other various things, the Bestial in hand and whatnot.
Yeah, we've got the Bestial, we've got a March here. Both are really, really good options just to try and keep going and extending the plays here.
Oh, we do see a Link 3 coming out here, and that is going to be another 2 draws for Shamail. That is going to be a chunky hand. I'll be very... I don't know, it's tough. It's a very tricky situation to be in as Fletcher, because you want to make sure to not give Shamail too many draws, but you also want to make sure to set up some kind of resistance here so that you don't get walked over.
Yeah, exactly. So going for the Red Radism here, just to add Maz in the mirror. I guess the big thing here is if you... if you use this, add them as a mirror now, is that kind of all you're going for? Or do you really want to like try and push for some extra extension into another link here?
It's very possible that that might be the end of things. And of course, you can set in one card, so it's very possible. You can just play during the opponent's turn somewhat with that Bestial, with the March Hare. There's plenty of options to keep playing during the opponent's turn here. So not a dreadful way to end for Fletcher's turn there.
And the Ghost Spell drawn for turn, which I believe was the GWC that was grabbed. So that will be really, really good to kind of counter that throughout this turn if need be. But obviously, Shamel now has, is that 6 cards, 7 cards in hand?
I believe that's 7, I could be wrong.
Yep. Starting with the
slamming down that Kashtira Unicorn.
In all honesty, the Unicorn's going to be really, really good here, just because getting rid of those options that the Malice deck has, it's not a deck known for playing duplicates, right?
No, you know what? I said at the start of the game that there's not a lot of options in the main deck to deal with Malice. I think the main deck is kind of built to deal with Malice, actually.
Yeah.
Like the Kashtira cards are custom built to get rid of those one-offs in the extra deck.
Exactly. So even if you like traditionally you want to remove from play cards, it's okay when they're being removed from play face down.
Yes.
Right? A little bit different there. So we're going to see the Malice in the Mirror used. The Red Ransom is going to be removed from play for that. Yep, and then it is now going to summon back to the field here. And I guess, we're just going to have to wait and see what else Shamel just has kind of available going throughout the rest of this turn, I guess. Obviously, the Unicorn is like quite a big part to start with. The other thing here is you can't summon the Fenrir if there is one.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's a Drone Lockbear drawn there, which not the greatest card against Malice, as we've discussed.
Having said that, even if the Unicorn is on the field there, you have a lot of options in that deck to do things. You can normal summon that one of the Primarch cards. You can do, there's things you can do. I don't think Shamel's out of the game.
No, definitely not. So the White Rabbit getting removed from play, most likely coming back, I would assume, just to try and get another trap card available.
Which activatable by banishing a Malice card here.
Exactly. So we're just going to have to see what's occurring here. They're just talking. White Rabbit being summoned, most likely going to set the MTP. And yeah, I guess, as you said, it's like you could just give away those 2 additional draws there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is kind of just letting, you might get a couple cards, but when you really think about it, they only really drew 1 card in that entire interaction, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Which I think you're kind of acceptable of as Fletcher.
Yeah, as to set up such a powerful field as that, as by no means is it the end point they want to get to ideally, but when you can't do ideal, you do the best you can.
Yes.
And that's plenty enough in this situation, it seems.
Exactly, and you're just seeing even more cards just being generated here for Fletcher. And we can see there's another copy or a copy of Wraith, so that's another copy of any Kashtira monster.
Absolutely.
Which, again, you could get the Rise Heart here, which would be quite nice.
Also, of course,
potentially extend.
Also, of course, having the additional effect of Wraith to when a Kashtira monster activates its effect, I believe it can destroy a card in the field, unless I'm much mistaken.
It's just the copy of Shangri-La here. Which
I see.
Which, if we get that far, I think that's really, really good news for Shamel, to
Absolutely.
be fair. But probably starting with the Rise Heart, unless there's a copy of Birth in hand potentially, which looks like a Fenrir.
Interesting. There might be the Birth in hand.
There
may be the Birth in hand.
Yeah.
Or some way to remove the Unicorn.
Yeah. Again, the Birth would be, feel really, really strong in these situations. Just being able to not only interrupt the graveyard of Fletcher, but also just giving extra assistance, getting that additional normal summon, if needs be, an extra monster to summon back from the graveyard, especially that Unicorn, which has its effects negated as a current. You could then use this effect to take one of those cards from the extra deck and remove it from play, face down.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I do spy a Primarch Drill Beam in Shamel's hand there, which is pretty darn good at the moment. But both players taking their time there, and although they do have to keep a proper pace of play, you don't blame them for taking their time and to make their mind up, because I don't think you get to this stage in the tournament at this record by rushing things, you know?
Yep.
I think at this point you do slow things down, take your time, and really think things through. I think we did go battle phase and crash into because I do believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, the attack and defense were swapped there because it was linked. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah.
Yes, it was, and that means that Castor Unicorn with the help from Raisoth was on bet 2300, meaning that it was able to crash into the Red Ransom and destroy both. So that means that the field was getting clear for Shamel to summon his Fenrir, which has been impermed. Oh my goodness.
Yep. Again, just here it's going to be a little bit unfortunate there for Shamel, just kind of like joking around there, just saying, oh, of course that's there as well.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, I did think I saw, even though it was a handful of cards drawn there from the Mulch Army, I think there are a few repeats.
Yeah,
which is never what you want to see. It effectively means that you've got one less card in your hand if you can't use both.
And especially here, it feels like there's just too much going on the side of Fletcher, just that Schumann might just not be able to keep up.
Yeah. Normal summon you got link plays, I suppose. You can, yeah, absolutely.
So.
Let's have a look what link plays we got going on. I'd imagine, you're going to go for something like your Silahat Rabbit or your SP Little Knight.
Yeah.
Also, just spotted this in the Edge deck, which is I don't think you can summon here, but it's just, I believe that's some kind of extender with
the Imdok. I would assume it just lets you turn the token from the Primate package, so then you can make it into an X-ray monster to go into that SP Little Knight there, which is quite a niche use case there, I'd say.
I like it. I like it.
A little bit cooler than a Link Spider there, isn't it?
A bit more of a flex.
Yeah.
Of course, he's going to seal with it.
That's cool as well. There we go.
Oh.
It all makes sense now.
He knows what he's doing, that Shamel. Yeah. He knows what he's doing.
No wonder he's at the record of 5 wins and 1 loss currently. So GWC used to try and summon something back.
There's the Ghost Spell.
Ghost Spell here. Again, looking pretty good on the side of Fletcher. You've still got 2 ways to extend. You've got the March Hare, you've got the Bestial Druid's Worm. Both of which really, really strong in this situation.
There's plenty here going on for Fletcher.
Exactly. So you're just getting so many pieces of advantage here, and especially with the the battle phase being spent from Shamel.
Yeah.
You have a lot less fear, I'd say.
Absolutely. I do think at this point Shamel is just trying to gradually, step by step, it seems like he's taking in the information, wanting to find out what would be the best move to go for here. What's the most optimal play, and understanding and really understanding the state of the field, which is very important to do, especially as I say in this stage in the tournament.
Yep. No, I very much agree there. So I think the White Rabbit was targeted to be removed from play by the Fenrir, which I think is the correct choice here. I
think the Fenrir was impermanent, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that is true.
Did they?
He just activated it, but yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah. Just to
see if they'll maybe change something. Which
sure.
I think that's a really good read from.
No, by all means, yeah, absolutely.
So we're just gonna see what else can be used. Do you think it's just going to go into the Silhouette Rabbit here?
It may well be, which again, I don't think, there you go. It's not nothing. That negate is not nothing.
No, exactly. And again, the goal is really just see if you can see another turn here at this point, right?
Absolutely.
Which I think is more than acceptable from Shamel. Just taking things, the read, which is always good to see.
Eking out those small amounts of advantage here exactly. With what is a much slower pace, more sort of grindy control kind of deck compared to that fast fluid, that combo deck that is Malice.
Yeah, exactly. So we're just going to watch and see if anything else gets utilised on this turn from the side of Fletcher. I think it depends really, because if you keep extending too much, you could just try and almost play into a copy of Nibiru, right?
Absolutely.
Obviously, we know Shamel may not have it, but
we know that they don't know.
But
that.
Exactly.
Which may inform the Typhoon here as well. See, that's interesting because the Silahat Rabbit does have an effect of being able to destroy a spell, I believe, a spell or trap on the field when a continuous trap is activated that can summon itself as a monster. I think that's the case. So you are foregoing that effect, but I guess it's maybe not that important here. Not activating here though.
That's really funny.
It's boosted too high.
Yeah, it's gained so much attack.
Oh no!
So it's more than.
I won't lie. I've done that exact play myself before. I've done that exact thing myself on multiple occasions. It's always a bit upsetting.
Okay, so we're gonna see. I think it's really, really hard for Fletcher to lose this game, in all honesty.
Well, there
are a few interrupts here and there, but...
There are 2 negates on the field now, because of course we have the Apophis, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Drill Beam set, and those Apophis cards are treated as normal monsters while they're on the field.
That is true.
So the Drill Beam is live as well.
Yeah, at least just from where I'm sitting, I'm just seeing so many of these cards right now, and I'm just like, oh, how can...
It's going to be tough.
How can like a Link 3 hitting the field right now be in a really bad spot?
I think it would require perfect play from Shamel and potentially misplays from Fletcher. Maybe not. I mean, we don't know fully. We don't know exactly what's in Shamel's hand either.
No,
it might be just the right cards to deal with the situation, but we'll see.
So looking to remove the Malice in the Mirror there. I'm assuming an amount of names are probably going to be removed as well.
Yeah.
Just
summon all of them back.
To be fair, you could look to remove some names. Oh, I guess there's no real value there. And then the Red Ransom there. And I think in that situation...
You do have to use that Apophis trap, don't you? Ooh, there is the Malice trap there. I forget which one's which, but I know about the picture.
Which looks like it's being met with the Drill Beam now.
Oh, there you go.
Just as you said.
Yep, that's going to be tricky, actually. Goodness me.
Yep. Fletcher just double-checking there what's going on with everything. But to be honest, if this gets halted, I would say that's... Yeah, as you said, it is a really, really strong play.
Yeah.
But there's still so much going on.
Absolutely. it does seem to be that I think Samael would need to have like the perfect hand traps in hand as well. Like it depends what Fletcher has in their hand as well. I can't quite make it out. It's Bestials and... Is
that a Lupus, potentially?
Yes, they do have they do have Canine cards.
Yep, so that might be the Lupus
Absolutely.
there. But obviously that Druiswur, oh sorry, the Boldrake even, is really, really strong at just being able to...
A Ghost Bow would be rather tasty here, but it's whether or not you have it, obviously. Which I don't believe Shamel has.
And this is just going to be a way to remove another monster from play. And again, it's just once one gets removed, another one, another one, another one.
They build and they go and they just snowball. It does get really, really big like that.
So the only thing is here, I guess, Shumel, I believe, has a Drum Lockbird in the hand.
Which, not particularly helpful, unfortunately.
Not the most useful here, I'd say. So
Malice renowned for playing around that card.
Yes. I'm just not really caring, right? Almost.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where it might not particularly enjoy it, and there might be the odd hand here and there, like with a lot of decks that don't care about it. But generally, no, it's not going to be a turn ender for Fletcher there if it all comes out for them.
Yep. Not being able to set there off of the White Binder. So we're going to see most likely the third Malice Link summoned here. Or actually, potentially, that's quite a lot of Link material if you remove all of those.
Could go access code if you really wanted to.
You can, but if you go access code, you can't use this effect again, I would say.
Yes, true.
Because otherwise the Typhoon will start negating it, and that's not what we want right now.
You make a fair point. Although having said that, if I guess the Typhoon's going to get banished now as well. I'd like to say if the Heart Scriptor boosts its attack like it can do, then it will be a problem. But no, it's gone.
Yep. So we're going to see the Heart Scriptor removing it just now. And just see what's really going on next here on the side of Fletcher.
Fletcher checking their graveyard now to make sure they can activate. It looks like White Binder's going to get interacted with March Hair here to summon itself back.
Which... Again, if you really want to, you can start looking to make that access code line, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And even though there's only really a couple of, I think it's all darks actually, from memory, still even just being able to remove one of those monsters from play, it's an extra monster on your side of the field, which you're just pushing that bit more
damage, that bit more aggression onto the opponent's side of the field there. So absolutely, yeah. White Binder being banished again, or is that the first time we got banished? I'm confused now. I think that was the first time.
That was the first time, yeah. So removing the Malice in the Mirror there, I'm going to use the White Binder to summon itself back and draw a card.
We do also have the Chess Cat added to hand there as well, which can... I don't believe Fletcher's used their normal summon yet this turn, unless I'm much mistaken.
No, no, they have not yet, no. So that again will just help push that little bit extra, right?
Absolutely.
So just double checking what's currently on the field and what the situation is, I believe, before committing that extra card.
Good to be cautious. Good to be cautious.
Is that is it Wizard Agnes with Cyber Squad?
I think it is Wizard Agnes. Yeah.
There we go. So we're just going to see if that can potentially also come down and just create those extra materials.
Also does summon from graveyard as well, so it gets you a lot of advantage.
Yeah, exactly. But I guess also, without knowing all of Shumel's deck, you may want to kind of respect some of the K. Actually, no, there's no way there's a K9 card.
Yeah, right.
There's no way.
You're never thinking that. You're never thinking that.
Yeah, never thinking about that. So, just going to see exactly where Fletcher's going to go here.
This is tricky. This is difficult because I think it looks as if, I could be wrong here, but it looks as if Fletcher is going for game here.
Yes.
And Shumel might be holding on just one last thing, just one last bit of interruption. Just so, you know, 'cause you don't know. You just simply don't know. And that is the access code coming out here, though.
Yep.
Which is going to be rather beefy, bringing that.
Yeah, there we go. There it is. There.
Yeah.
But I think we're all waiting for that just there, weren't we?
Absolutely.
But so yeah, we'll see Fletcher taking that game 1 win with the Malice strategy. I feel like we didn't really get to see everything that Kashtira deck had to offer there.
Not at all.
But obviously the Malice deck did go first. Yeah. It was a little bit interrupted. There was the full loss coming down, but I think you kind of managed through that, right?
Yeah,
you gave a couple of draws, but you still ended on enough resources and enough interruptions available that you were able to kind of stunt Shumel in his boots, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those. It's a deck that, like I said before, Malice is so good at just like play, combo, play. Whereas both Priamite and Kashtira are a lot slower paced.
Yes,
you really need to take your time playing those decks and like understand the current game state, see what cards are on the field, see, make predictions to what might be in the hand. You need to really think about what you're doing with each turn, because you don't get as much value out of each of your plays as something like Malice does.
Yes, no, I very much agree on that, and especially where you just got to try and make sure that every time you're using one of these little interactions that you're getting rid of like the most problematic cards, for example, be it with Unicorn from the extra deck or the Ephemerate on the field.
Yeah.
And then using anything else you have like the Prime Engine just to slow your opponent down as much as possible, that you can take that little bit of control and try and just like sneak your way away with the game.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you said, you have to think, what is the problem now? What's the problem we're dealing with right here? What's the most pressing issue? Dealt with that, next.
Yes.
And the thing with Malice is that it will just keep throwing those problems up at you. It will just keep playing. There's a reason it's been so heavily hit on the Forbidden Limited list, and it's still playable.
Yeah.
It's still so strong.
So dominant even. We were seeing like, I think we even saw it in Top Cut Bolognia, we saw so many like, well, we saw the charts earlier showing the conversion rate going even that little bit further up in the percentages.
Yeah.
Just showing that even the players are recognizing that this deck is still really good, and it just depends on the weekends, I'd say. As we spoke with Josh Kelly earlier, he was like, well, sometimes I want to play Maz, sometimes I want to play Mitsurugi, sometimes I want to play Yummy Mitsurugi, sometimes just pure Yummy, just depending on what he thinks the format's going to be at that state of mind.
I do think that there is something to be said for being able to switch between decks.
Yes,
but there is also something to be said for having a pet deck.
Yes,
I think there's both sides of that can be very, very impactful to the way you play, and also very useful to you at a tournament. If you're very good at switching between decks, and I know this one, I know that, I know to play this, you can make a prediction for what will be useful in that current tournament and whatnot. However, if you have a pet deck, I know a lot of people who play Malice, it's a complete they
pet
love
deck.
it.
Yeah, they'll just keep on playing and playing
all the time. Absolutely. Wouldn't shock me if this was the case with most Malice players, and that's fantastic. Hey, I've got a pet deck myself. I'm sure you do as well. And it's you know your pet deck very well. You know how it works. You know how it plays, and you are often in a very good position when playing.
I definitely have been stuck playing pet decks for way too long in my past. I should maybe take it a bit slower and not play those. Play something a bit new, something a bit refreshing, but I can't be stopped, and I keep on going back to them.
Yeah, I will never put down Goblin Bikers. I'll never put it down.
So we're heading into this game number 2 now. I can only assume Shumel's going first here.
Just from the siding options for Fletcher. For going second, I guess it'll just be maybe Perulia. There's not a lot else you get value out of.
Yeah, I think I would respect Perulia more than something like maybe even like Fualos, right?
Yeah, we do see the We do see the Fenrir coming down, not activating into Vex straight away because obviously you don't want to play into Droll immediately. But we do see now the Primite being normal summon as well. That is both parts of Shamel's deck being immediately accessed, and that's what you love to see.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a Nibiru in the hand as well, which on its own, not always the most strong against Malice, right?
No.
But whenever you see like paired up with another card, it can be quite detrimental and quite devastating, really, for the strategies.
Absolutely.
So I think just adding off of the Fenrir here, probably going to go for a Rise Heart, I would assume.
Absolutely. You'd think so, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's I think the Nibiru might be the best thing to go for Shamel here. There's not a great, maybe Dimensional Fissure, but Malice can play around that very well. So
not. I think if anything, the Dimensional Fissure will probably aid the Malice player, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Turn some of those 1-card plays or 2-card plays into 1-card plays.
Absolutely.
So we're going to see the Primite engine coming into fruition here. Looks like the Fenrir might even get linked away here.
I wasn't looking at the screen. I don't know if we added from the Fenrir. I assume we did.
Yes, we added a Unicorn.
Perfect.
So yeah, holding that for the following turn.
We do have the Draw Beam set. We do have the Silhouette Rabbit. There is a couple of negates here. There is the destruction from the Silhouette Rabbit. There's plenty going on here. This is a decent feel we have for Shamel. And also some cards in hand that I don't believe, apart from maybe 1 or 2, I don't think we know what they all are at the moment.
No, it looks like there's another barrel in there. There's a Unicorn. There's the Nibiru. I'm not sure if there's another piece of non-engine in there. But is that the Lordy Lows now?
It's not a huge amount of interaction, but it's enough interaction, And there comes that dragon dwelling in the deep. What a great card! Wait, is it because it might just because the it has high defense. That's why. Okay, you know what?
Fair play.
You know what? Yeah. That's a chunky defense. That's 2,000 defense. That's not nothing. You know what? I take back what I said. That's a great choice, actually, Shabbat. Well done.
So obviously we've got a few pieces of layered interaction here, and it's just really hoping that Shumel is able to navigate this. That Fletcher just won't be able to press on through, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the hardest part here is just if they can.
If they can, and with Malice, it's always an option. It's always something they can do. We do see the impulse coming down onto that. I think that would definitely also stop the search effect, if I'm not much mistaken.
Yes.
You know what? I'm actually not 100% sure how that interacts with that.
I would believe so. I need to
I would assume so.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's the start of the effect. It's the special, isn't it? So yeah. That does unfortunately shut off one of Shamel's interactions unless he has something that can play through or stop that. I don't think he does.
No, it just looks like, again, we're just trading it 1 for 1, right?
Yeah.
And quite a cool note on these like more old school like monster trap cards. Because it's been negated, it will just stay there. It's face up now.
Yeah. It does also suck for the fact that now Silhouette Rabbit can't get the destruction effect.
Yes,
that's actually
true.
That's actually a 2-for-1 trade.
That is true. Actually, yeah. That is massive actually when you think about it. So that's again really, really good for Fletcher here.
Yeah.
Starting with the Chessy Cat, going to remove something from play to draw 2 additional cards
with the threat of the set card behind it as well. So you know that you can target it for negation if you want to, but it might not be there by the end of the effect.
Yes. Is that the Dormouse?
It is the Dormouse coming out there, yeah.
March here, and either a Wizard, a Cyberse, or a backup Secretary there drawn, which both really, really strong draws there for Fletcher.
Very much so.
The Dormouse now returning to the field, being what was one of the best starter cards within the Man's strategy, now limited to 1.
Yeah.
But still a phenomenal card.
There's
one of the best cards in the deck.
That Drill Beam coming out, and we're going to find out now what that set card is.
Yep. I believe it was, unless my eyes mistook me, it was the GWC.
Okay.
It is allowed to go through.
Okay, interesting.
I guess here what can happen is probably just elect to go into the Lingaribo, I'd say.
Yeah, Lingaribo, you have the Wizard in hand, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, you can still play here. There's plenty to do here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the scariest part about Malice is it's just not... we keep saying it just doesn't stop.
Keeps going. Just keeps going.
So we're going to see Lingaruba summoned. We're going to wait to see which extender of choice Fletcher decides to summon down onto the field.
That
Bestial Magnum.
It is the Magnum.
Which, if
that's
anything,
an extender.
It's extender, and it gives you another card later in the turn, which is
absolutely
nothing to be scoffed at.
More interruption yet as well. I think at this point it is. We are looking at Jamel thinking like I think it will be the beer in hand is going to be the only thing here, but don't know what else is in his hand apart from I think it's Nibiru, the Primarch Dragon, and the Unicorn. So it's you gotta make sure this Nibiru is useful. If it doesn't work out properly, then it's just going to be.
I think you kind of maybe it's here you have to drop it. I think
there
you
you
might
go.
be right.
There's a Nibiru.
Just if they're playing the Link Karibo, Link Spider, or not. I think that's like the biggest part here.
That's a good point. We should check if they are or not. I would assume so, because most players do. No, actually.
Obviously looking to play the Cherubini as well.
Oh.
Alongside the extenders in the side deck.
Yeah.
We're going to see this Nibiru come down. And to be fair, because the Bestial was used ahead of the copy of March here, it makes it that little bit harder to extend now, I would say.
It really does,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry, instead of the backup secretary, if that was the card.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to play through this properly now, unless I'm much mistaken. I could be, obviously don't know what's in hand. This is a difficult situation for Fletcher to be in now. But we do see
but
the
there's
March
another
coming
there's a
down.
March here as well, so there's even more extension there.
Even more.
Which cannot be complaining now with just your ability to keep on playing through every interrupt that's been faced with.
Potentially like another Lingaruba, which gets you the Wizard in hand, which gets you it's gonna keep going.
It's gonna get you to everything you want, really.
That snowball is gonna keep getting bigger at this point.
So just deciding where to go. I think it might be the Haggard Lizardos.
Yeah, it looks like a link to some variety.
Yep. Which again, not the worst option here, just being able to remove from play the March here and then also get that additional resource back if need be.
Oh wait, no, it is a Lingaruba.
Nope, there we go then.
Maybe they heard me.
Then we've got the extender and a Call by the Grave, which I guess not quite needed this game.
No. I mean, you never hate to see it, but yeah. And then we see the Wizard Agnista coming out. Summoning that March Air, that is now a Manus Link 3 available on the field, and we'll see how that goes from here.
Yep, I'd assume we're looking towards potentially the Red Ramson.
I would have thought so. It gets you, again, it's more extension at that point.
Yeah,
'cause you
exactly.
get the field spell.
And then you can also look to get the White Rabbit in circulation. Look to choose out one of your trap cards.
The trap, it banishes the Red Ransom, gets that. It's a lot. It's a lot going on here.
So we're just going to see exactly where it's going. Yep, looks exactly like what we just said. I guess for Shimel here, it's just really pray and see you get to the next turn.
Yeah.
And then hopefully kind of similar lines that we had in the previous game kind of get you there, right?
It's like we said before, sometimes you have to hope on the misplays. And it does happen every now and then. Sometimes it does. I've definitely had games myself where I, by all right, should have lost the game, and my opponent has just made a little mistake somewhere, and it's kept me in for one more turn, you know? Not saying that will happen here, obviously, because both players have played exceptionally well throughout the day to get to this stage, but Shamel maybe not just giving up hope just yet.
Yeah, some of my wins within my time dueling have just come so almost like sporadically just from where I think my hand is going to lose to a single interrupt.
Yeah.
My opponent decides to use their interrupt in a different place.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh,
well,
I got away with this.
That's actually fine, yeah,
exactly.
wow. Yeah. Interesting to see when that sort of thing happens, to be fair. But I think at this point, as I say, I don't think either player has really put a foot wrong yet.
No. And I think in this instance, we've just got Fletcher just deciding what's the best port of call, really, just to ensure that they win the game.
Absolutely.
Right?
Because I think there is potential to win the game here and now.
Yes.
And it's a matter of how do you go about that? Or do you do what we mentioned before, which is you build up your field and just wait for the next turn? But if there is a next turn, that gives Shaman a chance to go again, you know?
Yep.
So
Exactly.
it's a difficult one because we know that Shamel has follow-up in hand with the Promo Dragon, with the Kashtira card. So it's a tricky spot here for Fletcher to think, do I go for game here or do I just try and set up interruptions here?
Yep. And I think it's really important. If that was the GWC set earlier that I believed it was, this could just be looking towards game on field currently. If not, then it looks like we've got a little bit of a slower play going back into Shumel's turn here, which might be the exact opening he's looking for.
Yeah.
Just double checking the resources in the graveyard ahead of passing back over to Shumel here. Just trying to decide what else could be done.
Absolutely.
Setting of the Call by the Grave Witch. This feels like it's the opening that we were after.
Absolutely. Standby phase, we're going to see the effect of those promo cards activating, coming back into circulation, unless they're called by, which they may well be, but it does not seem to be the case here. But yeah, that's going to be. This is a lot now for Shumel. Shumel could actually. This is big. This could actually lead to some real comeback here.
Yeah, especially with this one where now the Unicorn can summon. The Unicorn can get you that Castria Birth, maybe even Castriosis. Then you still got the ability to get back into your Primite engine there.
Ooh, we do see the MTP coming out here immediately.
Yep. And I think that's
March Hare being summoned.
kind of okay there, yeah. So the Unicorn being removed from play, the
Or
March Hare being added to hand.
rather, I should say, yeah.
And I think this isn't the worst thing for Shumel here.
Not at all.
Obviously, you'd much rather have it in circulation, but
it's not the end.
It's not the end.
Not
the end is not. But
we do have the Primite card coming out now, the Primite Ether Barrel.
Yep. I think the big thing here is just if that March Hare is unchecked, it's very, very, very hard for Fletcher to be out of this game right here and right now. Just being able to get all of that recursion through from the Malice strategy here. So we're just going to see players shuffle up, and
Could be interesting to see how Shumel plays this here, because Malice is also one of those decks that can look deceptively like the field is quite small.
Yes,
yeah. And then it does that thing where it just accrues advantage after one or two little activations and effects here and there. So this could be a lot on the field for Fletcher, even though it's only a couple of cards.
Yeah, exactly. And even if just like that March Hare then triggers one of the Malice monsters within the graveyard, be it the Link, be it maybe even a White Rabbit to get GWC in circulation, it's already like really, really strong just to be able to do that.
Absolutely.
And just keep the engine going on. And again, just ensuring you're not really out of contention here.
Yeah.
For me, it feels like if Shumel hasn't really got too much going on here, you just kind of have to try and... Yeah, you haven't really got too much going on here,
I don't think so, unfortunately, no. I think it's worth sitting there and trying to work it out, though. It's by all means, it's worth trying to make the effort and understand how you can win here. Summoning that dragon what's it called again? The dragon dwelling in the cave. That's the one. Long name. You can go for various plays here. There's a potential for. There's no rope balls in the. Oh, no, there is. Sorry. There is Bakuska in the edge. But we have gone for the Typhoon.
Looks like they're gonna now just make the play to put some pressure on, get rid of the March Hare, get rid of the Red Ransom. Red Ransom is going to trigger to summon itself back. And then really, yeah, we're just waiting to see how they're going to answer that Typhon that has just been summoned.
I don't know that the Typhon's going to be a huge issue
I don't
for them,
think
truthfully.
so. But
it's not nothing, but it's also not devastating.
No.
Either.
I guess you just don't want them to let them return one of those links to the extra deck.
Exactly.
It could just be avoided, right?
Yeah. The issue obviously being where if Fletcher decides to summon the Heart Scriptor from Banish and get the huge attack boost, or decides to summon the Access Code Talker again, you want to make sure that that Typhon is gone before that becomes an issue.
Exactly as we discussed in the previous game, I think, wasn't
it? Yes, 100%, yeah.
So just going to remove from play
the drill beam's gone. That is tough.
I guess just deciding that Typhon can do its thing right now, right?
Yeah. We are running a bit low on the clock, actually, because this is only game 2.
Yep.
But it's going to be a matter of if Fletcher can pull this out of the bag, or if Shumel can carry on. But I think there's actually another Nibiru in Shumel's hand. I think I just spotted.
Yes, yeah, it was drawn for turn. But I think as long as Fletcher considers that, we've already seen one Nibiru, maybe there's an additional one.
Yeah.
Then I think we can kind of get to the point where it doesn't really matter too much.
Absolutely.
We can also potentially look to use the Hearts Crypto
Yeah.
once again, but within the battle phase this time. So
Oh, of course.
you can kind of build around this, that Nibiru cannot be activated whilst the Typhoon is on the field.
Of course, yeah.
Go into the battle phase, get it out of there, and then look to seal the rest of the game off.
Many options here for Fletcher.
Yep.
I think we are going to see the Typhon attack over the Red Ransom
Yep.
here. Get rid of that threat from the field, which is a very fair thing to do. I think, because obviously Typhon stops you from summoning the rest of the turn, I think that's just a passive turn there, unless I'm much mistaken.
I think you have to use the... Surely you're using the Typhon to return the Hearts Crypto to the extra deck, right?
You'd think so.
Assume so.
Let's see, I suppose.
I guess not.
Apparently
in this
not.
Instance.
Apparently not.
Maybe feel it's better to keep it there for one reason or another.
Starting the turn off with that
March.
I think that was drawn for turn as well.
Yeah, yeah, I believe so.
Very powerful.
Or it might have been added back last turn. And then
Red Ransom coming back, searching for another spell.
going to most likely get another copy of Underground, I would assume.
You'd think so.
Maybe
You'd
in the
think
mirror,
so.
to be fair. But
Underground, there you go.
There we go. So, just so we're aware, that's summon number 2.
It is.
Let's see if this Nibiru does actually achieve anything here.
Number 3.
Access Code Talker.
Which I don't think has the attack boost yet, if I'm not mistaken.
No. Doesn't look like
Number
it.
4. SP, getting rid of the Typhon.
That's
and
okay.
skipping your own battle phase.
Yeah, it's just,
no, just stopping the damage, I should say.
Yes, yeah.
Not closing the game out.
Yeah, and if anything, this is just that little bit worse, right? If we get hit by the Nibiru the Primal Being, just in case. Oh, I guess you've got the SP Little Knight too.
You can banish both of those.
Keep something around, right?
But that's if we can manage that, and then that's going to that's the 5th summon.
Yep. Exactly, which is, I mean, it's quite nice that you're able to at least...
I think Fletcher missed the SP effect there, unfortunately. That is a shame.
Yep. And I guess with the Underground, the Dormouse could come out if you so wish.
Yeah.
Which I think is going to happen here.
There we go.
And then, because I think the Dormouse was returned to the deck previous
I believe so, yeah.
And we'll see just exactly what happens there. Oh, I don't... Oh.
I'm unsure now.
Yeah.
But again, we're still in the Nibiru range here.
Yep.
We are still in this main phase 2 now. Dormouse has been summoned. I think we are going to get the Dormouse effect now to banish the Chessy Cat, which can bring itself back, of course, now. And obviously, it's something that a lot of players don't take into account, myself included, when I've played the deck myself. But I always forget of the little bit of chip damage you take every time you activate one of their effects, because it does rack up over a long game.
Yeah, exactly. So we're just going to see all of these coming down. I feel like you just kind of need to slam this Nibiru Primal Being down as soon as possible, because if you wait just too long,
there we go.
The White Binder will come out, and that's one of the ways you can lose this game.
Yeah. So we are going to go for the SP to save something that we have here. But, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like there's no real good solution of what you can kind of hold on to here.
No.
And I guess this is the sort of opportunity we're talking about where Shumel's just trying to get that little bit of advantage, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
But without the Drill Beam, I feel like it becomes just that little bit harder.
It's tricky. It's really tough. I'm genuinely, especially with the Nibiru on the field now.
Yep.
There's no guarantee you're going to be able to summon those Kashtira cards next turn.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a tough spot for both players at the moment, but I would have to give the edge to Fletcher, if only somewhat. It's tough. It's a tough situation to be in for both players, I think.
Yeah. Obviously, if you've got no way of dealing with that copy of the Nibiru token there, it's going to be very hard for... well, it's just going to switch into attack position.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a big token.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't have a lot of defense, though, I don't believe, because it was mostly linked monsters that made it. So I think it's fairly walk-overable.
Yeah.
But it's whether or not you want to do that instead of maybe walk over the SP or the Crypto.
Yes.
Or
yeah,
what
exactly. So we're just going to see what happens next. I think...
Primate again, not a bad way to go.
No, and I think that's perfectly fine, because it's got quite decent stats as well from memory.
Don't believe that's no effect. I don't think it's.
Yeah.
I think it's just going.
And there's, with no Malice cards banished from play,
yeah,
not able to use the Heart Crypto there to remove the Nibiru from play, so just able to swing over quite convincingly.
And then I believe... Oh, no, he does get an attack from the Lordy Load, of course.
Oh, that's true. So we're going to see Schumacher really actually take control of this game, which I actually thought was going to be quite an issue, right? Looking into the previous couple turns, I thought it was kind of out of contention.
Absolutely. It's very impressive, and it's exciting to see how this could go from here, but there are only 7 minutes on the clock, and this is only game 2.
That is true.
So this is difficult here.
Very difficult for both players.
We may see a double loss. We may see Shamal concede or lose at some point. We may see Fletcher, and then it's still a double loss if we don't finish the last game up.
Yep.
We're not sure what's going to happen here. This game is actually running quite long.
Yeah.
We're going to wait and see Ash Blossom stopping
the pot
of prosperity.
Yeah.
That's got to sting.
Yep. But the thing is, right, Fletcher is on 0 cards. A lot of those extra resources gone.
Yeah.
You kind of need to like draw something really nice off the top, I would say. Being...
And he was in the Bagusa coming out, I believe. Which I don't know how to put it. That's quite an interesting take when you're trying to get the game to go faster, perhaps. But then we're also in the Link Monster, which obviously going to go through.
Yep.
Because that's any monster there's going to do the job, and that is going to make for more Malice cards, obviously.
Yep. Well. The Lizardos there, especially just being able to remove from play a monster, and then you're just back in the driver's seat as the Malice player. Yeah.
Literally any monster there was let's keep playing.
Exactly.
Which is really impressive, actually.
I guess thinking about that, they could have been completed last turn, right? Because we didn't use the normal summon, I believe.
I believe we did eventually. I think we went for... No. You know what? I'm not sure.
I don't believe...
Sure,
I might be incorrect, but saving that Ash for the following turn isn't always the issue here. Just to act as another layer of interruption. Going to start removing Link monsters from the graveyard. Again, we are just going to keep on building up here as the Malice player. Obviously, though, we are getting a little bit lower on life points, I would say.
Very much so. There's not a lot of space left for Fletcher to pay life points, and they don't want to make a mistake and not keep track of that.
Exactly.
It does happen. It does happen.
It does. So
I've had it happen, not to me, but to people I've played against, and I'm saying, I'm so sorry, buddy.
Yep. Down to the last 600 now, I believe, even. But I think finally reaching up into that white binder, which... Again, this will be the swing back that Fletcher needs to maybe even just seal this game in the last couple of minutes. So, looking to grab a trap from the deck, and then...
Unless I'm much mistaken, which are very well... I'm going to read the card, actually, before I say anything. But the Red Ransom currently points to a... So it does currently point to... Oh, it's been removed? So the Nibiru is in defense, but it should have 3k defense currently.
Yep.
Which I'm hoping is not going to be an issue here, but I'm not sure.
Nope.
No longer put through a monster.
Like
there you go.
Well, the other thing here is that they're both going to be summoned back, so...
Yeah.
But I guess the Red Ransom is...
I think this is looking like game here.
Yes, I'd say so.
Or if not, very... Oh, wait, no. White Binder can't come back. Fletcher doesn't have enough life points.
Oh, that is true. Actually, no, you gain it off of the...
Oh, of course you do. Yes, of course.
So the White Binder will come back. We'll be able to draw that card, and then the White Binder will be able to remove some cards from play. So then the Heart Cryptor will be able to remove from play that Nibiru, the primal being, I'd say. Which is exactly what is about to happen, and all that really matters here is that something gets removed from play.
Yeah. And then it's just cleaning up at that point.
Yep, and as always, it's just this Malice strategy. It just keeps on going.
It's so impressive. I love watching someone who is good at playing Malice play Malice, because it's such a pleasure to see them accrue that advantage. That was a token and an Ash Blossom.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Really impressive. So huge one on the Fletcher there, played exceptionally well. After Chimel did very well there. No complaints from either side there. I think they both did their best with the hands they drew.
Exactly. And what I learned about that, the prime Kashtaria deck, is it just felt like every single time there was like a sliver of a chance.
Yeah.
He clung onto it and just tried to get back into that game at every single instance.
Also goes to show how talented of a player Shamel is, because you can have that chance, but if you don't spend it properly, it's not going to do what you need to do. So I think it was really going to show how talented of a player Shamal was to always find the right place to use those chances here.
Exactly.
So very impressive from both players there. Fletcher taking the game. Overall, I guess we'll be back in a bit with a player interview.
Yep.
Hello Genesis enjoyers, we want to bring you some deck themes that have been supported or have come out in Doom of Dimensions that you can run in your Genesis decks. You know, there is no forbidden and limited list, but a point system. And we brought you some decks that don't really have a lot of points in them.
Exactly that, so we're going to be taking a look at a very big range, whether you want to be synchro summoning some monsters, or if you just want to utilize the power of Xyz alongside some quick play spell cards. So why don't we have a look at our first monster, which should be very familiar to you, all of the fans of the 5Ds era.
Yep, there is Bramble Rose Dragon, of course resembling Black Rose Dragon deck, or just plant type decks in total, because cards like Dandelion have no points in Genesis format, and you know there has been a crazy combo in the past. Debris Dragon summon back Dandelion, and then Synchro summoning the Black Rose Dragon already. Now you can summon Black Rose Dragon on your opponent's turn. You can set up powerful fields without using many points so that you can play your generic staples like Triple Pot of Greed.
Exactly that, and sticking with the synchro theme, how about we take a look at Psychics? You can utilize them with punks or on their own by utilizing a brand new card like Serene Psychic Sorceress. This may get you access to emergency teleport should you wish, but you can also go for parallel teleport instead. This will then allow you to trigger the added benefit and effect of Serene in order to get you access to return 2 monsters or up to 2 monsters on your opponent's field to the hand.
Teleport cards are mostly quick play spells, and I see some synergy there. Radiant Typhoon is a deck that has also come out with Doom of Dimensions, basing around the, of course, also iconic Mystical Space Typhoon. The deck is super controlling and a lot of fun. There are also no points in that deck, so you're free to add whatever cards you want. Also, the Fallen and the Virtuous is a card that is coming out that is incredibly strong with the deck. But also, just Radiant Typhoon Vision on its own is such a good card. Being able to draw 2 cards and then discarding a quick play spell can really help you with decks like Memento.
Moving on for quick play spells and synchros, let's look at a brand new theme that utilizes Xyz summoning with very little point inclusions, mainly the Doom Zs. So when you look at like their main boss monster of Doom Z12, Zero Drastia, this gives you the ability to work your way into the very powerful rank 8 Xyzs, and that's going to give you the ability to start to take some of your opponent's cards as equip spells and traps.
If you love Xyz summoning, then there is also another deck in Doom of Dimensions that has received support, and that is Onomat. Onomat Hokage is just another addition to those Onomat cards. The deck is summoning Xyz monsters incredibly quickly. You don't have to pair them up with Ryziels just like in the advanced constructed format. You can do whatever you like. Go into all of your Xyz monsters and, well, get going with your Genesis locals. So we'll see you there.
Welcome back. We're here with Fletcher, the winner of the Round 7 feature match, piloting Malice expertly, I would say. For the most part.
For the most part.
Just the SP thing I noticed was an issue. But I want to talk to you about some of your options here in the deck, which we actually didn't see much of during the game. So you actually do have the Canine Izuna, and as well as the Lupis in the deck.
Yes, so obviously K9 Izuna kind of just like auto wins the Draco Tail matchup, which I haven't played yet today, but like the theory's there. It also gives you an axis with Habakiri, it helps you play through Lancia as well, and that was the main reason why I was using it. Like you mainly use it to link climb more than to XZ summon.
Love it, wonderful, wonderful. I've lost the thing, bear with me. We also have the Reddit Typhoon cards in the side deck, which are obviously a very powerful starter for going first and whatnot.
Yeah, so they're mainly there for going first. I really didn't want to play them, but I was really struggling with like making the list, so I received some help from like some players that are a lot more accomplished than I am, and they were like, look, you have to play these, and I've drawn them once, and they won me that game. So
they're just
so far 100% win rate.
Very strong in this deck. They just seem free.
Yeah, it's 3 bodies.
Yeah,
and Malice famously 3 bodies. You're doing all right.
Yeah, it's very powerful. Obviously, you're at Typhoon bits and bobs here. I also noticed no Link Spider.
No Link Spider. Nibiru is not real, and I will stand by that fact. And every time it resolved, I recovered. It's fine. Link Spider does not need to exist.
I was very impressed by your recovery in those games. I'm so afraid of Nibiru in all the decks I play, so I always try and fit something in there.
It does help when you draw Wizard at Agnista, I will say. But again, that's another thing the K9 cards are there for, is to like help combat Nib. So like the space, you need the second Lingaribo in the list, and it was that or Link Spider. So
entirely fair. I think your options were stellar. Actually, honestly, I think it's a very competently built deck. Love to see it. And again, I think you play both. I think both players played very well there. I think it was a pleasure to watch those games, and I wish you luck in the rest of your matches.
Thank you very much.
Are you feeling good about your next 2?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. I think, we'll play them out. I came with no expectations, and I've made it this far, so I'm just going to keep playing how I can and hope that something happens.
Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Remember the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh? Collecting the trading cards and rushing home to watch the latest anime episode and playing the very first Yu-Gi-Oh video games. It's been over 25 years since that journey first began. Time has gone by quickly, but we all still have that inner duelist inside who believes in the heart of the cards.
And now, the early days are back. It's time to duel, as over a dozen classic Yu-Gi-Oh games return. Duel alongside old friends and rivals. Explore vast worlds. Become the true king of games with unique challenges to master. Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available on the 27th of February on Nintendo Switch and Steam.
It has been a while. I hope that was okay.
Oh, that was perfect.
You think so?
Yeah.
That was all right?
Yeah.
I like the way you guys sound better.
No way.
All right.
輝けしドラグマよ。ああ、愛しき神の子らよ。赤き血の時代を終え、白き光の時代を始めよう。祈り手を天に捧げ、福音の時を迎えよう。聖魂よ、神の子を守りたまえ。聖魂よ、あだなす者を滅ぼしたまえ。聖魂よ、我らが極北の地に常しえの栄光をもたらしたまえ。ドラグマータ。
エクレシア、お姉様。今日は立派だったな。ありがとうございます。懐かしい。鎧すらまとったことがなかった少女が立派になった。もちろんです。お姉様との約束ですから。これから一層国の期待に応えねばな。はい。私、この国の規律は理解しているつもりです。異教徒への処罰も。ただ、私は言葉を交わせば分かり合えると思っているんです。聖魂がなくても皆が祝福を受けられる世界になると信じて。甘い。だが優しく強い。困難な道に進もうとするお前を教師様が次の聖女に見据えた気持ちも理解できる。ありがとうございます。お姉様がそばにいてくださって心強いです。お前とこの国を守るのが私の責務だ。私が神器をまとう際はお姉様ではなく騎士団長と呼ぶのだぞ。はい、お姉様。まったく。お姉様。空が。
Back to the round 8 feature match now, which I'm very excited for because there are one deck here we've actually not seen yet today. And that is Vanquish Soul K9, which is very popular, but we've not seen our feature match yet, so we're quite excited for it.
I think for me, that's the deck I've been looking forward to the most out of everything today, just following that really impressive performance that kind of came out of the woodworks last week, being a YCS Bolognia. For me, that deck was one that I really, really, really loved playing prior to that cursed Forbidden Limited list that took away some of those key consistency cards that we had prior. So obviously we're just setting up the table now. So let's just talk a little bit about it, I guess, right?
Yeah,
we've spoken about the Vanquish Soul K9 deck a little bit before, but right now, obviously, we've got a player, Ben, currently at an X1 record, I would believe, going into this final round. Playing a little bit of a fringe list because there's not that many fire cards in this deck, I'd say.
No, there's not a great many, but you do have the Dogoran, which is a nice one to add to almost any list in this respect. We do also have a card that has gained a lot of popularity over the last week with, I think, being quite famously used by Josh Schmidt at the Bologna YCS brain. And that is the Tiras Keeper of Genesis, which is very powerful as a going second option if you can summon that during the opponent's turn and it just sits there and is just a free Typhon, more or less.
Yes, exactly.
Unless it gets Zilafernid.
Yes.
In which case, maybe not.
So that's why we've got to lead with it being in the extra monster zone there.
We do.
But what I'd say just with this deck is you see some people playing maybe like the Impulse, the Rescue Race Impulse, and the Fire Attacker just to give that extra little bit fire push in the deck that it kind of strives for. Because you don't really have that many. You have like maybe what? It's 8 currently.
It's 8, yeah. There are 8
and
of them.
I think that's the biggest stress point on the deck is you just need that fire monster when you're trying to make those pushes with your Hollies too, and just really with all of your engine pieces.
I'm actually surprised that there aren't any fire attackers. I've noticed that a lot with the more recent lists that you see. There aren't really any fire attackers, rescue race stuff, which in my mind would be very strong.
Yes.
Obedience
called with the Hornet drones chained to it just to get
interesting, just more on the field at that point.
Yeah, essentially going straight into 4 monsters here, which is
wow.
Well, swarming the field.
That's impressive.
Yep.
What a cracking start there.
Yeah, looking at Ben's list here as well. Obviously, it's a light monster, so we're not really looking to see that in the build prone being here. We would have seen some more Charmies come down potentially already if they were.
It is in the side deck though, so maybe next game.
Maybe we'll see it in a bit then. Just for now, obviously going to go through the movements even. We don't need the minion here, so we'll go for the Croaky just to kind of insulate ourselves a little bit from some disruptions that may occur.
Going immediately for which one's it going to be? I'd imagine Cupsy.
Yeah. It's always Cupsy, isn't it? It's always Cupsy.
You have to imagine. There it is. Beautiful ultimate rare Cupsy.
Yeah. Although it's upside down compared to the token now. It's like they're having a little base now.
Is that really bothering you? Is that really upsetting you? Oh, it's wrong. It's wrong.
I'm going to get out a couple of additional names there. What looks like a lot of Starlight rares there.
A whole lot of fancy, lovely rarities. I'm a little bit like a magpie with these cards. I can't help myself. I see the shinies, I want them.
You and me.
Yeah.
The upside down Cupsy there is screaming to me. I need it.
It's gone.
It's gone now. Okay, that's okay.
Oh, we're safe. We're safe.
So we're going to see a second statue being summoned here, allowing you to just extend that a little bit further with some of these additional names in the hand, especially something like Cupsy. Most likely going for a surprise here, but
you'd expect so. But last time you said that it didn't happen.
Exactly.
It happened this time. It happened this time.
Finally, I'm back on the right path. So we're going to see, just going through the movements here. Most likely going to go for the Lollipop here just to get some additional monsters back onto the field.
This is quite famously not the best matchup for a K9 deck as well. I don't believe we've seen the Marshmallow effect to summon itself yet. And therefore, the K9 cards, if they are in Ben's hand, are not live currently.
Yes, exactly. And it just makes it so almost not half your deck, but a good portion of your deck are like that little bit more redundant, right?
Absolutely.
And especially when you're going second, you're trying to like force your way through all of the interruptions that they may have. It's just quite hard, like
very much so.
without getting so much value from these cards.
Yeah, we do see the Starham. the Starham coming out. You got to put some respect on his name. So we see the Starham coming out here. Obviously, we can't go into Herald at this point because we have been through the the obedience school, so we can't go Herald right now. I'm actually curious as to what's going to happen with that token. It's not going to do a huge amount, but I guess it's there. You can use it.
I guess
for
it's
stuff.
there if we need to use it as a synchro material going into Ben's turn here. What I'd say is just, I guess you can almost just straight away synchro into that Herald of the Arclight, which is just formidable, really, and especially with Ben's hand, it looks like there's an awful lot of the VS cards in hand, which
very much so.
When you're playing this deck, if you actually just hit that kind of just total amount of loads of VS cards in your hand, you can kind of just start pushing and pushing and pushing with all of these additional special summons and an advantage gained through the attributes. So we just have to see really how Ben's able to start this turn off.
We do see the Hollies. Was that drawn for turn, the Holly? So I don't think it was.
I don't think it was either.
I suppose you don't particularly want to activate that during the opponent's turn because you do have your opponent can take the opportunity and take advantage from that.
Yes,
by
exactly.
your activation.
Especially just gaining just additional resources, returning maybe the Lollipop to the extra deck to get 2 more summons out, and then you can see where they can go from there.
Normal summon Noroi, strong start.
Yeah. Going to be able to grab another Canine from the deck.
You're going to see the Snatchy coming out here straight away to Synchro. I'd imagine just immediately going for the Herald.
Yeah, you can either go straight for the Herald, you can be a little bit more passive, and you can go for something like the Gouki here, maybe trying to put the Noroi face down. Look, going straight away, summoning that Holisu out in response. I guess whilst there, you kind of have that sort of window, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Just to try and be a
Try and
little
chain
bit
as many
just,
effects as possible in that little
yeah,
window of
exactly.
time.
Just before maybe a Herald comes out, or maybe even something more disruptive comes out.
Oh, we do see the effect of the... I believe that was the Lollipop activating there as well.
Yep.
So bringing back out the Synchro and the Cupsy and, well, the Cupsy and the Cupsy. You know?
Yes. Gonna go and finish off that first Synchro summon now, most likely for the Herald of the Arclight, isn't it? And then Noroi is going to resolve, summoning a level 5, or summoning a Canine monster from the deck even.
Indeed.
Do you consider going for the Lupus directly here? Just there's a lot of awful off pressure, isn't it?
Yes, you could, but I don't.
Or maybe just the Jokel to get that search off.
I think the Jokel, because I doubt you'll be able to get the search, but I don't know what the Lupus gets you at this point. I guess it gets you a untargetable rank 5, but I don't know. I'm not sure what the Lupus gets you, so I guess that's nice to have, and you don't necessarily need to have the
yeah,
Jokel
I think
here.
it's weird because I think that the type protection just helps you force through so much in this situation.
Absolutely, yeah.
However, just being able to use that Jokel just to get that additional extender almost from your deck to your hand could also just be key here.
Oh, we see the Azuna coming down though.
Completely different to either of us there.
Which, unless I'm very much mistaken, is going to be a bit if it tries to use its effect because it wouldn't get banished with the
yes,
Herald.
it would. So
interesting.
Just going to see if there's anything on the resolution here.
Okay, we see the Jiaolong.
The Jiaolong summoning itself out here, which I think that's fine.
More level 5s on the field.
Exactly. I think at some point you have to just use that Herald of the Arclight, because if there's just too many monsters on Ben's side of the field, you can't get rid of them all, right?
No, not at all.
Without feeling like you're wasting almost some of your resources.
I don't think that. Yep.
Yeah.
I think that might have been a slight misplay on Ben's part, though, unless I'm much mistaken.
Just a little bit of extreme nerves.
Yeah, it happens. It does happen.
But it's okay. I still think not in an awful position here. Just as we're going to keep on seeing these Canine cards kind of swarm the field as they are right now.
Seeing all these level 5s on the field could even just be something like a Sayuja at this point.
Yes, yeah, it could be. I think you want to try and deal with that Arclight before committing everything to that, right?
I would imagine
just in the fear.
Yeah.
Something may go wrong there.
This is honestly not a bad field to do that with either. I think the Harisu is not helping you out a huge amount, but the other cards there not going to be too bad for that, because even if you do summon the Gouki way, you're only going to be able to Bukamoon 2 of those and flip them face down. So one of them is going to get through and go for the Arclight. It's something happening here.
Yep. So I believe the Holisu potentially being activated right now.
Looks like it, yeah. negating that now.
Yeah, I think very much trying to trade with that Herald there.
Which actually is pretty solid, because we do see the activation here, but at the very least, it's the Herald is dealt with. It's
yes.
done.
Yeah. And I think that's the first thing you have to really try and push through as the Vanquish Soul player here. You've got to deal with that Herald, and now the big ones are both the Cookie and now then the Surprise, which will come up ever so shortly.
Let's see what I think they're both thinking about the next move here.
Yes.
It does seem to be Adam thinking on targets for, or maybe it's just thinking on Ben's part for what to do, if you want to chain anything to this now.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah. Well, even your Crookie gets involved there.
It does. It does.
So,
of course, I didn't.
Yes. So
I always forget about that.
So just with here, it feels like very, very, very much in the control of Adam here.
Indeed.
With the Yomi Surprise still available, the Sky Striker Ace token as well.
It is there. It do be there. Also, I don't believe that Adam has activated any effects in hand or graveyard yet this turn. I could be wrong about that, but that means I don't think the Azuna in hand is live. Unless to just summon it normal summon wise, but you can't do that now because of Noroi.
Yes. Yeah, we're just gonna see the rest of this turn play out, I believe, from Ben's Saf, and then just really have to see if there's anything else that can be done this turn. I really don't think there is.
It's
Charles.
tough. It's a real tough one. It's a real tough way to go on that one. This does, of course, open Adam up now to just be able to basically play the turn.
Yes. Yeah.
And now knowing that Ben is on Vanquish, if you didn't know already, might be actively trying to avoid activating things in hand to stop his effects from being live.
Yes. So we're just going to see exactly what the correct play is here. Just going for that surprise. Probably just the best way to keep on playing right now, isn't it?
Yeah, you think so. Immediately going for the Snatchy. I'd imagine swapping out now for the Mignon.
Yes. Yeah.
Or maybe trying to get the Destruction out of the Croaky first before doing so. But either way, it's going to be a powerful field being built up here from Adam.
Yeah, exactly. And I think as Ben, you kind of need to try and consider: do I scoop this up? Go to the next game.
Save a bit of time. Go to the next game because I know that Vanquish Soul games can be very grindy at times.
Exactly, and I feel like you may have a quite quick next game if it all goes in his favour.
Especially if you're going first. Yeah.
Exactly, and you just want to give yourself as much time as possible to try and claw out that grindy game 3.
I have to say, I very much enjoyed the grindy matches I had with against Vanquish Soul when I was playing with Genesis for a while, because those decks are both very grindy. It was very fun.
I think that's one of the key things I like about the Vanquish Soul deck is, even though it feels like you kind of snowball sometimes, you get so much card advantage, you get so many draws in, so many ads.
Yeah.
But when it gets into like these simplified game states, a lot of time it just comes out on top because the card quality is so strong.
Absolutely.
Just across the board. And yeah, here we go. Just seeing.
I think that is a scoop up there. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to game 2 now.
Yep.
Which a fair thing to do. I think a very fair thing to do here.
Yeah, especially from Ben, you just kind of need to accept that this game is lost.
Yeah.
Next game is not
next.
though. So we'll try and work towards just winning that ever so quickly. So in Ben's side deck, what do you kind of think he'll be swapping out right now? Because that Full Loss, it's got to go.
I think the Full Loss obviously needs to go. I think you can put in the Nibiru is going to be very useful here. There can only be one. It's going to be game winning immediately if you manage 100%. To find that. The core buy is strong. There's a lot of actually powerful going first options here.
Yes, definitely agree with that. I think that one big thing is there also something to be talked about is he's only playing one Rocket of Vanquisher, and what you can say is a lot of the time they only really need one. They only need to start it off with it.
I think the main
they don't
reason
need to keep pushing forward with like trying to keep the recursion going, right?
I think a lot of the time people were using it more at 3 before was because of Pot of Extravagance.
Yes,
and now that's not an aspect. You can kind of, if anything, gives you a lot of flexibility in your extra deck to be able to play a lot of different stuff.
Yes.
I have seen a few lists where people are still running Pot of Extravagance and just a very small K9 package, and then just running like 3 Azuna and 3 of this, 3 of this.
Yes. Yeah.
So I personally like lists like that because I think Pot of Extravagance is a fun card to use. Draw 2 is always nice, but yeah, and I think for the Yummy deck for Adam going second here, Side options. I mean, I think that Perula is going to put in dividends here.
Yes.
If you manage to top like that.
Yeah.
And then maybe the Dark Ruler No More could be pretty strong here.
I think the Dark Ruler No More could be good. It really depends on what kind of end field that Ben kind of navigates towards. Because if Ben decides to kind of keep some of the advantage in hand and just kind of play off the field and maybe hold like a Holisu or something for later on in the turn and like try and summon that, and we'll make some interruptions there and it'll just appear out of nowhere almost.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll just see how that's going as we start this second game. Looking over at Ben.
That is a decent hand.
I think so there's a Borger and a Zuna.
I thought I saw a Raven, but I'm not sure now.
I think that's Noroi. I know it's a Lantern actually.
Oh yeah. Oh, I said that was a decent hand. It might not be. You know what? It's playable. If this resolves, it's definitely playable with the Lantern in hand.
Yes, exactly. So most likely jumping, putting maybe the Jokel into the graveyard to be brought back with that Lantern. We just have to kind of see what happens now, I would say. Or respecting the Lupus as well. Because then, even if there is a sort of disruption, right, you can still get that additional monster onto the field.
Oh, we do see the Forloss coming out now, but there is an Ash Blossom in response, so we know that that's not going to be a huge issue here, and Ben can just keep. If that was the only thing that Adam had, Ben can keep playing.
So that's a big thing here as well. Is just because the Ash Blossom has left the hand now, you've kind of you've taken one of your fires from your hands, and it's just that little bit harder, I'd say, to make sure you've got enough enough of the attributes available to try and start using your Vanquish Soul effects.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, we do see the Dominus Purge coming out here. That is not stoppable by Zuna because it's not a monster effect.
Yeah. I think this is almost fine. So you've got the Lantern to get your Case for Canine, get your Jokel. You're still going. Absolutely. And I think that is more than acceptable here as well. Especially as we've got another level 5 monster in the hand available. I guess you could also look. I know you have normal summon already. You've committed to that.
Yeah.
So no more Noroi here.
But you can go for the Jokel.
Yes, and I think that's going to be a really, really strong start or extension here, just to try and make sure that we're going to keep playing.
Absolutely.
So I think here, once you add that Jokel, you're going to have to extend. And I think it's kind of, it feels really weird, but it may have to be that Hail Mary into a Saryuja, right?
I was just thinking the same thing, because at this point, I don't think there's a great deal else that can be done here.
Yes.
You maybe go for, say, like a Valon, something like that. There are a few options if you just want to make a few rank 5s. It's not like there's nothing that you can do. With the Nash Knight, go that line and go into the Umbrahara Masquerade. A few things that can be done here, but it is, do you want to go for the, I guess, more consistent, safer play, which is maybe not going to net you as much advantage as you want? Or do you want to roll the dice, as it were, not Paradise Smasher, but, and try for the Saryuja? And it's going to be interesting to see how Ben plays this out.
Yeah, and I think it's just really important to see just what the next play is here.
We do see the National package coming out.
So I guess just wanting to respect that, you may not draw exactly the card you want off of the Saryuja here. So
the safer option, definitely.
Definitely a safer option here.
You don't even need to go for the Umbrahara Masquerade, because just taking one of those cards is going to be very powerful here.
Yeah.
And what summoned the Izuna?
Well,
the
Multi-Warlock
Of course it was. Of course it was.
So we still are able to do that.
And you know what? That's not even a bad field. It's not a bad field.
It's not. I just worry about what happens next turn if it gets cleared through, right?
Yeah, because this is a very susceptible to a Dark Ruler No More.
Yes, which we know Adam may have.
Yeah.
So let's just see. Obviously, Adam's down to those 3 cards left. I'm now deciding if it's worth.
Interesting.
Going up into the Umbral Horror here.
So we are going for that.
And I guess if you go ahead with this, you can look to get the Force released as well.
Yes, true.
And then that gives you just another interrupt, and at least that's not too bad into a potential Dark Ruler No More. But
could certainly be worse.
Yeah, I just do worry that there's just not enough Vanquish Soul cards in rotation right now.
Yeah, I don't think there are any, if I'm not mistaken.
No, we've got the Borger in the hand.
Yeah,
but that's not really going to do anything on its own, is it?
I think I saw the Zhao Longer
yes,
on the field. But yeah, the Borger in hand is I mean, I enjoy a good Bulgur as much as anyone, but it's not going to do the not going to do the job here, unfortunately.
No, not just yet. So we're going to see the force release set. Passing over to Adam's turn now. A little bit of a facial reaction there. Maybe not the draw we were hoping for.
This is 5 different interactions for 4 different cards. So this could be enough. This could well be enough. Do see the token coming out here. It's a very strong start actually for Adam. Having said that, if he does go into the Sky Striker Eskigari, he has already locked himself. Yep, he locked himself out of that because he can't use the 5 monster Dominus Purge.
Yes,
do hope he remembers that. But even if it's just a link one, a link one's a link one, and you can keep playing off of that.
And just means you can just extend instead of using that normal summon, that oh so precious normal summon.
Exactly.
Right? So we're going to see the Cookie special summon here. It looks like there was another Engage in the hand. I was thinking one of those spells might have been the Dark Ruler no more, but not today apparently. So the Cookie's going to come down. And I think in here, if you just use the Force Release, to be honest, you're kind of happy with that.
There we go, yeah. I mean, you're not going to get a lot of value out of the Izuna otherwise because there aren't that many things that activate in hand with this deck. You're going to get the Marshmallow, maybe. And if that was going to happen, it would have happened by now, I would imagine.
Yep.
We're going for the Jax as well, so we're going to get both of those monsters off the field, forcing out a potential normal summon if he can continue playing, in fact.
And even then, if there is a normal summon, that Valon almost checks it, right?
Absolutely. You know what? We may have been short-selling Ben here. It's actually a very competent, a very competent field he's managed to build up.
Yep.
Normal summoning. Well, that's normal summon use, but we are not. I assume this is going to be for the Almirage play. Skipping up. Yep. Of course.
Yeah. I think the last card it may have been a little bit of a bait there.
Yes,
from Adam, but I completely think that's exactly what you have to do in these situations. You have to just try and, as we said, just try and get that sort of mistake out of your opponent and try and catch them off guard.
Absolutely.
So always good to play for it. So we're going into that game 3 now.
Now siding the other way.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
Always interesting to see.
So as the Vanquish Soul player, I think do you want to put the Perulia as well into that matchup? I'm not too confident there.
The water attribute doesn't help you a lot.
No.
You can get like 2-3 draws out of that if they don't have the right hand to play through it. But the water attribute isn't helping you there. Having said that, you definitely put in the Nibiru in.
Yes. I think I'm also greedy that I'm even putting that there can be only one in my deck. Even going second, you draw it, it's still game ending.
They did that at the YCS.
Yeah,
they did. That's
100%.
You know what? That's a fair point.
I think I always will.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, this already has Meows has the right attribute as well, being Earth, and he's very useful against Yummy. So that's a fantastic thing to put in here.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah. I think largely not a huge amount needs to change.
Yeah. Maybe just taking out some of these cards that aren't so great going second, like the Snow Devil there, potentially from the main deck. Looking on the side of the Yummy, going first, are there any real strong options that they can put in?
Let's have a quick look in the side deck. Going first, the Triple Tactics Thrust is pretty good, especially in a strategy which is going to put a monster on its field on turn 0, as it were.
Yes.
So that's actually going to be potentially very useful here.
Yep.
The Black Laughs is solid. It's a really good thing to be able to use, and you get that off of Thrust as well.
Yep.
So yeah, I think maybe just those and the Called By and the Talents might be the way to go.
Yeah. Looking at the off-office cards, do you think that's really good in this matchup as well?
You know what? It's tough because they target the face-up monster, and Vanquish is so good at tagging out the monsters as well. So I think that's up to a judgment call of whether or not Adam thinks it's worth putting that in, because it may well be. But
And I guess when you think about it, really, there isn't that much you can do with Dispel and Trap removal as well, right? From the Silhouette Rabbit.
Yeah.
And then also, I guess, they don't really have that many Spell and Traps in their deck that you can try and take advantage of there.
Absolutely not.
So it may just be worth...
It's maybe the field spell if you're lucky. That's
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think maybe it's worth just ignoring those for now.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what the players chose to do here, but very interesting to see indeed.
Exactly. So we're going to see Adam go first. I can only assume.
I can only assume.
Just getting ready for this game, drawing their hands now. Yep, the Meows did go in, and there's a really powerful trap card in Ben's hand.
Is that there could be only one?
It can only be one. Yeah. I think that honestly, if it goes through, if he's able to make that card stick,
you know what?
It could just be over.
Because even if you just this might not be right, but if you set it and pass, is that going to be enough to just stop your opponent from playing at that point?
Do they have any real play to kind of stop that? I don't know if they do, to be honest.
I don't know, truthfully. I think maybe the Sky Striker stuff, but you got to get the right stuff for that. But we do see the Meows coming down now in response to the Mignon, but I think we're having the chain of the surprise here,
there,
getting the same thing happening for an extra resource, but denying that draw from the meows.
I think that's fine because if you really want to, you don't even need to summon the Lollipo later in the turn, right? You can kind of just circumvent that, just ignore it a bit, and go for maybe more of a cheaper turn where you're not even like ignoring cards like Metal Marcher or the Starham.
The
Starham.
Gotta put some respect on the name.
So if you're not really going for those types of lines and going for maybe more of a modest board, let's say, then it's a little bit okay, I'd say.
Adding I believe that was the Cupsy and the Cookie from that.
Yes, and discarding infinite impermanence there. I believe there's
which, to be fair, again, is not particularly useful in this matchup because, again, they can tag out quite easily the thing that you wanted to use that on.
Very much agree on that, and I think it's kind of okay to see here. We're going to see Snatchy come down, special summoning the Cupsy, I believe.
You would think so, yeah. I don't believe there's another surprise in the deck.
No, so going
no, there is. There's two.
Oh, okay.
But not taking it though. Going
through the Marshmallow instead, just to give a little bit of extension. But the only fear is, does it ever? Do you ever put the Azuna on board here and make it all? Yeah, just be able to activate here.
Yeah, it's really tough actually.
But looking at Ben's hand, it doesn't look the strongest. I think there's a Noroi.
A Link 2? It is a Silverhat, there you go.
Oh, okay, fair play. Well, and in all fairness, that could be what keeps him in the game here.
It may well be.
Because it's able to negate that there can be only one.
Absolutely. Oh, very true.
If chained in response to it. So if he doesn't need to use both copies of the Prophet's Traps this turn, or the following turn even, then maybe it's just good enough there.
Maybe that was the secret sauce. Maybe that was the play that we both missed there. But that's very interesting to see.
Yep. So do you think he'll go for a Synchro summon here? I don't think so.
That might be enough of a field, but we are... Oh, that's the
Frost as well.
It is.
Going here...
I'd imagine Black Knight laughs at this point.
Maybe you get the Purge as well instead.
Oh, yes, maybe. I think that is the Purge, yeah.
Yep, and I think that's a perfectly fine call as well.
Yeah.
Stopping some of those cards that may or may not be, you may not be able to stop otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
set another card, and I believe attempting to pass turn there, unless I'm much mistaken.
Yep, I think even though this isn't really like that formidable of a field, I think it's more than enough really in this situation because you can just get so much value from the Snatchy, being able to Synchro summon throughout.
Immediately seeing the Apophis Trap coming out there.
So we're going to see a Mad Love drawn for turn, which really depending on what you want to do as Ben here, you can decide, just how you really want to play the turn out. If you want to kind of like almost egg Adam on and try and let him use those disruptions to try and stop your Vanquish Soul play. Maybe even like getting rid of the Vanquish Soul start. That could be a really, really key way of just starting this turn out.
Absolutely.
There's the Caesar as well in the hand, I believe. So that can at least let the Mad Love be returned to the hand to avoid maybe a card like Infinite Impermanence, for example.
Will be a Purplish Trap or something like that. Yeah. I think he's considering the Mad Love normal summon here, which I don't think would be a bad play in the slightest.
No, definitely not. And I think what you really need to just do here is you just need to try and be a little bit aggressive.
Yeah.
Because all you really need is that there can be only one to make it through the turn.
Yeah.
So Mad Love here, going to add the Vanquish Soul start.
Yeah. As it resolves. It might be game winning if you can just burn a lot of different disruptions here and make sure it keep going. Just setting that and passing might just win the game.
Yeah, very much agree on that.
Do you see the Purge coming out now? Stopping or attempting to stop at least. That's Mad Love. And then I believe that is the Caesar being revealed as well.
Yeah, I think because there's the Infinite Permanence that was discarded in the graveyard. Just to avoid that destruction on the Mad Love here. Which, really good that was realised. Just to avoid that. Obviously, not going to be able to resolve there.
Yeah.
And get the add, which is also important. Is the Caesar? No, there's not enough attributes in the hand.
I don't think there are, no,
that bit aggressive is a.
I know Caesar has other effects. I know it can protect itself, I believe it is.
Yes, I believe that's for an Earth or a Dark, one or the other. But
yeah, just an Earth.
Just an Earth, there we go.
Which I don't know if there is one, actually.
So we've got, I believe there's a Joku and, oh no, it might be Joku Lantern in the hand.
Which are both dark types, which is
yes.
in Mad Love as well.
As well as the dark, yeah.
This is tricky, this is tricky.
But maybe just having to be as aggressive as possible here.
Might just be a case of linking to Vanquish Soul, Rock of the Vanquisher, I should say.
Yep.
Just to try and bait out more negates and then get that face down set.
Yeah.
But we will see how this goes. Be interesting to see. What was that? I did not see what that was. Oh, that was the Noroi revealed off of the Caesar.
Okay.
So it's protected now. We'll see if that's enough to keep playing.
I mean, I don't think it really matters too much. You can just let that go through, right?
Yeah, sure.
I don't think it'll...
The Noroi...
If you were worried about it being unaffected
a
little while ago, then it's... Yeah, there's not much to do otherwise.
Can't summon the Noroi now because we know some Mad Love, but we can, if the Jokul's there, we can...
push for it.
We can keep playing. We can try and get over the trap actually if we want to attack with that, and therefore turn off the other one.
But at least the Silhouette Rabbit will still be live, I guess, right?
True.
That's the only issue here.
Can't destroy that by battle either,
No.
so that's just going to be there. We're going over the Snatchy by looks of things, okay.
I think, in all honesty, you're not that fussed if that goes, right?
No, I don't think
you
you
can
are.
always just make another play to make it, or bring it back next turn, like even make a new one, maybe surprise.
Yeah.
Anything of the like.
Vanquish Soul's one of those decks where if you have plays, you use them, you know,
Yes,
and he's not using them. So I think this might tell Adam, like, I might be safe here, you know?
Yeah, I very much agree on that. So going to get the Akroki out as well, which I think is just another way of dealing with something like that Tikabu that may occur. And we just got to really see if Ben's able to really do anything on the rest of this turn. Not deciding to make a snap call into any sort of synchro monster here, which I really, really like on Adam's behalf. I think you just really want to be a bit patient here because Ben hasn't revealed any of his cards yet, really.
No, not at all.
There's a little bit of a Noroi there, but that's kind of okay. That's fine for me to know about. But
revealing.
So yeah, there we go. It is the Jokel there.
Yeah, it is the Jokel. Yeah.
Going to be special
we have that play. This can get us a Izuna. It can get us into combo here. It depends where Adam wants to use that a perfect trap here to keep going. But obviously, of course, still have a lot of stuff, a lot of gas left in the tank on the Yummy things as well.
Yep. So we're gonna see the Cookie here to put both of those monsters face down.
No rank 5 for you, sir.
Exactly. And I think it's very, very hard for Ben just here to be able to really do too much, I would say.
It's very tricky.
So we're just going to see how they're thinking some more. I think going back into Adam's turn, even if there can be only one, was able to resolve one way or another, you can kind of just make some plays now because you have so many different types on your field to work towards an SP Little Knight to remove that as well. Obviously, the Silhouette Rabbit is able to deal with that anyway, but just in any instance, it's not right.
What? I don't actually think, looking at this, I don't think if he manages... Oh, we've got the Typhoon here, I believe. If he manages to activate the There Can Be Only One, I actually don't think you can destroy that with the Silhouette Rabbit because you can't attempt to summon the other one.
Well, yeah, that's true. Well, what you can do is you can chain it, right, in response to the activation. Then it will summon.
Of course.
Then one, will you be able to negate it on the spot, but otherwise, then that can be summoned. Using it here, though, which, in all honesty, this might be the window that he needed.
It really might. It really might. Having said, there are a lot of different types on the field for Adam right now because of those Apophis traps, because of Silhouette Rabbit, because of the Yummy stuff. So it's not as if he's without plays, but this does make things significantly more difficult for him.
Yeah, for definite. And just looking here, I mean, yeah, the more you look at it, There Can Be Only One is just losing its value just with these Apophis cards on the field, as well as that Silhouette Rabbit. Just because, you may be able to get rid of a couple of monsters here and there, but they're still just able to commit to making something like the SP Little Light and just removing it from the game entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not nothing, but it might not be enough either.
Yeah, exactly. It may slow down the inevitable here.
Yeah.
So we're going to see something very strong being set. Then we're going to see Snatchy look to make a Synchro summon.
Which, if the Croaky, I don't remember if the Croaky's been used yet or not, but that's going to get rid of something.
That's also true. So then...
Yep, there we go.
Yep.
Oh, that is gone immediately.
And then, yeah, absolutely no worries here from the side of Aaron.
Not at all.
Adam
Not
even.
at all. This is a tough spot for Ben to be in at the moment. I don't know that it's unwinnable, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I think it's very much so here, just with how many monsters are on Adam's side of the field. But I guess, do you know what the levels are of these?
I believe 4 and
monsters?
6. I could be wrong about that, but I know 1's 6. I need to double check the other one.
So not really helping towards any sort of synchro summons or link summons here.
It is 4 and 6, yeah.
Ah, okay. So in this instance, you only really have like 4 zones to work with, and even then one of those is Silhouette Rabbit. So you've only really got 3, which from the side of Yummy, it could actually be a bit of a limiting factor, to be honest with you.
I'm not sure. Oh, you can link at least one of them off for a Link Spider.
Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, something you do. If needs be, you can use one for a Typhoon.
Yep.
These are all like worst case scenarios, I suppose.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
you can turn one into an effect monster and then use it for an SP link. If
Yes,
needs be.
yeah. So we're going to see the minion being summoned here once more, and look to potentially go towards an SP Little Knight here with that Silhouette Rabbit. For me, it's fine. You just need to get rid of some of these cards on the side of the field.
Absolutely.
And it really depends if you think you can be aggressive enough to try and go for that game-winning shot now.
I don't believe he's choosing to go for the SP effect, so he might be trying to go for the game win.
Which I think is perfectly fine here. Getting that extra value back, adding the surprise.
Might just be. I know that the attacks get very big, but it might not be quite game, even if you just keep attacking, because there's 3 monsters in defense position here. It's going to be tough to actually get game through all that.
Yes. Do the Apophis monsters, they have any nice attack stats? Or
They're
are they
not bad. I think the level 4 one is 1800 attack, unless I'm much mistaken, which is not nothing. 16 attack and 18 defense, and then the other one I think is a bit bigger than that. 2022.
Okay, that's not awful.
It's not
here.
nothing. It adds to the field, you know.
Looks like surprise has been activated. To
of
return
course,
2 monsters there.
there you go. I forgot about that part.
Look, I think Adam may even add his second copy of surprise if it's still in the deck.
Yeah.
Oh no, going for the cookie here, just to keep extending. Let's see just how
they are. All those little cats are on quite beefy attack right now. This might be enough. This may well be enough. They are adding, I want to say 1,500 each.
Yes,
Could be wrong about
I believe so.
Yeah. I can read the card. They are adding 1,500 each. So they are rather big.
Yes.
There is also the Perfish Trap. We know what that card is that's set, so he should know what the stats are on it.
Yes, as long as he hasn't forgotten, that's the
Yeah,
important
that's
bit
the
here.
only issue.
So we're just going to see attacking into it.
Yeah, I think this is game here.
And then hopefully that's just enough with the rest.
1,500,
on the side of Adam.
25. Yeah, that looks like it's more than enough, actually. Well played. Well played
from
both of
Adam.
those guys. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it was just one of those games where there wasn't anything really going on for the Vanquish Soul deck there. And you can see both the swings and roundabouts of playing that strategy, because even if it is so powerful, we even saw it win the most recent YCS here in Europe, it still has some of those like little bit of bugs in it that you can't really scratch, right?
It's the highest highs and the lowest lows in that kind of deck.
Yeah.
Like you say, very high card quality, but if you don't see them, if you don't get to them, you need to see what the right cards are. If you don't see them, you're not going to be able to actually play with them, is the only issue there.
No, I very much agree. So just seeing those key cards like Vanquish Soul Raisin, like if you miss that without, I don't think we even saw that throughout the entire match.
No, we did. No.
So maybe it doesn't exist anymore. Who knows? But without seeing that card, that kind of switches or flips the entire value of this Vanquish Soul deck, because that is the key, that is the heart of the deck.
Yeah.
And without it, it can struggle here and there. But either way, massive congratulations to Adam there. I think he played very well as well, navigating every turn.
I think both players did spectacularly.
Exactly.
Again, with the hands they were dealt, I think they both did really well there.
Exactly.
Really well.
So we'll be back with Adam who's now 7-1 going into the last round of Swiss here at the UK Open very shortly for a winner's interview.
Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Birmingham.
Our duelists can compete in a lot of different events. We have over 2,500 players attending, and you can compete to get some amazing prize war tickets.
You can even win a giant card. This is where most of the magic happens over the weekend. All the feature matches that you see happen here. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way.
Venture back in time with Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available now.
And we're back with Adam Black. Congratulations on your win there. 7-1 going into the last round here at the UK Open. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I wasn't expecting to get this far. Just here for a good time, you know?
Yeah, I completely respect that. So you decided to go along with the pure Yummy strategy. Why the pure over some of the other variants today?
So I didn't want to play the Mitsu stuff because it plays a lot of cards that you just don't want to draw.
Yep.
And if the card doesn't have a Kiri, the deck, I feel, just kind of struggles.
Yep.
It also loses the draw, which everyone's playing now, which if you can play around the cards that people are playing, it just makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I completely understand that. Especially, at least from my point of view, heading straight after the YCS last week, there's going to be a lot more focus on some of the other decks like Vanquish Soul, etc., where this pure Yummy strategy, I feel like it deals with those a lot better, right, than some of the other
Yeah,
ones.
absolutely, and you can still just set up your full board, and a lot of decks just can't like break it if there's not playing Mitsurugi. Everything else it kind of just chews through. Murakumo just ruins everything a lot of the time.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think I'm Murakumo's biggest enjoyer, to be honest. So, yeah, so we saw this previous round, you played against Vanquish Soul. When you saw it with Vanquish Soul, how do you feel about that? Were you quite happy with that matchup, or...?
I had the Purge game 1, which made it a lot easier.
Yes,
and I think it was Imperm as well, I believe.
Yeah.
I can't remember which way around it was, but he was able to tag out, which made it quite awkward. So I couldn't get rid of the Caesar.
Yes.
Or I couldn't get rid of the Mad Love, sorry, off of the Caesar. But if you clog their board up with Cookie and just book a moon, all their stuff, they just kind of struggle to keep that advantage going.
Yeah, and I think that's where the matchup is definitely swinging in your favor, right? Just where if you're using the Cookie there just to stop them from making some of those plays that they want to make, right? Even getting the value from the Joker, which he stops there in that game 3. Again, the Cookie crumbles and you're able to win there. So game 1, I feel like you just kind of ran away with it, right? It kind of, you started playing, you had Obedient School, which is like the god card in this deck.
Between that, Hornet Drones allows you to play through Nib, and also I had the double surprise.
Yes,
and surprise isn't once per turn.
Yes.
So you can use one for interruption and then one for follow-up on the next turn.
Yeah.
You just can't, like, there's too much there.
There's just no way for you to lose, and I don't think your opponent had the best hand either. All 3 games, we didn't see a single copy of Raisin come out, which very good news for you.
Yeah, that helps,
Game 2, you got hit with the Ash Blossom on your Fuelos there, which obviously puts you behind that 1 card, right? Then using the Impulse, the Purge even, and then you just only really had the Sky Striker cards to kind of lean on after that, right?
Yeah, so in game 2, obviously you had pretty much a whole hand of just K9 cards, pretty much, and Jowlong. And so even discarding the Ash doesn't trade very well because they normally in normal Vanquish Soul they lose the Fire attribute.
Yep.
But then after that, like if it's just pure K9, then
it didn't really matter too much. Yeah. So yeah, in that one, just kind of pack it up, go for the next game. Obviously, you start again quite a strong opening, I would say, throughout, and you kind of get into a game state where you summon that Silhouette Rabbit. You set up a bunch of interruptions, and you even thrust for a Purge as well, right?
Yeah, so my options were either the Purge, the Imperm, or the Black Goat. I find the deck has... I was considering Black Goat, but there isn't enough good targets to hit, because everything kind of does a lot with the individual cards. I didn't want to do Imperm, because I know my luck, you'll have the Caesar, and tag out of it anyway, so I thought if I go for the Purge, I've already discarded the Imperm, so I'm going to get rid of the Raisin or the Mad Love if it triggers. And then from there, you can just push out for the Apophis cards, deals with any board breakers, Dart Rulers, other cards like that.
Yeah, and I feel like we just saw that throughout, where you kept on trading when you put through. As I said, you summoned the Cookie to flip those monsters face down, and then triggering the Croaky to get rid of that one mysterious back row at the end, being the deck and the only one. We were talking about it, was like, oh, if there's ever a world where this even activates. It wasn't actually that bad for you in that game, because you had the Silhouette Rabbit, you had the Apophis traps. It felt like it could have been a lot worse situation for that to happen.
I had the double surprise set as well again, so I could still deal with it, but I'd rather just not risk it entirely.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Because the K9 cards are quite big, and I sort of like clogged up my field with the Scylla Hat and the 2 Apophis cards. So I had to use just the yummies with the biggest names as such, and to try and like clear stuff using the surprise and then summoning them back out to see if I can punch over the stuff.
Yeah, and I think that was a correct play there as well. Just getting rid of as many of those options that your opponent had, and in the end, because they just didn't really have too much going for them really in that game, unfortunately. But as you said, once you got those monsters face down with the Cookie, I felt like the game was just yours on the spot there.
Yeah.
So massive congratulations. How do you feel about your chances of making that top 8 now?
I feel pretty good. We'll see how the next round goes. If not, I'll be happy for top 16 or close enough as I can get.
Close enough. Well, good luck into the next round. We've got one more round left here at the UK Open in Sheffield. So yeah, we'll see you back ever so shortly for that final round.
With the release of the Chronicles deck, The Fallen, The Virtuous, all fall edition, there's also 2 completely new cards coming into the TCG, and we're going to break them down to you here right now.
The first one I want to mention is The Fallen, The Virtuous. Quite fitting, huh? I am already absolutely in love with this card. Look at this stunning artwork of Ecclesia and The Fallen of Albus, of course. But what's even more cool is the effect. It has 2 in fact. And the first effect is that you can send 1 monster from your X-Ray to the graveyard that mentions Fallen of Albus and then destroy a face-up card on the field. So it's generic, good removal. This card is a quick play spell, so it works as interruption on the opposing turn. And to break a field here, you can of course use this to gather more resources in your branded deck, or you play this in decks that do not have a lot of extra deck cards in there, so you can just play somewhere Albion the Branded Dragons and just loop this card the entire time. For example, in Genesis, in your Fire King deck perhaps. But the other effect also, if you have on your field or in the graveyard an Ecclesia monster, you can use this as basically a quick play spell monster reborn. You can summon back a monster from your or your opponent's graveyard, and that just gives you countless possibilities to play through fields or to disrupt your opponent further.
Yeah, you're having plenty of plans with the Fallen, The Virtuous, but there's another card that is more so very much for the branded deck, and that is the dragon that devours the Dogma. And that one is really cool, as it is a new fusion monster using Fallen of Albus as fusion material, as that is the first fusion material. But additionally to that, you just need a light or a dark monster and an effect monster. And the fusion materials alone will already give you some information on how that card could have impact, as it is first of all a really, really good target when you're just normal summoning out Fallen of Albus or special summoning it out to use 2 of your opponent's monsters. But additionally to that, super polymerization could also be used to bring this card out together with the Fallen of Albus, which is very, very powerful. And then actually it has also multiple effects again. One of them is on its summon, you can put back 2 cards from the graveyard or the banishment into your deck. So you're recycling, or extra deck as well, recycling resources. Sometimes when when your Lubellion, the Syrian Dragon, is banished, you can't really access it again. You can't get it back into the extra deck with that though, which is really, really powerful. And then additionally to that, also connected to the Ecclesia, you can make this card actually unaffected as well. You can make it a card that is so hard to deal with as soon as you have the Ecclesia in the graveyard or on the field. And then it will be really hard to deal with this card, as it also is gaining attack points when that Ecclesia is around. And then, as all of the branded fusion monsters essentially, when it is in the graveyard in the end phase, this one is able to search for a Nogmatica or a Tri-Brigade card in the end phase as well. So plenty of new tools with the 2 new cards that you're getting from this new deck. So make sure to tell us how you are using those new cards to your best advantage. With the release of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen of the Witchers All Foil Edition, everyone is trying out their branded combos. Everyone is trying to understand how to best use those branded cards. And in this video, we're going to give you a little more background on some of the cards, even the more basic cards where you think, oh, I already understood those cards. We're going to give you a couple more background stories to fully use their potential. And Leo is going to start off with basically the heart and soul monster of the deck.
Yep, of course, the card. Without it, nothing works in this deck. It's basically material for every fusion monster. Fallen of Albus, what a card. This card, you basically have the entire deck working around it. Every single card says, search for a card that mentions Fallen of Albus or something like that, and you need it for basically every branded fusion monster. But of course, this card also has a crazy effect. When it's normal or special summoned, you can discard a card and then fuse, of course, with itself as material and monsters from your opposing side. And let me tell you one thing. You can use this card on the opposing turn. If you summon it out on their turn, there are plenty of opportunities in the deck. So setting up a Call of the Haunted plus Fallen of Albus in your graveyard, that's already a crazy interruption on the opposing turn.
I think people see this card as just their way to resolve branded fusion, but it is so much more than that, because also playing into fields, just having this as a normal summon even, is applying a lot of pressure to your opponent. And especially now with also the new fusion monster, the dragon that devours the dogma, actually it's even more powerful because that one can use 2 monsters from your opponent's side of the field. So this card went up even more in value for the deck. But yeah, you already explained that plenty.
Yeah, but if you are playing versus dragon decks, you have Alba Lenatus in your extra deck as well. That just takes away Fallen of Albus and every dragon monster on the field. So you can just, if you're playing versus Blue Eyes, you can just fuse away everything.
You can. Then of course, the most powerful spell card of the deck, Branded Fusion, the card you always want to resolve. Every combo kind of cycles around it, just trying to get to Branded Fusion, trying to resolve Branded Fusion. And with that card, of course, you're always going to send that Fallen of Albus and you're going to try to think about the best option to get out of your extra deck, because sometimes on your opening first combo, it will be the standard procedures of just going Albion, going the Balion, then just trying to summon out Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon as your boss monster. It can be, when you're playing into fields especially, can be a bit more versatile though, because sometimes you want to summon out other fusion monsters. For example, you want to summon out Titaniclad. Usually you only see Titaniclad, the Ash Dragon, in the graveyard, but when your opponent has a monster with a lot of attack points, Titaniclad can actually get a lot of attack points itself to just attack over opponent's big monsters, for example.
If you've ever played versus Lunalight and then they have a Liger Dancer, Lunalight Liger Dancer on the field, which also threatens to destroy everything you have with 3,800 attack points, Titaniclad is just an easy out to this powerful card. So that is very strong. If you're now thinking, hey, okay, Branded Fusion, incredible card, but I only play 2, in fact, that's not the only one in your deck. You have other cards like Aluba, the Jester of Despia, that just searches out Branded Fusion. But that's also not all that does. If this card is in your graveyard, it also kind of sets up another interruption or protection rather. If your fusion monsters get destroyed, you can summon it back on the opposing turn and then negate a card from their side of the field. If your opponent summons an Access Code Talker, destroys your fusion monsters and then wants to attack for 5,300 damage, for example, you can just summon back Aluba, the Jester of Despia, and just negate the Access Code Talker. I learned that the hard way.
Aluba really, when it comes out from the graveyard, has been a surprise to many players, so it shouldn't be a surprise to you when there is Aluba around. Be cautious with those fusion monsters that could possibly leave the field. Main way to get to Aluber in the deck is, of course, Branded Opening. And I think everyone, when they see Branded Opening, they think, okay, discard a card, essentially summon out that Aluber, which is the most obvious and the common used way, but there's other monsters that you want to summon out in your combos from time to time with the Branded Opening, because Branded Opening, for example, can also give you access to the Guiding Quem, the Witcheress, and summoning out Quem on top of your already established maybe Branded Fusion combo with the Mirror Jade already in the field is providing you with so much more interruptions. Also, Branded Opening is, of course, providing you with that graveyard protection effect for your fusion monsters as well. So if your opponent activates Raigeki onto your field of a Mirror Jade and more fusion monsters, guess what? Branded Opening is there to protect your field.
And not only that, if your opponent chains a Mulchami Fuwalos to this card because they think you're going to special summon Aluba, the Jester of Despia, from your deck, you can activate the other effect, or you can resolve it in a different way by just adding it to your hand. You don't have to special summon to the field, and then you can just normal summon it and don't give them a draw. But let's now get into the fusion part of the deck. One of the best fusion monsters that the deck has is Albion, the Branded Dragon, a card that on Fusion Summon lets you fuse again by banishing materials from field, from hand, or from the graveyard.
Yeah, it's actually so good in that part of the effect, but it's not only that, because the graveyard effect is really what makes it so strong. Of course, getting your fusion summons going, the whole deck evolves around. You will always somehow be able to fusion summon, but then in the end phase, which is the so crucial phase for the Branded deck, having that opportunity to either get your follow-up to the hand with the Albion, the Branded Dragon in the end phase and already pre-planned for your next turn, or set more interruptions to your spell and trap zone with that effect is so good.
Yeah, Branded Banishment, Branded in red, there are so many cards, you just name it, these cards are incredible. If you set them in your end phase, you have extra interruptions, so this card gives you a lot of play versus your opponent. It can, for example, also summon out another fusion monster that works on the opposing turn, Basti.
Yeah, for example, of course, the one that you're always trying to go for, Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, and that one is actually so good because it is not only providing you with that so important banishment effect. You do not target, you just banish one of your opponent's monsters by sending one of your cards from the extra deck to the graveyard, one of your fusion monsters, and then your opponent is kind of forced to react to it, but also they can't really know what you're trying to banish as you're not targeting, so it is really good because it can really be catching your opponent by surprise. It can go after the card they don't expect you to go after, so that part is really good. And you might be thinking, I have to give up a resource in my extra deck for that. I have to put a card from my extra deck into the graveyard. But as we just explained, for example, the Albion, but also other cards within the Branded deck have good applications and effects in the graveyard. For example, sending the Albion will give you value in the end phase. Sending Titaniclad, which we talked about, also gives you value in the graveyard. But what about sending, for example, a card like Rindbram already, which gives you immediate impact on the opponent's turn, even by using its quick effect there?
That is just another form of interruption. Of course, Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, can be used in the graveyard or any other time it leaves the field under its owner's control. In the end phase, you can destroy all monsters your opponent controls.
Which is pretty powerful because it will just always destroy them all. Like, if that card activates, your opponent already has to plan, in the end phase it is going to happen. In the end phase, I will lose my monsters, so how do I build my field the best way around that? Which is a pretty tough thing to do, because how do you build a field when you know it is going to be destroyed in the end phase eventually? So those are the basic cards, but I hope we could give you some background on those cards.
Now that we're all already familiar with the basic structure of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen and the Virtuous All Foil Edition, we have some intermediate tutorial on some more cards in those decks that are not as self-explanatory as the other ones were.
Yeah, indeed. Albion the Shrouded Dragon is the first card that I want to talk about, and Albion the Shrouded Dragon actually has its main purpose either in the hand or in the graveyard, because when you activate its effect, you send one Branded card or Fallen of Albus to the graveyard from your deck as a cost, which is really important. Then, when it came from the hand and you put it back into the deck, you get to draw a card, or even when you just activate the effect from the graveyard, you still put back the Albion the Shrouded Dragon, but you're not getting to draw a card. But the important part of the effect has already resolved. You already got that Branded card to the graveyard. It is very important to get Branded Retribution, or sometimes Branded in red, or sometimes even Branded Fusion into the graveyard. Sometimes you actually need the extra copy of Fallen of Albus in the graveyard as well, to bring it back on the opponent's turn as well. So Albion the Shrouded Dragon, even though initially it doesn't sound that important, and also a major thing about this, in the graveyard and in the deck, it is considered to be Fallen of Albus. So sometimes when you have to bring back a Fallen of Albus with, for example, Guiding Quem, you can use the Albion the Shrouded Dragon with it instead.
So this card provides you with extra consistency and of course an extra layer to your end field sometimes. Helps you with all sort of extensions. But you talked about bringing back a Fallen of Albus, and the card that does that like no other is Guiding Quem, the Virtuous. This one on normal or special summoning is sending a Fallen of Albus card or one that mentions it from your deck to the graveyard, which is already strong. We talked about sending cards from the deck to the graveyard is pretty strong with this one, but also it has another effect. It triggers when a card leaves the extra deck, and then you can special summon back a Fallen of Albus from the graveyard or a card that mentions it. So if you combine it with cards like Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, activate the effect of that, send a card from your extra deck to the graveyard, this one can also summon back the Fallen of Albus, and then you can fuse on your opponent's turn with it.
Yeah, it's sometimes funny when you just have the Titanic Lad in the graveyard, bring out the Guiding Quem, and then in the end phase it looks very little what you have, but it can lead to a lot of things eventually on your opponent's turn, which is where the branded deck thrives anyways. Like playing on your opponent's turn, that is what that deck is very good at. Next card, also a Virtuous, but it is the Blazing Cartesia. The Virtuous is very important to the deck as well, as on the field it has a quick effect in the main phase to fusion summon using monsters on your field or in your hands, and that usually will fusion summon into the Grand Guignol. And then Grand Guignol is another connecting piece for all of the combos, being able to send another monster from the extra deck that mentions Fallen of Albus, or even a monster from the main deck, for example, the Bestial Saronir as well. So you usually in a lot of your combos are trying to connect your different parts of the deck, and the Blazing Cartesia helps you with that a lot. And additionally to that, it also helps you dodging opponents' interruptions. For example, when you bring out this card, you can exactly bring it out with, for example, Fusion Deployment from your deck by revealing Grand Guignol in your extra deck. So you have that on the field, and then you normal summon out an Aluber. Then you can, when your opponent, for example, has Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence, just chain the Cartesia, make sure your Aluber is still resolving, and you get the Fusion Summon on top with the Cartesia, which is just so good. One more thing about it, in the end phase, if a fusion monster somehow manages to get into the graveyard there in your turn or in your opponent's turn, which always is going to happen because you're a branded player and that is the whole concept of the deck, you can just put that card back into your hand from the graveyard.
Yep, phenomenal card, gives you back some resources, has also seen play in other decks because it's just so generically strong, like in the Draco Tail strategy. But we have talked a lot about sending cards to the graveyard, and there are also some other engines that do that. For example, Bestial Saronir, not only a strong interruptions versus some decks, because this card, if your opponent has a monster on the field, it is a quick effect. You can target one light or dark monster in either player's graveyard, banish that, and then special summon the Bestial Saronir. So this one works a little bit like DD Crow versus some decks. Really, really strong. Huge attack stat as well. 2,500 attack points is absolutely massive. But also, if this card is sent to the graveyard, you get to send either a Bestial card or a branded card from your deck to the graveyard, and then you can send something like Branded Fusion or maybe other cards, Basti?
For example, another card which turns out to be Branded Retribution. And you may be thinking, why do I want to send a counter trap to my graveyard? What am I going to do with a counter trap in the graveyard? Branded Retribution is an easy answer to that, as it has a graveyard effect as well, as so many of the branded cards do. And you can banish it from the graveyard to add back one of your branded spell trap cards from the graveyard into your hand, being able with that to recycle either Branded Fusion or Branded in Red or whatever branded spell trap card you like at that very moment. Additionally to that, that is the main application in the deck, I will say. The graveyard effect will be used more often than the on-field effect. The on-field counter trap effect of it is pretty good as well though, because when your opponent activates a spell or trap card or a monster effect that would lead into the special summon of a monster, you can either return one of your fusion monsters that mentions Fallen of Albus on the field to the extra deck, or two that mention Fallen of Albus from the graveyard back into the extra deck to negate the activation and destroy the card. So Branded does not have a lot of hard negation effects. Branded Retribution though can provide you with that.
Very powerful extra ceiling for your end field. Another card that is very much almost in your standard combo, maybe Branded in Red. You mentioned it earlier. This card is a quick play spell, and this card lets you add back either Fallen of Albus or a Despia monster from your graveyard to the hand, and then you can fusion summon with this card as material by banishing it and another card from your field or your hand. This card is incredibly powerful and versatile because sometimes you still want to have your branded fusion on your own turn. You have Aluba, the Jester of Despia, in your graveyard. You can just activate branded in red, you add back the Aluba, and then you normal summon it. But of course, also on your opposing turn, you can fusion summon something like a Guardian Chimera, or you can go into your extra copy of Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. There are plenty of ways to utilize this card to finalize your end field or to just push through a field.
Yeah, honestly, there is so many different cards in the branded universe. So let us know what your favorite card out of all of those branded support cards is in the comments, and then maybe we will play against you next as the next branded enjoyer.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the final round of the UK Open here in Sheffield. Alex, how are you feeling? Are we excited?
When you introduce it like that, I can't stop smiling. So yeah, I am great going into this final round, and almost to my prediction earlier, Jordan is here on table one.
Very talented player.
Very talented player, going for almost back-to-back wins of Opens here in Europe. Obviously taking the French Open down just a few weeks ago now. Back here again on table one with the same deck, Dracotail branded.
Absolutely. It's a crazy powerful deck at the moment, and obviously a very talented player, so it's wonderful to see him doing so at the moment. As I mentioned before in the interview, like was it you interviewed him? Was it me? No, it was me. Was it you?
Me, yes.
One of us. There are the 3 Urgula in this deck, which it's an interesting choice. I don't think I've seen anyone else do that ratio, so it's interesting to see. Obviously, that served him well, but also he's, I imagine, flawless technical player throughout the event.
Yeah, and I think what he was just aiming for is he just wants that consistency to be able to do what the Dracotail deck does every single game he plays.
Yeah, and we see a start of Habakiri here immediately from Adam, which obviously is very powerful.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen a Habakiri in a little bit, even though we've seen a lot of Mitsurugi today.
They're not activating all that much. It's crazy.
Going straight for the ritual here.
Doesn't look as if there's a lot of interaction coming from Jordan here. But interesting to see if there are any hand traps at all, any turn 0 plays if that could happen, or if it's just going to be a hand full of engine, which can do very well and can absolutely break through from fields.
Yeah, going to tribute off the Mirakuma from deck here, which is a little bit of a different play, I would say, almost. But going for the mirror, I guess, to just keep extension going here. Potentially... Oh, a ghost spell here.
And that Murakumo, having not been properly summoned, is going to be very hard to get back, especially seeing as with most of the Mitsurugi Yomi decks, there's no... what's the purple one?
Kusanagi.
Thank you, yes. Kusanagi, thank you. That's going to be quite difficult to
get
back.
Call by the Grave.
Oh,
on the ghost spell there.
Spicy!
So, I think Adam realising that he really needs to make sure that that Murakumo is ritual summoned here.
Absolutely.
And obviously the Habakiri now going to be able to trigger and add a Mitsurugi card from the deck to the hand and summon itself back.
So powerful. So powerful.
So let's see if Adam does have a way to play the Yummy deck, let's say. Otherwise, and maybe it is just straight into the Zombie Vampire.
Very interesting. I'm interested to see now if we have the trap, are we going to be able to actually resummon? I mean, yes, we can summon it off prayers.
Yes, yeah, we can.
Absolutely.
So the prayers will be able to summon back the Murakumo if so need be. We're just going to see if a Yummy name is hit. And the last one there for them out. And also, the surprise was sent to the graveyard in the same instance. So we're going to get that straight to hand as well.
That's pretty darn good. That's about as good as you can ask for with something like that.
Yep. So we're going to have to see if the Mao is added back. Yep, there we go. I would say that Admin is in such a commanding position now, honestly, with this exchange. Because not only if this gets interacted with, you're able to just keep on going with that extension and playing that minion from the deck.
Going to the gravity controller now, obviously the Link one, but any monster in the extra monster zone. Getting you fully into those Yummy combos. There's going to be plays here from this point. So powerful, so strong at this point.
Yeah, and I really like the way you can bridge between these two archetypes within the strategy. Even though the Zombie Vampire may not have the 100% accuracy you may desire, but it's still able to just try and dig for it like it did in this instance. But otherwise, just turning into that gravity controller and being able to ensure that you can continue to special summon your yummy names from the hand, even if need be.
You know, it's interesting you mentioned the Zombie Vampire not having that complete accuracy and full consistency, because I think there is actually a way of doing this with something. If you want to include the Nightsword Serpent, summon Infernal Flame Banshee, and then add something like a Poplar summon itself, which is a level 1.
Yes.
So you can do that, but obviously you're adding the Nightsword Serpent, and you're adding a lot of different stuff in the deck at that point.
Yeah, which
it's not always what you want to have.
Exactly, and with how many cards this deck plays, that you really don't want to draw.
No, absolutely.
It's
difficult because you can have that guarantee of you're gonna get. You don't need to worry about Zombie Vampire. You're gonna get the card on the field that you want, but there's a lot less chance of you drawing an optimal hand. Whereas what we have here is you don't always get what you need, but you do have a better chance of just having a more playable hand each turn.
Yeah, for definite. And we've seen now that this is bridged straight from that Missouri starting with the Habakiri into the yummy combo line now. And there's also 2 copies of Prayers available, so Adam can also decide, maybe I'm just going to summon that Murakuma back before passing my turn over.
I certainly would consider that.
I would too.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you concur. Yeah.
So we're going to keep extending here. I feel like the Cup C has to come down from the hand at some point very, very shortly. Just summoning back the Mao off the minion there, just to keep on going through the sequence here.
Very standard lines here going through the yummy plays, but again, it's standard for a reason. It works. You know?
Yep. And we've only really seen, we've seen Jordan play cards, but we now see Nibiru the Primal Being, which...
And that's where you want to do it.
Exactly. And if anything, it's quite strong here, because obviously it gets rid of all of the yummy plays, but from the side of Adam, you still have the surprise at least,
well, yeah,
and you also still have the prayers and multiple copies of prayers.
Yeah.
So even though this is getting a lot of value because it's stopping some of these yummy interruptions, maybe it's not quite enough.
No, maybe not. Also, I just want to double check: is Link Spider in there? It is not. So we're not going to see any Link Spider players coming here, which is obviously a very powerful extender through Nibiru. But yeah, I mean, it turns far from over if he wants to continue playing with the prayers, like you say.
Yeah, for definite. And there's also the additional copy of Cup C that is in the hand. And obviously the normal summon has not occurred yet.
There we go.
So if need to be, we're just going to keep on seeing these plays go on and on.
As the deck is wont to do, it's very good at that. I mean, I think both decks are good at playing through a lot of interruption and doing a lot. But when you combine those engines together, it's nigh unstoppable. It's very, very powerful.
Yeah, very much agree here. Obviously, we're going to see Jordan here with the Nibiru and the Bell. So now down to 3 cards in hand, going up to 4 on turn. And then there's so much that he's going to have to be able to kind of like play through at this point, right? Being the Purification, the Prayers, the Murakumo, and then also some of these yummy interrupts that I feel like they're just going to start coming back.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these engines are so good at recurring themselves and keeping themselves as a powerful presence on the field, like you say. We do see that Murakumo coming back here, which is it is actually very difficult. It can be very hard for Drekidel to deal with because unless you have 3 cards in your hand, it sometimes can shut your turn down.
Yes.
Which is really strange when a lot of decks don't have to deal with that.
Especially compared to some of the other strategies, just because the Murakumo forces you to, well, turn your fusion summon, which, unless it's with one of those powerful spell cards, could already be a 3-card investment into a 4th card, right? Especially now losing that Nibiru on Jordan's side of the field. That's just one more monster that he's going to have to try and like get together, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is a pass turn there from Adam. I think we're going to go and see how Jordan wants to play through this. If indeed he wants to, it might be that he decides, you know what, there's no point. We don't know yet. But that is like you said, commanding position for Adam to be in.
Yeah, very much. With the Purification, the Prayers, the Surprise, and then also just being able to Synchro summon into any one of your real utility cards here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So much to go on with. But Jordan is going to give it his best.
Ooh, fair play. The Frixel, whoa, that's powerful in this scenario, because there was a Malulu that was sent to the graveyard from Zombie Vampire.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really strong here, especially if there is any sort of way to potentially chain, like maybe a 5 mana or something as well, just to get some additional value from it.
Absolutely.
we'll just have to see what is next, really. Do you think he used the purification here, potentially?
Apparently not. I
No.
don't think it would have been, like, again...
I don't think it's a good call.
Normal summons can be... Oh, that's Lucius, I apologise.
Yeah.
Normal summons can be very powerful to stop if you have the ability to do so, but with a deck that doesn't actually care all that much about its normal summon like Dracotail sometimes, you can go through a turn without doing it if needs be, so maybe was the right call there from Adam to hold off on that.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. It's just when you look at the Dracotail strategy, like there are some instances where they've only really got 3 lines of play, right? Well, I guess there's 4. You've got the normal summon, you've got 5 mana, and then both spells, really, right?
Yeah, you could also have... This is branded Dracotail as well. So
that's true. This is the branded fusion, potentially. But we do know that one has been sent to the graveyard so far.
We do.
So, or maybe Jordan's just that good. And he's already got one ready in the hand.
Of course, we do also have the Fallen of Alba as a fusion.
True.
If
you were to normal summon it.
Absolutely.
So the 5 mana is going to be met with the purification just here. And the mirror going back into the deck as well. Which is really nice because it just stops a ghost spell, for instance, being able to interrupt here.
Searching off the Mirakumo. Going for another prayers. It's just such a powerful card. Such a strong card.
And I think just being able to keep that prayers involved so that if you need to, you can have one this turn, have one next turn. It's really, really important. Especially when you're playing more of this slimmer style Mitsurugi engine,
absolutely. Absolutely. Wondering now how Jordan's going to manage to play through this, because obviously the Lucas is gone after the Murakumo was resummoned as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it really just depends, really, if Jordan has one of the spells available to him to try and make that extra push now on this turn. So we just have to wait and see what Jordan has. What else Jordan has available to him.
It's certainly not a lost game yet by any means. We know how powerful this engine is, and that is the Rahu, very strong. I do wonder, going to attempt to negate that or try and force the opponent to do so at the very least. From Adam there, sending the Frixel. Interesting to send there, I suppose. I guess it's it's fusion material, but maybe you don't particularly want to use it.
Well, I guess that's coming off of the. Well, yes, it's the fusion material. It just depends if there's a better monster that is available.
Yeah.
And we'll just have to see what else Jordan decides to fuse with here.
Be interesting to see what he goes for.
Yeah, exactly. So the Rahu is going to resolve following the discard of the Frixel. What in this situation? What do you think you really want to push for?
I think we see here the Pan coming out. I think that's a decent option because and there we go, and the Urgula. That's very powerful. Non-target destruction of 2 of the opponent's monsters there, or 2 of the opponent's cards, I should say, a monster and a spell or trap. You're probably going to want to get rid of either the Snatchy or whatever the Snatchy summons if it chooses to do so here, and then whichever spell or trap you feel the worst vibes from, I suppose.
Yes, yeah. I guess in the situation for Adam, it's quite nice here if you can kind of use that prayers, the additional prayers as bait almost.
Yeah.
And then hopefully that surprise will try and make it through. So even if one of these yummy monsters leaves the field, you can still try and make a synchro play later in the turn.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see just some thinking going on here, I assume. I'm not sure what Jordan targeted with the Arthalion. It would have been only one thing, I believe. Wouldn't have been a bad idea to target the Murakumo, because again, if it's back in hand, it's not been properly summoned at that point, so it gets harder to deal with. So I'm not sure what he did target with that, but obviously we don't know what's in the crosshairs, I should say, of the Pan and the Urgula, which is what makes them so threatening.
Yeah, and I think especially just here, they put on so much pressure. You see that Adam's just taking quite a minute just to think here and see if anything should be utilised. And I think maybe he's just thinking a bit too much on this, because I think the other thing is Jordan can take that read, right? You're not looking at that card.
Yeah. That's the one you want to stay.
That's the one you want to keep.
Use,
Maybe it's not, maybe it is. Which one is it?
Oh, he is going to use the effect here, I think.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's quite surprising.
It's yummy surprising. Because the card is...
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Took a second.
Then the last card had is another copy of Ghost Spell.
That'll do it.
So that's... Is that going to be on the copy of...
I think on the Yummy Surprise, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, it was called by last turn. It can't be used.
Oh, yes, it was. Oh, Jordan.
I hope they noticed this.
Yes, I believe they did.
Yeah.
I think I saw a little groan almost from Jordan there
Yeah.
on the realization there. So we're going to see that obviously be negated here, which is really unfortunate.
Really unfortunate. Because obviously, the things you could have used with is keeping that in hand, try
and force through the play.
Could have kept the friction in hand and used it, but no. That's
Yes,
really
yeah.
unfortunate. That's very unfortunate.
So going to tribute the Murakumo for now, and I think I kind of get that.
I do believe that might have been what was targeted by the Arthalion then, in which case it's
potentially
going to still be on the field.
I guess the bonus here is you can grab the Saji back from the graveyard here, and the Saji can then protect from, is it the Pan, I believe, is the one that destroys?
It can protect another...
Is it another Mitsurugi card?
Yeah, another Mitsurugi card, but if there's not one there, which I don't think there would be by the end of that chain, I don't think it's going to protect anything. If it gets destroyed immediately now by the Pan, then it kind of doesn't get the effect either of being summoned.
Yes, yeah.
But it's whether or not you want to go for that, because you have the other options here of the things you might want to destroy instead.
And then going through with the Snatchy as well, just to make another Synchro monster hit the field here.
It's kind of, I think the idea here is to overload the potential choices here. Which it's working out, it seems, because I don't know what Jordan can do from this, actually.
Yeah, I very much agree on that. And it's with the Habakiri being added to the hand, the Saji, if it survives, it will trigger, and it will be able to add the mirror. So then the mirror will be able to summon back the Mirakumo.
Yeah.
Obviously being really, really strong in that situation.
We are adding the Kitu here, which is going to keep
the plays going.
The game. Yeah, you can still play with that, with what's on the field currently, if it remains on the field. Is the only issue. Getting rid of that immediately, not wanting to have to deal with it at all, which is fair.
Yep. And the big bit here, I guess, is that Kitu will just be able to allow another fusion monster to come down, right?
Absolutely.
And just with how Jordan needs to act to try and get through the rest of this game, I feel like he's actually not in too bad of a situation as compared to what we originally thought.
It's not bad, but it is still at this point, it's full yummy, which is all, at this, it's not everything, it's not nothing. Oh, just attacking it. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think this is a really, really good place for Jordan to be in. Even in that slight misstep with the ghost spell there, you're still able to get rid of all of that yummy engine, which really, what has Adam got left to do?
You're mostly you're mostly just worried about the Mitsurugi stuff here.
Yeah, so really
adding that Frixel back, and then hopefully going to get more off of that, because you can fuse with it now, which is very powerful. I think you're right. I was worried for Jordan. I think he's in actually a very good position.
I think so as well. Just as I was going to say, like this, when you think about Adam's hands, there's the mirror, there's the Habakiri, and there's the prayers. But all three of those cards really do the same thing in this situation, right? They all get you a Murakumo.
Exactly.
And if that's all you've got, I think Jordan can just about handle that, right?
Yeah, he is fusion locked now, but having said that, that's not a big issue for his deck. It's mostly fusions. I'm thinking more in terms of maybe like a Typhoon, but that's not even in there. But yeah, there's two Secretarion Dragons in here, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Don't know that it's that useful in this particular matchup right now, but it's an option. We do have the Gulamel, obviously. We have the Philia Regis could be really impactful here, actually. I don't think that's what he's going for, but it could be something very spicy.
So we're going to see exactly what gets summoned here.
Looks like the Gulamel.
Gulamel looks like the target, as you say. Hopefully that's able to at least trade for, get rid of the token, which may just be that little bit too big maybe right now.
Yeah.
But then again, if Jordan did put it in attack position, maybe it's not that bad. Then we're going to
the token was very small, I remember, because it was all like little
it was just little
guys.
The little yummies.
Yeah. I think he managed, he checked the attacks and defense of all of them to make sure, this is small. We'll put that there,
so we're going to see the other two traps come on out. And I guess the sting here is what could be really, really powerful, right?
This is actually a very commanding position now for Jordan, and managed to dismantle that powerful field that Adam managed to set up, even through the Nibiru, and now having all three of his traps, a card still in hand, which I think we know what it is, but I can't remember, and the Gulamel on the field. This is solid.
Yeah, I believe it might have been the 5 mana in hand. It may be a different one at this stage.
It's Frixel,
there we go.
It is. Wait, no, it might not be.
I think the Frixel was used, So what Adam now, I haven't seen the draw for turn, but if Jordan's able to navigate this in the way he wants, depending on what was drawn for the turn, you can kind of just get to kind of like check both the mirror and the prayers at one time.
You do kind of need to. It's tough. I don't know if you want to let those shuffle back, or if you're more worried about those, or if you're worried about. I think that's the right move to let those go.
Yeah, I think so as well.
If you don't have yummy cards in hand, you can't access them in the first place. So you're kind of relying on that sort of thing happening.
He drew a cup C for turn, I believe.
That's pretty good here, and yeah, the quickest flame I've ever thought of in my life.
So yeah, that's going to go ahead and negate it.
Yeah.
I feel like Adam's kind of stuck now, right?
It's tough because he can chain the prayers to try and summon the Murakumo from the graveyard. However, he can then use the sting to get rid of the Murakumo.
Yes, exactly. And then, but even now there'll be a horn, right? And that kind of that's quite nice there. Yeah, I forgot about this as well. So this will be able to summon back a monster from the graveyard and then tribute off the 8 monsters from the field.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to summon back that Murakumo and get rid of the token there. Yeah. So I think.
That's tough.
Yeah, I think this is really, really tough for Jordan now.
It might have been worth using the horn on the token just for the sake of getting rid of that, so you have to tribute what you summon immediately.
Yes.
But we'll see what the thought process is here.
Yep, so looking to maybe put that surprise back as well, just to stop any Marshmallow from being really, really strong here. Obviously now going to go ahead and use that prayers just to summon back the Murakumo.
Yeah.
I don't think you're really in a position to tribute here, right, I would say?
No, I wouldn't expect to, at the very least. No, again, like I think I've had this thought in my head of like, wow, Adam's in such a good position. Oh, Jordan's doing so well.
Yeah.
God, Adam's doing really well now. This is so back and forth, such a big swing of a game.
Really, it's really, really enjoyable to watch. We're, what, 20 minutes in now?
Yeah, I think this might be the final turn of this round, though.
Yes, I think so as well. I think the horn you kind of just need to hold on to here, right?
Yeah, try and get the Murakumo back to hand, I imagine.
Yes. Or either that, or if there's a push from potentially like that yummy card, right? A cup C was drawn for turn.
Yeah.
That can at least kind of trade into that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Going to summon it in defense position as well here, just to kind of give that respect.
There you go. You need to respect the horn.
So we're going to see Jordan's side of the field kind of just get taken care of here, right?
Yeah.
So going to get a couple of draws here as well.
We are, which could be all the difference. That could be huge, seeing a couple of draws here.
Do you just look to put back some of the spell cards in?
I think so, because they're resources, right? They help you activate your dragon effects in graveyard and whatnot, so I would say so.
Jordan drawing 2 additional cards there, which is really, really important.
Indeed. Could use the horn in your own Gulamel to chain it to the... perhaps not.
To be honest, I don't hate that as the play there, but the other thing is Adam just doesn't really have a way to trigger that Murakumo to destroy once more.
No, that's fair. And it is in defense. It's not a huge issue.
Oh, and something like the Frixel there.
Oh, of course, because of the pan. I
Yep.
always forget about that. That's so powerful.
Summoning Malulu, summoning back. And you've just got so much advantage once again.
You do.
And Jordan's gone from, 1 card in hand to
such
3,
big
4.
swings. Such big swings either way. This is a great game.
this is some really high level Yu-Gi-Oh.
This is some Yu-Gi-Oh right here.
Exactly what you want to see at the end of this event, I would say. So
there's like a little dispute happening
just
here.
checking with the judge there, I would say.
We are linking into... Oh, let's double check what that is.
Azalea, so that will be
yeah.
looking to send something. But I guess there's enough spells in the graveyard now that it will stay on the field.
Absolutely.
Luckily, it does target, so I guess Jordan gets to decide if he wants to be a bit aggressive with it. And going to chain the Malulu here to make a fusion summon happen.
And again, we do still have the horn. That's
Yes,
still there. We still have
exactly.
another draw coming. We have another bit of interruption coming. We have another bounce coming from the another sending back to the hand, I should say, from the Athalion, and the negation. Like there's a lot happening here on Jordan's side of the field. Oh, and the Gulamel coming back as well, of course.
Yep. Gonna look to summon, return that Azalea, set the 2 spells, also powerful,
Yeah.
to Jordan's side of the field. And this swing where we thought that Adam was really firmly in control, it's all been turned around now already.
Absolutely. Normal summon Cupsy, you got to think that's going to be a send back to that. Well, it depends what he gets from the deck, to be fair. We don't know what he's going to get from the deck yet.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to go for the Mao.
Yeah.
I guess... Again, I think it's really, really hard for Jordan to now navigate this.
This is tough. This is tough.
Oh, going for this instead of going straight for a Snatchy, because the minion was put back into the deck already, right?
I think perhaps the play here I don't know what's in each player's hand exactly. I think perhaps the play is maybe wait until we have... Oh, wait. We're getting a fusion. That's exciting. Oh, something's happening. Ooh, ooh. What's that? That is the Mysterion Dragon Crown. Oh, that's going to be fantastic here. Oh, they are both gone. I think that's... Yep, there we go. Scooping up there, I think.
I think that was, honestly, that was a Dragon Tail masterclass, really, wasn't it?
That was absolutely phenomenal to watch, I have to say.
That entire time, I thought Jordan was losing, Jordan was winning, Jordan was losing.
So back and forth.
So back and forth the entire time. And that was maybe one of the best games we watched all day, to be honest.
Stunning, truly. There's a reason they're at the top tables, you know. There's a reason they're doing so well. That was really impressive to watch.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that really highlights everything that's really good about Yu-Gi-Oh! In its current state. There's lots of this back and forth. And
Very
that's
much so.
something that, me as a player, I love that. That's one of the highlights of this game to me. Just being able to see that these 2 players excellently navigate these really, really difficult situations as well.
Very much so. It's a deck as well where, like, obviously Dragon Tail can have these incredible turn 0 plays, so to speak, where you can do things during your opponent's first turn. There wasn't so much of that here, but it didn't need to be. There was enough of stoppage there that was able to slow down the opponent and keep them on their toes throughout the whole game, even with just an Ibiru.
Yes. Yeah, and then looking, going to side decking for this game 2, looking at the Mitsurugi side, there's Retaliating Seas, there's Double Cyclone. Both cards really, really phenomenal, I'd say.
There's these 2 cards against Solemn Judgment and Anti-Spell.
Yes.
So good here, so good. Obviously,
if we see the Solemn Judgment once more...
I feel like we're going to now that you said that. Of course, Retaliating Seas, like you said, is so powerful. It might even be worth, I don't know what the thought process is here from the player, but it could be worth leaving the Fawalas in because just threaten that on turn 0, you know?
Yeah, potentially. I think the Drone Lockbird, first card... Get that out
of it, yeah.
Forbidden Droplet, get it out as well, I'd say.
Out of here. Not worth it. Not worth it.
And then you've definitely got a good amount of spots that you can put some of these more flexible cards into the deck.
Absolutely. I would imagine something like these last 3 and these 3. Solemn Judgment, Anti-Spiral Fragrance, Triple Tactics Talent. Obviously, that's pretty... Like, Ghost Spell's pretty good, but mainly when you're going second against them, that it's not phenomenal otherwise.
Yeah. So I guess, well, obviously they're going to go first and they're going to try and do something very similar to this game, but maybe a little bit more in their favour this time, I'd say.
Absolutely. And some of the options that we have for Jordan here for going second, we have the Morch armies. Of course, all of those are going to put in work in this matchup.
Yeah, so just a quick one. We've got a little bit of a breakdown of our top 16 duel lists going into this round. Obviously, we've still got a little bit of games to play, and we're just, go and highlight just who's at the top. Obviously, Jordan trying to go for the 2-peat now. And there we go. So we've got Owen King from a few events ago. He is one of the up-and-coming players that's just always up and about in these events, and I'm hoping he can reach that top cut personally.
Absolutely.
Going down, we've seen some of the players, Luke Tyler from earlier in the event, still there. I think he was EXO until the last round where he lost to Jordan. Someone has to, right?
Yeah.
So
actually, I see a mate of mine on the list, actually. That's nice to see. Nice to see he's doing well. Fair play. Nice.
And then, let's get straight into game 2 here. So let's say Adam is going first. I can only assume.
Going first again, but now with a much more tailored for going first.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Straight out of the gate with that Perulia as you just simply love to see it.
Adam nodding his head there, which you can only see. Jordan, very stoic look on himself, I would say. Very composed. And when you've got this tenure in the game like he does, I don't think anything's going to really shake you up too much.
No.
So we're just going to wait and see how Adam decides to navigate with this first action. Going to Ash Blossom.
Might be that there is not the right hand to play through the Beryllia.
Yeah, from the looks of it, it looks like there's just a single Yummy, and maybe if too many summons occur, it's not going to be good.
You're going to get about 3 draws off of that at this point.
Yes,
kind of hand,
exactly.
Which is a lot. It's not as much as if it's Forlos, but I guess you have to take that risk of, I hope they don't have the Forlos, you know?
Exactly. So we're going to see one of the very, very common plays of the day, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Start off with a non-Cup C name.
A non-Cup, that's you say common, that's not very common at all. And we see the Habakiri as well. We see both of his engines just alive and well at the moment. So powerful.
So I really, really like this play actually from Adam, because you're going to be able to summon the Cup C Yummy Way here, and then also get the Saji ads both on the same chain afterwards.
Exactly. So you can decide which way these go and make sure that actually you can decide which of these you're going to risk the Ash Blossom on.
Exactly, and also you just, even more importantly, I would say, you get to respect the Draw Unlock Bird.
Yes,
which is like the biggest thing here, because if one of these searches weren't able to resolve, it may be a really difficult position. Especially after ashing on that Beryllia. It feels like he's in a really good spot there, and there's a trap card in the hand. Do you think it's one of the cursed ones?
Don't. say not these words.
So we're going to see the Marshmallow discarded here. Obviously got a couple of names still in the hand for Adam, just deciding what is the next play to be made. Summoning down the Cup C.
And it's my fragrance bottom of the deck, so it's not that one.
Okay, that's okay. That's one off the.
That's one off the list. It's one off the list.
Yep.
There's a handful of, like, I think 3 or 4 it could be. It's not that one. It's not that one.
It looks like it's impermanent. So
I think it is. Yeah. So which again, he's solid until he's on our Valion. He does a lot of work.
Yeah, we're in for a game of Yu-Gi-Oh ahead of us, I hope. So just some extra cards here. It depends really at what point do you want to activate the Mitsurugi ritual there, just to summon that Murakumo out, right? Don't know if you really want to go for the same line of play in this game, where you went into the mirror, just because you're not really gunning for that rank 8 play, right?
No, especially not.
So maybe you don't want to put so many monsters on the field.
They are going to send them the Murakumo there for a tribute, though, which actually, you know what, that does make sense, because in this deck you don't tend to have like the Night Sword Serpent and the other bits of so I guess you do just send that. But if it looks as if, I could be wrong, but it looks as if Jordan has basically just said, go ahead, because he's playing. Adam's playing quite quickly, so it wouldn't shock me if this was a go ahead and play kind of moment.
No, it definitely feels like that. So I think if he needs to be stopped, Jordan definitely will.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
We're just going to watch the cogs turn here for Adam and just try to correctly navigate every single one of these situations now. The only thing is here, there's those 2 level 8s, just like make it that little bit harder to navigate, I would say.
Yeah.
Because that's essentially, what, a third of your fields with just monsters that you don't really want to be synchro summoning with.
Absolutely, yeah, it's huge in that sense. It's entirely possible that, let's have a quick check actually of the extra deck and see what options that he has for those level 8s, because we do have, it actually is just the zombie vampire.
Yep.
We don't have anything like Dynamondo, we don't have anything like that. It's just the zombie vampire that we have the option
Maybe you want to work towards the IP Masquerena there, just to layer it up.
Nibiru here as well, just noticed, goodness me. And that is going to be a much bigger token with those Mitsurugis as well.
Especially with both of them already having activated effects to search, right?
They're gone. Marshmallow, we get that back to the hand as you do. And now seeing, I'd imagine... Actually, I don't know. It could be anything at this point, because I'm not sure what's in hand.
Yeah, well, the minion's been used, so it's like...
As has the surprise.
Yeah, so it's like... I think you maybe just want to like look for a Snatchy potentially here.
Yeah.
And then make the decision that you've got to try and move around into that Snatchy something on the next turn. Or you can surprise some of the Snatchy back, I guess.
Exactly, set 3 past. It's interesting. In the efforts to play around the Droll, you didn't really do as well playing around the Nibiru, perhaps.
Yes, yeah.
Which is interesting. You kind of have to play that game of which we're more concerned about here.
Yes, I was a little bit worried there for Jordan, because it felt like everything was going right for Adam, but that Nibiru has once again been very, very, very impactful here.
That Key2 coming out, just slamming down at the field as it all. Whenever I play, I always feel like I'm going straight onto the table. It's so powerful to get that to resolve. So we're going to see what he goes for here, which will be interesting to have a look at.
Yep. So we're going to look for the add into the fusion summon, correct? Just deciding what's going on. And knowing Adam doesn't have any cards in hand, you can also respect that there's not going to be something like Ash Blossom potentially,
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
Any of these types of cards that you kind of need to give a little bit of respect to, I would say.
Although we did see that trap, like you said, there might be a Solemn Judgment there.
Yeah, it's either that or the Infinite Impermanence. But looking
Oh, yes,
there,
it was Infinite Impermanence, wasn't it?
you're getting so much value from this one fusion summon
Oh,
here.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
That even the Infinite Impermanence on the Alphalion may just not be exactly good enough.
Might not be enough for the game, no, absolutely not. There's plenty enough there to target and send back. Again, I'm wanting to send back that Murakuma because if you can make sure that thing's not been properly summoned, it makes it a lot harder to get out and deal with.
Very much agree on that. Do you think you'd ever consider putting the Marshmallow back potentially here as well? Just so that if they do chain the Yummy Surprise at any point, that...
Yeah. Infinite Impermanence stopping all that.
Yes,
All academical
yeah.
at this point. Do keep an eye on that Imperm column, please, Jordan. Because we had, I don't know who it was earlier, we've had this happen already today.
Yep.
But yeah, it's... yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. I think you have a fair point because you do need to stop the surprise at that point, and then you can go from there.
I guess the Pam and the Urgler are just going to be getting rid of a lot of these power cards right now, aren't they?
Absolutely.
So we're going to see...
See the Rahu.
See the Rahu.
Not in a bad column, which we'd love to see.
I guess the only thing here is if the Purification is destroyed. And
you can summon things from the graveyard.
Summon back that Murakuma potentially.
Very good point. Destroying the token
there, yeah. Maybe the stats on that one were a little bit too high.
Perhaps, yeah. No, I think because it was both of the rituals, so it was very chunky token there.
Okay.
You've got to get rid of it somehow.
So was that a double Rahu set there?
It may have been, which I don't think is a bad move because if you are worried about one being destroyed or taken away in some way, it's not a terrible move.
Yep.
And destroying
the... oh, that is really big for...
Goodness me.
That is really big for Jordan there.
That's huge.
If we missed there, then it could have been a completely different game once again. There we go.
Oh, wow. I think, again, both players played exceptionally well there.
Yeah,
that was amazing to see.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Adam playing throughout that first game.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jordan, able to take it down once again.
Just
two-time Open champion this season.
The technical play, the skill involved with that was wonderful to watch. Absolute pleasure to watch.
Yeah, after speaking with him earlier, he was very confident in his play, especially with this Dracotail deck that he's been playing basically since it came out, really.
Yeah.
And I think that really holds a lot of weight, as you're saying. Just maybe that pet decks, maybe the decks are just really, really comfortable with. And you can see it. Not only has he won one this season, he's got a second.
Crazy, absolute insanity. So well done to Jordan there for winning, and also well done to the person who did not win that game because played very well and still placed very highly in the tournament. So well done both.
Exactly,
players.
Adam going down to an 8-1 record there. Nothing to be scoffed at.
Oh no, amazing record, incredible record. Goodness me.
Yep. So hoping to get second place there as well.
Absolutely.
All we can hope for now.
Absolutely.
But we'll be back ever so shortly with the award ceremony.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very exciting. See you soon.
Say hello to Dark Magician Girl!
If you're just getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! And you think the Chronicles deck, the Fallen and the Virtuous All Foil Edition is a good way for me to start the game, you are absolutely right, and I am going to help you with that a little bit while explaining the basic combos of the deck. So let's start off with your most important card, Branded Fusion. While we do not have Branded Fusion in hand just yet, there's no need to worry because this deck has plenty of ways to access your most powerful fusion card. For example, by normal summoning Aluba, the Jester of Despia. If this card is normal or special summoned, you get to just add a branded spell trap from your deck to your hand. In this case, of course, your centerpiece, the Branded Fusion. This card is so important because it can summon out a fusion monster or fusion summon a monster that requires Fallen of Albas as material by sending material from your deck, hand or field to the graveyard, which is of course extremely powerful. So let's just do that. We activate Branded Fusion, we're going to send the Bestial Lubellion, which is going to come in handy later, and Fallen of Albas from our deck to the graveyard to summon out the oh so powerful Albion the Branded Dragon. This card on summon lets you fusion summon another monster by using material from your field or your graveyard, banish them. So we take the Fallen of Albas and a dark monster, which is Aluba the Jester of Despia, and we summon out Lubellion the Searing Dragon, our next fusion monster that is going to fusion summon further. This card lets you discard a card and then fusion summon by shuffling back material from the field or graveyard or banishment to the deck. So in this case, we're going to choose Lubellion the Searing Dragon itself and Fallen of Albas. We're going to put those cards back and we summon out Mirror Jade the Ice Blade Dragon, one of your most powerful tools to win games. Because during either turn, this card can just put a card from your extra deck to the graveyard that mentions Fallen of Albas as material to banish a face-up monster card on the field without targeting it. This card is super good. So this is not quite your end field as well. You still have Albion the Branded Dragon, and this card, while it has a powerful summoning effect, really thrives in the graveyard. We also still, from the beginning if you remember, have our Bestial Lubellion in the graveyard. This card can special summon itself out by tributing Albion the Branded Dragon from your field easily. Now, this card has a really cool effect to activate a card from the deck, but the most important feature is that we have Albion the Branded Dragon in our graveyard, so we can add or set a branded spell or trap card in our end phase to the field or to the hand. This is your most basic Branded Fusion combo that you can play basically in the entire game, but there are many ways to just accelerate from that point and go for bigger combos. But this is a nice way to start off your Chronicles the Fallen and the Virtuous journey.
What's up, Branded friends? With the release of the Chronicles deck, the Fallen and the Virtuous All Foil Edition, everyone of course is excited about branded cards. But how to use them is the question. Today I am going to show you a combo with those branded cards, and it's not only going to be Activate Branded Fusion, but we're trying to be a little bit more complicated, so stay tuned to see what I can do with the new cards. For this combo, I have brought Branded and High Spirits plus Fallen of Albas, and then 3 cards, which could be any card in the deck. Of course, your combo is going to vastly differ in many ways as soon as you draw additional pieces to the combo, and that is the beauty about Branded. The combos always change a little bit, but here in this one, we're just going to go with these 2 cards in our hand, which are Branded and High Spirits and Fallen of Albas. Key thing to do is to activate Branded and High Spirits in draw phase already, to play around cards like Drone and Lockbird, which definitely have some relevancy in the format right now. Branded High Spirits then is going to put the Titanicat, the Ash Dragon, to the graveyard, and as we have Fallen of Albas in hand, we're going to put that into the graveyard as well to go for a search with Branded High Spirits as well. And the card we're looking for is Springin's Kit. Heading into our main phase now, we will be able to summon out the Springens kit and use the effect of Springens kit to get our so desired and at the moment semi-limited branded fusion to our hand. And as we're searching it with Springens kit, we also have to put back one card from our hand back into the deck. And now we will activate branded fusion, sending, as we all know, the fusion materials from the deck to the graveyard. We are going to send, of course, Fallen of Albus, and then next to it we're going to send one of the most powerful Bestial cards, the Bestial Bellion, and as that is a light monster, that leads to us summoning Albion, the Branded Dragon. And now we can use Albion, the Branded Dragon effect, not going into our deck of course, but into our graveyard, banishing one copy of Fallen of Albus, and then also, as we do not necessarily need it anymore, the Springens kit from the field to bring out our next Dragon, Lubellion, the Shining Dragon. This one immediately is going to activate its effect as well. We're going to discard Triple Tactics Thrust, just another generic card that we can discard to put the Fallen of Albus into the deck again and put the Lubellion into the extra deck as well to bring out Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, into the extra monster zone. Now, as we have sent the Bestial Lubellion to the graveyard through Branded Fusion, we can summon that out by sending Albion, the Branded Dragon, to the graveyard, can activate the effect of the Bestial Lubellion on the field to activate from our deck. Where is it? There we have it. Branded Lost. And now, the beauty about honestly all kind of branded combos is that in the end phase, you're still adding to your combo. And here in the end phase, as we're going into that, we can activate, first of all, the effect of Albion, the Branded Dragon. And here is where we can now actually decide on what to do. Usually, in regular, before the release of the Fallen and the Virtuous, we would always set Branded in red to have further fusion summoning on the opponent's turn, search for Branded Lost on the opponent's turn, mostly Tri-Brigade Mercourier. But now we can also go for the Fallen and the Virtuous and set it to our Spell and Trap Zone, which is now providing us a really good interruption on the opponent's turn, or summon out another monster from our graveyard or even from our opponent's graveyard if it comes to that. And then we're not done with that. At the beginning of the turn, we also send Titaniclad to the graveyard, allowing us to special summon also the Guiding Quem, the Virtuous, from the deck. And with the Guiding Quem, we can, on its special summon, also then send the, where is it? There it is, the Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous, to the graveyard as well. And now, that is our turn, but the beauty comes from the interaction on the opponent's turn as well, because now, on the opponent's turn, as soon as they summon a monster, we can use the effect of Mirror Jade to put the Rindbram into the graveyard. Let me get that Rindbram, there it is, to just banish one monster from their side. That allows us to activate the effect of Guiding Quem as an extra deck monster left the extra deck, and that can bring back the Blazing Cartesia, allowing us to further fusion summon on their turn, which is really, really essential to, of course, the strategy, because it will also allow us to activate the effect of Branded Lost, and then with the Rindbram in the graveyard too, that gives us a chance to bring back Fallen of Albus as well, to go for further fusion summoning even then on our opponent's turn. So, as per usual, Branded is all about fusion summoning, and that does not change quite with the release of the new deck, but we can of course find new ways on how to fusion summon, on how to sequence our fusion summoning, and how to build the best Branded field possible. Let me know what your favorite combo for the Branded deck is down in the comments, and then we can all become Branded masters together.
Remember the early days?
Testing. Attention duelists! If you are not currently playing in Time on the Round, we need you over here. We're about to do some prize giving, and we'd like all of your applause if possible. So please come over here. All of this, by the way, is going to be on the UK Open stream. So please do cheer loudly. Please do clap loudly. Please don't say anything that might get me fired. Thank you. I appreciate you all.
Stand in front of lights because you and me, we're going to have no eyes. This lit area is the entire film.
players are coming this way?
Yep. Yeah. You can get them on this way, then get out.
Should be left to right. If you do, you're losing your plastic.
I'll do a little PSA there. Quick PSA. Can we get... There we go. Quick PSA. If you are a player receiving a prize, please come up the stage this way. That's to my left and your right. Just one more time. If you are a player receiving a prize, please come up the stage to my left and your right. And exit that way. Thank you. All right. Now, off to Charles.
Attention duelists! Thank you all for coming to the UK Open here in Sheffield today. Thank you, Patriot Games, for hosting the event. Thank you to the Hope Centre for hosting it as well. And thank you to our wonderful judges and staff, and to, of course, Konami. I'm going to hand you over now to the head judge to get the prizing sorted. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. I am going to double check I've got the top 16 in hand. We're going to have to hold on for just a second. My other head judge is on top of that right now. Have you all had an excellent time? Are you all going out for dinner later? Are you getting something nice? Lots of cheers for food. Excellent. Please bear with us just one moment.
Jules, please bear with us. We're just getting the loss of the results, and we will be with you shortly. There will be a quick break. If you're watching on stream, please bear with us for a moment, and we will be right back with you. Don't go away. Thank you.
Even more, okay. Attention, duelists! So, thank you everybody for coming today. Thank you especially for the Hope Center, Patriot Games, Konami, anyone else? Oh, and the judge team, especially Tom, for running the event today. Yeah, Tom?
Thank you so much, everyone. We have a finalized top 16, and we are ready to award some prizes. We're going to go from 16th up. I want big claps, big cheers. If I call your name, you enter over here. You exit over here after Nick has given you your goodies. In 16th place, a big round of applause for Jamie Hill. Jamie, where you at? We got to get a bit of a hustle on. I'm sorry to rush you. We're going to do these things in sequence. So in 15th place, Jack Stocks, come on up. Is he on his way? There he is. I see him moving through the crowd. In 14th, Ben Simpson. Congratulations, all congratulations. In 13th place, Solomon Page. And just in front of him, in 12th, Joe McIntyre, come and collect your prizes. Congratulations. In 11th, Mark Wang. Come on up, Mark.
Duelist.
Never mind. In 10th place, Brandon Wilson. Come grab your stuff. And in 9th place, local hero Morgan Hollindale, come on up. Not quite, but so close. And talking of local heroes, I'm sure he's been playing this game longer than I've been in this city. A huge round of applause for Kieran Holden. We hope you get better soon, Kieran. Come on up, you get your prizes. In 7th place, Owen King. In 6th, Redwan Soraka. In 5th place, I'm sure he tops every one of these we come to, Luke Tyler.
That's my goat.
We're on to our top 4. So a huge round of applause for Liam Davies. And in 3rd place, Adam Sakis. All right, thank you so much for grabbing these prizes so quickly, everyone. We're on to the top 2. Who has won the UK Open Sheffield 2025? In 2nd place, it's Adam Black. Adam, we've got some extra large prizes for you. Come on by. You're going to have a fun carrying all this off the stage. Huge round of applause. Look at that giant card. It's oversized. I know. You guys know the technical terms. That's crazy. All right. It does not come with a sleeve. That is true. Your winner today has toured around in search of world points all season. Through France, through the United Kingdom. The king of Scottish Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. A huge hand for Jordan Gallagher. Congratulations, Jordan. Another event, another trophy. Alex is going to have to say some words to you.
You've got too many hands. So Jordan, obviously you won the French Open just a few weeks ago. How are you feeling now?
Feel amazing. Really happy that I managed to do it back to back. Didn't think it would happen. I hoped it would happen, but I'm really happy it did.
In a 2-0 fashion as well. Very confidently, I would say. Yeah, talk about the game a little bit, but yeah.
I was a bit annoyed with myself after game 1. I made a misplay. I forgot about Call by the Grave on Bell and ended up wasting a Bell on my turn. But thankfully, still managed to crack the board, set up enough interrupts to still win. And then, yeah, game 2, the board, just my hand was just pretty good. The Puroya got Ash, so get the Ash out there, and then just had the Ketu. And the second the Ketu resolved, I felt good. The nib did a lot of work.
Yes.
Yeah, both games I feel like the Nibiru really carried the work there, I'd say. But either way, congratulations once again for winning an Open this season. Second time's the charm. And yeah, thank you everybody for watching today. Yeah.
Just a quick